United Front. What you want, what you want, what you want?
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice fan glory. Fan glory is Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want, what you want, what you want?
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick your can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
Nice stuff. Is it enough on my card?
And bread. Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
Just don't spend over 200.
Okay.
They say it takes a village to raise a child. Now, us as parents, when we send our kids out into society and off to school, we're not always necessarily there to provide that extra security blanket, to be that extra sense of security for our children. This is where the KJ13 Anti-Bullying Inc. comes into play. It provides extra knowledge. It gives extra outlets. They do food drives. So for any information that you may have, please contact King James 13 Anti-Bullying Inc. INC, that is, at gmail.com, or contact 463-333-2268 today for all information.
It's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
Well, it's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah, on your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
Fam. We in the building. Black Power, man. It's the boy Swab Boss. Y'all should already know what it is. Man, shout out to the family, man. Being on the track, Z on the cam, that's snapping on fam. Shout out to Solomon, the commissioner, the greatest debate league in the world, the only debate league on YouTube. The originators of this shit. Shout out to Knowledge One Allah. I do the Knowledge Radio, Knowledge One Allah on YouTube, man. Shout out to the AOI, Holly Gold, man, Brandon Bay, Wicked, Radical, Ampu, Pro Black Grounds, Katrina the King, James 13, Anti-Bully Inc. Shout out to the judges, shout out to the peers, and shout out to the reason we here, the people of S.V.D.L. Appreciate y'all presence, man. See if I can check that channel we need. The channel we need. G-Dap, Chris, Karaya, Shabo. Peace to you. Shout out to my brother Gold, man. Let me see what my banner ain't at the bottom. There you go. Join the league, support the argument league. We definitely not turning right there. We definitely in the building another day. That linky is out there, man. If motherfuckers want to jump on, you slow motherfucker. Yeah, man. So, how y'all doing today? I hope everybody jiggy. Let's see if I can move that. Yeah. Hope everybody jiggy. Life treating them good. You already know what we on. Another day of good content. Black intellectual excellence. Oh. Yeah, man. Shit is real. Shit is real. Yeah, that motherfucker speed up, man. Yeah, shit is real, man. So y'all already know what it is, what we on. Shout out to the league. I know I got one coming up. Pro Black. My fellow AOI brother has stepped up to the plate to take the most feared debate to date. Did the Egyptians come to the Americas? I say yeah. He's standing on the premise of no. And we're going to get it in, man. This is the one that made Chris quit and go argue with the Israelites. Hey, Solomon, what you be doing to these niggas, man? For real, man. I be minding my own business, but niggas be salty at you. Niggas really be shitty. About you. So, I know you're showing them got one coming up. So that should be jiggy. But, yeah, we gonna try to reschedule that Nandy debate. Solo hit me with a text checking. Shit, I ain't heard from you. What's good? Shit, Struckville. Shout out to Leonard. Keep going. Crosswalk stop on red. Yield to pedestrian after stopping on flashing. Shit, I think we supposed to keep going. Okay. Keep going then. Shit. And I don't think she's serious about it. I think she's trying to beef her way up out of it, but I don't give a fuck. I'm here to debate, and that's what we gonna do. So everybody tune in, man. Everybody tune in. Shit. Fuck around and get some extra time in the day and bless the people with one of them things. Shit. If you sure got time. You sure got time. Yeah, man, it's the most feared panel on earth. And that ain't no exaggeration. I ain't trying to make myself out to be no enemy. Niggas got more love for S.V.D.L than they got for S.V.D.L. What? Hey, you ain't know that? Niggas got more love for S.V.D.L than they got for S.V.D.L. Niggas got more love for the ops. Intellectual supremacy, man. For real. Motherfuckers know they just can't fuck with you. Motherfuckers know they just can't fuck with you, so they avoid that shit. Yeah, debate members, you scheduled 1,000 times, man. We supposed to been got that in, but she fucking up because she let me make a movie. It was just a debate. When she gave me all this goddamn time. So now, shit. Y'all will see. Y'all will see. It ain't gonna be none of that KOT shit. It ain't gonna be none of that. That's my time. That's my time. So I just wanna get these 3 minutes out. And you can hide these other 7 minutes and do what you want with them. Nah, we ain't fucking around like that. We ain't fucking around like that. We gonna keep it all the way thorough. Thorough from the borough. Did the Egyptians come to America? What was worth the transatlantic of the Arab slave trade? Shout out to Shay. Peace to the fam, bam. It's called work, man. It's called not crying. It's called not bickering, not complaining. It's called work. You know, that's what it looked like when a motherfucker be on the panel by themselves for 12 hours. Refuting the Bible. Refuting miseducation of the earth. Unbalanced logic of society. Everybody want things to be the way they prefer, the way that make them feel good. And they don't even know what the fuck they want. They don't even know what the fuck they want. They just know that day, I don't want to feel like this. At this moment, I don't want to feel like this. I don't really got no plan. I ain't really, prepared. But once again, here's another obstacle in my way. Oh man. Here's another obstacle. What do I do? Who do I get mad at? Who do I cuss out? Who do I turn people against? Niggas talking about boycotting the argument league. Yeah, that shit is hilarious because I got the people boycotting the argument league, and these motherfuckers believe the earth is a goddamn cylinder. I believe the earth is a goddamn pyramid, a motherfucking cube. They believe the earth is a bunch of shit. Oh man, that nigga suave, man. I can't deal with that, man. That nigga just he too stupid. He unlogical. That nigga be doing too much, man. All he want to do is argue. That's why he named the channel the Argument League. That's all he know how to do. I heard Dumbo name. I heard Rio name in the conversation for the MVP. Everybody know ain't no motherfucking choice being made on that MVP this year, nigga. I ate that motherfucker. And they hung up. Somebody been calling me unknown. I don't answer unknown calls, you know, but it happens. But somebody's been calling me back to back to back. Unknown. They don't want me to know who they is when they calling me. So they blocking their number in 2022. Y'all still know how to block y'all number in 2022? Huh? Y'all still know how to hide in 2022? Damn, that's a shame. You ain't got no stop sign or nothing, fam. What the fuck is you doing? Niggas still know how to block their numbers and not say nothing. Motherfucker been calling me for a week. Nah. Been calling me for a week. Come on, man. What you finna do, man? Don't fucking play. There you go, you ignorant motherfucker. Been calling me for a week and then I answer. And the motherfucker hang up. Ha! Ooh. Ooh. I'm getting unknown phone calls. I guess I better watch my back, y'all. Because somebody that I don't know gonna get me. Suave, how you doing on how's morale? Things have been rough on many fronts, even for just what we see for a while now. You're in a difficult position. I hope you are okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I sure do appreciate it. I mean, difficulty is subjective. You know what I'm saying? Difficulty is subjective. And all I gotta do, this been the easiest thing about life for me. It ain't never been easy. It ain't never been harmless. It ain't never been, you know, it ain't never been sweet. But here's the code. Here's the glitch. Here's the cheat code. Just be you. All you got to do is be you. The moment you stop being you and you start playing these games with people, you compromise yourself. Now, that don't mean you can't make it out or survive or whatever it is, but why compromise yourself? I don't understand that. Why compromise yourself? Let everybody do them and you do you. Let everybody do them and do you, man. The people that want to fuck with us gonna fuck with us. The people that don't, not. That's how it's been since birth. I don't give a fuck if your mama and your daddy don't fuck with you. Shit, that's just what it is. The people that's gonna fuck with you gonna fuck with you. The people that's not, not. That's just what it is. Shit. But at the end of the day, I got my health. I got Katrina. You know, my day one still fucking with me. How they fuck with me. My day one still fuck with me the way they fuck with me. We don't never gotta play with the niggas. Nicholas Pickles in the building, peace. Yeah, we ain't never gotta play with them niggas. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. G that. Yeah, I'm jiggy, man. Shit, that's not my job, man, to compete with niggas and being stressed. That's just not it. I don't, I don't fuck around like that. Shit. I wake up every day, kiss my girl, rub my dog's head, talk to my kids, talk to my dad yesterday, called my uncle. It was his birthday. Uh, it was my other uncle's funeral. I don't go to funerals, and it was like just way too far out of town. So You know, motherfuckers called me a couple days before, like, yeah, Uncle passed. You going to the funeral? Nah, I ain't gonna be able to go. It's my mama's brother, so depending on how you believe, and you know, my mama got a brother with her. Depending on how you believe it, we get a head of lettuce, some salad, and then we can go about our bed. Oh, she is moving. Okay. So, yeah. But other than that, we jiggy. All right. There's something chicken. Okay, well, let's get something chicken. Breast of the thigh. I'm going with the breast. Going with the breast. That salmon was fire as fuck. I probably do need to drive there. This don't even say. Motherfucker say something else. Let me see. I'll get something jiggy. Yeah, that link is there, man. Motherfuckers avoid that. Hey, you can't get mad at motherfuckers for protecting their peace, though. Tell the truth. You just cannot. But, let me see. All right. Oh, man. You need to get breakfast sausage. Breakfast. For breakfast. Man, I hope y'all doing G, man. I really do. But don't tell me ain't no more purpose. Yeah, y'all close this motherfucker down. That's crazy. Fucking turkey bacon. Turkey bacon. I don't see no turkey sausage though. Somebody ran through here and snatched that shit. Snatched the shit out that shit. It's all good though. It's all good. Oh, that should be good, man. I get some water. Some water and a couple things to drink. I'll be good. Alright. Here we go. Some cranberry juice. Gotta get the cranberry. Can't fuck up like that. Think I still got some grape juice. What tea to get? I do need to drink hella fucking water. All I see is Aquafina. Let me get some of that Aquafina too. Thanks. Aquafina. All right. All right, it should be good. Should be good. Where's the bread? Okay, right here. The red. Shopping with Suave Boss. Let me grab a couple of these. I could get out the busy world's way. Cool ass nigga not watching where he's going, trying to look cool, ran into the goddamn. That shit crazy. All you gotta do is be present. All you gotta do is be present, be you, man. Motherfuckers feel all types of ways. Old ass niggas trying to talk shit. Shit, I'm 40, but I ain't old. Y'all niggas old, bro. Y'all niggas stressed out, old, man, not active, man. Niggas in this motherfucker falling off. It's all good, man. It's all good. Alright. Damn, ain't no bags over here. Here we go.
Select from list or key in the item's code.
It's an onion. It's an onion. It's an onion. I did it. All right, thank you. Hold on, y'all, my bad. Get this shit together. Get about this motherfucker. Hey, yo. Come in the back with me for a minute, brother. Say like you lettuce.
Item's code or lower item. Select from list or
Okay, hold on. Go back. Let me see if it's scan. Okay, it's scanned. Okay. Bell pepper.
Select from list or key in the item's code.
Hey, I don't see bell pepper. There we go. I got one of them things. Cool. Cool. Moving on. Scan there. Strawberries. That's how your strawberries. Okay. Cucumber and tomato.
Select from list or key in the item's code.
Cucumber. There it is. I mean, I got one. No stress.
Key in the item's code.
Okay. Tomato gotta go.
Select from list or key in the item's code.
What I selected them. Okay. Next. Next. Yeah, man. Niggas quit. Like, nah, man, I'm just not going on an argument league no more. I'm still going to debate. Yeah, when your next debate? I ain't got one set up right now because I ain't been able to go on an argument league. That nigga Swan. Damn, that's what happened? Hell yeah, man. That nigga Swan being unfair on the panel. And I called Solar. Solar said, man, that's Swab channel. Can't do nothing about that. For real, you can't? Nah. Nah, I can't do nothing about that. That boy China. Excuse me. They told me he set this onion inside for some reason.
Select from list or key in the item's code.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Like that nigga Swab just won't perv out with us, man. He won't let us watch no strippers on his panel. Uh, that nigga Swab just being unacceptable right now. I don't know what's gotten into him. I don't know what's gotten into him.
Insert hash or select payment type.
Damo in the building. So what you cooking? Shit. I just got a couple fruits, vegetables, chicken breast. Probably going through that chicken breast shit. You're. Oh no, that's not mine. Thank you. So yeah, that's all it is, man. You just gotta stay you while everybody figure out who they is. You just gotta stay you while everybody figure out who the fuck they is. That's it. I been knew who I was. I hate this motherfucking panel. The year. Niggas is like, I wanna be you. No, fuck it. I wanna be Domo now. No, fuck it. I wanna be Yashar now. No, fuck it. I wanna be the Moonflower. Like, damn, what's up? You don't know who you is? I'm flat earth. No, I'm mal earth. No, I'm pyramid earth. Damn, homie, what's up? You don't know who you is? Not like you. Not like you. Suave, you tripping. A suave tripping. Yeah, you tripping. Shit. Let me trip then, my nigga. You travel how you travel, let me travel how I travel then, nigga. If I'm tripping with no mat, if I'm tripping, how we get to the same spot? With me tripping and you being the diligent person you are. That's a squad tripping, but we traveling together. Nah, damn. Oh, you thought that's what it was. You. Polo Tink Tink. The Tinklets. Okay, my bad. Hey, we back. Shout out to Domo doing his special pop-up appearance. It's the Argument League 2. I'm the Argument League 1. Shit. Nah, but that's what it is. Niggas feel some type of way about being their intellectual property being in danger. I'm like, yeah, that shit sure is. Embarrassing niggas out of here. You see what happened to Sanchez. Hey, what happened to Sanchez? Hey, where that nigga Flat Earth trying to what? He still doing Flat Earth content? Nah. Damn, what happened? Damn, homie. Last year you was Flat Earth, homie. What the fuck happened to you? Damn, homie. Last year you was Flat Earth, homie. What the fuck happened to you? I debated Swag. He came with the mob. He did the job. Now I'm talking about God. Took niggas out their doctrine. Several times. Took Akmalak up out of Flat Earth. Blew up out of that Torah Night bullshit. Sanchez up out of Flat Earth. Who else did I fucking change their whole goddamn doctrine? Beating they shit up till it done ain't no sense no more. Till it don't make sense no more. most feared link in YouTube. Yeah, man, I can't even taunt a nigga to get on this motherfucker. Niggas be swearing. I can't even taunt a nigga to hit that link. Like, yo, y'all scared. No, we just standing our ground, proving our point, big homie. You can't talk to yourself forever. Shit, yes, I can. With the few couple comments come up out of that, I'm just talk about that shit. I just talk about that shit. Niggas that don't know the history of the earth. I mean, but the history of the earth has been construed. I can't sit up here and act like everybody's supposed to know exactly what's going on. Everybody think they got the answer. Everybody think they read the book. Everybody think they watched the lecture that put them on top of the information. You know, really can't be mad at these motherfucking petty motherfuckers. Cause they ain't got it. Peace of sister kid in the building. She said she hope everything is good with everybody. That's a fact. That's what we need. We need everything to be good with everybody, you know? Yeah, so chicken breast, man, probably smothered in something. You know, baked chicken breast with some onions, some bell peppers, potatoes, you know, good old fashioned 15th, 14th century. Like, how old is that meal? Chicken and baked potatoes. Baked chicken and potatoes. How old is that meal? That motherfucker 1,000 years old. How long niggas been eating chicken with potatoes? That's some historical shit. Eating like the ancestors. I think KLT said it. My family wrote this book, family. And that's why their name is Cyrus and Titus. That's why we got the book of Romans in that, family. Because what you would understand, family, is that Israelites was Roman too, family. This book is perfect. This book is perfect, uncorrupted. It's the true word of God. That's why all these old ass crackers able to go in and change it how the fuck they please, family, because they was ordained by the Most High, family, to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do to this book, family. And that's what they did. What they do, whatever the fuck they wanted to. Damn, you did y'all shit like that. S.V.D.L Sparks in the building. S.V.D.L Sparks is in the building. Man. I ain't fucking it out. You light it the way I've been lighting it, family. That nigga tell you his ancestors, his family wrote the Bible and called you family. This nigga don't know who he related to. This nigga had no idea who the fuck he related to. Like KOT, you related to us or you related to the Romans? Who you related to? I want to know. Your family wrote that book Your family put all that misinformation in there. I spoke against the culture. Don't worry about it, family. That's it. Niggas mad, they gotta actually research and shit. Like, yo, what happened to your people, man? I thought they was on the rise. I played a whole, what was it? How long was that video? 6 hours? 6 hours? Motherfuckers ain't comment. KOT, the only one comment. He lying on the Bible. Well, show us where he lied. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about hitting the panel and showing him where he lied, but he never hit the panel. Turn the station. Niggas loud as hell. Got a lot of information for the echo chamber. Where information don't get corrected. Where people are free to believe. That's what niggas want. Niggas want to be free to believe. You want to be free to believe, man. Just whatever the fuck you want, huh? You want to be free to believe. The earth is the pyramid, huh? And you don't want nobody to push back on that shit? Nah, I want to debate it. How the fuck you gonna debate it? And you can't even have a mere conversation about it. No, I don't want to talk about it. I just want to debate it. All right, well, shout out to you. Set that shit over with KLT. Flat Earth for pyramid Earth. That should be next, right? KLT just did the True Justice debate saying that the Earth was flat. You said it's a pyramid. That should be the next debate, right? Nah, I wanted to debate Suave. I wonder why. First thing this nigga KLT did in the debate about flat Earth. Job, 5 and 2 family. What the fuck Job got to do with this? Who else have laid the foundations of the earth? Nigga, you talking about the foundation. If I said the foundation of this house is flat, yeah. Is the house flat? No. But the foundation is flat and level. Niggas don't want that information. Oh, no. You taking it out of context. Damn, you didn't take out of context when I laid the foundations of the earth? Yeah, the foundation of something can always be flat. That don't make it flat. Shit, motherfucking Epcot Center is a sphere. The foundation of it is flat. Come on, man. Go on by, man. You know, uh, that ain't what it is, family. That's something else. All right. I'll tell you what. You going into the language, and I'm gonna go into the language, and we gonna show each other what we see in the language. When you look at this word, what do your brain do? Maya Aisha Yamaha Alpha, peace to you. When you go into this word, what do your brain do? When you see the sentence, laid the foundations of the earth, what do your brain tell you that means? Could you explain that to me? Family, Could you get your family to explain that to me? Suave won't let us, Suave will give us manager, but then won't nobody listen to us. So we don't want manager. We want Suave to go live, get the stream popping, and then we want to come on and spew our bullshit to the people. That's what we want to do. Damn, that's fucked up. Niggas wanted that shit so bad, niggas naming channels after me. Naming channels after my quotes and shit. That's what it do though. That's how I've always affected the world. It ain't never been no different. See, that nigga Suave tripping, man. Hate that nigga. Hate that nigga, man. That nigga be up there talking all that logical shit, showing evidence and information and lining up the information and showing correlative factors. And then, you know, I want to get up there. Now that he got it warm, let me hit the panel. The earth is a pyramid. Our ancestors wrote the Bible. No, the Greeks told us that our ancestors wrote the Bible. Want the most glory. Let me put that on the screen right there. I just heard a golden coin hit the bottom of an empty bucket. That's human nature. Want the most glory with the least amount of effort. So now, let me not even argue with that. Let's say that is human nature. Do humans go against human nature? For me to do things and not want glory for it. For me to help people. For me to pay for things. For me to point people in the right direction and then not mention it at all. For me to be able to work, go live every week for going on 5 years, and still get niggas the manager, let them hit the link, get their shit off. Is that going against human nature? Is human nature seeing something you don't have and wanting it and extending it? Is human nature seeing someone in the opposite sex and being aroused and not being able to accept not having sex with them? Is human nature getting caught cheating and not wanting to be held accountable? Is that human nature? And if so, the people who don't move like that, are we consciously going against human nature? All right. We have to elevate above the base nature to maintain a good standard. You tried. They showed you what they're about. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, life is real busy right now. I ain't gonna lie. They can try to get it in this winter, come out this summer like, they can try to come out this summer like, sippity dippity shippity flippity gripping. Everybody that I'm with be dipping. What are you talking about? I'm steadily sipping. Niggas in the kitchen, water whipping. Trying to make up apps about a quad. Nigga do refuse to get a job. Sometimes I should make that shit hard. But most people just rely on God. For me, I'm kind of different against the odds. Searching through the flat, searching in the midnight in the fog. What? I'm on the couch right now listening. I had that time, man. Enjoy that couch time. Enjoy that couch time for real. That couch gonna take care of you. That couch gonna take care of you. Niggas gonna misuse you. See, I don't mind being used. That's the type of nigga that I am. I don't like being misused. I don't like being misused. People are the greatest resources on earth. So I know I need another person to help accomplish what I'm trying to do. You know? But people I've been trained to be on their own. I don't need nobody. I'm on my own. Nigga, you need a team. Tell the truth. You need a team of communicating specialists. People that specialize in the area to a degree that you're in communication with. That's called networking. But people want to do it by themselves. And then when they come to do it by themselves, they don't want to do it by themselves. They just don't want to admit they need your help. So then they try to do some finagling. Oh man, you dropped something. Yeah, well, since I helped you pick that up. People could come and say the craziest thing as long as they can legit back it up. It makes the debate interesting. Facts. Just bring your evidence. But when you have a crazy idea and they won't prove it, it's BS. Absolutely. See, people are the greatest resources on earth, but you can't misuse people. You use people, but you don't misuse people. You pay people. You treat people kind. And when you use them, you let other people know how good and how useful they work. You don't use people and then go act like you did it. That's misuse. A hammer's a great tool. You misuse it, it's garbage. A screwdriver is a great tool. You misuse it, it's garbage. People are the greatest resource. You ain't have other people. Gold don't matter, oil don't matter, Wi-Fi don't matter. Nothing matters. If you don't have other people, nothing matters. Humans are social beings. We're social beings. We get depressed when we're by ourselves. We get bitter. We get callous. We get cold. Upon seeing, and we die. Upon seeing other living things, humans get energized. It don't matter if it's a worm, a beetle, a bird. You ain't had nobody and you saw a worm poke his head up out the ground. You'll raise that worm. You'll take that worm as a pet. Name that worm. Feed it. Love it. But somehow civilization has got to the point where we so relied on cars, bikes, saws, modes of transportation, modes of strength, video games. It don't even matter about the video games today. The pocket video games, motherfuckers just have a tiger pocket video game. Now I'm not in no snowstorm. It's raining, but it ain't no snowstorm. It's warm out here. But I should loop what I said 1,000 times, man. Make y'all just listen to that till y'all get it. That's what I should do. But people just so disconnected from each other. They got the white people mad at the black people mad at the white people at the black people mad at the Mexicans. Mexican working like a motherfucker. He gonna hate y'all ass too. He gonna get right in the game. Why? Because y'all hated him? Y'all hated her. Now they get in a position of power. What they use their influence to do? Hate you. Is that human nature? If that's human nature, I don't want to be a human. I'd rather be an animal. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. And come on, she had to boil your water to wash the dishes because I was filling the hot tub up. I'm sorry. You used all the hot water filling up the hot tub. Oh man. You better get your ass in that hot tub. Fuck them dishes. I'll wash them dishes. These in the freezer, right? Easy. Finna up my water game. Say lucky. Yeah, just raining like a motherfucker. It's supposed to be snow. It will be snow, but you know. Yeah, but Indiana got that shit. We got that artificial heat maker. We control our weather in the Midwest. That's why we was the ones getting all them damn tornadoes and shit. Because we was experimenting first on weather control. So we good now. That snowstorm coming, we just raise the temperature, make sure it's rain by the time it hit here. Just make sure it's rain by the time it hit here. Man, shout out to the Word Sport Battlegrounds, man. Yo Escobar, man. Rio linking up with the Riot, Geechee Gotti. And this shit real. Y'all really seeing this shit? Y'all don't even know what y'all seeing. Some of y'all can't even admit what y'all seeing. I love being real, man. Let me chill these cameras out, because not the camera, the lights. Lights look like I'm playing with y'all. I love being real. I love being real. I don't gotta play. And that motherfucker look through, don't it? Y'all see that? Am I tripping? That motherfucker. Oh, man. Make sure I'm good over here first. Last night, I didn't even get an answer. Hey, shout out to Lima. Domo, he said, what we see, laugh about it. I missed it. Man, all right, all right, all right. Last night, I love being real. Niggas still trying to find out how that feel. I ain't never got a perk. I'm always putting work. I'm always putting work. 4 times. 4 times. Hold on. I guess I get this ketchup in this cup out of here since that look trifling. I see. Singing and answer. Girl, you just twerking in that freezer. Stop playing with everybody. Man, whatever feel like fixing, baby. And the way I feel, I won't let me down. Hey, shout out to Diddy Knowledge Radio, man. Shit is real in real life. Okay, here we go. Yeah, man, but the playoffs, motherfuckers got their minds on the playoffs, a piece of their mind. But she gonna be hella real. What's wrong? The Briar's Butter Pecan? Period. Yeah. When did you get it? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even know that. Yeah, I saw it. For real. Yeah, that motherfucker was across the damn street. Hell no. Hell no. Uh-huh. I be this hating ass thing too, trying to pop up. Oh yeah, pro black. I'm getting that work together for you, man. I hope you all right, man. I hope you all right. You got to do better than stand there and laugh at me. Okay, I'm about to say what the fuck. You got to do better than stand there and laugh at me, dog. And the way I feel, yeah, nah. Oh man, Lima, it's all good, man. It happens. It happens. Shit. I'm as good over here as I am over there. Niggas wasn't sending those super chats anyway. Shit. You know what I'm saying? The AdSense shit is dead. I just can't share people content and like I can't add shit to my playlist on YouTube. It's little goofy shit. Yeah, but it's all good though. It's all good though. We ain't even tripping. We ain't even tripping. We ain't even tripping. We ain't even tripping. Okay, connected. All right. It's good. Pop, pop. Cause niggas can't stand to see another nigga make it. I think that should be good, right? You gotta hear me a little way that I drop my flow, bring it to the fucking E to the O. I'ma let you hoes know the deal. You can't fuck with me. Is it gonna come back? Yeah, it's gonna come back. Yeah, it's gonna come back. It took me 2 weeks or some goofy shit like that. Like 2 weeks or some goofy shit like that. You near it? You near it? Do you near? As they ain't even have no turkey sausage neither. I know. I was just thinking they ain't have no turkey sausage. As long as they don't get cheaper with the water, shit. But Aquafina definitely using them dollar store brand bottles. Definitely. I don't know. Thanks to and the way I feel. Bum skibbity bum hop. Hell nah. But pride won't let me down. Tell me. Let's see. She got me singing that dumbass song, man. That was crazy. It is what it is. Oh shit, that is what I've been trying to do right. I got a new fucking video from America, but what's it? Yeah, I ain't like that motherfucker. He steady with it, y'all over there. I'm telling you, man, the nigga got that information. Motherfuckers can play. Scar Beauty say she don't like that nigga voice. You know what I'm saying? Other shit, but at the end of the day, that information is irrefutable. It's Lima in the building. Don't ever get it twisted. What's good, sis?
Wow, what's going on?
Why you ain't nothing nice? What's happening?
Nothing, man. I've been working, but I'm like, what's going on? So it's gonna be up though.
Yeah, it's gonna be back up. I posted a fucking clip about the vaccine from Fox News, and they dumbass violated fucking
YouTube.
YouTube policy, got my ass up out of there.
Oh man. Look, I was watching that video about with your old boy on there, and he was up there saying, that Jesus never died, and man, I ain't never heard that in my life. How people miss that all these years?
No, I debated that the first season on Solo Vision Debate League. Who did I have with that? Was it Claim? I think it was Claim Your Inheritance. I'm not sure, but yeah, I debated did Jesus survive the crucifixion.
Yeah,
And
don't pull that video down because I am going to over the weekend research it and write every scripture he said. I'm gonna have to verify that for myself.
yeah, I mean when you read it, yeah, they giving them hyssop and myrrh. Those are healing agents. You know what I'm
Wow. When I
saying?
was listening to that, I was like, oh, the Israelite, the people not gonna like to hear this.
Yeah. I mean, shit. At this point, they're in a neutral feeling. It's just fuck the world. They don't fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? We can't fuck with them. Like that, I think they done trying to convince people that what they talking about is the truth and shit. They just at this point they
No.
just condemning motherfuckers.
Yeah,
And
but
if
how
you
can you
convert, you
condemn it
convert.
if it's telling you in the book itself that he didn't die? I ain't never heard of that.
He said, "Touch me not, man. What you doing touching me, fam? I'm fucked up right now."
Man, I was at work, and you should see how I was looking at these children. I had my earpiece in.
Uh,
I'm like, what did he just say?
yeah, that's why I fucks with it. That's why I fucks
Man.
with it.
Yeah, you get a lot of information from your show, so I just want you to stay encouraged.
I got you. I got you. Don't even worry about it. We gonna be here. We gonna be here no matter how thin and thick it get.
Yeah, I'm
Thin the
gonna
people,
rewind
thick the
that though.
trouble.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
rewind
got
that
you.
and I'm gonna research that myself.
That's hard. That's what's up. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Yeah, man. The dude, I mean, check out his channel. It's called The Real Merkable. He got
The re-
a ton of shit on there. Yeah.
the real Merkable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never heard of that.
Facts.
Oh,
I'm finna find something there to play. I'm gonna see what's good.
all
Hold
right
on.
then.
All right, for sure, sis. I appreciate you. Leave me, man. Take care.
All right. I'll be back in the chat.
Bet.
All right.
Bet. Hold on, y'all. Hold dizzle my nizzles. Uh, um, hold on 1 second. Hold on.
really get into it and research it, because you don't know who believes in what, and how to really attack certain Hebrews. Because what'll happen is you'll find that Hebrew will say, well, I don't believe in the New Testament, or well, I don't believe in this, well, I don't think he came from this tribe, I don't think he came from that tribe. So the thing is, I have to address what I've been hearing. So let me say this first before I go any further. If I say something that does not fit with your Hebrew Israelite doctrine, that does not fit with what you believe as a Hebrew, understand that it does fit with somebody's doctrine. It fits with one of these Hebrews because they have addressed it to me, or I have spoken to them about this specific thing. So if I say something about the New Testament, don't say, well, we don't believe in the New Testament. Well, some Hebrews do. So let me get that out the way first. So according to the Hebrew Israelites, this thing really begins with the end of the flood, the whole Noah's Ark story. We all know Noah and his family was spared because they had the only bloodline that wasn't tainted by evil or corrupted by evil. So they were spared. Now, after the flood, they was, of course, left with the task of repopulating the planet. Now, Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Now, according to the Hebrews, Ham would basically be the father of the African race. They would be where the Egyptians and the Africans come from. They come from the line of Ham. Now, Japheth is supposed to be where, depending on which Hebrew you speak to, where the white race or where the Asians come from, Japheth. And Shem would basically be where Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and according to the Hebrew Israelites, African Americans come from the line of Shem. Now, depending on which Hebrew you speak to, this varies, and they always go back and forth about who came from what tribe and what, but I want to address basically what I've been hearing or what I've been researching so far. Also, the Hebrews are also saying that the Israelites are black. They are the true Jews. So these white Jews who we've grown up to know as Jews, and the Jews who we see in the Holocaust, according to the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, these Jews are not the real Jews. They are imposters. And really, the African Americans, the people who are enslaved in America, are the true Jews and are the Hebrew Israelites, a part of the 12 tribes, along with Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, and Native Americans, or what have you, depending on which Hebrew you speak to. But these are the real 12 tribes of Israel, the real Israelites, the real Hebrews, not these guys, the people who we have grown up to know as Jews. So that's one of the main things that they stress in the doctrine. Also, they also believe that black people, African Americans in America, did not come from Africa. They came from Israel. Now, that's one of the main parts of the doctrine that I really disagree with, and we're going to get into all that. Now, let me make it clear that I do not disagree with anybody being black. I don't disagree with Noah being black. I don't disagree with Moses being black. As a matter of fact, if you read the Bible, if you read Exodus, it tells you that Moses was able to blend in with the Egyptians. And we know the ancient Egyptians was black. So, of course, Moses had to be black. I don't disagree with Jesus being black. I don't disagree with the Israelites being black. The whole thing is, if they were black or if they were white, this raises a lot more questions that I think the Hebrews and a lot of other people don't see. It raises questions that I think people don't know to ask. And I'm going to point out these questions later on. But also, it doesn't matter if they was black, because it does not prove anything. Even if they were black or what have you, it doesn't prove the Bible correct. It doesn't prove the doctrine is correct. It doesn't prove anything. So to me, if you want to say they black or whatever, okay, they was black. And obviously, if the Bible was real, if Jesus was real, of course they was black. So let me make it clear, I don't have a problem with anybody being black. So according to the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, the reason why black people was enslaved in America is because they disobeyed God. They broke God's covenant. Now remember, they are saying that the slaves that were enslaved in America are not from Africa, but they are in fact from Israel. They are from the 12 tribes of Israel. And the whole reason why they were in America being enslaved is because of God's covenant, and they broke God's covenant and they disobeyed God. Now they go to Deuteronomy 28 and point to Deuteronomy because it says what would happen to the Israelites if they disobeyed God. So when you go to Deuteronomy 28:68, it says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Now, according to the Hebrews, Egypt is not actual Egypt. They are saying that Egypt, what they're referring to here when they speak of Egypt, is slavery, not Egypt itself, but slavery. Now it says, and the Lord will bring thee into Egypt again with ships. By the way thereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. So they point to this verse as saying, see, the Bible warned us that if we disobey God, this is what happened to us, and we disobey God, and we went to America, and they point to America as being Egypt or being a place of slavery because, of course, slavery took place in America. But, of course, some people are going to say, well, America is not Egypt. Now, if you look at the back of a $1 bill, you will, of course, see the pyramid on the back of a dollar. We know that that's a part of a crest. That's a part of a crest, the American crest. You know, the other side is the eagle, and the other side is the Egyptian pyramid. But, of course, if you go to Kemet, everybody knows that they got those symbols from Kemet, from Egypt. And here's the originals, and here's what they stole. So we can clearly see that. So the Hebrews are saying that the Bible was trying to tell us that, you know, slavery took place in Egypt, where the Hebrews was enslaved. And of course, according to the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, they were also enslaved in America. So the Bible, that verse, Deuteronomy 28:68, was telling us that they would go to Egypt or into bondage or in slavery, and America is representing Egypt with that whole Egyptian pyramid. So we're going to get into later on that whole pyramid thing and the crest on a dollar bill. I'm going to get into that later on and explain that later. But of course, when you start reading Deuteronomy 28, you can see what they mean by the whole slavery thing and what took place, because it really describes slavery, what was going on in America. So, you know, let's go to Deuteronomy 28:45. Now, when you go to Deuteronomy and you start reading 45, it says, moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee and overtake thee till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever, because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart for the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. Now, when you read this as a black person, when you go back and you just look at the pictures from slavery, you can see that they are describing things that actually happened during slavery. I mean, you can see the pictures of the iron around the slave's neck. So it's like when you read in Deuteronomy, it's almost like it's really predicting the future and what happened. You know, I can understand as a person who is not learned, or who doesn't do any research, or who doesn't know what's really going on, how anybody can listen to the Hebrew Israelite doctrine and kind of fall for it and kind of believe it, because I mean, it's really describing what's going on. But the whole thing is this: if you do not do any research, if you don't understand history, if you don't understand what we can actually prove, then you will fall victim to this. You will fall for this whole doctrine. And the reason why I am not one of you Hebrews or falling for this doctrine is because I know what's going on. I can understand why the Bible is saying that and what that means. So I'm not going to go in there and say, oh, well, the Bible didn't mean that, and give you a different interpretation of what Deuteronomy is saying. Because to me, Deuteronomy is clearly talking about slaves, clearly talking about black slaves. There's no way around that. I'm going to admit that 100%. Now, the thing is, later on, I'm going to show you why it's saying that, and it's going to make more sense than what these Hebrews is telling you. And I'm going to give you proof, and I'm going to back it up with proof and common sense and sources. They're not going to give you any of that. So you have to understand something about the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Let me say this, because in order for their doctrine to work, they have to change a lot of things. In order for their doctrine to fit and to be what they want it to be, they have to change and modify history. And the problem with that is history is still history. It's proven history. So when you do the research and you go back and look at certain things, you can see clearly what's up and what's going on. I'm gonna point these things out in this video, so hopefully people will wake up and understand what's going on. Now, another thing I want to explain is the two kinds of Hebrews. I want to just go into two different types of Hebrews that I've been encountering, over the years, who's, speaking about this doctrine. Now, you got the one Hebrews who believe in the New Testament. They completely believe in Jesus and worship Jesus and love Jesus. Those are the dumb Hebrews to me. Now, no disrespect, but then you got the Hebrews who don't believe in the New Testament. They said the New Testament is completely fraudulent, it's bullcrap, and they don't believe in it and they don't follow it. They don't believe in Jesus, and they believe the whole thing is some kind of Roman trick and a setup. Now, one of the reasons why those Hebrews don't believe in the New Testament is because the New Testament kind of takes away from the whole the specialness of the Hebrew Israelites. It takes away from them being set apart, because in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and say, it don't matter if you're Greek or Jew, Gentile, whatever, everybody can be saved. We are all the same. We are all equal. Forget that whole set apart Hebrew Israelite stuff. Everybody is the same as long as you have faith and believe in the Holy Spirit and Jesus and all this and that, you can go to heaven. So they don't like that. They don't like the whole anybody can be saved and all this and that, and they don't like that. They like the Old Testament where they say we are special, we are set apart, we are Yahweh's people, we are God's people, we are different from everybody else, and the white people are going to die and die. And the ones who usually lean towards not believing in the New Testament are the real racist ones. Well, I shouldn't say racist, or the ones who really hate white people. Those are the ones who lean more towards not believing in the New Testament. Now, the reason why I call the Hebrews who believe in the New Testament stupid is because when you accept Jesus, the whole Jesus argument, it kind of like, what's the point of the whole Hebrew Israelite argument? What's the point of pointing all this stuff out when Jesus comes along in the New Testament and says that all you got to do is believe in me, all you got to do is have faith, believe in the Holy Spirit, and we can all go to heaven. We are all equal. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand that, the Hebrews who believe in the New Testament want to come out and point out the fact that these white Jews are not the true Jews, that they are frauds. But the Bible also tells you that they will be frauds. Revelation describes that, they will be rich and they'll have money. And those Jews do not fit the whole description of Deuteronomy. So, it's almost clear. And, you can't really fault yourself for people not reading the Bible and understanding what it says. But, when you accept Jesus Christ and that doctrine, you also accept all of the problems that Jesus Christ comes with. The whole parallel with the Son, the whole parallel with Zoroastrianism and all the other things that the New Testament, has issues with. So you accept all that baggage when you accept the New Testament. Now, for those Hebrews who only subscribe to the Old Testament, this is the problem. Most of these Hebrews still read the King James Version. They still swear by the King James Version and saying the same things like, King James was a Hebrew and he was black and this and that. They still stick with the King James Version. Now, the problem with that is this. The King James Version contains the Old and New Testament. So when you think critically, when you use critical thinking, if the New Testament is fraudulent, then the whole King James Bible has to be fraudulent. Because if they went through the trouble of creating the fraudulent New Testament, meaning they created it because they did not want to give you any truth, they wanted to deceive you, why would they then give you the truth in the Old Testament? So basically, if the New Testament was created to deceive you, why would they create it to deceive you, then put it in a book along with the truth that they're trying to deceive you from? So if the Old Testament is the truth and you believe in it because it's the truth, then why would they give it to you if they were trying to deceive you with the New Testament, if you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so here's the thing. For the Hebrews who actually accept the New Testament and the Old Testament, as I said before, Jesus comes along in the New Testament and he says we are all equal, we are all one. So yeah, I understand they want to prove their point that these Jews who everybody think are Jews, these white Jews, are imposters It doesn't really matter when the New Testament and Jesus comes along and says, I don't care if you're Greek or Jew, as long as you believe in me and believe in my word and believe in the Holy Spirit and all that, you can go to heaven, you can be saved, we can all be forgiven of our sins. It doesn't matter what color, race, or creed you are. As long as you accept Christ, as long as you accept his words, you can be saved. So it doesn't really matter. You might as well be a Christian, as far as I'm concerned. But for the Hebrews who only accept the Old Testament, now there's a problem as well, because, the Old Testament is really old and we don't have the actual original copies. Same thing with the New Testament. We don't have the originals. We have copies of copies. So it makes it hard for us to go to the Old Testament and say, this is correct. It is the right thing. And that's one of the problems with religion. No matter what you want to say, no matter how much we go back and forth and disagree with each other, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, when the debate is done, you still have to have faith. I don't. I have my points. I can put my points out there and say, this is my proof against it. But when you present your case at the end of the day, you still have to have faith, because there's no proof, which is why the religion requires faith. Now, for the Hebrews who I do speak to in the comment section, it's usually the same argument. They'll say something like, I don't understand what the Bible was saying because I'm not filled with the Holy Spirit. Or I can't understand what the Bible was saying. I can't interpret it the correct way because I'm not a Hebrew. There's always something to that effect on my interpretation of the Bible, or when I give them a Bible verse that goes against something that they're saying. So there's always some kind of excuse like that. It's always about the Bible. Hebrews always go into the Bible and use the Bible to try to prove their point. And my whole thing is this. The Bible itself is in question. So you cannot use the Bible as proof as if it is a proven source. The Bible is not proven. So you can't go into the Bible to prove the Bible is correct when the Bible itself is in question. Now, the reason why they go into the Bible, because it's in question and it's not proven and it's left up to interpretation, which is why in this video, I'm going to use history. And history is what's going to really show you the truth about this whole Hebrew Israelite doctrine. And this is stuff that we can prove and stuff that we know is true and stuff that has been written down by numerous people and has been substantiated. So understand, when I use a Bible verse, when I quote the Bible verse, when I quote Bible verses in this video or in any of my videos, I do so because they use the Bible and I have to show what they are using to prove my point. Like I was saying before, you can't be a Hebrew and believe in the New Testament, walking around saying that we are all set apart and the Jews are special when you believe in the New Testament. And Jesus comes along in the New Testament and says we are all the same. We are all equal. Doesn't matter if you're Jew or Greek. It doesn't matter. So this is why I use Bible verses to help prove my point. But now, let me get into this information. Let me get into it because I don't want to take up too much time. But as I was saying earlier, I can understand why a lot of people really go for the Hebrew Israelite doctrine when it comes to the whole Deuteronomy part. Now, it's going to really be geared more towards black people in our whole, relation with slavery. Every black person who reads that Deuteronomy is going to feel that verse. Deuteronomy 28, 45 through 49, where you're just reading it. And other verses as well. You can understand that. You can understand where it's coming from, and it's like, man, that has to be the truth. As I said before, I'm not going to refute who it's talking about. It is clearly 100% talking about African slaves. There's no way around that. But here's the thing. This is the problem. The reason why people are reading Deuteronomy and thinking it's the real thing and thinking that, the whole Hebrew Israelite doctrine has to be true, is because they are thinking that Deuteronomy is the same as the original Bible when it's not. So people are reading the Bible. They read in Deuteronomy 28, and they are thinking that it says the exact same thing that Moses wrote when he wrote the Torah, when he wrote the 5 books. So they think it's the exact same thing as the ancient manuscripts. They think it's saying the exact same thing. So, of course, when you read Deuteronomy 28 and you read from 45 to 49 and you read all of the parts that's talking about slavery, you would read that and you would think, wow, they wrote that way back in ancient times. They wrote that way before slavery happened. So they knew it's prophecy. They knew what was going to happen to us. And it's describing exactly what happened to the African Americans in America as far as slavery history, so it's some kind of prophecy. But as I said, the problem is this is not so. And if you don't do any research, you're not going to understand what took place and what happened. And I'm going to go through the history of this because I have to do it in order for you to understand what happened. Now, remember, we do not have the original 5 books of Moses. We don't have the originals. We don't have the original New Testament. We don't have the original Old Testament. We don't have any originals. We have copies of copies, and all of these copies are different from each other. All of the codexes, all of the codices are different from each other. So understand, like, these Hebrews are using the King James Version. Most of them subscribe to the King James Version. The problem is you want the Old Testament in its original Hebrew. And that's been a problem over the centuries, trying to get the Old Testament to fit what it originally said. And so many people, so many scholars and kings and rulers have put time and money into trying to get the translation correct for whatever reason. I'm going to go into that later. But as it stands today, the oldest copy, the oldest complete copy of the Old Testament in Hebrew is the Leningrad Codex. The Leningrad Codex is the oldest complete Old Testament in Hebrew. Now, of course, the Dead Sea Scrolls is older than the Leningrad Codex. It's much older than the Leningrad Codex, but the Dead Sea Scrolls is not complete. The Dead Sea Scrolls is in a lot of pieces. Now, the Aleppo Codex used to be the oldest complete Old Testament in Hebrew, and as a matter of fact, the Aleppo Codex is actually a better quality codex than the Leningrad Codex, but in 1947 it disappeared because the UN established a Jewish state in Palestine, and there was a rebellion that went on there, there was riots that went on there, and it disappeared, and it didn't turn up until like 1957, 1958, and it was missing a lot of pages. Then the Leningrad Codex became the oldest complete Old Testament written in Hebrew. Now, as I said before, a lot of Hebrews do not reference those codices. They stick to the King James Version. And when I point these things out later on and show you how the King James Version is different, you can see where Deuteronomy is going to be different. But it's a lot of history that goes with it for you to understand where I'm coming from. So I'm going to get into that. Now, as I said, I don't have a problem with the Hebrew Israelites being black. I don't have a problem with Jesus being black and all that. But I have a problem with King James being a black man. Now, I understand for the Hebrew Israelite doctrine that he has to be black, because then you would say, well, a white man gave us the King James Version. But to refute all that, they say, well, King James was a black man. They have to, they doctrine depends on King James being a black man, because then every black person can say, well, that doctrine came from a white man. King James was a white king. Look at his mom. Look at his dad. They was white. They were Scots. He was white, but that he has to be black in order for the whole Hebrew Israelite doctrine to work. But then you have to ask yourself a few questions. Why would they accept the doctrine of a black man when they are enslaving black people? If, according to the Hebrews, if he was a Hebrew, if he was an Israelite, King James, why would they accept his doctrine? Why would they accept the doctrine of this black man, these white people? Then later on, why would they hide the fact that he was black? Now, when you look up King James, they obviously do not tell us that he was a black man. When you see the pictures, he's a white man. When you see pictures of his family, they are white, his parents are white. They are obviously hiding the fact that he was black, if he was black. But why would they go through the trouble of hiding the fact that he was a black man, but then turn around and give us his doctrine and say it's the truth? If they hide the fact that he was black, then they're trying to deceive us. So why would we expect them to give us any truth in his Bible? Why would we expect that? So if the Bible was saying, and the whole Hebrew Israelite doctrine is saying, that we would be enslaved to our enemies, so that's this white man, our enemy, why would we expect our enemy to give us the truth? Now, regardless of what you want to say, that King James is a black man and he wrote the Bible, who distributed the Bible? Who passed that Bible throughout America? Who got that Bible around? It wasn't us. It wasn't black people. It was the white man. A black man did not invent the printing press. Black people did not own these printing shops and these companies around America. They was owned by white men. They could have changed the text at any time. King James died, soon after the King James Version came out. I think it was 1620 or 1620 something. But why would we expect them to give us any truth? Now, the Hebrews walk around all day saying, the white man is the devil. The white man is the devil. Well, why would we expect the devil to give us any truth? Why would we expect them to care about our soul so much and to care about us understanding who we are to give us the truth in the King James doctrine, but then not tell us that King James was a black man? Now, this raises even more questions when it comes to the Bible itself and this whole issue of color. Because this is what I was talking about early in the video. It raises too many questions for Jesus to be black or white, Moses to be black or white, and them not definitively tell us. Now, there are a few instances in the Bible when it describes something as being black or white. Now, we know that the Romans were white, we know the Greeks was white, and according to the Hebrews, the Israelites were black. So if these are supposed to be eyewitness accounts, we know it's supposed to be eyewitness accounts of Jesus' crucifixion. So they could see that Jesus was a black man and the Jews were black, but the Roman soldiers had to be white, that the Greeks were white. So why is it not a definitive description of black and white in the Bible? Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, well, color don't matter. Maybe they didn't want to make a point of color. Well, if the Hebrew Israelite doctrine is saying that the white man is the devil, then we need to know who the white man is. Who was white? Who was black? We need a description of who is who. But you have to understand that the Bible was created to deceive people. It was created to justify slavery, to justify war. So you cannot put Jesus as black. You can't put Jesus as white. And let me explain why. The reason why you can't definitively put Jesus as a white man, because most people will say, well, why didn't they just say Jesus was white in the Bible? If they wrote the Bible, if they wanted to control us with the Bible, if they wanted us to worship a white God, why would they not just say definitively in the Bible that Jesus was white? Now, we grew up with all these images of a white Jesus everywhere we went. They pounded a white Jesus in our head. You look at Passion of the Christ. Jesus was a white man. He looked at white to me. So they've been pounding a white Jesus in our head. So why not definitively put in the Bible that Jesus was the white man? Now, the reason why they cannot do that is because science is going to prove it wrong. Science is going to come along and say, well, there's no way in the world he could have been white in this part of the world. There's no way in the world his line could be white, because we know from a scientific fact that black people was here long before white people. And then that would completely destroy the Bible, would completely cripple it, if you say definitively that Jesus was white. Now, the reason why you can't say definitively that Jesus was black either is because if you have a plan in place to enslave the masses of black people in Africa, if you have a plan in place to steal our history, to steal our knowledge, to keep us in poverty and out of power for hundreds of years, you can't turn around and have white people worship a black God and expect them to follow your plan. Because if they bowing down and praying to a black God in their time of need, they're going to feel guilty about what they're doing to black people, and they're not going to want to go through with it. They're not going to sit by and let the things happen to us that have been happening to us over these years and then pray to a black God. They would not be able to do it. So you can't say definitively that Jesus was black either. You have to leave it up to interpretation. Now, when you look at it, they have already basically told the world that he was white without having to put it into the doctrine with the power of motion pictures. So when we look at these movies and we see Jesus being played by a white person, Noah is white, Moses is white, the ancient Egyptians being played by white people, we can't go to them and say, well, science says that there's no way that Noah could be white, because science tells us that black people came before white people. Then they can say, well, it's just a movie. It's just a movie. It's just a person who we got to play a role. But they still get to put into the minds of the masses of people that God is white, Noah is white, Moses is white, and get around the whole problem of the Bible not definitively mentioning Jesus being black or white. And they get to take advantage and cast themselves as being the image of God. The Bible is supposed to be eyewitness accounts. We're talking about prophecies, predictions from the future. Revelations is a prophecy about the future. It gives a description of Jesus Christ, but it does not definitively tell us if he's black or white. It leaves it up to interpretation. Hair white like wool, feet like brass in a burning furnace. This is not a description. This is bullcrap. This is playing games. Now, if you have a prophecy about our future, then you understand that in our future, in our time, we describe people as being black or white. So to not definitively say that Jesus was a black man, Jesus was a white man, shows deception. And you can't say that, well, maybe they didn't want to put a definitive description because they didn't want it to be about color or race. But we know in our future, we know now today that the white race have definitively taken the image of Jesus Christ and cast him as a white person. And you have more people believing Jesus is white than black. How is that truth? If the Bible wanted to give us truth, it would have told us definitively that Jesus was black, definitively, to take away from somebody taking the power of putting the image of Jesus Christ in their race, of their color. So now, this is going to be it. I'm going to go in here and go through this history and go through this information and everything that I have shown you that the Hebrews believe in and all the stuff they're talking about. I'm going to go ahead and destroy all that and rip it all to pieces and show you the truth and show you what has taken place and show you what history is saying and show you what we can prove. The Bible is not proof. It is not a proven fact. They always run to that Bible because the people who wrote that Bible were smart. And they understood that later on, people will be able to prove this stuff wrong. That's why they got all the little warnings in there saying people like me and others would come and tell y'all the truth and we would be liars and sinners and working for Satan and all this and that, because they knew that history would not back up this Bible. They understood that. But they want you to go into that Bible and say, you know what, this is real. This is true history. When we can go back and look at history and we can find facts, actual proof that does not support the claims of the Bible. So the Bible wants you to forget your own eyes and what it's saying. It wants you to forget common sense. Only a lie will require you to have blind faith. Only a lie will require you to forget your common sense and forget what you are seeing with your own eyes and accept one side of the story. Only a lie. So now we about to get deep into it. We're going to go through this thing and examine it like a forensic analysis. We are really going to go into details. We're going to go through history and we're going to put the pieces together like we Matlock, like we in a court of law. And we're going to go by what we can prove, not by some fairy tale book. We're going to go by what's proof. What we can prove and what we know and what history is telling us. This is what we're going to go by. But first, I'm going to make a statement. I'm going to say something that some people are just going to say flat out, it's crazy, and some people are not going to believe. But I got into this in my last video, that's Getting the Bible and Christianity Finally Explained. So in this video, I'm going to go a lot deeper into it and get into a lot more details and history about it. And of course, I'm going to give you a lot of sources and I'm going to back it up with proof and I'm going to back it up with common sense. And we're going to get into this thing. So first, let me say this. I'm going to just break it down to you and just give it to you straight out flat before I prove my point. The Greeks made up the Old Testament. Plain and simple. This is what history is telling us. The Greeks came up with your Old Testament. They made the whole thing up. They copied it and stole it and basically used Greek mythology and plagiarized it and made it into different stories and added a lot of philosophy into it and a lot of mathematics into it and basically gave the Old Testament to what we are supposed to believe is the Hebrews, but we're not Hebrews. They were the Egyptians that was in Israel. And we're going to go through all that. So what I'm saying basically before I get into the information is the Greeks came up with your Old Testament. I went into this a little bit in the last video. I'm going to go into it a lot more. It was the Greeks. They came up with the Old Testament to control the Egyptians that was in Israel. It wasn't no Hebrews. And I know people are going to say, well, that's crazy. And not after I go through this information, I'm going to show you what has taken place. And we're going to shed a lot of light on this whole deception. So listen, let me be a lot more clear on what I just said. because I know a lot of people are like, what the hell? I know a lot of people will stay away from this subject. A lot of people wouldn't touch it. You're not going to find what I'm about to show you in one single book. You have to read a lot of books to put this stuff together, and I think that's by design. But a lot of people wouldn't touch this topic. But I want to make it a lot more clear. There was no such thing as a Hebrew or Jew during the time of Ramses, period. But I'm going to go one further. There was no such thing as a Hebrew or Jew before the Greeks invaded Egypt. Now, I know a lot of people going to say, man, that's crazy. They found artifacts and we have this. We're going to explain all that. I'm going to explain that whole thing. You got to remember to take your mind out of this Bible because it's not proven. If you're looking at the Bible as history, then you're not looking at real history. You can't take the Bible as history, then compare it to history outside the Bible and then say it's equal when it's not. All of the pieces are there. They're not hiding this information. It's right in front of you. There was no such thing as a Hebrew during that time. And I'm going to get into the proof, and I'm going to show you that the Greeks came up with this whole mess, and the people who we think are Hebrews are actually Egyptian. Now, what's suspect is Herodotus never mentions the Hebrews. He doesn't talk about them. In all of the writings of Herodotus, he never mentions the Hebrews. He doesn't talk about the Jews. He doesn't get into that whole Jewish Hebrew situation. And the Hebrew should have been one of the people. If he was going to write about somebody, if he was going to write about a people, the Hebrew should have definitely been a people that he really talked about extensively, especially when you look at the Old Testament and how much they had supposedly have done in the ancient world. The Hebrew should have been well known. But Herodotus doesn't talk about them. He talks about the ancient Egyptians. He talks about Syria. He talks about the Greeks. He talks about so much, but he never mentions the Hebrews. Why is that? Because they did not exist. They didn't exist. Now, you would think if the Hebrews were in Egypt, then the Egyptians would have been talking about them. All the people would have been talking about what happened with parting the sea and, the Jews being enslaved there. It would have been talked about, would have been known about the plagues and the people dying and everything that happened in the Old Testament would have been talked about. It would have been hieroglyphics of it, and Herodotus would have knew about it, and he would have definitely spoken about it and written about it, but he didn't. So now understand something. Before the Persians invaded ancient Egypt, the ancient Egyptians was teaching mathematics and philosophy to the Ionians, to the Italians, and to a few other people who came into ancient Egypt. Now, we know that the ancient Egyptians was engaged in trade with a few people, with the Greeks, with the Ionians. I'm going to get into that later. But they was teaching mathematics and philosophy. Now, we can go to Thales. We can go back to Thales, who was a Greek philosopher who was born in Miletus. Now, Miletus is in Ionia. Now, when you read down here, it says, Thales used geometry to calculate the heights of the pyramids and the distance of ships from the shore. So, of course, he had to be in Egypt to do that. So it's telling you he was in Egypt. He could do what he did because he learned this from the ancient Egyptians. But who were the Ionians? The Ionians we're going to talk about them a lot because they play a major role in this whole thing. Who were the Ionians? Now, when we look up the Ionians, it says the Ionians were one of the four major tribes that the Greeks considered themselves divided into during the ancient period. Alongside Dorians, Aeolians, and Achaeans, the Ionian dialect was one of the three major linguistic divisions of the Hellenic world, together with the Dorian and Aeolian dialects. Now, if you read Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James, he talks about Ionia. He talks about how philosophy was stolen from the ancient Egyptians by the Greeks and passed off as Greek philosophy. Now, on page 12, he says, the Ionians and Italians made no attempt to claim the authorship of philosophy because they were well aware that the Egyptians were the true authors. He goes on to say, for this reason, the so-called Greek philosophy is stolen Egyptian philosophy, which first spread to Ionia, thence to Italy, and thence to Athens. And it must be remembered that at this remote period of Greek history, i.e. Thales to Aristotle, 640 BC to 322 BC. The Ionians were not Greek citizens, but at first, this is the big part, at first Egyptian subjects and later Persian subjects. Now, when we look at the map, we can see where Ionia is. We know it's modern day Turkey. But at this time he's talking about, it was not yet part of the whole Greek territory. It later became part of Greece, and I'm going to get into that later. But the key part is, how did the Ionians become Egyptian subjects? He didn't say Egyptian citizens, he said Egyptian subjects. So how did they become Egyptian subjects? So according to Herodotus, and I'm going to paraphrase.
Okay, my bad. Hold on, is it gonna let me live? It ain't gonna let me live. All right, I'll try again. Um, yes, this is actual history. This is not just believing things. Herodotus is called the father of history, right? Just born at a convenient time and had the energy and the wit to compile all of the writings he could get his hands on as far as history. You know, you got to take it as it is. You know, Josephus did it, Tacitus, there's a few of them, but yes, this is the relationship of the Greek mythology to the Israelites. All right. Come on, I'm gonna need you to wake up out that butterfly. Tequila. Shout out to Holly. Peace, man. Appreciate y'all. Hit that like button. Yes.
The story because there's a lot more to it, and to save time, I'm just going to paraphrase. But according to Herodotus, Psamtik I was stripped of his power and chased into the marshes by 11 kings that ruled inside of Egypt. Now, the reason why they did this is because they believed that Psamtik I was going to become powerful enough to strip them of their power, and he was going to eventually rule all of Egypt by itself. So they chased him out of there. Now he ended up getting mercenaries. He ended up getting help from mercenaries from the Ionians and from the Carians. Now they helped him get rid of these kings, and he basically ruled all of Egypt. Now to thank them for helping him out, he gave the mercenaries land along the Pelusian arm of the Nile, and they settled there, and it was there for a long time. Now, Amos II, when he came into power, he moved the Ionians to Naucratis, Egypt. Now, he gave that city a lot of privileges. They had a free port there. They basically had a monopoly on international trade. He gave them land to build temples. They had their own assembly and their own administration. Now, the Ionians, along with the Dorians and the Aeolians, they built Hellenion, which is basically a Greek sanctuary in Naucratis, Egypt. So understand what I'm saying. The Greeks had a sanctuary in Egypt. This is something that they are not talking about. But the Greeks and the Carians also had a marketplace there. They had a marketplace in Bubastis and in Sais and in Memphis, Egypt, and Lower Bubastis. So they were trading there. They had a marketplace. This is something that is not talked about Egypt. They're not telling you about what really was going on there. Now, the Greeks that was in Egypt also sent silver to Greece to help with the reconstruction of the Temple of Delphi. Now, this is like history that is not being talked about. And it's crazy when I go and I start reading the Bible, when I start reading a lot of things that have to do with religion. This part of Egypt is not talked about. This history is not talked about because it destroys the validity of the Bible. And then we're going to get in and I'm going to show you this whole free port that I'm talking about. We're going to show you because this stuff has been proven. Herodotus wrote about this stuff and we found it. So as I said, the writings of Herodotus have been proven true time and time again. Now, a French archaeologist by the name of Frangadio, using the writings of Herodotus, found a sunken city in the Nile Delta. Now, this sunken city was called Heraklion by the Greeks and called Tanis by the ancient Egyptians. Now, and when they found this sunken city, it had a free port there. It had ships and they found boats. They've been pulling up statues and pulling up things for a long time from this place. But it just validates everything Herodotus is talking about when he's talking about these free ports and when he's talking about what they had at Nocratis. So it shows you that the Greeks was engaged in trade with the Egyptians. And everybody knew about it, but nobody's talking about it because it destroys the validity of the Bible. It paints the ancient Egyptians in a whole different light when you start finding these things. Now, and I've been trying to get people to read the book Hebrew is Greek for years by Joseph Yehuda. Now, the book is $1,800. I understand that, but you can get a PDF. It's a little bit thinner, lighter. It's not as good as the actual book, but you can read it. Now, it's a reason why this book costs $1,800 that I want you to understand that the Hebrew language comes from Greek. And he proves 100% in this book that the Hebrew language comes from Greek. Now, there's a couple things and a couple points he wanted to make in this book. I want to read to you a few of them. Now, he says that Judean and Ashdodite were not more different one from the other than Hebrew is from Arabic or Aramaic. That the Jewish, the Christo-European, and the Islamic cultures, the triple aspect of modern civilization, all originate from Hellas. That the Hebrews worship Greek gods and follow Greek customs. That Hebrew has a multiplicity of unsuspected dialects and homonyms. That many proper nouns in the Bible, whether divine, ethnic, geographical, or personal, resemble Greek proper nouns, while others have Greek adjectives and common nouns or homologues. That judging by the proportion of epic and poetic homologues and by the primitive grammatical structures to be found in the Bible, one is impelled to the conclusion that the ancestors of the Jews must have been among the noblest and or the most ancient of Hellenes, and that they spoke a language far more ancient than classical Greek. That when the Hellenic affinity of the Phoenicians had long been forgotten, it was assumed that the identity of the Greek with the Phoenician alphabet was simply a matter of borrowing. Herodotus 558 he cites. So let's go to Herodotus 558 and look what Herodotus is saying. Herodotus says, these Phoenicians who came with Cadmus and whom the Japherians were a part brought with them to Hellas, among many other kinds of learning, the alphabet, which had been unknown before this. I think, to the Greeks, as time went on, the sound and the form of the letters were changed. At this time, the Greeks who were settled around them were, for the most part, Ionians.
I hear you, Judah, but this is the problem. Why is this considered banging on the Bible? Why? We're banging on the people who are not studied, but yet present themselves as deacons, reverends, bishops, like they're studied, but hasn't studied. Just because you read the Bible back and forth all day don't mean you know about the Bible. You know about the stories within the Bible, but you know nothing about the Bible's history, the Bible's conception, the Bible's compoundment, the Bible's translation, nothing. So why when somebody actually does this boring ass work and look through all these Greek records, all this Egyptian shit, why is that considered banging on the Bible? I'm not banging on the Bible. This is biblical information. This is actual Bible study. You know, motherfuckers tell you, come to Bible study, and then they just read a scripture to you and have you vision things in your mind. This is Bible study. You're learning about the Bible. This is not banging on the Bible. If you do believe in the Bible, you hold the Bible, I have no problem with that. What are you doing with the Bible? It's just like anything else. If you have a screwdriver in your hand, I don't mind you having a screwdriver, but if you're stabbing babies in the eye with it, I mind you having a screwdriver. Yeah. It's not banging. It's banging on the mentality. It's not banging on the Bible. The Bible is a book. The Bible is a book. The Bible has no feelings. The Bible has no feelings at all. It doesn't mind this. Just like it don't mind when other people take it and misinterpret it and then lie and then kill people in the name of it. It doesn't give a fuck. But other people who believe in the Bible, who information that they've been saying out loud and being accepted for and built a reputation on, and getting all their praises for, and probably some monetary gain, this information conflicts with it. So it has to be the enemy. But what about it? Can you disprove anything he's saying? No. Oh man, I appreciate it, Holly. Yeah. I was my big dog, man. Shout out to him, though. Yeah, so it's not Bible banging, man. I just know it conflicts with the way people understand the Bible, or how they deal with their relationship with the Bible. But if this is real history that happened, if I tell you JFK got assassinated, how come on, man, it's truth. And if the Bible doesn't have the truth, then it needs to be banged on. But the Bible is the book. The problem is people take the Bible and lie on it, lie with it. So let's get back to the real studied information and not just feel good hope speeches. Thank y'all.
And after being taught the letters of the Phoenicians, they used them with a few changes of form. In doing so, they gave to these characters the name of Phoenicians, as well quite fair, seeing that the Phoenicians had brought them into Greece. The Ionians have also formed from ancient times called sheets of papyrus skins, since they formerly used the skins of sheep and goats due to lack of papyrus. Even to this day, there are many foreigners who write on such skins. So now, you have Herodotus sitting there talking about the Greek alphabet. He goes back to the Phoenicians. Now, does anybody pick up on the problem here? What are we missing? If you are talking about a sort of etymology of an alphabet and you go back to the Phoenicians, how can he go to the Phoenicians? This is the key part. Herodotus never mentions the Hebrews. So if you're talking about where this language could have came from, how come Herodotus, he talks about the Phoenicians, he talks about the Ionians, but he doesn't talk about the Hebrews, who we are told by the Israelites and by everybody else who believes in his Bible that the Hebrew language is the first language, that it all starts with Hebrew. So why is he not talking about Hebrew? Why does Herodotus never mentions the Hebrew? He doesn't talk about them because, one, he died before the Greeks invaded Egypt, and there was no such thing as a Hebrew at that time. And again, I know people are going to say, well, Greek mythology is not older than the Hebrews. I'm going to prove that. We're going to go through all that because you have to understand what's history and what's the Bible. The Bible is not proven history. So just because the Bible says so doesn't make it true. But we're going to go through that later. Okay, so understand what Joseph Yehuda is saying is when he starts studying this Greek language, when he starts tracing the etymology back and going way back to the dialect and to the alphabet, that it fits with ancient Phoenician. So then he goes and cites Herodotus, and Herodotus is backing it up, saying, yeah, the Phoenicians brought this whole alphabet. Now understand, he said alphabet, he didn't say language. So they had to be speaking something before this alphabet because they obviously was, conversing with the Egyptians. So they obviously spoke Egyptian or some kind of language. So they was obviously able to communicate with the Egyptians. So he's saying that the Phoenicians bring in this alphabet and teach them this alphabet. The Ionians had this alphabet, but they edited it. They changed it around a little bit to fit their dialect, and they played with it, and they came up with something different, which we know today is Greek. We call it Greek, but when you trace it back, it goes back to Phoenician. So he goes off of this, and he does the same thing with Hebrew, and he can trace it back. I mean, he does it very well in the book. He traces it back, and it goes all the way back. You can see, as he was saying about how homologues and certain things is just changed slightly to where you can tell this is the Greek language. He did all the homework. It's done. And other people as well follow his work. He actually already proved 90% of the letters in the alphabet goes back to Hebrew.
I understand, man. But one thing you got to understand, man, the Dagger Squad is trash. The pseudo killers, like, look at their name. Like, they purposely go out and attack people who are pseudo. That's no competition. Unc and them is a crackhead. Sarnetta's a goddamn crackhead, and he fucked with Nikki and won't talk about that. Unc smoked crack out of keys. Like, this is a motherfucker who actually kept his head up, kept his nose clean, stayed on the straight path, and is delivering the information uncompromised. So the Dagger Squad doesn't do what he do. The pseudo killers, I don't even know who they are, but their name is telling you the retarded killers. I'm killing stuff that people can't prove. You can't prove that. I can prove this. You can't prove. Sonetta, come on, man. You know he a bum. He don't do shit. That nigga was just claiming the motherfucking Bible, talking about, yeah, I'm with the Most High. Why? Why am I with the Most High? Let me show you why I'm with the Most High. Yes, I'm with the Most High. Yes. I have to be with the Most High? Okay, come on, let's go with my Egyptian idols in the background. But I'm with the Most High. So, yeah. Yeah. So, it is what it is, man. This ain't the age of the Bible. It's all of this other, nah, man. It's a mature conversation. It's a mature conversation. This is what the Bible is. If people can't accept the Bible for what it is, then they're going to feel like they need to attack this. Why is you telling the truth? Why is you explaining stuff nobody knew? Well, exactly for that reason. Exactly for that reason. If people, I mean, we're only talking about our souls, right? The souls of our children, right? So why not do the homework? Why not do the homework? Why take the word of somebody who took the word of somebody who took the word of somebody during slavery? No. It's 2020. Get your shit together. Stop selling crack. Stop snorting coke. Stop not taking care of your kids. Stop not sustaining a relationship with your child's mother. Stop needlessly bumping heads with your brothers and sisters and getting violent and killing them. And stop ignorantly pushing false doctrines on our people, like the flat earth and the split Red Sea. You're only telling people that the creator of the universe is a man that gave you a book that ordains you to rule over the rest of the world. You're worried about a YouTube video?
He died before he could finish the other 10%, but other scholars picked up where he left off and proved the other 10%, proving 100% of the alphabet goes back to Greek. But if you don't do any research, you wouldn't know this. Herodotus backs it up. Everything backs it up. And it goes back to the Ionians again. So again, let's look at this. Who are these Ionians? And when we go in to read again, it says the Ionians were one of the four major tribes that the Greeks considered themselves divided into. I know I read it already. I'm going to read it again. During the ancient period, alongside the Dorians, the Aeolians, and the Achaeans, the Ionian dialect was one of the three major linguistic divisions of the Hellenic world, together with the Dorians' Aeolian dialects. Remember, that's why he had to say the Aeolian dialects. It was a dialect. He's gone into the language. But when we scroll down, this is where it gets good, because everybody's waiting for the whole where's the Bible come into play part. When we scroll down, look at what it say. Biblical. In the book of Genesis, of the English Bible, Javan is son of Japheth. Javan is believed nearly universally by Bible scholars to represent the Ionians. That is, Javan is Ion. So who is this Ion? Let's take a look. It says, according to Greek mythology, Ion was the illegitimate child of Creusa, daughter of Aretheus and wife of Xuthus. Creusa conceived Ion with Apollo, then she abandoned the child. But let's scroll down here where I have highlighted. It says, Ion was also believed to have founded a primary tribe of Greece, the Ionians. He has often been identified with the Javan mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. Let's look some more about this Ion. Greek Myth Index. I got it highlighted down here, the part I wanted to show you. It says, however, Her object was discovered, for as Ion, before drinking, poured out a libation to the gods, a pigeon which drank of it died on the spot. Creusa thereupon fled to the altar of the god. Ion dragged her away and was on the point of killing her when a priestess interfered, explained the mystery, and showed that Ion was the son of Creusa. Mother and son thus became reconciled, but Xuthus was not let into the secret. The latter, however, was satisfied, for he too received a promise that he should become a father of, it says vis-a-vis, which basically means we're talking about Dorius and Achaeus. But who is Dorus and Achaeus? We're talking about the Dorians and the Achaeans, which is part of the 4 tribes of the Greeks, which makes up the Ionians, the Achaeans, the Aeolians, and the Dorians. So it says down here, it says, after the death of Silenus, Ion succeeded the throne, and thus the Aegelians received the name of Ionians. Ionians, and the town of Hellas was built in honor of Ion's wife. So here we go. We attaching Greek mythology to the Bible, but it's going to get deeper than this. It's going to go much deeper, because I know a lot of people were saying, how is this older than Hebrew? And you got to remember that you're talking about a book. The Bible is a book. It's not proven history. We're not finding any ancient writings from the Hebrews that's predating Herodotus. We're not finding anything. If the Hebrews did everything that the Bible spoke of, there is no way they would not have been mentioned by Herodotus and other scholars. I'm talking about before the time. I'm talking about during the Homeric period. But we're going to get into all that. Okay, let's continue. It says, additionally, but less surely, Japheth may be related linguistically to the Greek mythological figure Ipethus. Now it says Ipethus, also Japhethus, was a Titan. Now, you scroll down, it says Ipethus and Japheth. Ipethus has been equated with Japheth, the son of Noah, based on the similarities of their names and on old Jewish traditions that held Japheth as the ancestor of the Greeks, the Slavs, the Italics, the Teutons, and the Javadians. See Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews. So when we look at Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, I'm just going to give you this little reference. It says down here, Javan, Ionians, Greek. That's the only thing we need to see. Now, I have shown you before in my last video about how much Greek mythology parallels the Old Testament. And you can go look at Eve and the apple and look at Pandora's box. We could look at the whole Noah's Ark story and look at Deucalion and Pharaoh. You got Hercules, you got Samson. So it's a lot of other things. We can just look at the Old Testament. You can look at God and Zeus, or God and Kronos, or Satan and Kronos. It's a lot of things we can compare Greek mythology with the Old Testament. Now, first thing you got to ask yourself is, if the Greeks stole that from the Hebrews, then you would have to prove that they knew of the Hebrews before the time of Homer. You would have to prove that Homer could read Hebrew and that he knew about the Hebrews. You will not be able to do that. You will also have to prove that Greek mythology was not worshipped by the Greeks before the Greeks invaded Egypt. You can't do that. We're going to go by proof in this video. I'm going to go by proof and what the proof tells us and what the facts tells us. Now, you can stick your head in the Bible and believe everything is in there, and you're going to be stuck just like these Hebrews is, but that's exactly what they're doing. You would sit there and believe, of course, Hebrew is older than Greek mythology, but it's not, and the proof shows that it's not. So when we get into Greek mythology, how far back does it go? No one really knows, but we know it goes back at least to 1000 BCE, because we can date the Iliad by Homer between the 11th century and the 8th century. We know that Herodotus speaks of Homer, so we know that Homer was something that was talked about, and he exists. Now, a lot of scholars, debate about Homer, and they think that the stories that he wrote about was just folklore. He was just the first one to put it into writing. But people talk about Homer. Herodotus speaks of him. But not just that, we can go to the British Museum. We can find artifacts from Greek mythology that dates between 480 and 400 BCE. We can look at the Temple of Zeus, which dates between 472 and 456 BCE. We can look at the Temple of Poseidon, 440 BCE. We can look at the Temple of Delphi, which is older. That goes from 548 BCE, where they held the Pantheon Games. This is where we get the Olympics. Now, you cannot find me an equivalent from Hebrew. Find me any Hebrew structures that's older than these. These are still around. The ruins are there. They existed. You will not find me any Hebrew structures or anything that existed that is older than what we see here in Greece. So we can't say that the Hebrews came before Greek mythology or the Old Testament came before Greek mythology, because there is no proof. You can't back it up. You're going from a Bible. It's just a book. There is no proof. No proof to back it up whatsoever. So now, this is supposed to be the oldest example of Hebrew writing they found in Israel. Now, when you go to the National Geographic website where it talks about this piece of pottery that they found, now notice, this is the picture that you mostly see when you try to research this situation. They don't really give you a good look at the actual piece of pottery, not a really, good look. But when you go to the website, it says here, oldest Hebrew text is evidence for Bible stories, ? Now, the actual article goes on to say, the exact nature of the text believed to be Hebrew, written in Proto-Canaanite script, that's not Hebrew, a type of early alphabet, has yet to be determined, but a number of words have already been translated, including judge, slave, and king. But the archaeologist's claims are disputed by an Israeli colleague who says there is not enough scientific information to reach a definitive conclusion. So here comes this Israeli, a Jew, who's saying, no, this is not Hebrew. We can't go ahead and just say it's Hebrew. There's not enough information to make a definitive claim. So you got a lot of people who was looking at this situation and just saying, it's not Hebrew. It's not Hebrew. Now they will lead you to believe. They always tell you it is believed to be. They will lead you to believe that it is Hebrew writing, but it's not. So why not just be honest and say this is not Hebrew? We should know definitively that it is. They have to make this connection and somehow put Hebrew in ancient Israel when that's not the case. We know the Egyptians was there. But when you go to the next page, it goes on to say, Tel Aviv University archaeologist Israel Finkelstein, who was not involved in the Ela excavations, agreed the site is very important, but has significant concerns with Garfinkel's interpretation of the findings. Immediately drawing ties between the site and the kingdom of Judah is a mistake, he said, and it might as well have been Philistine in origin. Also, due to the small number of samples, the carbon-14 dating of the site is also not as precise as it should be, he added. We need to wait for more samples. It's not enough to date the site based on 2 olive pits, he said, because that's what they use to carbon-14 date a piece of pottery. So how are you going to use olive pits when we're talking about Hebrew writing? Well, that's how they do. Now, he goes on to say, he also expresses doubts about the counterpiece of Garfinkel's finding, the text. I am prepared to predict that it will be very difficult to determine whether the text is in fact Hebrew. There will be evidence indicating various possibilities, he said. And the nature of its discovery, this piece of pottery is also not unusual. There is a group of late Proto-Canaanite pottery shards from the same chronological phase that have been found in various sites on the coastal plains. None of them were discovered in Judea proper. So here comes this other archaeologist who's saying that they jumping the gun on this, and it's not Hebrew. So when we go back and we try to start finding ancient Hebrew writings, you're going to always only find a piece of pottery or a shard or something on like a wooden board, something that a 4-year-old could carve into a board. Now, if you get a piece of pottery, if you get something that's old, you can carve whatever you want into it and say it's Hebrew. You need to find stuff like we found with the Greeks. You need to find civilizations. You need to find like whole documentation. It's so unbelievable to me that these people supposed to have existed for so long. They're supposed to have existed for so long and done so much, yet there is so little about them. The ancient Egyptians are so old. Look how much we have on them. Look how much we have on the Greeks. We got a lot of information. We have structures. We have bodies. We have everything. But you can't find nothing when it comes to these ancient Hebrews who's supposed to be ancient. Their writing is supposed to be older than the Phoenicians, supposed to be the first writing. But yet, they keep trying to mix in the Hebrew language with the Phoenician, when it should be the other way around. but you can't find any Hebrew. Now, they want to sit there and tell us that, well, God destroyed Jerusalem or he destroyed Israel like 20 times in the Bible and a lot of the information got lost. But if he did that, why do we have so much of Egyptian artifacts that we found in Israel? Why do we have so much proof of Egyptians being in Israel but not actual Hebrews? Now, of course, when I say not actual Hebrews, I mean during ancient times. But they want us to believe that this piece of pottery goes all the way back to the time of King David. Now, we're talking 1000 BCE to 800 BCE, somewhere in that time frame. But of course, there was no such thing as a King David. Now, we are told in the Bible, when you read Samuel chapter 5, 6 through 10, it says that King David basically gave the name Jerusalem to Jerusalem. That before he took over Jerusalem, that it was called Jebus, and the Jebusites was there. So you would have to prove that Jerusalem first was called Jebus before that time, and that there was a people called the Jebusites. You will not be able to do that. When we go look it up, this is what we find. So it says here, the siege of Jebus. Now you go down here, it says, Niles Peter Lynch notes that every non-biblical mention of Jerusalem found in the ancient Near East refers to the city with the name Jerusalem. Offering an example, the Amarna letters, which are dated to the 14th century BCE and calls Jerusalem Yerushalemu, he states that there is no evidence of Jebus or the Jebusites outside of the Old Testament. Some scholars reckon Jebus to be a different place from Jerusalem. Other scholars prefer to see the name of Jebus as a kind of pseudo-ethnic name without any historical background. So here it is. He's saying that nobody has found anything that refers to a Jebus or these Jebusites. There is no such thing. The people never existed, period. You got to understand, history doesn't lie. You can go ahead and believe this one book if you want. When you go through the actual research, we can't find these people. So now when you read Samuel chapter 5, 6 through 10, when it's talking about King David taking over Jebus from the Jebusites, it never mentions anything about any Egyptians being there. Doesn't speak about Egyptians. But we know the ancient Egyptians was there. We know they was in Israel and ruling Israel around that time because we found artifacts dating back to that time. Now, when you look at the artifacts that they found in Israel, we know that it is proof that the ancient Egyptians was there. So when you go to, this is an article from ArtNet News. It's talking about these artifacts. It says, more than 300 ceramic artifacts were excavated from a cave in Negev. Now that's South Israel. Most of them in astonishingly good condition. Archaeologists also unearthed dozens of jewelry items made of bronze, shell, and faience, as well as unique stone tools made of yellowish alabaster, seal rings, and makeup flacons, all dating back to 1500 to 1000 BC. It goes on to say, most of the scarab seals found in the excavation date to the 15th and 14th century BC. Dr. Daphne Ben-Tor, curator of Egyptian archaeology at the Israel Museum, explained, during this period, Canaan was under Egyptian rule, she said. Now, we already know that the ancient Egyptians and the Canaanites have a history that goes back to the Bronze Age. Now, I want to read to you an article from the University of Pennsylvania. They have a museum there of archaeology and anthropology, and they also have a large collection of Egyptian artifacts. So it says here on the website, Canaan in ancient Israel. It says for more than 300 years during the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, Egypt ruled Canaan. Deities, arts, and technology were intermingled between the two cultures. The Egyptian culture developed alongside Canaan and ancient Israel for thousands of years. Early on in its history, Egypt was unified under the rule of a single king or pharaoh in the Old Kingdom of Egypt. Now it gives you a date, 2675 to 2130 BCE. So where are the Hebrews? At this time, where are the Hebrews? We're talking about the ancient Egyptians and the Canaanites uniting. So if the Hebrews was there first, because they'll tell you the Hebrews was there before the Canaanites, but where are they? Now, they wasn't being enslaved at this time. They wasn't in Egypt at this time. Where the hell are they at this time period? But we're talking about here, the Canaanites and the ancient Egyptians at this time frame. We can't find these people. So the Bible tells us that the Israelites was enslaved in Egypt because they was basically growing in numbers. They was growing in strength. And the Pharaoh, who didn't know Joseph, he enslaved them instead of throwing them out of there because he believed they would end up taking over. Now, the Bible also talks about a prophecy that God gave Abraham saying that this would happen. Now, they basically got this story from what happened between the ancient Egyptians and the Canaanites. Now, we go back to this article. It goes on to say, the peace and prosperity of the old kingdom ended in years of civil war and discord, 2130 to 1980 BCE, known as the First Intermediate Period. The Pharaoh Mentuhotep II eventually reunited Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt to begin the Middle Kingdom, 1980 to 1630 BCE. It goes on to say turmoil once again boiled in Egypt as the Hyksos, foreigners of Canaanite origin, took control of Lower Egypt in the Second Intermediate Period, 1630 to 1539 BCE. So now understand what happened here. This is where they kind of got the story from. So you have the Hyksos, who are of Canaanite origin, coming into Egypt or coming into territories of the Egyptians and basically getting into skirmishes with the Egyptians. So the Egyptians realized these people were of Canaanite descent. So they basically said, all you Canaanites, y'all got to go. Y'all got to get out of here. So if you're going to stay, any Canaanites who stay, you have to follow Egyptian rules. It's going to be a curfew. You got to follow Egyptian customs and culture and stuff like that, or else you got to go. So they believe a lot of those people who left end up joining the Hyksos and coming back and eventually taking over Lower Egypt. Also understand that the Hyksos are believed to be of mixed race, that they are half Canaanite and half something else, or Canaanite and something else. We can't figure out who exactly they was mixed with, but most scholars believe that they were of mixed race and half of them was Canaanite. Now let's go back to this article down here. It says, in 1456 BCE, Pharaoh Thutmose III won a decisive battle against a coalition of Canaanite rulers at Megiddo. Now understand, Megiddo is basically northern Israel. This is basically what the Greeks call Armageddon. That's where they get it from. Armageddon comes from here. Now the great Pharaoh recorded his triumph in Egypt, and he talked about this. But understand, 1456 BCE, we're talking about, when was the Exodus? Now, the date that they give us for the Exodus is between 1446 BCE and, maybe 1250 BCE. Now, I'm not saying any of the dates that I use, I'm not saying that all Israelites agree on it, because it's one of the things that smart Hebrews don't do. They don't give you any dates because the dates never fit with anything. But you got to date something. So we're going to go with the official dates that they give us. And it's 1446 BCE and maybe 1250 BCE, but we know that's not true. The problem with these dates is this. The date of 1446 BCE puts the Exodus during the rule of Thutmose III. So that would be weird that a man named Moses actually freed Hebrews from Egypt during the reign of a pharaoh named Thutmose. So that's kind of suspect right there. Another thing is this. The Bible doesn't speak of Thutmose III. You would think that they would know the pharaoh's name and put it in the Bible. It does speak of Ramses. Now, the whole problem with Ramses being the pharaoh under the Exodus is he wasn't pharaoh in 1446 BCE. So let's go to the second date, which is 1250 BCE. But we know that he wasn't pharaoh at that time as well. His reign ended at 1213 BCE. So who were they enslaved under? The reason why they want to use Ramses is because when you go to Egypt, when you look at the hieroglyphics, you can see Ramses bashing the skulls of what looks like slaves and chasing down and running people over in his chariot, just the way they describe the Pharaoh in the Bible. But what they don't tell you is these were the Hittites. They were not slaves. There was not Jewish slaves. There was not Hebrews. These was the Hittites that you see in those hieroglyphics. They also point to hieroglyphics that show people that look like they are in bondage, look like they are slaves, but they don't tell you that this was during the Hyksos reign, and most of the people you see in slaves were the Egyptians themselves. So even if they was enslaved under Thutmose III, and let's say the Exodus happened, they wandered for 40 years, they were still in Egyptian territory under Egyptian rule. Even if they was enslaved under Ramses and they wandered for 40 years and then ended up in Israel, they would still be under Egyptian rule. We know for a fact that the Egyptians were still ruling Phoenicia, We know that Ramses III lost it in 1156 BCE. So this will be, you can factor in the time, and the Egyptians are still there. We found artifacts showing that they were still in Israel during that time. We know they was there. We can't find any proof of this whole exodus, of the Israelites being in Israel during that time period. Nobody knows, which means it never happened. So let's start bringing all this thing together, because I'm going to show you what has taken place in this history. And you can piece it together when you start going back and looking at certain things. And this whole thing really begins with the rule of the Ptolemies. Everything starts when the Greeks take over Egypt. Now, we know that the Persians conquered the Phoenicians, and when they did so, they amassed an army large enough to go ahead and conquer the Egyptians. Now, after they conquered the Egyptians, they went on into Ionia to conquer the Ionians, but the Ionians got help. It says, in 498 BC, supported by troops from Athens and Eretria, the Ionians marched on, captured, and burnt Sardis. However, on their return journey to Ionia, they were followed by Persian troops and decisively beaten at the Battle of Ephesus. So now you had the Persians going into Ionia. They was getting help from the Greeks, but they still managed to conquer the Ionians. Now, later on, Darius I, because the Greeks helped the Ionians, they went on and marched into Greece to try to conquer the Greeks. But the Greeks beat them at the Battle of Marathon. And this is the whole reason why Alexander and the Greeks went on into Egypt to conquer Darius I and wipe out the Persians inside of Egypt. So now we're talking about the Greeks conquering Egypt. They have control over Egypt. Understand, they actually conquered Israel before they came into Egypt. So Alexander the Great died 323 BCE. Then we get the rule of the Ptolemy. The whole Ptolemaic era begins here. Now understand, in history, as far as history is concerned, this is where the Old Testament comes from. We don't get no Old Testament without the Ptolemies, without the Greeks, period. So when you try to trace it back to the origin, we're talking about the beginning of the Old Testament. Officially, when you go back and look at the story, it goes back to the Septuagint. And according to history, how did we get the Septuagint? How did the Septuagint come about? It all goes back to the letters of Aristeas and LXX. This is how this whole thing's supposed to have begun. Now understand, we don't have the original Hebrew version of the Old Testament. We don't have it. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we get the Septuagint. So we got to see, where did the Septuagint come from and how did the whole thing come about? And for that, we point to the letters of Aristeas. So now understand, the letters of Aristeas is just as suspect as the Tanakh. It's just as suspect as the Old Testament. The only difference is we can actually look at the letters of Aristeas and trace it back to a people that have a proven history that we can see. We can actually trace it back to a people who was, proven, it has a history. We know about the Ptolemies. We know they existed. We can prove it. As with the Tanakh, we can't prove the existence of Moses. We can't prove the existence of these people. We can't prove what the Old Testament is saying. So as far as the Old Testament, the history of it lies within the book itself. We can't go outside of it and validate it, period. But with this letters of Aristeas, we can do this. Now, I'm not saying that it's correct, because it's obviously not. And a lot of scholars, every serious scholar, agrees that the letters of Aristeas is bogus. And I'm going to get into that later. But the whole thing about the letters of Aristeas is talking about how the Septuagint came into place. So basically it's saying that, the librarian of Ptolemy, the first Philadelphia, basically said, we need a Greek version of the Hebrew law. So he tells Ptolemy, and Ptolemy basically spends all this money and frees a whole bunch of slaves to get the Jews to make this copy for him, to go ahead and do this translation. So he gets 6 elders from each of the 12 tribes of Israel to come to Alexandria, Egypt, to do the whole translation. So, Septuagint means 70, but it was really 72 people who basically translated the whole thing, in 72 days, according to the letters of Aristeas. Now, when you start reading the letters of Aristeas, the librarian is trying to convince Ptolemy that he should release some of the Jews in order for them to get the Jews in Israel to actually do this whole translation. Now, he goes on to say that, you release some of them, it'll be like a good favor, it'll be a good thing for them, it'll be basically a good look. And that he basically goes on to say that we all have the same God, except that we call our God Zeus. So when you start reading it, he's trying to convince Ptolemy, and Ptolemy eventually agrees. That's the beginning of the letters of Orestes. He's explaining what's going on and what happened and what led up to the whole thing. It's in very, very good detail, which is why it's suspect and why a lot of people don't believe it. There's too many details in it for somebody to write it out like that. So when you go on to read it, it's basically, the whole thing is suspect and it goes against the history that's proven. So the whole thing is, if the letters of Orestes is correct, then that means the rest of history as we know is wrong. Because when you look at the whole war between the Persians and the Egyptians and the Greeks, the letter basically goes against everything we know and prove about that war. It goes against it. So if the letters is correct, then it goes against history, and history is wrong, so that can't be. But if it's false, then it basically proves that the Greeks went on ahead and created the Old Testament. It gives a lot of validity to that story. Okay, so letters of Orestes. In this part, I want to read real quick because I believe it's an important part. It's a very long letter. There's a lot to it. So if you get a chance someday, go online and find it and read it and study it. Because when you start to compare it with actual history, when we start to compare it with the Bible too, and we start to compare it with what we know, then stuff doesn't fit. It don't work out when you start to compare it to what we know. So it says here, go down to letters of Orestes, start at 35. It says, King Ptolemy sends greetings and salutations to High Priest Eleazar, since there are many Jews settled in our realm who were carried off from Jerusalem by the Persians at the time of their power, and many more who came with my father unto Egypt as captives. Large numbers of these he placed in the army and paid them higher wages than usual. Now understand what he's saying here. He's saying that he took Jews. Now let's go to the Hebrew Israelite definitions of Jews. According to them, they were black. They were black people. Like I said, I'm not disputing that. But according to this letter, we're talking about the white Greeks took black Jews and put them into his army to fight against black Egyptians. This is what this letter is saying. So it goes on to say, and when he had proved the loyalty of their leaders, he built fortresses and placed them in their charge, that the native Egyptians might be intimidated by them. And when I ascended the throne, adopted a kindly attitude towards all of my subjects, and more particularly to those who were citizens of yours. He's basically kissing the high priest's ass here, and it doesn't sound like something a Ptolemy would do. He's basically saying, hey, I liked your people. This is what happened, and I gave them jobs, and I did this, and he's kissing his ass trying to get this thing done. But we got to realize that they had already conquered Israel. They under the rule of the Greeks. So why all this ass kissing? So let's keep going. I have set at liberty more than 100,000 captives, paying their owners the appropriate market price for them. And if ever evil has been done to your people through the passion of the mob, I have made them reparations. The motive which prompted my action has been the desire to act piously and render unto the supreme God a thank offering for maintaining my kingdom in peace and great glory in all the world. Moreover, those of your people who were in the prime of life, I have drafted into my army, and those who were fit to be attached to my person and worthy of the confidence of the court, I have established an official position. Now, since I am anxious to show my gratitude to these men and to the Jews throughout the world and to the generations yet to come, I have determined that your law shall be translated from Hebrew tongue, which is in use amongst you, into Greek language, that these books may be added to the other royal books in my library. So he's saying basically what I said, that we want this whole thing translated. But understand, for this translation, he's given up a lot. Now, if you get a chance to read the letter, I'm not going to go through the detail, but it goes in details of the wealth, all the gold and everything that he gives them for doing this. That's one thing. And 100,000 slaves he released. And he pays all the people who own slaves. Now, understand, Ptolemy II Philadelphus. Now, I may have said Ptolemy the first before I just thought about that. If I said that, understand there's a lot of information going on in my head. I'm trying to get it out fast. And let me say this also. I know I give you guys a lot of sources and I read from a lot of things, but I try to find sources online so I can show you where my information is coming from instead of giving you a lot of book references. I understand a lot of people can't afford to buy some of these expensive books, so I try to find sources, as many sources as I can, to show you guys so you can understand that I'm not just saying this. I'm not just making this stuff up, and it's not just coming from Merkaba. It's not just coming from me. It's coming from sources and books that I've read. Now, I'm going to give you a lot of references and show you a lot of books, but I want you to be able to, hop on your phone and go online and find these references and find these sources so you can get this information as well. And I have to order a book and wait for it to come. And, by then you probably done forgot all about the whole situation. So I try to give you as many references as well. Now, that being said, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, he actually made a law basically saying that, if you don't turn in your slaves, like if you don't turn in your slaves and get this money, that if somebody snitches on you, and there will be a trial, they'll basically put you on trial, and if you are found guilty, you will become the slave of the person who snitched on you. So that's kind of crazy. So, there's a whole big debate about, what if the slaves have kids? Are you going to give us the same amount for each kid? So Ptolemy II ended up saying, yeah, we'll give you the same amount for each kid. So a lot of people was getting rich off of, these slaves, according to the letters of Orestes. It's another thing that makes it suspect, because it's like, why give up so much money? Why free 100,000 slaves, all this to get a translation, when you could have just forced a translation, and you could have just made them do a road translation and then got a Jew snitch or got somebody who actually spoke Hebrew to validate it. But he gives up so much, and then later on, the whole letter is contradicted by the actions of the next Ptolemy. The whole Greek Hellenistic age is all contradicted by that. So it doesn't support what this letters of Orestes is saying. But it's also suspect that you would free some slaves to go on ahead and make a law that's going to make your own citizen slaves if they don't agree with it. It's all suspect, and a lot of scholars disagree with it. So now at some point, these letters of Orestes ends up in Jewish hands. We know Josephus talks about the letters of Orestes, but now a lot of scholars didn't agree with the whole thing and thought it was bogus. Now it says here, Demetrios of Phaleron, a client of Ptolemy I Soter, is not a good candidate as a collaborator with Ptolemy II Philadelphus. Now, this Demetrios is basically the librarian who I told you about, who went to Ptolemy II and said, hey, we need to get this whole thing in the library. We need to get this translation done. So listen to what he's saying. He's saying Roger S.V.D.L notes that he made a strategic mistake at the beginning of the reign of supporting Ptolemy's older half-brother and was punished with internal exile, dying soon after. So he's saying that, this dude is not even a good candidate to put into this whole story, because he died. He wasn't even really cool with Ptolemy II Philadelphus, for Ptolemy to go ahead and give up 100,000 slaves and all this gold and everything. So the whole thing is suspect just on that alone. And according to this dude, he was dead. So now another critic says here, physiological analysis by Louis Vives proposed that the pseudepigraphic letter was a forgery being written by an author living half a century after Ptolemy II Philadelphus, 285 to 246 BC, and assuming the name of Orestes. The inconsistencies and anachronisms of the author examined and exposed first by Humphrey Huda, 1659 to 1706, placed the writings closer to 170 to 130 BCE. So now that's like huge, because these things supposed to have been written, you're talking about during the time of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, which is like way before this date here. Now it goes on to say here, this is Bruce Metzger. He writes, most scholars who have analyzed the letters have concluded that the author cannot have been the man he represented himself to be, but was a Jew who wrote a fictitious account in order to enhance the importance of the Hebrew scriptures by suggesting that a pagan king had recognized their significance and therefore arranged for their translation into Greek. So he's saying this whole thing was basically a whole setup by the Jews. They made this whole letter up to give validity to the Hebrew version of the Old Testament, because we know the Septuagint is in Greek, and we know the Masoretes, they didn't agree with this whole thing, and the whole Masoretic text, which came about later, we're talking about 7th century to 10th century CE. Now the Masoretes went on ahead and created the Masoretic text, which is the Old Testament in Hebrew. This is where the Aleppo Codex and the Leningrad Codex comes from. They use the Masoretic text to reference. Now, let me go into what really happened here in Israel. Let's look at the truth and what the information, what the proof is telling us. Now, we know for a fact that the ancient Egyptians was already in Israel. No other civilization to this date has ruled Israel longer than the ancient Egyptians. That's a fact. Nobody has ruled it longer than them. It has changed rule of so many different civilizations and people, but the Egyptians overall had a longer reign, or was in Israel longer than anybody else. That's what the facts is telling us. So now, when the Persians came and conquered Egypt, there were still Egyptians in Israel. When the Greeks came and conquered the Persians and took over Israel, there were still Egyptians in Israel. They were still there. Now remember, we know that Israel was part of the ancient Egyptian kingdom. They ruled Israel for hundreds of years. There was a lot of Egyptians there. So even by the time the Persians came in, there still was many Egyptians. Now after the wars, or during the wars, maybe some Egyptians may have escaped into Egypt or into lower Africa, but for the most part, there was a lot of Egyptians still there in Israel. Now, what happened was the Greeks came along. When they conquered, they brought Hellenism. This is what Hellenism was all about. It was trying to get people.
Pay attention. Pay attention. This is what Hellenism is all about.
People to abide by the Greek laws and worship Greek gods. And the Greeks came up with all kinds of stuff during this time, this whole Hellenistic.
Hellenism is to push Greek laws, get you to believe in Greek gods. Mission accomplished. Had this fake Zeus religion, like, oh no, it's Zeus, it is Samson, Pandora. You're like, man, that shit fake, man. I mean, Hercules, that shit fake. It's Samson and Eve. Hey, they got you to believe in that Greek mythology as your god.
Period. Now they would have you believe, they want you to believe that these people in Israel during this time are Jews. They are the Jews when they are not. They are clearly African people. They are clearly Egyptians. They want you to believe that the Hebrews came out of nowhere. The Jews been there for a long time, and all of a sudden, the Africans or the Egyptians just basically disappeared, and then now you have Jews. When history is not telling us this is what happened. History is not saying this is what happened. Where did they come from? Where did the Egyptians go and the Hebrews come from in history? So you will have to show me in history, I'm talking about outside of the Bible, where the Egyptians left Israel and the Hebrews came in. Or show me in history outside of the Bible where Hebrews actually conquered Israel during the time of the ancient Egyptians' rule of Israel, or during the time of the Persians or the Greeks. You can't find that. So common sense to tell you there was no such thing as these people. They had to be made up because they don't fit nowhere in history. So we talk about they're supposed to be of the line of Shem, right? According to the Hebrews. But even the Bible tells you, the Bible doesn't give you that much information on these people, on this whole Shemitic race or the Shemitic tribe. It doesn't talk about them. They come out of nowhere. The Bible even tells you that they basically conquer all the land that the descendants of Ham basically set up. So whenever the Hamites go somewhere,
It's the Holly in the building. What's good with you, sis?
What's going on?
Man, you already know, holding it down on our side of town.
Okay, so I was in and I started because I jumped in like right in the middle of the beginning of this stream. So I
Uh-huh.
started trying to watch it over and halfway through, I'm just like, okay, forget it. I'll just have to come back and catch up later. So now I'm at the point that we're at right now, and I needed to jump up here because I am not understanding the exact same thing that you started this video on. I'm very, very confused because I watched that KOT and scheme debate myself. I was in the building.
Mm-mm,
And when those scores came out, I was like, this
mm-mm.
dude, I mean, on my last debate, I scored a 140, and this dude scored a 142. I'm very confused because even though I still haven't made my best showing yet, that last debate of mine was 10 times better than his. I outclassed him and he outscored me by 2 points. How
I
so?
agree. I agree. I don't know. It had to reflect in the judge's notes. I'm not gonna lie. With my schedule being, I've been knocked out, so I haven't been able to see the judge's notes.
I'm not gonna lie to you at all. I didn't even bother to go to the post debate show to see what the judges' notes were. Because when I saw those scores at the end of the debate, I was like, what? Oh, I'm good. Good night. That's just crazy.
That's wow.
But I'm gonna have to have a KOT debate.
You gonna have to get it
I,
KLT.
I'm gonna have to. But he's not gonna get to live in his comfortability. He's gonna have to come up out of that Bible. I will meet him somewhere in the middle because I can debate anything.
Wow. Okay.
But him, no, he's gonna have to come up out of that Bible, and that's his lane, and he still can't beat me. I feel away.
Well, he don't debate nothing but the Bible, Anunnaki, flat Earth, uh, you know, aliens. so, so you definitely got a wide field of pseudo shit to talk to him about.
See, like my dance card is full until March. I'm debating every weekend in February. I've got February laced up. But I mean, I can get it in with him in March, but I'm not doing no pseudo stuff. If I'm doing pseudo, which I already do, like me and Blue are getting it in, and
Oh yeah,
Blue is the king of pseudo.
absolutely.
And so I would much rather do pseudo with some. No, let me hold my tongue because I was about to say something that might not have been very nice. So I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, KOT, if you in the bushes listening, yeah, go on and hit me up because this has got to happen, little brother. Like we're gonna work this one out.
We gonna work it out. We gonna work it out. Shout out to Holly, man. She is eating.
Yeah, I'm just not feeling that. And they done messed around and then Solar saying that this was the best freshman class in 4 seasons. Okay, well,
It
if this
absolutely
is
is.
if this is the best freshman class, then I need to make sure that I'm at the head of this class because there's some that's sitting in the back just drooling on themselves, popping their helmet
Holly
against the wall.
in the building, rookie of the year. She said she ain't hearing her name enough.
Mm. Well, I just wanted to come up and put him on notice and tell you that you are not alone like Michael Jackson. Them scores was something serious. I'm not really. I don't even know who the judges were. But anyway, I'll let you
Shout
get
out.
back to your lesson now, bruh.
Nah, ain't no thing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, really do. Nah, we do see you out here working. They can't deny you. So yeah, shout out to Holly, man. KOT. She need that neck. You know she out here trying to eat, man. So shout out to you, man. You working hard too. I'm proud of you, man. I wish everybody else had this work ethic for real. So she sold up. What the base you got lined up to through March though?
Um, for the first weekend, no, I'm sorry, the second weekend of February, because the first weekend was already taken. I've got Brother Moses, and I have Blue the next weekend, and then True Justice the end of.
Okay. All right. Well, congratulations. Appreciate you getting that work
So
in.
polygamy, the universe is God, and something with True Justice. I don't even remember, but I'm working on my first two at the same time. Simultaneously, I'm trying to get all this in so that every debate that I have, I listen to what the judges say and I take it and I put it into my next debate. So like the last comments were about leaving time on the clock. So you guys are going to be flooded with information. Someone's going to have to cut me off and shut me up.
Hey, I'm not mad at that. All right, well, get it in, sis, man. Good luck to you and good ethics.
All right. I
Shout
appreciate
out
that.
to
I got to written up. Shout out to the AOI.
Hey, yo, I up. Y'all already know.
When they set up a civilization, then the race of Japheth, the descendants of Japheth, and the descendants of Shem come and just basically conquer it, which is what the Bible was about. And I'm going to get into that later. So where did these Hebrews come from? History is not telling us that they was there at all. This whole thing, as I said, starts with the Greeks. So now when we go back, we find Hellenistic Judaism. And Hellenistic Judaism completely contradicts the letters of Orestes. Because in the letters of Orestes, the whole theme of Greece was basically to free the Jews, get this whole translation done. Because they basically said, hey, we all worship the same God, we just call them different names and everything is cool. But Hellenism is basically contradicting all that. Because Hellenism is basically trying to force these Jews to worship Greek gods and follow Greek customs. Now understand, the Greeks actually ruled Israel during this time. So how could Hellenism and Judaism coexist? They could have just tore down all the temples and forced the people to worship Greek gods. And that's basically what happened, except that there was no Judaism. Judaism was created by the Greeks, but they have to put it together to make it seem like they both was there at the same time, when you really think about it, it doesn't make any sense for them to be there at the same time. So listen, it says, Hellenistic Judaism was a form of Judaism in the ancient world that combined Jewish religious traditions with elements of Greek culture until the fall of the Roman Empire and the Muslim conquest. Now listen, that is very important right there. It says until the fall of the Roman Empire. Why till the fall of the Roman Empire and not the Greek Empire? Understand that the Romans came along and they obviously continued with this whole Hellenistic theme. Why? That is the key point. And a lot of people is not putting that together, that when the Romans conquered the Greeks, they got the whole Greco-Roman era. That's why they put them together, because they obviously figured something out. So what happened is you have Hellenism. So what is Hellenism? What is this whole Hellenistic rule? You have the Greeks trying to force a culture onto a people. So if you're trying to force a culture and a religion onto a people and you are the ruling elite, why would you allow those people to practice their own religion when you're trying to get them to practice yours? So it don't make sense for Hellenism to allow Judaism to exist when the Greeks are the rulers, if you understand what I'm trying to say. So it doesn't make sense that this whole Judaism was going on, because Hellenism was a religion. They had a Hellenistic religion, and it was the worship of Greek gods and Serapis. So let's go here and check this out. It says Hellenistic religion. Hellenistic religion is any of the various systems of beliefs and practices of the people who lived under the influence of the ancient Greek culture during the Hellenistic period and the Roman Empire. So understand, it's talking about this is Rome and Greece allowing this to go on. Now, when I finish reading this, and as I'm reading it, to people who are in the know, if you study a lot, I think a light bulb is going to go off in a lot of your heads. For those of you who understand the astrology and the mathematics that's in the Bible, this is going to make a lot more sense to you. So it gives a date here, 300 BCE to 300 CE. There was much continuity in Hellenistic religion. The Greek gods continued to be worshipped, and the same rites were practiced as before. So if they practicing the same things, they practicing worshiping the Greek gods. So why would they allow Judaism to continue? It didn't exist yet, obviously. Change came from the addition of the new religions from other countries, including the Egyptian deities Isis and Serapis. And we know Serapis was basically created by Ptolemy. And the Syrian god of Atargatis and Hadad, which provided a new outlet for people seeking fulfillment in both the present life and the afterlife. The worship of Hellenistic rulers was also a feature of this period, most notably in Egypt, where the Ptolemies adopted their early pharaonic practice and established themselves as god kings. Understand that God kings, they wanted to be God kings. They wanted to be worshiped. They didn't like the fact that these black people was worshiping these black gods and that white people was worshiping these black gods. So they wanted to be God kings. This is where whole Serapis thing come from. When you look at Serapis, he looks like Jesus. He looks like Zeus. This is where it starts out at. Elsewhere, rulers might receive divine status without a full status of a god. Magic was practiced widely, and this too was a continuation from earlier times. Throughout the Hellenistic world, people would consult oracles and use charms and figurines to deter misfortune or to cast spells. Also developed in this era was the complex system of astrology, which sought to determine a person's character.
I'm affiliated. 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 I'm affiliated.
Hey, Tequila, that face to that name, just in case you need to watch your back in real life.
fortune in the moments of the sun, moon, and planets. I'm gonna stop right there. This is important to understand because a lot of people don't realize that they knew about this stuff. A lot of people think way back then, even though they see the pyramids and they see what the Egyptians did, they think these people was just super primitive and they didn't know nothing. They knew about all this stuff, and you can see it in the Bible for those of you who are in the know. You know what's there. You know what Genesis is talking about. You know what Adam and Eve is really about. And I'm going to get into that. So it's showing you that these people knew about this. They understood what was going on. And it was trying to get these people in Israel to worship these gods. But obviously they were not. So what did they do? They created the Old Testament and forced this whole religion on these people. Since you know about Serapis, since you know about Zeus and everybody like that, we're going to have to get some of these black leaders who basically are in Israel. We're going to have to bring them to our side and get them to teach this whole thing to the other people to get them to learn this whole Old Testament. That's how it started. Whether you want to accept it or not, and I'm going to continue on and get into more proof, more sources and everything, but that's what happened because they wouldn't accept Serapis. They wouldn't accept them. They wouldn't accept Zeus. They wouldn't accept none of this stuff. Which is why you find Greek mythology in the Old Testament, as I was showing you before. We're going to switch it up and we're going to create this whole religion and we still going to get y'all to worship it. We're going to force it on y'all. We just ain't going to tell y'all what it is. Now, another people who I don't want to forget is the Assyrians and the Babylonians. We know, just like the Ionians, just like the Canaanites, that the Assyrians and the Babylonians was coming into Egypt, coming into Israel, and trading with the Egyptians. We know this because we have the artifacts to prove it. When you look at all these artifacts and you start going through them, you can see the Egyptian influence. You can see we have artifacts from these people in abundance. Look at this Eye of Horus. This is made by an Assyrian, but we know it's Egyptian. So it proves that they were coming in there and they were learning from the Egyptians, and the Egyptians was influencing them in many ways. Look at the writing, look at the carvings in the stone. So they was picking up a lot. Now, we know that the Assyrians and the Babylonians was in Israel because we found artifacts that was attributed to the Assyrians and the Babylonians in Israel. The only artifacts we don't find is artifacts of the Hebrews. We have all of these artifacts that we can point towards the Egyptians, towards the Babylonians, towards the Assyrians, but nothing for the Hebrews. But since they know that the Assyrians and the Babylonians was in Israel, they got to try to attach themselves to the Assyrians and the Babylonians. So that's why we found them in the Bible, and it's talking about the Assyrians taking the Hebrews and deporting them to Mesopotamia or deporting them to Babylon. But let's get real. What is really the Assyrians and the Babylonians? You basically talking about North Mesopotamia, South Mesopotamia. We're talking about the same people. We're talking about the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the same area, which is basically modern day Iraq. Now, the Jews always try to attach themselves to a people, or the Hebrews in the Bible is always attaching themselves to a people that we know existed, that we have proof of their existence. They do this to try to give validity to themselves, but we can never find them. So they're always attaching themselves from people, from person to person to person, but somehow never leaving any trace. They try to do this to give validity to their story, but it's all bullshit. So now we know eventually the Greeks got the people in Israel to accept this doctrine. They got them to accept this whole Judaism. But as the religion began to spread into places like Syria and other places, what happened? The whole war broke out between them and the Romans. And we know the Romans won and conquered the Greeks. This began this whole Greco-Roman era. Now, we don't know if the Romans knew what was taking place with this whole Hellenization going on in Israel. We don't know if they knew about the doctrine straight away, but at some point they figured it out because they let Hellenization continue. We know it continued under the Romans. Now, why would they do that? So a lot of people would say that, well, Hellenization and the whole Judaism was separate, but we know it cannot possibly be separate because if you're trying to push a religion onto a people, you're not going to let them have a religion of their own, as I said before. But the Romans allowed this whole thing to continue. Now, the one thing the Romans did, because they were smart, was like, well, you can't just have these people in Israel believing in this doctrine. We got to get everybody else. So they got to get their own people. You got to get the Greeks to start becoming Jews and believing in this whole Jewish doctrine. So Judaism spread into Greece, of course. Now we know today the oldest Jewish synagogue in the world is in Greece. It's in Delos, Greece, and it dates back to 150 to about 120 BCE. So we know that was around the time when the Romans was conquering the Greeks. Now, the whole thing you got to remember is this. The Old Testament they was using back then is not the same as the one we have today. It was completely different. Now, this is the reason why when they show you the Dead Sea Scrolls, they don't give you a complete version. They give you a bunch of fragments and a bunch of little shards and papers saying that this is all we have. They found over 800 manuscripts in those caves, and they can't give you a complete copy of the Old Testament because it's different from the one you have today. Now, we know about the Jewish war that Josephus writes about. The reason why that war started is because the Jews in Israel believed that their doctrine was being fulfilled, that their prophecy was coming true, and they had a warrior that was going to lead them to victory against the Romans or against their oppressors, who happened to be the Romans. So they attacked the Romans, and we know what happened. Titus Flavius destroyed the Jewish temple, and he left with a bunch of their writings, and he left with a bunch of basically war trophies, and that's why the Arch of Titus is in Rome today, depicting what happened back then. So we're talking around between 66 and 70 AD. This is when they believe the Dead Sea Scrolls was hidden right around this time. Now, I went through this in my last video, but understand, once the Jews lost this battle with the Romans, you got to think about it. If they really believed that they was fulfilling some kind of prophecy, if they believed that they had a Messiah or they had a warrior that was going to lead them to victory against their oppressors, when that didn't happen, of course, a lot of the Jews would lose faith. A lot of the people would start doubting their doctrine. So this was an opportunity that the Romans used to basically go ahead and instill a new doctrine. Now, this is why a lot of scholars believe that Josephus was really just the writing name of Arius Piso, because the Piso family had actually put together a doctrine that they was waiting to, put into place. They already had something ready. They had a doctrine ready to go. So now this also gave the Romans the opportunity to make it so that they are looked upon more favorably. So we know that the Caesars wanted to be worshipped as gods. We know that the Greeks wanted to be looked upon more favorably as well, because they came up with the Old Testament and it was getting ready to come up with the New Testament. So they made it so they were both looked upon more favorably, which is why we find the Greeks and the Romans all in the New Testament. I don't know how that's not suspect to so many people when you start doing this research. That is highly suspect to me. So now what do you tell these Hebrews after their whole prophecy was not fulfilled? They was defeated. You tell them it's their fault. You tell them they messed up, they broke God's covenant, or something to that effect. So when you go on and read Hebrews 8, 6 through 9, it says, "But now hath he obtained a more excellent ministry, by how much also he is the mediator of a better covenant, which was established under better promises, upon better promises. For if that first covenant had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for the second. For finding fault with them, he saith, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Now, according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, save the Lord." So now all this stuff is going on between, we're talking 66 AD and about 160 AD, around the first and second century. You got this whole Jewish war happening. You got the New Testament coming into play, and everything is changing between the Jews and the Greeks and the Christians now and the Jews. Because the whole thing is, of course, a lot of these Jews did not accept this whole New Testament, which is why today we still have Judaism and Christianity. A lot of them wasn't buying into it. Now, the reason why a lot of them wasn't buying into it was because of what St. Jerome did when he created the Latin Vulgate. He changed a lot of the Septuagint. And he basically said he did so because he was trying to correct the Hebrew. Now, the Masoretes was like the biggest critics of the Greek Old Testament and New Testament. They believe it all should be in Hebrew, and nobody can really fathom why the New Testament was in Greek and Jesus was supposed to have spoken Aramaic or Hebrew or whatever. So it was suspect. So now you got to think about it in terms of, let's look at today. We got the Old Testament today, we got the New Testament. So what if somebody came out with another testament of the Bible today? Like a whole testament, and they wanted to add it on, something after our New Testament. Now, our New Testament has revelations when everything's supposed to end. So let's say this whole next testament, let's call it, comes along and, just adds this whole doctrine that says, but wait, such and such, and changes the whole Bible. This is basically what happened to the Jews. And so you can imagine back then when they got this Old Testament and they're reading it and they're into it, then they know that the Greeks are screwing them. They know that the Romans are screwing them. Then all of a sudden, this whole New Testament comes along that makes the Romans and Greeks be looked upon favorably. So now understand, all of this history is building up to something. It's all building up to something. So stick with me, bear with me. I'm going to get into all this Hebrew mess a little bit later on, but you got to understand this Old Testament part. You got to know this history in order for me to really crush this doctrine. I got to crush this Old Testament first and show you the truth behind it, because it has been changed so much. And it's one of the things that I'm going to get into in this video about how much it was changed and why it was changed, because there's a lot you have to explain about what happened in Israel. We know it obviously was full of black people. Today it's not. How did that happen? We got to understand and realize the change that occurred. We got to look at these people differently and stop looking at the Bible as its actual history and look at actual history. The Bible is not. When you go look at the Bible, you're not looking at actual history. So I got to give you this history so you can know the truth. So bear with me. I know it's long, and if you stuck with me this long in this video, you are a true scholar or a true student, and you're trying to really understand real history. I get some people that
KLT, but stop being ridiculous, man. I believe we live on a ball because we have pictures and video of the ball. You only came into this research. That's why you talking about the Greeks. Nobody ever told me you live on a sphere Earth. The Greeks. No, stop being ridiculous.
About the length of the videos, and I look at them like, if you can't watch a 2 hour video or a 3 hour video, even a 6 hour video, I don't see you reading books. I don't see people who can't sit there and watch a video and take notes actually reading the whole book. So I look at these people as comment thugs or jokes. Real scholars read. Real scholars, what we would love, I would love to be able to just sit down and just watch a video and get a history. So understand this history. I'm giving you books. I'm giving you up so many books through the video. You can see that they pop up in the corner down there. It shows you what books to go reference. I'm giving you a lot of references because I really want you to get this history so I can break people out of this whole Bible crap. It's a shame that so many people is caught up in this mess. And now, for anybody who's really understanding what I'm saying in this video so far, when you look at it and you start learning the history, you see how stupid it really is that, once you do some research, you can figure out what basically happened. So now we know that the whole Hellenization continued up until 300 AD. So we're talking 300 AD. This is under Roman rule. So again, why would the Romans continue Hellenization? You have Judaism, and now you have Christianity, going into full swing basically. So why would you continue to push this Hellenization and this worship of Serapis? So now you got to understand that Hellenization was the spreading of Judaism and Christianity and not Serapis. They took Serapis and changed Serapis into Jesus Christ. You got Serapis, but they basically took Osiris and the Egyptian god Apis and put them together and gave us Serapis and put a white face on them to get these black people in Egypt to worship a white god, to get everybody to worship a white god. This is what they did. And they changed them into Jesus Christ. You got Jesus Christ. Jesus is basically attributes of Zeus and of the Druidic or the Druid carpenter god, Jesus. Now, the Greeks was the first to even write about the Druids, and we first heard about the Druids from the Greeks. So now this carpenter guy, Jesus is supposed to be the son of a carpenter. Yeah, that's where his name came from. It came from this carpenter god, Jesus. So now you get Christos or Christ, which they used to call Serapis Christos. But the first mention of a Christos is from what? It's from Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. He talks about Christos in the Odyssey on page 4 and page 252, and in the Iliad on page 23 and 186. He talks about it being oil that you put on your body when you get out of the bathtub. This is the first mention of a Christ or Christos. So now the Greeks, they also write themselves into the New Testament as being looked upon favorably. They're talking to Christ and dealing with Christ. And Christ says, no matter if you're Greek or Jew, it doesn't matter. As long as you believe in me, you can be saved. So when you read 1 Corinthians 1:23 to 23, it says, "For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom. But we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block, and unto the Greeks foolishness." So the whole thing is, how are you going to get these Greeks wisdom through the Bible? And that's one of the things the Bible is about, because it teaches a lot about mathematics, especially astrology, but also physics. So when you go read Genesis 5:1, it's talking about the atom. Atom is basically the atom, not an actual man. Now, the thing is, when you read Genesis 5:1 through 2, it says, "This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam. In the day they were created." Their name Adam. He called their name Adam. Meaning, how do you call Adam and Eve Adam? Now understand, when you read Genesis 5, it doesn't even explain what happens to Eve. It doesn't even mention Eve at all. They're clearly trying to point to something here. They're talking about the atom. So now I went through this in my previous video, and I had a lot of people jump on in the comment section and say, "Oh, you're an idiot. And they didn't know about atoms, so long ago. And, you stupid." They had people talk about that. And the whole thing is, the first mention of atoms is by Leucippus, who was from Miletus. He's a Greek. He was from Ionia. He was an Ionian. This is the first mention of atoms. Aristotle is on record as going against them, saying that, they couldn't fathom something so small being so powerful. So it's on record. They knew about atoms a long time ago, way before this Bible ever came about. They knew about atoms basically before the Greeks conquered the Egyptians. They already knew about it. When you trace back and do the etymology on the word atom, it goes back to Greek, atomos. So they already knew about the atom a long time ago, which is why when you go and read Revelations, when it's talking about 666, it's talking about the atom. It's talking about man. 6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons creates carbon, which creates man. They knew about this already. I went into all this in that video. If you have not seen that video, that's Game the Bible and Christianity Finally Explained, watch it. I know it's long, but check the video out. It has a lot of information. So now we can start bringing this whole thing to a close and start really destroying.
Hey, KOT, don't ignore Holly. She said, let's debate.
This whole Hebrew Israelite doctrine and shedding some light on it. Now understand this, from 92 BCE all the way until 629 AD, the Persians returned and were at war with the Romans. So we're talking about when the New Testament was being written and created, Rome was at war with the Persians. They was already at war with them for hundreds of years. This is a long war that lasted. Now, also, because of the New Testament, you had a bunch of Jews leaving Roman-controlled countries. They was leaving Israel. They was leaving Syria. They was going out into the Middle East and going out into Africa and teaching Judaism. The Christians was doing the same thing as well. We also know the Jews was going into Arabia and trying to spread Judaism, because the Persian king Farouk was persecuting Jews in 460 AD. We know that the Jews was going into Yemen and persecuting the Christians, and they eventually took over Yemen, and they was persecuting Christians also in Ethiopia. Now in around 610 is when Islam really came onto the scene and started to spread. the Muslims eventually took over in Yemen, and it was persecuting Jews all the way up until the 20th century. We know Steven Spielberg did a whole documentary on this, and I showed a little bit of it in my video about Islam. So understand that once the whole Arab conquest started, you had the Arabs going into all of these Christian and Judaism controlled places, all these Jews and Christians who was all spread throughout the Middle East and some into parts of Africa. Once Islam began to spread, the Arabs took over. So now understand, this is one of the parts I was talking about in my last video. You got to realize that the war between the Persians and the Romans ended in a status quo antebellum, which basically means a truce. So the whole thing is, you got to look at it and say, well, how is it that the Arabs was able to use the Old Testament in their Islamic doctrine? And why would the Romans allow that? Why would the Jews allow it? So now understand that the Jews had hundreds of years to spread Judaism throughout the Arab world, throughout the Arab kingdom, throughout the Levant region, into the Middle East. As I said before, we know they went into Yemen. We know that the Jews were all over the Middle East. The Christians as well. They spread into Yemen, they spread into Syria, they spread into parts of Africa, into the Middle East, and they were both spreading this doctrine. Because one, you had basically a whole sect of Jews who was against Christianity way back then. They was persecuting the Christians way back then. A lot of the stories that you read about persecuted Christians was coming from the Jews. Coming from the Jews themselves. And a lot of people got confused and thought it was the Christians persecuting Christians when it was Jews persecuting them. People was blaming it on Rome, saying, well, that came later on with the Crusades. I'm gonna get into that, when the Christians was persecuting Christians. But before that, you had the Jews persecuting Christians. So understand there was a pre-Islamic Arab conquest. A lot of people, they go and look at the Arab conquest and they immediately associate it with Islam. But this was before Islam really came onto the scenes. We're talking about 5th century, before Muhammad was even supposed to be born. It was an Arab conquest, and it was going in and it was taking over a lot of areas that the Jews was ruling. We know they took over Yemen and they persecuted the Jews there. But when Islam came onto the scene and a lot of those Arabs started to adopt Islam, it became a whole Islamic conquest, and they conquered a lot of areas. They came into Israel, they came into Egypt, they came into the whole Levant region, and they took over so many territories controlled by the Jews and the Christians. So understand, this is where the change occurred. This is how Egypt became full of Arabs. This is how the so-called black Hebrews got from out of Israel, and it became full of Arabs, full of Greeks, because of the Islamic slave trade which began in 650 AD. So understand, when you read Deuteronomy 28:68, and it's talking about going back to Egypt in ships, and they want you to think, these Hebrews want you to think that it's talking about America. How come it's not talking about the Muslims? The first slavery that these people that was inside of Israel occurred happened under Islam. It didn't happen in America. So why isn't Deuteronomy 28:68 talking about the Arabs, talking about the Muslims, saying that they will go into slavery under Islam? Why isn't it saying anything about that? Because the first slavery that these people endured happened under Allah, happened in Islam. And we all know this. So that's one of the things that I always point out to these so-called Hebrew Israelites, and saying, well, where's the prophecy about the Muslims? Why is it talking about slavery that's going to occur thousands of years later, when the first major slavery that they run into is under the Arabs? And they was enslaved under the Arabs for longer, twice the time that they would be enslaved under the people in America, under the Americans, under the white people there. So it's suspect as hell, like I said, but I'm going to get into Deuteronomy 28:68, because like I said, they didn't always say that. They changed that. And I'm going to show you. So now, once you take out the descendants of the ancient Egyptians from Israel, who do you have left? We know that the Greeks was there. We know that some Arabs was there. So now realize that when the Jews were spreading, when they were spreading the whole Jewish doctrine throughout the Middle East, we know that Arabs was coming into Israel. They was coming into Israel. So once the black people was enslaved, that's who you had left. You had Arabs, you had Greeks. So you had Jews and Greeks that was inside of Israel. So when you look at the people of Israel today, look at them. Take a look. Who do they look like? You can't barely tell who's Greek and who is a Jew. So look at these people. Look at this. Look at these people here. Which are they? Are these Jews or are these Greeks? These are Greek people with the Australian Prime Minister. Look at these people here. You can't tell. Are these people Jews or are they Greeks? These people are Greeks. Look at these people. Who are they? Jews or Greeks? They're Jews. It's hard for you to even tell. We can see what clearly happened in Israel. We can see the change that occurred. So you have there today a mix of basically Arab Jews and Greek Jews and Greek people. That's who are in. Those are the people who are in Israel today. Look at the flag of Israel. Look at it. Now look at the Greek flag. They're the same colors, the blue and white. Same color flag. These are the same people. They just mixed together and they've been in Israel ever since. So now when we look at history, we can see what really happened. We can see how the Arabs took over Egypt and how they are in Egypt still to this day. We can see why the people in Israel, we can see why they look the way they look. Some of them look like white people, some of them look like Arabs. Some of them look like a mix between white people and Arabs. A lot of people couldn't really tell, which is why we get these Jews who look like this today. Because we know the Greeks was there. These people are of Greek descent. They're Greeks. That's who they are. They are not the true Hebrews. So when the Hebrews say that, well, the original Hebrews was black, well, yeah, of course they was. Because their whole region was black at some point. But understand that when you say they black, now you know the history of how they became Hebrews. So when you're talking about the Jews coming in and spreading Judaism, a lot of these people was black in the beginning. In the beginning, they was black people. They was Africans. They was the descendants of the ancient Egyptians spreading Judaism. So when they was coming into Africa, which is why people say, well, you got the Igbo or the Ibu tribes in Africa who are Hebrews. Well, yeah, because you had black people coming and spreading that whole doctrine inside Africa. But this was way after the conquest, way after indoctrination. We ain't talking about BCE. We talking about AD. So you can't say that these people are ancient. You know, they're from the original tribes or from the original Hebrews, because there's no such thing. These people didn't even start out becoming a people until the Greeks took over Egypt and made up the whole doctrine. And this is what history is showing us. So this is why these Hebrews tell you that, oh no, the black Hebrews in Israel, they left Israel and went into Africa. They don't want to mention this whole conquest of the Arabs. They don't want to bring up the whole Arab conquest. They want to make it like they escaped the Arabs and escaped the Arab slave trade and somehow made it into West Africa. When that's bullcrap. They want to avoid it because it don't make no sense, because the Bible don't mention it. The Bible don't talk about it, so they try to avoid it altogether and say that, well, they left Israel, they went into Africa, got into West Africa, and they want you to believe they somehow never intermarried or never mingled with the people, the Africans in West Africa, and that somehow once the slave trade came along, the transatlantic slave trade, that these Africans in West Africa was somehow able to point out these black Hebrews and say, well, he's a Hebrew, she's a Hebrew, they Hebrews, take them, we'll sell them to you. It don't make no sense for these people to be in Africa for hundreds of years and never intermarry, interbreed with the people in Africa. That's bullcrap. Now understand, we don't have pictures, actual pictures of the original slaves. We don't have pictures of these original slaves before they came to America. But you will have to believe, if you're going to believe these Hebrew Israelites, you will have to believe, one, that every single black Hebrew that was in Israel was able to escape the sub-Saharan slave trade, the whole Islamic slave trade for over 800 years. You would have to believe that. You would have to believe that they all was able to dodge slavery for 800 years by the Arabs and made it into Africa safely until somehow the people in Africa was able to point them out. I mean, look at the slaves from back then. Look at them.
Peace to Asiatic Grind, man. Asiatic Grind in the building, man. KOT, Holly, damn, we could have a panel. We could actually be having a panel. But
and then look at the people in Africa. It's very hard for you to tell that these people are not Africans. So tell me, how the hell these other Africans going to point to these people right here and say, you a Hebrew, you a Hebrew, you a Hebrew, take them? It's bullshit. They insulting your intelligence for you if they want you to believe this. They're insulting you. To me, it's an insult. It's an insult for you to believe this stuff. For you to say this stuff to me is telling me that you think I'm stupid. Seriously. This is crazy. This is madness. When you look at history, history doesn't support this at all, which is why they run to that Bible. So now, let's get into the whole Crusades, because the Crusades is a big part of this. And this whole thing is coming to an end because there's not much it's going to take to crush the rest of this Hebrew doctrine once you understand history. So now understand, the whole Crusades was basically about a couple things. It was about, one, taking back the territories and the lands that was controlled by the Arab conquest and territories that was taken over by Muslim conquest. The other thing was to get rid of and silence all of the naysayers of the Roman Catholic Church. Now, another thing is this. The term or the name Catholic was not made up by the Romans. The term and the name of Catholic already existed under the Greeks. It means whole or universal. Now, the thing was, the Roman Catholic Church used the name Catholic to basically separate themselves from other churches, because a lot of churches started to come up against the Roman Catholic Church because, they had a pope and they was trying to make themselves to be the leader of the whole thing, and a lot of people wasn't with it. So the Crusades was really about them going in there and wiping out a lot of these Christian churches. And as I said before, this is when they're talking about the Catholics killing Christians, because that's what it was about, the Crusades. They didn't want to recognize the Pope as being the authority over Christianity, so they was wiping out a lot of these churches and peoples. That's what the Crusades was about. Now understand, Catholic is one of the basically 4 terms or 4 marks used by the church that was specified in the Council of Nicaea, the whole Nicene Creed. They specified 4 marks that basically make you like a true Christian or a true Catholic. And being Catholic or whole or universal was one of those terms. But the main thing was for them to go back and take over those lands. So now, this is where the whole thing with the English comes into place, because during the Crusades, they conquered into a lot of Europe and they started taking over a lot of these territories. So understand, even though England had a king and everything, a lot of these kings and these monarchies answered to the Pope. They answered to Rome for a long time. So understand, when the Crusades happened, a lot of people separated themselves from Roman Catholicism. A lot of people did not like Rome. They didn't like what they was doing, because, of course, the word was spreading around that the Crusaders was coming and destroying a whole bunch of churches because these people would not agree with Rome. So the Great Schism happened in the 11th century during the Crusades. Now, the Great Schism was basically where you get the separation of Christianity and Catholicism, because they basically couldn't agree. They couldn't agree on the source of the Holy Spirit, and they definitely couldn't agree on the Pope having universal jurisdiction over the whole religion. They couldn't agree on it. So this is where the separation occurred. So now this is going to bring me into the whole King James part of it. I don't have nothing to say about him being, bisexual or homosexual or anything like that, because he had 2 kids. So he probably was bisexual, but that's besides the point. The whole thing is this. It really begins with the whole Protestant Reformation. That's when this whole thing really starts, and what led to the creation of the King James Version. Now, the Protestant Reformation began in 1517 somewhere in Germany. Now, the Protestants basically wanted to get rid of any remnants of Roman Catholicism inside of certain churches. So now understand that Rome ruled Great Britain from 43 AD to 410 AD. But after the whole thing was over, they still had control over the Church of Great Britain for a while. Now, when King Henry VIII came along and assumed the throne, he couldn't get a male heir from his wife. So he wanted a divorce. He wanted Pope Clement to get him a divorce from his wife because she couldn't provide him with a son. They had a daughter. So now when Pope Clement didn't grant him his divorce, he passed 2 laws. The first one was in 1532 with the submission of the clergy. Now, the submission of the clergy basically said that they could not change any laws or make any rules without permission from the king.
Any
Then in
of this,
1534, the
set it
Act of
up.
Supremacy was passed, which basically said that they would take all the taxes that they were sending to Rome and make those taxes from the church payable to the crown. And also, nobody could basically ask Rome for anything, whether it had to do with religion or otherwise. It was forbidden. So you couldn't even talk to Rome and say anything to Rome. Nobody from the Church of Great Britain could talk to Rome under these new laws. So once these things was passed, the Protestant Reformation got in there and was saying, you know what, we need to get rid of any remnants of Rome. So in 1539, King
Any
Henry
remnants
VIII
of
gave us the
Rome
Great
taking out the Bible.
And it was prepared by some Protestant scholars from England. Now, some of these same Protestant
Y'all ever read the Great Bible, the Queen's Bible, the Tinsdale? I probably read the Tinsdale.
Protestant scholars from England later went to Geneva, Switzerland, and they created the Geneva Bible in
Geneva?
1560. Now remember, the Geneva Bible was the one that had the annotations. They had the.
And then y'all read that Geneva? No? Oh man, you got that KJV though, don't you? Oh, okay. All right. All right. Because that was the one that was palatable for you. I wonder why it was so palatable for you. I wonder why the 1611 Bible was so okay to you. Not the Queens, not the Geneva, not the Tinsdale.
The writings that was on the side, basically the commentary that was talking about the Bible. And the Geneva Bible is also the Bible which basically said that they would take all the taxes that they would send into Rome and make those taxes from the church payable to the crown. And also, nobody could basically ask Rome for anything, whether it had to do with religion or otherwise. It was forbidden. So you couldn't even talk to Rome and say anything to Rome. Nobody from the Church of Great Britain could talk to Rome under these new laws. So once these things was passed, the Protestant Reformation got in there and was saying, you know what, we need to get rid of any remnants of Rome. So in 1539, King Henry VIII gave us the Great Bible. Now it was prepared by some Protestant scholars from England. Now, some of these same Protestant scholars from England later went to Geneva, Switzerland, and they created the Geneva Bible in 1560. Now, remember, the Geneva Bible was the one that had the annotations. They had the writings that was on the side, basically the commentary that was talking about the Bible. And the Geneva Bible is also the Bible that named the Pope as the Antichrist. So now a lot of the ruling elite in England, who was under Queen Elizabeth I, they didn't like the annotations in the Geneva Bible. A lot of people didn't like the Geneva Bible because they said it was being too honest. It was giving away too much. So in 1568, Queen Elizabeth I gave us the Bishop's Bible. It was revised in 1572. So then in 1604 is when King James convened the Hampton Court Conference because the Puritans had a problem with Queen Elizabeth's Bible. A lot of people was concerned with the translation from the Hebrew. A lot of people didn't believe it was a good translation. They didn't believe that the Great Bible by King Henry VIII was a good translation of the Hebrew. So understand what's taking place here. You basically had, once the Crusades started, you had Rome going out and wiping out the churches who was not accepting the Pope as having universal jurisdiction over the Bible, over Catholicism, over Christianity. Wiping these people out who didn't accept certain terminologies that, or certain rituals that the Catholic Church was using and things they was doing. You know, where the Holy Spirit comes from, the whole divinity of Jesus. So many different things they disagreed upon, which caused the Great Schism and that big divide. So now when you go to King James, you look at how the King James Version came into place, it had nothing to do with somebody laying hands on King James and, you know, King James being filled with the Spirit or being an Israelite or anything like that. It had everything to do with them trying to separate from Rome. This is what the Protestants was doing. This is what the Puritans was doing. It was going out and trying to eradicate any traces of Roman Catholicism from churches. Because you can't sit up there and say, I'm a man of God and God this and that and Jesus this, and you're going out and you're killing Christians. You can't do that. So a lot of people didn't accept Rome. So understand, the whole thing with the King James Version was to separate themselves from Rome. So in doing that, they obviously changed the doctrine. So we know that in Catholicism, they have to do the canonical books. They have Maccabees. They have all those 7 books that the King James Version do not have. They left them out, saying that they were never written in Hebrew and they was only written in Greek, so they shouldn't be a part of the Bible, which is why the deuterocanonical books are not in the King James Version, but are in the Catholic books and in the old books. So now their whole thing was these things was never written in Hebrew. They wasn't written in Aramaic. And of course, back then they could not know. So what the Hebrews will tell you is God put a spirit on King James and on the translators to get a perfect translation of the Bible, and that they used the Masoretic text, or they used Textus Rescriptus, or they used some kind of Hebrew codex or manuscript so they would get the translation correct. They didn't use what the Romans was using. Now the thing is, they always say that, you know, the King James Version is just like the Dead Sea Scrolls. But guess what? The King James Version does not contain the Deuterocanonicals. It doesn't have it in it. It doesn't have Maccabees. But the Dead Sea Scrolls does. The Dead Sea Scrolls has the Deuterocanonicals. It has Maccabees. It does not have a book of Esther. So how could the King James Version be like the Dead Sea Scrolls when the Dead Sea Scrolls have those books and the King James Version does not? You would think, not having those 7 books in there, including the prophecies of Daniel, the extra prophecies, those extra books that was in Daniel and some other books, you would think that would dramatically change the Bible, and it obviously has. So the whole thing is, what was going on was the people, when they was writing these Bibles, look at all the people who wrote Bibles after the Crusades. You remember, Rome was basically taking over Christianity everywhere. They were saying, you know, you can't translate it from Latin. You can't do this. You can't write it in English. Remember, John Wycliffe, John Huss. Remember all the people who was killed for translating Bibles, burnt at the stake for what they was doing. This was Rome doing this. They didn't want nobody to change anything. But you had England, you had other places who was changing these Bibles. They was taking out things that they didn't agree with Rome on, and it was changing the books. So it's not like what Rome had. But this is the thing that people are not remembering. Where did all this stuff come from? It came from Rome. So if we change anything that they did, you are changing what is close to the original. So think about it. Where did this thing start? It started with the Greeks and the Romans. Remember, we don't have a Hebrew version of the Septuagint. When the Septuagint was first written, it was in Greek. They say it came from a Hebrew version, but we never had that version. Just all of a sudden, we got this Greek version of the Septuagint, and we got an explanation called the Letters of Orestes. We never had no Hebrew version. Now, for over 300 years, the Jews agreed with this Greek version because they spoke Greek. It wasn't until hundreds of years later that somebody decided to translate it into Hebrew when the New Testament came out, and they didn't want to deal with that New Testament in Greek. They wanted a Hebrew Old Testament. So you had the Masoretes begin to start writing the Septuagint in Hebrew. This is when it started. This is when this whole thing started. But we don't have that Septuagint. We don't have none of that. So as far as we know, the only books we have are in Greek or Latin with the codices and the Latin Vulgate. So any book that happened after that, we talk about, you can't have a King James Version. John Wycliffe and John Huss and King Henry VIII, Queen Elizabeth, all these people could not write Bibles if it was not for these codices and the books that preceded them that came from Rome. So of course, when you talk about the Bible, the King James Version using the Masoretic text, well, where did the Masoretic text get its writings from? They had to use something. They didn't just come up out of nowhere and just write a Bible. They had to get the idea from something or copy it from something. So they obviously got it from the codices. They got it from the Latin Vulgate. So they basically took the Septuagint Greek and basically read it and translated it into Hebrew. So it's basically saying what the Septuagint said, and they changed and took out whatever they disagreed with. This is what happened. So none of it is close to the original, but it don't matter anyway because it's all bullshit. So we can kill all that nonsense about a black man creating the Bible. We can kill all that. Because we know when you start doing the research does not support it. This is why King James has to be a black man. This is why they have to tell you this. Because they know when you go back and start doing the history, you can't deny Rome's involvement with the Bible. You can't deny the Greeks' involvement with the Old Testament. You can't deny it. It's there, period. All of a sudden, we have this Greek Septuagint out of nowhere. We have this Greek Septuagint. Now, we know, of course, the ancient Greeks were black. But we ain't talking about those Greeks. We know Alexander the Greek was white, period. We know this happened under the rule of the Ptolemies. because this is where the whole letters of Orestes fraud happens at. So it goes back to these white Greeks, period. And we know the Romans was white. So we can kill the whole noise about the Bible being created by black men. So let's kill that. Now, let's get into this Deuteronomy 28:68. Because as I said, it is not the same. When you go back to the original, to the oldest versions of the Bible, it don't say nothing about no Egypt or no ships. So understand, we do not have an ancient copy of Deuteronomy. I'm talking about before 500 AD, written in Hebrew. It don't exist. We don't have a complete copy. The oldest complete copy of Deuteronomy that we have is in Codex Sinaiticus. Now, remember, the Dead Sea Scrolls, take a look at them. This is Deuteronomy in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's pieces. This is what they give you because they know it don't say anything like the King James Version, and it doesn't even say the same thing that the codices say. It says something completely different, and I'm sure of that. So we don't have an ancient copy of Deuteronomy. We don't have a BC copy of Deuteronomy that's complete. The oldest complete copy of Deuteronomy that we have is in Codex Sinaiticus. And it doesn't say anything about no ships. It doesn't say anything about no going back to Egypt on ships or slaves or anything to that effect at all. So we're going to take a look at it and see what it actually says. So now we're at the website for Codex Sinaiticus. And I want you to see right off the bat, this is all that we have. Chapter 3, 4, 28, 29, and 30. That's it. Now, this is the most complete copy of Deuteronomy that we have that dates before 500 AD. Nothing else on earth is more complete than this, period. We know the Dead Sea Scrolls is older, but it's not as complete. Codex Sinaiticus has the most complete version of the Bible. It's the most complete Bible on earth, period. So when you go back and you're trying to figure out what is as closest to the original as possible, you have to go to Codex Sinaiticus. You can't go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's in pieces. Now, this manuscript was actually stashed away at some point in time in Mount Sinai at a monastery. And it was found by Constantine von Tischendorf in the 1800s. So it was sitting there for hundreds of years, and it's in pretty good condition. Now, here, you see a little bit of holes or whatever like that, but you can actually make these words out. You can actually make them out and see what it's saying. But they give it to you over here. So here is 68, Deuteronomy 28:68. We can see it here. Now, when we match it up with King James Version, you can eyeball it and see that it's completely different. Doesn't even start off with ka, and. Doesn't even say the same thing. So here it is. This is what it's saying in Sinaiticus. Completely different. Nothing about Egypt, nothing about ship or slavery or anything like that. So understand that we know, as I showed you in my last video, the scribes made mistakes. So if you try to copy and paste and do like a Google Translate, if a letter is off, you're not going to get the correct translation. You got to know or show it to somebody who actually knows, who can read Greek. And one of the things that you do is when you start reading manuscripts is you can kind of tell a difference that if a scribe was trying to say like that and spelled it than, and you can just like read it and say that, well, maybe he meant that. I know he didn't mean than. And it's just little, errors like that. So if somebody trying to say the and they spell it THO or THA, I know they probably meant THE. So when you read these manuscripts, it's saying here, definite place, there presents an enemy unto your child, and child run away and not be the inquiree. And that's basically what it's saying. Something about children. Doesn't say anything about no ships. Doesn't say anything about Egypt. Definite place, there presents an enemy unto your child, and child run away and not be the inquiree. That's what it's saying. So when people read this thing, when they read the King James Version and they look at it, they are thinking that it says the exact same thing.
Shout out to that general. Let me see, women can teach the church or the authority of her head. She gotta have a head.
It's not the same.
Ethiopians have a lot more books.
So when you're reading all those passages,
the oldest complete. The oldest complete.
The King James Version, they started in 1604, finished in 1611. Slavery was going on for hundreds of years already. Of course they knew about the iron around the neck. Of course, they knew about what was happening to the slaves. They knew about the stuff already, and they wrote it
What
in
are
the
you
Bible.
telling me? It
This
says
is what
nothing.
happened. So here's the proof right here. You can go through the manuscript yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go through it yourself and do the comparison. It's not the same. Now, you can't go to the Dead Sea Scrolls and do a comparison because it's not complete, because they don't want you to know what it says. But here's the proof right here. It doesn't say the same thing. So when we look at Codex Sinaiticus, we can see it's clearly different from the King James Version. Now, I should note as well, in Codex Sinaiticus, they only have Deuteronomy 28, 68, and 69. It doesn't even have the rest of Deuteronomy 28. So we can't even go in there and look at the rest of Deuteronomy 28 and see what it says. See if it's talking about, what would happen if the Hebrews obey God and disobey God. We can't even figure that out because it doesn't even say that. We don't have it. We don't have it in there. But if Deuteronomy 28:68 is different from the King James Version, then obviously the rest of Deuteronomy is different as well. So we can at least draw that conclusion because the story wouldn't add up. You got to understand that giving you all these different versions, don't you think that when you change the Bible in any way, it's going to take away from what it originally said? So how in the world is the King James Version going to leave out the Deuterocanonicals? How is they going to leave out and change so many different things that's in the oldest manuscripts? This obviously changes the actual Bible and changes the message. This is one of the things that scholars try to point out, but a lot of religious people don't want to accept that. Yes, you separated yourself from the Romans, but without the Romans, you get no Christianity because they are the ones who put this thing on the forefront. The Jews didn't do it. The Jews didn't even agree with Christianity. They didn't want nothing to do with it. They want their separate way. But without the Romans, you don't get what we have today. You'll have Judaism. That's it. Well, it would have been no need for King James or anybody else to make a Bible, a New Testament, or anything like that, because we would just have Judaism if it wasn't for Rome. So when they sit there and tell you that a black man created this Bible, bull. They know for a fact you can't get around the Roman involvement in the Bible and the Greek involvement in the Bible, which is why, as I said, King James has to be black and he had to have had a spirit put on him to give him the truth, which is why it's all different. Yeah, that sounds all well and good, but that's not what the proof is telling us. So let's get into this whole tribe of Shem thing because I'm tired of it. So now, one of the first things that the Hebrew Israelites will say to you is that we do not come from Africa. We come from the tribe of Shem. We come from Israel. Our ancestors who were brought to America came from Israel or came from Africa, but originally from Israel and are of the tribe of Shem. But I have shown you we have no history of a tribe of Shem in real life. So they are saying that the Israelites come from this tribe. The Hebrews come from these people. We don't have no history of this at all. We don't have any history. But this is what they want you to believe. So now we went over before, and I've shown you that when you read 2 Samuel, it's talking about King David going into Jebus or Jerusalem and basically conquering the Jebusites. He's there, he's talking about if he smite the deaf and the lame, I'll make somebody a chief or a captain or something like that when you read 2 Samuel chapter 5. Now, the whole thing is, this is Jerusalem, but it's telling you that Jerusalem was called something different before it was called Jerusalem. It was called Jebus. Now, we know that it was inhabited by the Jebusites who are descendants of Ham. So we're talking about black people. We're talking about these Israelites and King David coming into Jerusalem or into Jebus and killing these black people and taking over their land, right? So according to the Hebrew Israelites, King David and these Israelites supposed to be us, supposed to be black people. So you got black on black crime, right? So you got the Israelites.
Yeah, he was speaking on a complete tour, yeah.
Into Jerusalem, right? But Ezekiel 16, and I know who is smart is gonna, cringe right now and say, oh shit, here we go with that Ezekiel 16 shit. Yeah, here I go. It says, thus say the Lord, unto Jerusalem, He didn't say unto Jebus. He didn't say unto the Jebusites. He says, thus says the Lord unto Jerusalem, thy birth and thy nativity is of the land of Canaan. Thy father was an Amorite and thy mother a Hittite. You read Genesis 10:15, it tells you the descendants of Ham, and the Amorites and the Hittites are the descendants of Ham, black people. So God is saying, Jerusalem, you come from Ham, but Jerusalem's supposed to be of Shem. It's supposed to be where the Israelites come from. So God is saying here that the Israelites come from Ham. He's basically telling you what I've been saying in this whole video, that these people were black. But let's go down here. Let's make sure we're talking about the same Israelites, the same people. So when you go read 16:8, it says, now when I passed by thee and looked upon thee, behold, thy time was the time of love. And I spread my skirt over thee and covered thy nakedness. Yea, I swear unto thee and enter into a covenant with thee, saith the Lord God, and thou becomest mine. So, did God make a covenant with the Jebusites? No. Did he make a covenant with Jebus? No. He made a covenant with the Israelites, the people of Jerusalem. So why is it saying in the beginning, why is he saying that these people come from the line of Ham, but these Hebrew Israelites are telling you we came from Shem? What's going on here? So now let's bring this whole thing together so we can understand what is taking place and what this book is about. This Bible, especially the Old Testament, is all about the conquest of black people, period. They never mention any of the people of the tribe of Shem. They don't go into what happened to these people. We don't find them in history. We don't find them nowhere. The Bible tells you that they don't build anything. They don't build any cities. They go into lands that was built by the people of the tribe of Ham and conquer it. Just like in real life. What happened in real life? All the lands that we had, they came into and took. You talking about the people from Japheth and from Shem. But who are they really? Who are they really? We're talking about Arabs, and we're talking about the Romans and the Greeks. We're talking about white people, we're talking about Arabs. That's who Japheth and Shem represents. Period. Don't represent no black people. Black people are of Ham, if you want to go and use it biblically. But in real life, it's just justifying what they did to us. That's all it's doing. By saying that we conquered these black people and took their land, murdered them, stole their history because God said it was okay. So when we go to Deuteronomy 7 and we start reading it, it's backing up exactly what I'm saying, trying to make it biblical, saying that God said it was okay. So it says, when the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, whether thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. This is real history right here. That's what it's talking about. That's what it's basing it off. They went in and conquered all these lands. This is a black people it's talking about. These are lands of black folks that we had the Greeks and the Romans and the Persians and the Arabs come in and take from us. They took it from us under the guise of religion, under the guise of this made up God, basically saying that it was ordained by God. This is God's will that these people be wiped out and destroyed and we take over their lands, because they never show you in the Bible the people of Shem building anything. They don't build anything. They don't have any cities. They come into cities and they conquered. Plain and simple. It's trying to take history and make it biblical and use it to justify what happened to black people. That's all it is. That they were set apart. These are God's special people, so God allowed this to happen. So when you go to Deuteronomy 7, you continue reading, it says, and when the Lord thy God shall deliver them from thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Let's go down here to 6. It says, for thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So these people are special. But he's talking about the people who are from the tribe of Ham. He ain't talk about no Shemitic people. He's talking about people that come from Ham, not nobody that come from Shem and Japheth. When you do the etymology, or when you trace back the genealogy, from Genesis 10:15, these people come from Ham. So when you're reading it, and it's talking about utterly destroying these people, if these people are supposed to be Israelites who destroy these people, I mean, we're talking about they destroyed their own people when you read in Deuteronomy. When it's talking about destroying the Jebusites and the Hittites and the Hivites and all these black people, we're talking about black people killing black people. This is what it's saying, because one minute God is saying in the Bible that, hey, you people from Jerusalem, you come from these people. He just said that you come from. How are you destroying yourself? Didn't he just say your birth and your nativity is of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites? But then it says in Deuteronomy 7 that, hey, y'all go and utterly destroy these people. It's the same people. Y'all destroyed yourself. What's going on here? So it's clearly trying to tell you something here, which is why I tell you this is a parable. So now when you read in Deuteronomy and it's talking about utterly destroying these people, wiping them out, show me in history where the Israelites conquered the Hittites. Show me in history where the Israelites conquered any of these people. If the Israelites was going around and conquering all these people, they would have been written about. There would have been monuments. There would have been so many people talking about these badass Israelites going around conquering everything. But there's no mention. Herodotus says nothing. Diodorus says nothing. Nobody says anything about these Israelites conquering the way the Bible is describing them, because it never happened. The people who was doing all the conquering was the Greeks and the Romans and the Persians and later the Arabs and Muslims. So now the Hebrew Israelites want you to accept that we are where we are at today because we broke God's law. We broke the covenant with God. Slavery happened. We are being oppressed to this day, all because we are being punished for breaking God's covenant, for breaking his law and disobeying God. But all the other races get to get a pass. They get a pass. Look at the Asians. Look at the white people. All the stuff that they have been doing for centuries. Nothing happened to them. They get to be rich and grow their economy, grow their people, and become successful. But black people, we got to endure this hell because we had supposedly broken this covenant. And got nothing to do with me today or you today. We ain't got nothing to do with our ancestors, what our ancestors did. But they want you to believe that it's going to be all right and that the Messiah is going to come back and he's going to take care of these white folks because they got to pay for what they did. So why do the white people living today have to pay for something that their ancestors did? They ain't had nothing to do with it. Just like we ain't have nothing to do with it. Does this sound like something that is correct to you? It doesn't even really make sense. The doctrine don't even sound good to me. So when these Hebrew Israelites, when they point to the pyramid on the back of the dollar and they say that, see, it represents Egypt. America is the new place of slavery. But they don't tell you that right around that crest, it says Mason. If you're going to accept that pyramid, you got to accept that it spells out Mason around it in that crest, because King James was a Mason. And that's what this thing really is about. That's why they're using the pyramid, because that's where they stole the knowledge from our people and created their empire that they have today. Our empire is crowned a success. That's what it's talking about on that dollar. Their empire has come to fruition. They have succeeded. King James was the Mason, period. Francis Bacon, the man who actually revised it or went over the Bible after it was written, he went and coded the whole thing, which is why it's saying what it's saying. So if you want to point to that dollar and that crest with the pyramid, you got to point to Mason. You also will have to point out the Freemasonry that surrounds Jesus Christ. You have to point out the fact that he died at 33, Masonic number. You have to point out that he traveled with 12 disciples. He would make 13, Masonic number. There's 13 steps going up that pyramid. It also corresponds with the zodiac. Jesus would be the sun. The 12 disciples would be the 12 signs of the zodiac. Now, I went into this more, this whole Francis Bacon and King James thing in my video, Who Really Established America and What the Bible Has to Do with It. Check that video out. And also check out That's Game, The Bible and Christianity Finally Explained. It will tie everything together. This video and those 2 videos will just bring everything home for you. And you will just have a complete knowledge of this whole thing. And you will see clearly that this Hebrew Israelite doctrine is bullcrap. You will really understand that. Like I said, no way in the world they would let these people stand on the corner and scream at white people downtown if they didn't want this doctrine out. I mean, look at the times right now. Look at the times. We got white cops killing black people. We got this whole racial tension, going on in America. So this doctrine fits perfectly for people to start accepting this doctrine and saying, white people are this, white people are that, and your Howard Shot's going to come back and destroy them all. Have you sitting there waiting, not doing nothing with your arms folded. You're going to die with your arms folded, looking at your watch. So pay attention to the times. Look at the times right now. You got white cops killing all these black people, shooting them dead in the street, innocent black people. Since when did the cops allow black people to stand on the corner? Since when did they allow that? Since when did they allow us to stand on the corner peacefully? We stand on the corner peacefully. You can't go in your own neighborhood today, you and 8 of your friends, and chill on the corner without the cops harassing you. But these Hebrew Israelites get to go downtown. They get to go into Times Square. They get to go into areas where white people frequent and spew hate and call them devils and tell them that they're going to hell and all kinds of stuff, screaming at white people. They get to stand up on a podium with a microphone and speakers, a bullhorn, and scream at white folks. Since when would they allow that to happen? This is part of an agenda, people. Wake up. Seriously. You don't think those rich white people who live downtown went and said something about this? You don't think they made their voice heard and said something? This is part of an agenda. It's just that simple. You can go ahead and cite freedom of speech and this and that. Well, why is it any different in our neighborhoods when we sitting there just talking, conversating? They ain't screaming at nobody. So now I just want to thank everybody who actually watched this video in its entirety. I get so many questions from people who claim they watched the video already, and it's like, if you actually watch the entire video, you wouldn't be asking me this question. So I know videos, get long and I get long-winded. I'm not the most articulate person in the world. I don't speak particularly well or better than anybody else. But, this is just my research and I'm trying to get it out to people. I may be a little boring, maybe a little long-winded, and might not be very entertaining. But if you are a scholar, if you're trying to get information, I'm going to give you what I have and what I know. And I want to thank people who have, stuck with me and follow, this whole journey. Because really, when I started doing this thing, it was just to really give back to my study group, to people who I was really into this information with. Since I left the country, I wanted to still share information. I had no clue so many people would actually watch my videos. So I want to thank people who have, stuck by me and defended me in the comment section. The comment section is war. You see me, I don't mind commenting with people and debating with people in the comment section because, I'm not trying to be some kind of, internet celebrity or anything like that, or famous from doing these videos. I don't ask for donations or anything like that. I have a donation thing on my page, yes, but I don't really promote it. I just promoted it just now, but I don't really promote it. But I'm just here trying to share information and just get people to wake up. Get people to wake up and see what's going on. This religion is separation. That's what it was designed for. These people at this top block where they use the pyramid, we're talking about the same people in the Bible that took over. We're talking about, well, I'm not going to say in the Bible, let's say in real life. We're talking about the Romans and Greeks, the Jews, the Muslims. They took over this whole thing. And they are together at this top block, seriously, because this is why you see videos of the Pope with the Islamic leader or with the Jewish leader, because they in this thing together. They in this whole thing. It's one big scam, seriously. They don't care if some Muslims here blow up some Christians there, long as they don't get hurt. So, big shout out to Ally Coalition Jump Off Commander. Big shout out to everybody who's been sharing the videos. I really owe the amount of views and the amount of subscribers to you guys. because I haven't really been able to promote as much as I would like to, because I basically, been busy. I run my own company here, and I'm trying to get it to become, self-sustaining, because I'm going to be headed back to America sometime this year to finish my PhD. So I wanted to get everything done here and out of the way so I can go back and knock it out and come back here and finish doing what I've been doing. So you might end up seeing me in Philly or on the West Coast, but definitely want to give a shout out to you guys, and I want to thank everybody for the support. And yes, I do have a book coming out sometime next year. It'll probably be in the spring. I've actually written about 6 books. This will be the first one to actually get published. Publishers ain't cheap, so I've been working hard trying to get it done right. If I put out a book, I want the book to be right. I don't want it to be not corny. I don't want it to be thin. I don't want it to be boring. So I've really been putting a lot of work into putting my first book out and getting it out there. So it'll be out sometime next year for sure. But thanks everybody. Like, comment, share, and see you next video. Ancient Religion Series Volume 1, which is paganism. Next series will be Zoroastrianism, and what we're going to do in this series is basically get into the many ancient religions that existed before biblical religion. And of course, we understand that there was no such thing as religion back then, and even paganism was videos, but this would be the whole thing. We're talking about universal law, and if it's not done in truth, you're going to have issues, you're going to have problems. So you got a lot of people who you may know, and you yourself, who probably always got issues. There's always some problems in their life. It's because they're not being truthful, they're not living in truth. And your consciousness, the part, your subconscious, your energy, it only knows truth. Their intrinsic that is not being put together and put out to the people, and that's what this video is about. So I think that anybody who is real with themselves, who can really look in the mirror and say, damn, this makes sense, this doesn't, will really get what this video is about. And it's this whole faith thing. Either you're going to have faith or you're going to have common sense. You cannot have both. Because if you have faith, then you forfeit common sense. And you have to remember that. So for those of you who have faith, who stick to your faith, you cannot argue with someone who has facts. It doesn't work. It doesn't fit. So now, if you are here on YouTube, scouring through videos, looking through videos, then that already tells me you as a Christian or a Muslim or a Hebrew, that you are still looking for a validation, or else that to be, you get basically the Arab invasion, you get Islam, and we know that Islam is using the prophets of Rome. the prophets of the Jews and the Christians. So the question you have to ask yourself is this: why, after such a long war, after, when you look at the power, the might of Rome at that time, why would they risk, this doctrine, coming out with this doctrine, using the prophets of Rome? Why would they risk that? Why would they do that and come out with this doctrine right after this war? And why would Rome allow them to do so? So now you got to ask yourself, you had these Arabs and Persians, you had this long war that was going on, over 600 years of battle, fighting, for them to just stop and say, we're going to basically go back to the way things was before the war started. It doesn't make sense for them to just say, forget everybody who died, forget everybody who got injured, hundreds of years of war, forget about it. We're just going to go back to the way things was. They obviously was fighting for something. And if you remember around this time, the Persians and the Arabs was on the move. They was conquering a lot, which makes more sense for this, whole status quo antebellum, or this whole war, really. But the thing is, it ended with them basically saying, we're going to go back to the way things was. Now, it doesn't make sense unless there was some kind of deal struck. And that's basically what the facts is telling us, that, it wasn't that they just said, forget about it, we're going to go back to the way things was. A deal was struck. They came together, made some kind of agreement that would allow them to come up, to basically use this doctrine to control the Arab people. Now, the reason why I say this is because, it's not a coincidence, everything that happened right after this war ended. You got to pay attention and look, you had, this whole war ends right in the early 7th century. We're talking 630s, 640s, and around that time. So you got to think, right after this war, you get the death of Muhammad, supposedly. You get the end of the Persian Empire. All this stuff is taking place right after this status quo antebellum. Death of Muhammad, end of the Persian Empire, the rise of the Arab Empire and Islam. You get Abdul Malik going into Syria and conquering the Byzantines there in Syria, basically converting the people into Islam, changing their language from Syriac and Aramaic to Arabic, enforcing Islam. So the Quran was supposed to be revealed to Muhammad in Arabic. And what happens is whenever he gets these revelations, he goes out to the public and he, recites the new surah to the people, to the public. And he had, one of his Sahabas, companions, or one of the scribes basically write down these verses. So the problem with that is this: during the life of Muhammad, when he had supposed to existed, and right after that, there was no Arabic. There was no written Arabic language. You have a bunch of people who believe that everybody was walking around speaking Arabic during this time, and that it was just a spoken language, and nobody wrote nothing down because we don't have no writing in Arabic during that time. You can't find that. Nobody can find a Quran that's written in Arabic during the time of the Prophet Muhammad. One do not exist. Now, the thing is, you have the Birmingham Quran. I believe it is found in London. They supposedly just had it in a museum for a long time. They come out with this whole Birmingham Quran that's supposed to be written before Muhammad, before the life of Muhammad, which is why a lot of Arab scholars denounce the whole thing. And, it's dated before the life of Muhammad, but you got Arab scholars who say that, you need to test the ink. And instead of testing the paper, the skin that is written on, because the skin hide that is written on is supposed to be dated back to that time, but they believe the ink is newer. And the whole issue with that is there was no color. It's red ink that's written inside of that Quran. There was no colors used in the Quran during that time. And that Quran, the Birmingham Quran, is supposed to be in order. And the Quran was not put in order, the way it is today during that time. So, of course, the Arab scholars are not going to like it because it basically turns Islam upside down. If you have a Quran that's basically written before Muhammad, where in the Quran we know today, everything starts with Muhammad. So that whole thing is suspect. But when you look at the earliest Qurans that we have, almost all of them is written in Kufic script. You can't find one that's in Arabic. So there is no Arabic language. Now that alone should get most sane people to, sit back and, question Islam. So now let's think about this. God Almighty, who created the heavens, earth, the whole universe, 6 days. 6 days created everything, rested on the seventh day. But takes 23 years to give a man a message about a doctrine or a religion that he wants him to basically put out. 23 years. Then on top of that, he allows Muhammad to basically die as soon as he finished giving him these revelations. Then allows another 60 to 70 years to pass before we get Islam. I mean, it doesn't fit. Then on top of that whole thing, already had allowed hundreds of years for Judaism and Christianity to dominate before he finally says, okay, let's give people Islam. I'm going to take another 23 years to give Muhammad the message. It doesn't fit. That's why I tell people, no disrespect. There's a lot of Muslims who I do respect and, have Muslim friends, but Muslim family members. But the whole thing is, if you were born into this religion, if you was, tricked into this religion due to lack of knowledge, then you have to really go back. And like I said, if you're watching this video, then you obviously have some doubts if you are a Muslim, but you got to start to really use common sense and look at certain things. Some things just don't fit. It don't make sense. God, come on. He should be able to, and the message is in Muhammad. But 23 years, because you don't realize what's going on, it has to do with numerology and the people who is behind this religion that I'm going to get into later on. But anyway, you have Abdul Malik go into Syria and force Arabic on the people. And as I pointed this out in the previous video that I did on Islam, there's a reason that he did that. The word Quran itself is a Christian Judeo meaning. Quran does not mean recite like most Muslims believe it does. It means Pentateuch reader. If you take it back to its earliest language, the language that they spoke during that time, which was Syriac and Aramaic, it means Pentateuch reader. Now it says here, some say Quran means recite. Not true. The word Quran means Pentateuch reader when you go where the word originally came from, Syriac. Here it says, in Syriac, the word Quran is written Quran.
What? Quran means Pentateuch reader when you take it back to the original language. In the Syriac, it means Quran. What? Quran in Syriac means Pentateuch reader? To an average Muslim, the word Quran means to recite or to read in Arabic. The only problem with that is that Arabic is not really a language, but a script. What many people call Arabic is actually a dialect of a Middle Aramaic, Syriac, prior to the 7th and 8th century. Syriac was the medium of communication and cultural dissemination for Arabs and, to a lesser extent, Persians. Primarily a Christian medium of expression, Syriac had a fundamental cultural and literary influence on the development of Arabic. In other words, most words in Arabic can be best understood in Aramaic Syriac, like the word Quran, which means Pentateuch reader. Let's go. This studying, Chris. This how you really do it.
Meaning Pentateuch reader. Now, the Pentateuch is basically the 5 books of Moses. It is Jewish religion. Quran also means lectionary. Take it back to Aramaic, Syriac, same thing. It means lectionary. Now, here's telling you, the book being a Syro-Aramaic lectionary with hymns and biblical abstracts created for use in Christian services. Now, a lectionary is basically like the sermon that the deacon prepared for church. Now, if you go and look at the Syriac Orthodox Church in Antioch, that church I was showing you earlier, if you look at the duties of the deacons, they have 6 duties. If you look at the 4th duty, it says Korayo. It means reader. Korayo sounds like Quran to me. Reader. This is where this stuff is coming from. I don't know how much more proof I need to show you people, but I got a lot more. This is the problem. When people get this kind of information, it's just something just clicks in their head that, it's all bullshit. Like, you can't just go through the research yourself and see that this is true. I mean, so when you find out this is true, what is your action? People's action to that is, so what? I want to continue to be deceived. And it's ego. It's not that, this is wrong, or it's ego. It's people don't want to feel stupid. They don't want to feel like they've been following and bowing down. I mean, it's so many things you got to do, when you are Muslim. I know I followed the Islamic faith for a long time. I considered myself to be a Muslim for a few years when I was trying to figure this whole thing out. Because when I found out Christianity wasn't right, of course, naturally I went to Islam, and I found out that was wrong as well. So I understand, making wudu and, so many rituals, 5 times praying, and it's a lot you have to do. And to find out that you are being duped the whole time, praying to the moon and the sun and to Saturn, as I pointed out in the last video. I mean, it's tough for people to accept that, which is why I got a lot of backlash about the first video. A lot of people left negative comments, but as you can see from a lot of people liked the video more than disliked it, and the people who disliked it didn't even really watch the whole video and didn't let the information sink in. They simply didn't like it because they are Muslim. And as I said, if that's the choice you're going to make, who are you hurting but yourself? You're not hurting nobody but you. And at the end of this video, when you see what this stuff is about and what's in here, what's really going on, and how it's been in front of your face all this time, but you can never piece it together, you're going to feel some type of way. But, don't get upset with me because I'm just putting information out. I have so many people who keep sweating me about this video. Put some more videos about Islam, more Islam, because people can kind of see it. They can't put their finger on what's going on. So that's what this video is really about. But it's something that, even if you're not Muslim, you're going to want to get this information. So that is, I think some of you probably are going to have figured this stuff out, or when you see certain things, you're going to be like, oh, okay, that's what that's about. So, let's keep going. As I said, Rome created this religion. They created Islam to control the Arabs, to basically get the Arabs to do their dirty work. The work that they could not do themselves. They seen how powerful the Arabs was and what they could accomplish, putting up a war that lasted hundreds of years against the mightiest empire on the planet, arguably Rome. That was obviously impressive, and they probably couldn't sustain that war any longer. So you got to understand, like I said, a deal was struck. They used Islam, they used the Arabics to do their dirty work. So now, what else happened right after the war ended, the whole status quo antebellum, you get Islam. What happened after that? You get the whole Arab slave trade. You get the Arabs enslaving many Africans, for hundreds of years. And this was, the doing of Rome. Rome is behind that when you start digging into that whole thing. So a lot of people don't realize how much the Arabs conquered during that time. The caliphates conquered from Spain all the way to Persia and almost everything in between there. They brought down the Sassanid Empire, the Byzantine Empire in Syria. They conquered Persian, Egypt, Iraq, so many places that they conquered. They were doing the dirty work of Rome. Now, the whole thing with that is it don't matter how much they conquer. The reason why the Arabs got the power that they do have today is because, of course, they are in bed with Rome. But it's not benefiting all of the Arabs. It's benefiting the leaders, and it's benefiting Rome, as we can see. Look over there. You see billionaire, Saudi kings with crazy money. When you start going back, when you look to Persia, this is where you start finding royalty in Persia. You don't hear nothing about no Persian royalty. Arabic or Arab royalty before that time. So that's another thing that happened. Another thing that I think was in this whole deal. You can't find me no Muslim kings or Muslim royalty.
Where these motherfuckers come from?
They didn't exist.
Where these motherfuckers come
All of
from?
a sudden, After this, you get royalty. What makes them royal? Explain that to me. When Africans was already in the Middle East way before Arabs came, and we can prove that. It's already been proven. So who made them royal? And when you understand how things work, you know that it was the popes who was, giving people, making them royal, giving them royal titles of nobility. So this had to be one of the agreed upon deals that the Arabs made with Rome, because who would respect that throne? You got Saudi kings and princes, and they got billions of dollars now. And it's because of this deal that they struck with Rome. And you have to understand, the people, as you can see, are getting duped. They have no clue what's going on. And they think, because they born into this religion, and if you get born into Islam and you stuck in that religion, it's strict. It takes away largely from your experience on this planet, largely. It's just, how it is. It's so much that you cannot do. And if you do, they'll kill you. So, it's so much that the Arabs will never know or never experience because of that religion. And we wasn't put here to be subject to that. So it's weird how the Arabs haven't figured this thing out. When you look at the royal family and how they living so good, diamond encrusted Benzes and gold plated Rolls Royces, and the people living in clay and mud brick huts, starving to death. It's crazy. And they can't seem to figure this stuff out. When you go to these mosques over there, as I pointed this out in the previous video, when you go to any major mosque over there in these Arab countries, next door you find a Catholic church. Hand in hand, you got mosque, you got Catholic church, and they can't figure this stuff out. They see pictures of the Pope kissing the Quran. They can't figure this thing out. How could the Pope kiss the Quran after, the many thousands of Christians who lost their head to an Arab sword? How can he be kissing the Quran? How can he be consorting with these people when they do so much to, the Christians and the Jews? Look at all the wars between, the Muslims and the Christians and the Jews. So many people dying, so much war and destruction, kids being killed. You've seen bodies in the street, but the leaders of these religions walking around, meeting, kissing and hugging and, shaking hands all the time because they don't have to fight in these wars. They're not losing any family members. You are. All of these Muslims, and it's weird how, they haven't put this together. And we know that in a lot of these Arab countries, they don't have access to the internet. And the ones who do have access to the internet are the ones who, on the bad side. So for anybody with a rational brain, and it's no way you can sit back and look at the news and see what's going on and not understand that these people are being used, for an agenda. And this agenda has been set up hundreds of years ago. And a lot of people can't fathom that it was set up, hundreds of years ago, thousands now. They can't fathom this stuff. They can't fathom it. And that's basically the purpose. Islam is created to basically, be the lapdog for the Catholic Church, to be the errand boys, to basically bring about their whole World War III and their new world order. And that's what we're going to get into in this video. So now, during the whole Arab slave trade, you basically have the Arabs removing the Africans from the Middle East. And of course, the Africans was there long before the whole Arab invasion, long before Islam. And the Africans that are in the Middle East right now, they still getting treated like shit. And they Muslims, they still getting treated like shit. They still not getting treated like they citizens. And they was there long before any Arabs, long before Islam. The same thing is happening in Israel, where they basically kicking the Ethiopians out, kicking the Africans out of there, and they got this whole anti-African thing going on over there, when African people was there long before any Jews, and that's a proven fact. They should know that. The people don't know it, but the administrations know that. But of course, this is not a coincidence. This is all by design. So now, as I was saying, Rome basically used the Arabs to do their dirty work. So whenever a region or whenever a place that they was occupying wasn't acting right, they would send in the Arabs. They would send in the Muslims to go in there and basically conquer it. Then you get the Crusades around 1095 AD, and all Rome did was sweep in there and basically act like they was saving everybody from the whole Arab conquest, but really they was all in cahoots. Basically what the Crusades was what we're seeing now in Syria with America and ISIS. The same shit, same thing. We control ISIS. We are ISIS. It's the same thing that happened back then. The Catholic Church was, the Arabs. They was Islam and still Islam to this day, and they used them to basically gain control of the Middle East and that area during that time. And it's the same thing today where they basically using ISIS to basically gain control of Syria. It's the same shit. Now, people who follow that time frame, that era, during the whole Crusades, a lot of people believe that the Crusades happened because Rome was trying to get rid of Islam, trying to get rid of the Muslims, and that wasn't the case. The whole thing about the Knights Templar going in there and fighting in the Crusades, it really had nothing to do with the Muslims. They was going there, it was a show, and it was wiping out Christian factions that was basically against the papacy, and there was a lot of them. A lot of people didn't agree with it being the Pope and all these rules and laws that the Pope was instilling, and they were speaking out against the Pope, and it was basically same thing with, as I said, with the whole ISIS thing. We don't like that. They didn't like that Syria is basically going against the dollar and, selling oil that's not being backed by the dollar. So it's like, since you are against us, since, the leader, the president of Syria is against this whole New World Order thing, they went in there acting like they're trying to save people or whatever, or act like they're trying to stop ISIS. And really, they're trying to get rid of the administration. It's the same thing back then. They're trying to get rid of these administrations that was against the papacy. So even though they're saying that the Muslims and the Arabs was in these places back then, really, when the Crusades came through, when the Knights Templar came through, they came through there to basically get rid of the establishment and put somebody in place that would act right. It's the same thing. It has been happening for hundreds of years. Now, a lot of people want to know why the Knights Templar was wiped out, even though we know they back now, but it's not the same. Now, as I said, the Knights Templars was not against Islam because members of the Knights Templar was Muslims. So now, that's one of the things that I want people to understand in this video, because we're going to be getting into it later on. Understand that there was Muslims in the Knights Templar. So I want to read from this thing that's talking about the membership, historical fact. Authentically, the original Knights Templar rejected the idea of the Crusades as supposedly being to eliminate Muslims or eradicate Islam. This historical fact is proven by the Temple Rule of 1129 AD, in which the Templar order criticized that the Crusades did not do what it should, that is to defend, but strove to plunder, despoil, and kill. Rule 2, it clearly specified that the only real purpose of temple warfare was to remove from the land enemies of Christ, not to kill Muslims. Rule 14. And the original Latin says only to strike enemies, providing no specific intent to kill. Rule 57, quite contrary to popularized misconceptions, the Templars fully understood that Muslims were not necessarily enemies, that the real enemies of Christ could be even evildoers pretending to be Christians, and that the enemies of Christ were generally the same as the enemies of Islam. Indeed, evildoers are essentially the enemies of all faith, opposed to the principle of religion itself, and are thus the enemies of God. Therefore, the Templars were never crusaders against Muslims and did not agree with any such philosophy. Rather, the Knights Templar were holy warrior monks fighting for good against evil, regardless of which religion may or may not be involved. The most conclusive evidence that Muslims were in fact accepted in membership in the Templar order was codified in the Temple Rule of 1129 AD, which was expanded by the later hierarchical rules added from circa 1150 to 1250 AD. One key amendment, circa 1200 AD, specifically provides if a brother goes out from the house and enters into another religion, it would do no harm if he returns to rejoin the house, but he will not be held by anything that to that religion, nor to us also, for he has returned from the one and from the other. Rule 630. Now you can see here it says Knights of the Order of Saladin, which was a Muslim Templar. So you have to take away from this and understand you had Muslims in the Knights Templar. The main reason for that, as I said, was because this whole thing was for Rome to basically go and get rid of people who was against this Pope. And since they were using Muslims and using Christians, of course, it didn't matter who was in. And we know like the Knights Templar was kind of like a secret service, was supposed to be a secret service kind of sort of for the Pope. But they was good, as you can read, and this is the reason why they was wiped out, because they wasn't really, I mean, they knew all the dirty stuff. They did all the dirty work, they knew a lot of stuff, and it wasn't really going for exactly what the Pope was trying to do down the road. And yeah, they was wiped out, but you know, they came back and they are today exactly what Rome wanted them to be back then, and we're going to get into that because it has a lot to do with Islam. So now, as I keep saying, Rome basically is using Islam, using the Muslims to do their dirty work. Because think about it, who else would you get? Who else would you use to blame all of this, you know, these terror attacks on? Who else would you use? Can't use the monks, too peaceful. Can't use short, funny Asian people. Can't use skinny people in India. Africa never attacked anybody. You know, who would you use? Can't use Eskimos in Alaska. You got to find a people who is relentless, who travel deep, who can strategically attack places in the Middle East and basically spread the agenda of Rome, but at the same time keep its own people in check. And the Arabs was perfect. It was perfect for the agenda of Rome, which is why they made that deal, plain and simple. So when you look at all of these terror attacks lately, always go back to Islam and always go back to the Muslims, because as I said, they are using them to fulfill their agenda of a one world government. I mean, look at bin Laden, goes back to Islam. You got bin Laden, you got the whole 9/11 thing, and you know, the whole Al-Qaeda, come on. All goes back to Islam. Goes right back there. Everything, you got Saddam Hussein, you know, still Islam goes back to there. The Iraqi insurgents, this is still Islam. You got ISIS now. You got the, you know, the false flag terror attacks in America where they saying that these people, you know, worshiped ISIS and was somehow trying to be connected with ISIS. All of it is going back to Islam in some way, shape, or form to bring about something that will fit their agenda. And we're seeing that more and more. We know these false flags attacks, they're trying to take away our weapons. You know what's going on over there in Syria, because they're trying to get rid of that regime and put somebody in place that will follow orders. It was the same thing with Saddam. You don't act right, they put you out. So we can see, as I keep saying, that Islam is the scapegoat of Rome, the scapegoat of the ruling elite. And if you don't see that now, you will definitely understand it and know it by the end of this video. So now I know Muslims are going to say that just because you have these bad people who claim Islam do some despicable things, that doesn't represent the whole of Islam. And they are correct to say that. But you got to understand that you cannot deny the history of Islam. Just because you accepted it and you take it, and you know, a bunch of other Muslims, you accept it and you take it in its right context, and you try to follow what you think the religion means and you go with it. Just because you've done those things and other people do those things doesn't deny the history of where the religion originated. It doesn't deny it. It just means that you bought into the lie. That's all it means. It means you bought into what you was told and you're following it based upon what you were supposed to be following it. And the people who originated it, the people who are behind it, are using it to further their agenda. And this is why they carry the religion. But you can't see past it because you are stuck with what they wanted you to be stuck with in the first place, and that's believing in the religion. So you can look at it and say, yeah, these people have nothing to do with the true Islam, with the true religion, but you cannot deny where it came from and who brought it about. And you can go into the Quran, you can go into the Hadiths, you can read what it's saying, but excuse me, you cannot prove it. You can't prove it. None of it is based upon proven facts or proven history, which is why, just like the Bible, it requires faith. So it's not like this history is not there, that it can't be proven. You have this long war that ends in basically a truce almost. Status quo ante bellum. Basically, each party saying we're going to go back to the way things was. Then consequently after that, you get Islam. That's using the same prophets as Rome, who they just was in a war with. I mean, it's not a coincidence. You got to really think about that. This is a proven fact. This is proven history that we can go back, that we can look to, that Rome admits to, that history admits to, and it's there, it's proven. So we can call it all a coincidence and just say that it's just coincidence. This shit just happened. But when you look at everything else that goes with it, everything that follows it, I mean, it fits too perfectly with this whole thing being a setup. And as we go along, you'll see, even more clearly that that's exactly what it is. Okay, so now let's start getting into the really good stuff, the good information. Now, as I said, I have a video that I did on Islam before. It's called The Ignorance of the Black Muslim. You should check that video out if you didn't see it. And it really gets into more a lot of stuff that you should know about Islam. But like I said, after this video should be enough for you to be like, oh, hell no. And I think that the first video is a good video for people who like to do research, for any Muslims who may be doing research which is against your religion. But still, as I said, if you are here because you are looking for validation, or you feel like you're being duped and something is wrong and this religion is not what you thought it was. But you should definitely watch that video, do that research. Don't follow me. As I say, don't listen to me. Don't listen to nobody. There's nothing better than doing your own research and figuring this stuff out for yourself. I'm here to simply give you my research and what I have found and where I know, your path is going to lead if you are real with yourself. I don't understand how so many people keep saying that, I do research, I study, I read. Then if you actually do these things, there's no way that you don't come to the same conclusion as me and many other scholars who actually, do the research and read, who learn Arabic and learn how to read certain passages and words. If you go and research something, you got to really get into it, and you can't be biased as far as the information. If you're researching to fit the religion because you want to be in it, then you're being biased. You're cheating yourself because you're only looking for information to support the religion. If that's the case and you want support for the religion, just be in the religion. Don't go look for nothing. Just be, true to your faith, stick with it. You're trying to go out and do research to find stuff to support your religion because you want to stay in it, just stay in it. But if you be true and real to yourself and you go out and you look for the right information, the critical information, the information that makes sense, then you're going to come to the same conclusion as me. You're going to find out everything, and it's going to turn Islam upside down for you. But if you haven't been watching the news and paying attention to history over the last 16 years, then, you can see clearly what's going on with Islam. But, I want to get into a man named Albert Pike, who most of you know by now, who do research. But before I get into Albert Pike, I want to go back a little bit further and get into, not too far further, I want to get into the whole Lincoln assassination. And I know you're going to say, what the hell does this have to do with Islam? But trust me, bear with me for a second. I'm going to, how I do if you watch my videos. I'm going to stray away for a little bit And I'm going to get into this whole thing, and it's going to make sense because it all fits and it's all going to come back. And when it's done, it'll make sense. But I'm going to go away from this Islam thing for a little bit and get into this whole Masonic Albert Pike Lincoln assassination stuff that's going to bring everything together, and it's going to make a lot of sense. So now, as I said, before I get into Albert Pike, I want to get into the whole Lincoln assassination a little bit. Now, we know John Wilkes Booth. John Wilkes Booth was a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle, just like Albert Pike. And also like Albert Pike, he was a Scottish Rite Freemason. Now, anybody who studies the Lincoln assassination knows that almost everybody in the Lincoln administration wanted Lincoln dead. They wanted him gone. And a lot of them was complicit in his assassination and helped with the cover up. Now, General Lafayette Baker, he was basically summoned to Washington to help out with the whole Lincoln assassination, the case. And within like 2 days of him being there, he already arrested 4 people and had a lead on Wilkes Booth and his accomplice. Now remember, they had supposedly tracked down Wilkes Booth and his accomplice, David Harold, to a barn. And Harold basically surrendered and they took him away, but Wilkes Booth put up a fight, supposedly didn't want to go quietly, and he was shot and killed by Sergeant Thomas Corbett, nicknamed Boston Corbett. And we know they took Harold away, and he was later hanged along with 3 other accomplices for being complicit in the assassination of Lincoln. These are actual pictures from the hanging, by the way. Now we know that General Baker made sure it was a military tribunal so he could control exactly how the trial went and what questions and everything would be answered, because if they had a regular trial, like a regular civilian trial, because these dudes was tried as, military people. Some of them was in the military. So he wanted to make sure they had a military tribunal so he can control it. So everybody else who was in on the whole thing, it wouldn't come out in trial. But, they was assassinated, they was, all hanged and killed. And General Baker basically received a large part of that $100,000 reward for capturing, those people. Now understand, Wilkes Booth's body was never photographed. Nobody took any pictures. Remember, they took pictures of the men who was hanged, who was supposed to be accomplices or, complicit in the assassination of Lincoln. They took pictures of those bodies, but there's no picture of Wilkes Booth's body. Now, the Secretary of War, the War Secretary, Edward Stanton, he, who a lot of people believe was also complicit in Lincoln's assassination, he hid the keys to where Booth's body was supposedly stored. He didn't allow anybody access to it, and he also hid 18 pages of Wilkes Booth's diary. Now remember, his diary was supposed to be coded, but he had in there that the nation was controlled by a group of Scottish Rite Freemasons who work for the British Crown. Now, the weird thing is, later they also found a diary of General Lafayette Baker, same dude who supposedly caught Booth and had the 4 men hanged. They found his diary. It also was coded, but it also said the same thing, that the nation is controlled by a group of Scottish Rite Freemasons, and they work for the British Crown. And his diary was actually written inside of a British military journal. So now, many believe that Albert Pike was also, a part of the whole Lincoln assassination. After the Civil War, he was charged with treason. He was charged with treason for getting the Indians to attack the North, to attack Union soldiers. Now, remember, Albert Pike was a Confederate general. Now, a lot of people don't know he was also a lawyer. He actually helped a lot of Indians get back their land or beat a lot of cases that was going against them, from the North. Remember, the North was always trying to take Indian land, and he helped them out with a lot of cases. Now, he basically fled to Canada when he was charged with treason until Andrew Johnson became president. One of the first things that Andrew Johnson did when he became president was to give Albert Pike a pardon for his war crimes. He pardoned him, gave him a full pardon. So now, what does this have to do with Islam? Of course, as I said, we're going to get into that. It's all going to make sense. So now let's look at it. We have Wilkes Booth, who was a Scottish Rite Freemason, who put in his diary that America, the nation, was being controlled by Scottish Rite Freemasons who worked for the British Crown. We have General Lafayette Baker saying exactly the same thing in his diary that just so happens to be in a British military journal. You also have Albert Pike, who was a Confederate general and co-founder, chief judicial officer, and imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. He co-founded the KKK. He was also a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Sovereign Grand Commander of Freemasonry and considered the highest ranking Freemason of all time. Pike died in 1891. He was buried in Oak Hill Cemetery in Washington, D.C. until 1911 when the House of the Temple was built in Washington and they moved his crypt there. Now, the House of the Temple has a huge atrium to the Supreme Council of 33rd degrees. To the right of the atrium is a staircase where you can see a statue of Albert Pike. Those stairs lead up to the temple for the 33rd degree Freemason. Underneath those stairs is supposed to be the crypt of Albert Pike. Now, to the left of the atrium is a memorial dedicated to Albert Pike. Now, the House of the Temple is the headquarters for Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Let me say that again. The House of the Temple is the headquarters for Scottish Rite Freemasonry. It is exactly 13 blocks due north of the White House, and it would be the capstone on the pyramid of the Masonic layout of Washington, D.C. So now, what does that tell you? Do you understand what's going on? Do you see what's going on? Now, forget what Booth said about Scottish Rite Freemasonry's running America. The same thing that Baker said, Lafayette Baker wrote, Scottish Rite Freemasons running America. It's right there in front of you. All of the mystery, all of the people talking all this supposedly conspiracy theories about, the Illuminati, Freemasonry, them running everything, and it's right in front of your face. There it is, plain as day. You have a whole temple. I mean, first of all, just get it out your head that this is not going on. This is happening. We play with this stuff and we speculate that, well, maybe the Masons run stuff or maybe they don't. It's here. What do you think all this stuff is about, the whole Masonic layout? You think they did that because they in some kind of, club? People is so passive and we seeing stuff that's right in front of our face and it's telling us exactly what's going on and what these people are about, and everybody just want to ignore it. How can you go and lobby and complain and protest about anything in Washington when you see that whole Masonic layout and everything that's supposed to come with that? How can they, and you need to understand, a lot of your senators, a lot of your congressmen, a lot of your council members, a lot of these people are members of this whole Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and you can go down there and you sit out there and wait and you see who comes out of there and it's going to surprise you. But understand, how can you have the tomb, the crypt of a man who was a Confederate general, who also was accused, he was never tried, but he was accused and suspected of being involved in the assassination of an American president? How can you have that right there in Washington? I mean, what is that place? What is it? Like, we speculate and we play with this stuff, but when it's right in front of your face, everybody want to just ignore it like it don't exist. People look at that Masonic layout of Washington and they just ignore it. And, everybody running around talking about election and this and that. I mean, this stuff has been here for centuries. And nobody wants to take it seriously after everything that's going on, after all the information that's put out, after America has basically been taken over by this whole banking system, and we look at this stuff and nobody wants to accept it when it's right there. Now, I remember the first time I went to visit the White House. I remember the first time I ever went there, there was this dude out there who was talking about the Masonic layout of Washington. This dude was handing out like pamphlets and stuff, talking about Masonry and talking about, the Masonic layout and the presidents and all this stuff. And everybody was just like looking at this dude like he was crazy. I mean, you know how people be when you see somebody acting funny. A lot of people just walk past them and kind of ignore them. I was standing there listening to the boy. Everything he was saying, it's a white dude too. Everything he was saying on point. He was making 100% sense. And I was like, damn, he killing it. I was shocked they was letting him stand up stand out there and spit that stuff. But, nobody was listening to him. He wasn't really drawing no crowd. He had these big signs and stuff. And, he was like into it, and he was like sweating. I never forget that. He was really like trying to get the information out. And the thing is, it seems like that, we are sitting back waiting for it to happen, waiting for the end to come, waiting for them to do whatever it is they're going to do. We know that this government is crooked. A lot of people know that they're trying to, reach their agenda, New World Order and this and that. But it seems like the people is just waiting for it to happen. I guess people feel like if it ever comes down to it, if it ever go down, that we can beat them, the people. It's more of us than them. And that, if they ever try something, we'll all come together at that moment and we'll just, win, victory. They won't be able to defeat the people. But you got to understand, whenever that day comes, if it comes, whenever it happens, whatever they do, they will win. They're going to win, period, point blank. And they're not even going to try anything. They're not even going to do anything that major unless they knew 100% that it's going to lead to victory. And while we sitting back not doing nothing, they are doing everything in their power for that outcome, to get to that goal, to reach that agenda, to win. And we are doing nothing to stop them at all. We are doing absolutely nothing. And I'm saying all this because there is a Masonic headquarters of Freemasonry, Scottish Rite Freemasonry, that is represented as a capstone for this whole government, for this whole organization, represented as the capstone on this pyramid for our government. And when you look on the back of $1, you have the pyramid with the capstone, the all-seeing eye. Around that pyramid spells out Annuit Coeptis, Noro Ordo Seclorum, and when you put a star over it, it spells out Mason. Now, the whole thing means favor our undertaking, new order of the age. What is all that? What is it? What's going on? And we see this shit every fucking day, and nobody wants to just, what can you do? You're just one person, what can you do? I know that's how a lot of people feel, what can I do? And that's how they want us to feel. But it's amazing to me that as us as a whole, as a collective, didn't stomp this out yet. And it's because we are racially divided and we are religiously divided, and they are conquering us because they are the one who has divided us. And it's crazy when you get into it. And one of the things I'm into deeply is the whole American history, American politics and all that. But that right there is so much more deeper than that. But I want to try to stick on this whole Islam thing because that's the topic. But it's a lot deeper. And if you've seen some of my videos, I kind of get into it more. Okay, so it's a Masonic lodge, 13 blocks from the White House, symbolizing a capstone on the pyramid of the Masonic layout of Washington, with the crypt of Albert Pike, a very high-ranking Freemason, Scottish Rite Freemason, and Grand Wizard of the KKK, co-founder of the KKK, and also a Confederate general who used the Indians to attack Union soldiers. It just don't get no weirder than having this dude here and having it being attached to Freemasonry and Masonry and having Mason on our dollar coated with the pyramid and capstone. It's weird. This dude wrote a book called Morals and Dogma, where he's basically saying that Lucifer is the light bearer and the light of Freemasonry that all Masons, ascribe to. This dude is who these Masons look up to. And we know that presidents and we know that congressmen, they walk around with that Masonic pen. You go down Washington. We know that a lot of these people are Masons. So it makes the whole thing weird, and it makes the validity of Wilkes Booth's diary and Lafayette's diary valid. It makes you really question all that for anybody who may not understand, what's going on. If you don't believe it, then when you see all this, you have to be like, yeah, this shit is real. Now, we know Albert Pike. Well, a lot of people probably don't know. Pike also has a statue in Judiciary Square in Washington, D.C., where a lot of people lobbied to get it removed. A lot of black people tried to get it removed, but the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, basically saved it. And, if you know anything about that league, it's supposed to be controlled by Britain, to tell you the truth. But yeah, they saved Pike's statue. He is the only Confederate officer to have a statue in Washington, D.C. Why? What did he do to deserve that? So even if you don't want to get into that part of it that I'm saying, the whole Masonic stuff, I mean, some of this stuff is like, come on, right in front of your face. Why does this dude have a statue in Washington, D.C.? Come on. And Muslims, when you see what's coming, it's going to blow your mind. You need to understand what you are into. So now the KKK was founded in 1866. That's the year after slavery ended, by 6 Confederate officers, including Albert Pike and Nathan Bedford Forrest. A lot of you know who he is. He was also a general and a Freemason. So now, what is the KKK based on? Where does it come from? It comes from the Knights Templar, and that's easy to see. Now, the Knights Templar used to be the Order of the Temple, or the Knights of the Temple of Solomon. Now, Pike even admits in his book that Freemasonry begins or started with or came from the Knights Templar, and I would think he means the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. We know it all comes from Kemet when you get into it. Now, anybody who studies Freemasonry understands that they claim to be founded on the building of the Temple of Solomon. So you can connect all this stuff together. We're talking about the Knights Templars, the KKK, Masonry. All this stuff comes together. So understand, Ku Klux is Greek for Golden Circle. And as I said, Albert Pike, Wilkes Booth was both members of the Order of the Golden Circle, or the Knights of the Golden Circle. So for anybody who says that Pike had nothing to do with the founding of the KKK, is right in the very name that he had his hand in it, Ku Klux. Klan goes to, the Scottish term. Klan is a Scottish term. Every black person is familiar with the burning cross of the KKK. We all know about it, that burning cross. That is called the Cran Terra. It is Scottish dialect for burning cross. It's what the Scottish clans use to summon their clansmen to arms. All this stuff connects together. Now, I've shown you how it connects. I've shown you that it goes back to Freemasonry. I've shown you that the name goes back to a whole secret society that Pike was in. We know that the Muslims was a part of the Knights Templar. All this stuff is connected. Now, you can't get into the Knights Templar without the Pope. The Pope was the one who sanctioned it. Pope Honorius sanctioned the Knights Templar and gave them their code of conduct.
Yeah, man. It's all good, man. To see facts, all you have to do is study and research the Bible to come to these conclusions. That's a fact. But he said it's true. I have morals and dogma. I got the 33rd degree version. Got it at the garage sale. That's what's up. Yeah, man. I don't know what you gonna do. What you gonna say? It ain't nothing. Trying to get niggas a chance, man. Trying to get niggas a chance, man. Niggas don't want to fuck with it. It's all good, man. Shout out to the info, man. Let's finish this video. We can have a little talk, man. But I definitely got more.
So it wouldn't be no Muslims allowed in it unless he sanctioned it and allowed them to be in there. Now, when the war was over, the whole status quo antebellum I was talking about earlier, as I said, Rome basically used the Muslims and Arabs to conquer into places that they couldn't get into. Like I said, you can't go around with missionaries preaching the word, saying Jesus saves, Jesus this, and then have Roman soldiers going around conquering and killing everything. So they had to use the Muslims, they had to use Islam to do it. And that's what they did. They used the Muslims, they used Islam to go in there and conquer in places that they couldn't, get their foot in there, and they struck that deal. Now, the whole thing is, when you go back and look at Islamic conquest during that time, when you go and look at the map, you can see that these are basically the areas that the Muslims conquest. This is basically what they conquered. But when you go ahead and look at the lands or the empire of Rome, it would seem as if the Muslims conquered the Roman Empire, and we know that's not the case. So when you look at it, it's kind of suspect. It's how could they, during this time, the 7th century, had conquered all of these places that supposedly occupied or a part of the whole Roman Empire. And when you look up here, you can see that they didn't conquer Rome, they didn't conquer Greece, they didn't conquer England, but everything else they had their hand into. So you see, they was in Spain. It was in all these places that Rome wanted to get into and conquer, but they couldn't get in there. So they used the Arabs to get in there and and do it for them. So the Arabs did all that conquering. They conquered into places that Rome wanted to get into. And basically the Crusades was a smokescreen for the exchange of power that took place. So basically when the Crusades happened, they came in there and they basically wiped out who they really wanted to wipe out when they put in power somebody who would listen to Rome and be for the Pope. And, they basically transferred power from, the Muslims to Rome, or they put Muslim leaders in place, but really Rome was going to be, ruling the whole thing. And that's basically what we see today in a lot of these places that's ran by Muslims. They answer to Rome. They answer to the Pope. The whole thing was smoke and mirrors. It was a smokescreen, and it was, a good power move on the part of Rome as far as taking over lands they couldn't get in there. Because as I said, you can't be walking around preaching Christ and talking about forgiveness and all this and that, and then conquering lands. So now Rome looks like the hero, and Islam and the Arabs look like the outcasts, and that's exactly the way they wanted it, and it worked for Rome. Okay, so now let's bring this stuff all together. Let's put the whole Islamic connection into it and put this stuff together. So now we all know this is the symbol for Islam. This is the symbol Muslims use. So now, what is this? This is the original costume for the KKK. Look at the symbol. You see, it's the same symbol for Islam, just turned a different way. Now, it's something that the KKK has that's weird with the circus. They have this weird connection to the circus. It's a long story. So now we see this whole identical logo. This is a real picture of Albert Pike wearing a uniform that looks similar to the original KKK uniform. You see it clear as day. It looks similar. So now, when we get into this whole thing, you're going to see that it's a major connection to Islam and the leaders of Freemasonry that's been right in front of your face, but a lot of people, they don't want to see it, but there's no way you cannot see it. So now understand, make this connection. This is the holy book for the KKK. It's called the Quran. Anybody who studies the KKK knows they put KL in front of anything they have an affiliation with. Quran. Sounds like Quran. They have a hymnal. How you got the Bible and hymnal, songbook. They have a hymnal. It's called the Music Clan. Muslim, Music Clan. The Music Clan. Put the connection together. Now we know this is the symbol for Islam. It's also the symbol right here, the original, the old symbol for the KKK. But where else do we find this symbol? We find it with the Shriners. Now we know that it's the logo for the Shriners. You see it all over the place. And when you look at the AAONMS, which stands for the Ancient Arabic Order Noble Mystic Shrines, or when you unscramble it, it spells out a Mason. A Mason. How many black Muslims knew that they was in the KKK? A lot of y'all don't understand that. You in the KKK if you're a black Muslim, because that's who they affiliated with. These are the people who is controlling it. This is what this stuff is all leading up to, as you will see. They are running the whole show. So now understand, here is the Abu bin Adem Shrine Mosque. Look at the top. It's the same thing you see at the top of these Islamic mosques. Just look at it. Does this guy look like a Muslim to you? Look at this guy. He's a part of this mosque with the Islamic symbol at the top of it. Does he look like a Muslim? Does this guy look like a Muslim? Why are these people wearing fezzes that says Islam, that symbolizes the Muslims? Why are they wearing it? Just take a look. Understand what you are seeing. understand, does this look like a Muslim? Do these people look like Muslims to you? So y'all can't put this connection together, and it's been in front of your face for years. Now, if you watch my videos, I always talk about how when you go into a Masonic lodge, you see on the altar 3 books: the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran. Now you understand why. These are the 3 books, 3, keep that number in your head, that they're going to use to bring about their whole New World Order. You know, they're capping that capstone on the temple, and, you know, completing the whole agenda. That's what it's about. And these 3 books, where they hide everything, as I have been revealing to you throughout, you know, my videos. You got to understand that it's an agenda. This is what the book is about. Trying to tell you something, but people don't read it. Now, when you look at the whole Shriners logo, you see that Arabian sword there in the whole Shriners logo. You know, that whole sword that they use to cut off Christian's head. It's the same sword that you see in the jihadist symbol when you go over there to the Middle East. You see that Arabian sword there to symbolize jihad. You know, it's a 3-step process, plain and simple. The first step was the Torah. The second step is the Bible, and we are in the 3rd step, which is using the Quran to basically bring about their new world order. It's just that simple. It all began 2001, September 11th. And I was talking about this in the previous video. When you look at the Masonic symbol, it's called Memphis Mezrah. It basically means cutting off the head of the old order and bringing about a new order. What happened? That's what it was. Here's the symbol right here. See that Arabic sword? See that Arabian sword there? That's what it means. 2001 was the beginning of the 3rd phase, the beginning. You got 3 world wars. Everybody know about Albert Pike. Supposedly have writing the letters to Giuseppe Mazzini, talking about the 3 world wars that would bring about a new world order. First, I mean, this is before the wars even happened, by the way. So, you know, first 2 wars went off exactly the way it says in the letters, and 3rd World War is happening exactly the way it said. You can believe it or not, but the fact that this stuff was still written so long ago, before the whole Muslim thing, and it's happening exactly the way the letter says, should tell you something. If you don't believe it, it's on point, and it's supposed to have been written by Albert Pike. So, you know, that's weird too. So 3 phases. It's 3 strikes we got. Baseball is played on a Masonic diamond, and we got 3 strikes, 3 books here. Played on a Masonic diamond. Somebody retract your messages. And we out 3 strikes, and we're done. And we got 2 strikes already. 1 strike left. And we sitting back and we watching that ball, and it's like nobody is intending to swing. We're gonna take it, and we're gonna strike the fuck out, and they're gonna win. And I'm gonna tell you now, and I'm gonna keep it 100% real. They're gonna win anyway.
I don't see who you retracting your message.
We can do about it. We're basically done unless people wake up. And it just don't seem like it's going to happen. I don't understand how people can see what's going on and not want to get more engaged into waking the rest of the people up. But this is where your Islam comes from. These are the people who control it, and they're showing you. Look at the Moors. Everybody want to get into Moors, and I have a respect for the Moors. They helped civilize, you know, the world during the Dark Ages. But you got to realize these are not the same Moors, these people you see walking around today. These ones who claim Islam and swear to Islam. These ones who's trying to basically get you to stay under the oppression of the master. Plain and simple. They used the knowledge of the Egyptians and gave it to the white man. They should have used that knowledge to help black people instead of giving it to the white man to build all the stuff that they built. They should have used it to help black people. That's how I feel about the whole Moors thing. And in the core, they worship basically the hidden knowledge of Islam. And you see they have a fez, just like the Shriners have a fez. It's all the same. They always talking about legal stuff. You know, oh, well, use the law, this and that, keeping you in this whole system. How the hell are you going to basically try to beat them at their own system? They crooks, they criminals. If they don't want to give you something, they just won't do it. They'll kill you, they'll get rid of you. So you can't walk up there saying, I know the law this, the law that. The law don't mean shit. It's ran by criminals. So all the stuff the Mormons be kicking that sound all well and good, but it's trying to get you to basically accept the establishment and try to find little ways around it. But really, they sit up there talking about Islam and they worship the true, the hidden meaning of Islam, as I've been showing you so far in this video, which is, basically all this stuff. And it's even deeper than this, and too deep for me to go into now in this video. So as I said, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. There's a lot of Muslims who I respect. I respect anybody who is ignorant in this and trying to stick with it because it's something that they believe in. I have respect for that if you are doing it truthfully in ignorance and not in just trying to prove somebody wrong or ego or just trying to stick up for your team because you are a Muslim. Some people just don't understand this stuff. But those of you who come to YouTube, who come here or who are here, like I said, you are obviously here for a reason, because deep down you truly do not believe and you are still looking for validation. Plain and simple. So I want you to see this is the hidden core of Islam and who's running it. Look at the fezzes. Follow the fez. Look at the people who wear it. Look at who's controlling it. Why do they have so many Islamic symbols on it? Do you think these people are Muslim? They are not Muslims. These are the people who is controlling it, who is running it, and they're trying to bring about this whole new world order. I mean, this whole ISIS thing that's going on right now is out of control, and it should have been under control if we was really the America that we're supposed to be. Now, do you think this right here is a coincidence? Take a look. Fez says ISIS. Take a look at the building. ISIS. So you have these Shriners who go back to Freemasonry and Knights Templar, all this stuff that I was just telling you. You have, this stuff was here. This whole ISIS stuff that I'm showing you with the Shriners was here before it. ISIS. So put the stuff together. Come on. Not a coincidence. Put it together. It's the same shit. They're trying to tell you something. These are the people who is running it. I don't understand how people fall for this stuff. You're smarter than that. I know y'all smarter than that. I know it. And y'all don't realize it, but you are here because something in you wants to wake up. Let it wake up. Get the information, study. Let this bullshit go. What? Come on. What are they doing that is that great? Now, don't get me wrong. There was some great Muslims who did some good things for black people. That's true. But that doesn't make the religion real. It makes them good people who did good things for black people. It doesn't make Islam correct. It doesn't. So you can get emotional. You can get upset. It's not going to change anything. The only thing that's going to change is the fact that you are still stuck in a religion that you know nothing about, and your ego is keeping you down. Let it go. Let it go. A smart person who just seen this video and watched the whole thing will understand. It's the truth. Do your own research. Don't listen to nothing. I'm not here to persuade no one. I'm putting out the information. But I want you to be in something having full knowledge, especially if you're black, because we are so behind right now. And so many people are getting swept up in this Islam. As I showed in the first judge, what I says, and this whole, you always plan it. And now,
All right, man. So we in the building, man. Yeah, that's a nice vid, man. Make sure y'all fuck with the boy. No? So just anybody that's receiving threats from random people on YouTube just hiding their face and denying who they know, just a safety precaution. Make sure you still jiggy. That's all. Yeah, man. Can't refute the information. That's crazy. Yeah. That's when it's time to kill the messenger. That's when it's time to kill the messenger. She's so not even let me see if I can go to his chat. I'm gonna my chat. See if I can get it. I appreciate everybody subscribe, man. Yeah, we gonna learn over here, man. Can't stay stupid and stagnated forever. Just can't. Let's see. Channel. Yeah, it's in. So let me see if I get it. It ain't been letting me grab it. It's been bullshit and whoa. Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's do it like this then. Let's do it like Ancient History, Volume 1. Yareski, like Wayne Gretzky.
Purchase or download, the DVD for that. But as far as what we have been seeing from the powers that be, this is where it begins. So when we get into all this stuff, you're gonna be able to break it down. You're gonna be able to see where stuff fits and how it pertains to the Bible and actual history.
And I
So
debated,
we're gonna begin with, Genesis, the garden. So the Garden of Eden story. I always like to go to the garden. As I said, it's a lot of hidden stories, a lot of hidden things wrapped up into those stories. But in this case, you have to ask yourself, what is missing from Genesis? When you think about the Genesis story, you get the creation of the heavens and earth and, planets or what have you. But what is missing? And what's missing is the war, the fall of Satan. What exactly happened? Why is that story missing from Genesis? It should be there. It's the reason why we found it in Ezekiel and Isaiah. And it's, so far from the Genesis story. This is supposed to have happened before Adam and Eve, but it should be there. But this also tells you that there is a gap. There's a time gap. There's a lot of time missing. If God created the heavens and the earth and, all of a sudden we get man, we get Adam and Eve, there is some time missing. What's going on? Then all of a sudden, Satan shows up in the garden. There's a lot of time missing. And it's a reason why, they put it that way. So when you get to Ezekiel and you start reading about the story in Ezekiel 28, you start reading from 1 to 13 we'll go to. Well, matter of fact, we'll go from 11 to 13, keep it kind of short. But when you start reading in Ezekiel 13:1, it's talking about, he's talking to Tyre, to the king of Tyre. As a matter of fact, he's talking to the prince. That's another thing you got to understand translations in a lot of the versions. In some translation, it translates into prince in most of them. But in some, it translates into king, or what have you. So, just be mindful of that. It don't matter in any case, but just understand that he could possibly be talking to the king in the beginning and the king, when they're speaking to Satan. So you'll understand in a second. But it starts out with Ezekiel basically speaking to the prince of Tyre or Tyrus. Understand Tyre is Tyrus, same thing. Get into that. And he's talking to him and basically telling him that God is condemning him for basically, claiming to be a god. So he's basically condemning the prince of Tyre or Tyrus for claiming to be a god. And then as you go on, you realize that, he's starting to talk to the king of Tyrus. And basically what he's explaining to the king, fits the story of Satan. This is one of the things you got to understand. When you start getting into the story of Satan, it's confusing. It's confusing, and you'll see in a second. So we read here Ezekiel 28, 11 through 13. It says, "Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, take up lamentations upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God, Thou seatest up the sum, full of wisdom, and perfect in beauty. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God." Think about that. "Every precious stone was thy covering, the sardius, topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, and the jasper, the sapphire, the emerald, and the carbuncle, and gold, the workmanship of thy tabrets," which tabrets are these things right here, "and of thy pipes were prepared in thee in the day that thou wast created." So it starts out with him speaking to the king of Tyrus. So clearly, and what he's saying cannot pertain to him, but it's talking to him. But we know for damn well this man wasn't in the Garden of Eden. We know that this human man can't have, these jewels built into his being. So we understand this verse is to be talking about Satan. A lot of scholars are in disagreement on the verses and what it actually means. Some people think that, it's, him trying to basically compare what the king of Tyrus is doing to what Satan did. That doesn't fit. A lot of scholars believe that the king of Tyrus was possessed by Satan, which makes a lot more sense. But when you read it, they seem to be coupling Satan with this man. Think about that. Why are they making a comparison? Why is it coupling Satan with this man? It's not being definitive and saying what's exactly going on. Is this dude possessed by Satan? Are you talking about Satan, which clearly he has to be? Who else was in the garden? Nobody else but Adam, Eve, the serpent, God. Definitely wasn't this dude. So what's going on? But we see this coupling of this story of Satan with the man. We see it again in Isaiah. So we read Isaiah 14, 12 through 16 says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nation? For thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms?" Did you pick up on that? It said, "Is this the man that made the earth to tremble?" That basically brought down the kingdoms. Is this the man? See, a lot of people, when they think about Satan, we hear him referred to as, the serpent, the dragon, the beast, Lord of the things that fly, Lord of the air, what have you. A lot of people don't conceive man, because when you say the word man, you think of man, mortal man. So how could this man be Satan? How could Satan be a man? Satan's supposed to be an angel, Lucifer, the light bringer, or what have you. So when you look at the verse, it's clearly saying, is this the man? So when scholars look at this, they say, well, it can't be talking about, Satan. Satan's not man. I mean, it's clearly saying the man here. That word is not a misinterpretation in the ancient manuscripts. It says man. So what is it talking about? Again, coupling Lucifer, Satan, with man. What's going on? Why is it making this comparison? And you will have to stop and think. If Satan is not a man, if he is to bring down the nations, the only way he can do it is if he get man to do it. If he possess a man or, influence man to do it. Any way you want to slice it, it has to be a man that's going to actually, bring down the nations. It has to be men. It has to be a man. It can't be him. So you have to really think about that. But again, it's coupling Satan with man. It's giving a comparison of Satan with man, just like in Ezekiel, you have man and Satan. So think about that. So you look at the Genesis story, we understand about Satan being there, but it's not giving us the story of Satan. What happened? How does he know what he know? What is he doing in the garden? doesn't get into all that. But then, as I said, we go to Ezekiel, we go to Isaiah, and we see these stories that I just read about the sort of, origin of Satan, but it's not 100% clear. It's not clear. Now, a lot of people do not understand that. A lot of people don't get that. You would think that somewhere in the Bible, even if you're one of the people who don't read it, that there is this definitive story about what's going on with Satan. A lot of people go to Revelations and get confused about the story, about the war. A lot of people get confused about what's going on and don't understand if it's talking about before or after. Is it talking about at the end or about the war in heaven? And when I say the war in heaven, I mean when it first went down, when Lucifer and his angels was cast down. But remember, it says in Jude that his angels was locked away in everlasting chains. So when you get into Revelations and you talk about this war, it really shouldn't be who was Satan supposed to be fighting with when his angels were supposed to be locked away, until judgment. So, even then you would think, well, if you got them locked away, why would you let them out to come and fight you? So they got to think about that. It's a lot of stuff you have to really deal with and get into the Bible. It's a lot of it, a lot of stuff you have to really, mold your mind around. But in this case, the key here is Tyrus or Tyre. So you have to understand it's the same place to talk about the same thing. As you can see here, this is what it basically looked like on the map. We're going to deal a lot with this place. There's a lot of history wrapped up in here. It's unbelievable. And we're going to get into it. Let's read. The Phoenician city of Tyre, a rich history of industry, mythology, and conflict. According to tradition, the city of Tyre was founded in 2750 BC and is considered one of the world's oldest metropolises. Think about that. For much of its history, Tyre has played an important role in the region. The Tyrians were master seafarers and explorers. By sailing around the Mediterranean, the Tyrians made contact with other civilizations and founded colonies. As a result, Tyre had a special place in a number of ancient Mediterranean communities. Greek mythology states Europa, for whom the continent of Europe was named, you see where we're going, was a Phoenician princess of Tyre who was abducted by Zeus in the form of a bull and brought to the island of Crete. On the island, Zeus revealed his identity, and Europa became the first queen of Crete. One of Europa's brothers was Cadmus, who, according to legend, brought the alphabet to mainland Greece. In addition, the Tyrians also founded colonies, the most famous of which is Rome's greatest rival, Carthage. It is believed that this city was founded by another Tyrian princess, Dido, who left Tyre to escape her evil husband. It is said that when she arrived in North Africa, she requested a small piece of land from the Berber king, Larbus, and subsequently founded Carthage. The story of Dido is most vividly portrayed in Virgil's Aeneid. So we're talking about Tyre or Tyrus, and you see how they do it. In the Bible, you got Tyrus, but it's really Tyre, Tyrus, Tyre. When you see one of the names, it's talking about the same place, a city in Phoenicia. Now, understand one, of course, Phoenicia is basically, modern day, today is Lebanon. But we understand this is where Europa comes from, which Europa gives us Europe. So again, you see where we are headed. We're talking about Europe. We're talking about the Europeans. Huge history going on here that we're going to get into. So understand one, of course, this land, didn't belong to the Phoenicians. You got to understand what the Phoenicians is. This was clearly part of Egyptian territory when you understand the Egyptian kingdom. It was part of the Egyptian empire, that land for a long time. Don't let history fool you. We're going to get into this. But it was a part of Egyptian territory. Now, the name Phoenician was given to it, by the Greeks. The Greeks is the one who named it Phoenician, or, the Phoenicians. And it comes from the Greek word phonikos. So Phoenician comes from the Greek word phonikos, which means purple people. Phonikos, purple people. So this is where we get Phoenician. What are the purple people? They call them purple people. One, I know a lot of people are going to say, well, we get so black, we can look purple. That's not it. But Phonikos or Phoenician, that purple people thing comes from the Morax. The Morax is basically a shellfish or like a sea slug sort of. Basically, it emits this purple dye that is very strong. It doesn't just wash off or come off. So a lot of people, wanted to use it because it actually got stronger in the sun, So if you use that purple dye, it actually got stronger. So this is why they call them purple people, because the people who worked in there, getting these shells out in the water, of course, the dye would cover them up and it would be like purple, when they came out. So Phoenician comes from Phonicus, and the Greeks are the one who came up with that name. So now most people, when they think about the Phoenicians, when they think about that land, some people think about the Persians, think about Arabs, some people think about Europeans being there. A lot of people, when they think about the Phoenicians, don't take it back to black people. And this is one of the problems. There's a lot of debates when people start getting into ancient Phoenician. Who was the Phoenicians? Who was the Phoenicians? Was they black? Was they white? What have you? You can understand why we start history, especially when you see the Greeks talk about in their mythology getting the language. Into that. But a lot of people don't, associate it with African people or black people. But the land was clearly Egyptian territory, plain and simple. You go there and you have the Temple of Obelisk and Byblos. Now, you go to Byblos, you have the Temple of Obelisk, still stand to this day. We're talking dating over, 1000 BCE. And the temple's still there. You can see it's all these obelisks, all these little, statues or what have you there, as well as other Egyptian artifacts and Egyptian sites there. It's one of the tourist attractions when you go there. Now, you start going back over, you can see, not too far away is Tyre, the city of Tyre. Not that far. You keep going over more, and guess what else you run into? You run into Israel. You keep going over, of course, more, and of course, Egypt. All of this was Egyptian territory, of course. They had all this land, all this space. There's going to be a lot of, things that you research and see that's going to try to fit biblical history within there. Whenever you see that, keep reading because you need to know the bullshit. But it's bullshit, plain and simple. But this was Egyptian territory. The stuff that's there, which they won't dare get rid of because they make money off it, as a tourist attraction, is still there to prove who the area belonged to. Now, you have to think about something, because you have the Phoenician alphabet, you have Egyptian, and of course they're different. We're going to get into that as well. But you have to realize what the Phoenician territory was, what Tyre was, what that area was. Since it's on that coast, and you have the only other way that you can get in there, if you're Greece or what have you, and you're trying to come there, this is the place where you would have to land, as far as a ship. So if you're going to be doing trade, or anything with people in that area, like Syria, what have you, Lebanon, Israel, you need a closer port, which that port would be the closest port. So what the Egyptians did was they basically left that port open. They left Tyre basically open, that city, and that whole area up to Byblos. All that area was basically like an open seaport where you had so many different countries coming in there trading. They was trading, they had a lot of merchants there. There was a lot of marketplaces. They, had goods that was bringing into other countries. This is what everybody talks about. It's well known. Tyre is well known. A lot of people talk about it. A lot of historians talk about it, but everybody know it as the people who was living there was like, fishermen and real seafaring people who traveled out, who knew everybody. So it's even in the Bible. So when you read in Acts 21:3, it says, now when we had discovered Cyprus, which we know Cyprus is right there, we left it on the left hand and sailed into Syria. Now, I don't know how the map was back then, but you can't sail into Syria, easily today, and landed in Tyre, for there the ship was to unload her burden. In other verses, it says unload her cargo. So they just, King James Version, kept it old school. But it says to unload her cargo, of course. Now, as I said, you're going to read a lot of stuff. You're going to start reading stuff about the Philistines and the Hebrew Israelites, some kind of war and all this kind of drama going on. It's bullshit. All of this is there to give validity to the Bible, plain and simple. We understand what happened in history. This was Egyptian land. What happened? We know who conquered that area was the Persians. So when you look at this little relief here, what it say down here, it says 500 BCE or the 5th century BCE, Of course, we know in the 5th century, this is around the time when, the Persians took that land. So you see clearly, one, when you just look at recorded history, it all matches up. That's just one of the things we're going to go through in this video. And you're going to see recorded history, matching up with the Bible, debunking the Bible. As I said, there's no way you can read the book. And if you read the book and you know history, game. Plain and simple. This is why they have to hide history, why they have to distort it. But that area clearly, belonged to the Egyptians. And of course, because, Phoenicia was an actual place, you find a lot of artifacts around that area from the Phoenicians. You go into Spain, you find from the Phoenician period in Spain, artifacts in Spain. But of course, the Phoenician period was the Egyptian period because they were Egyptians. But you find artifacts pertaining to the Phoenicians throughout the area, the so-called Middle East. And we can find this stuff. This is how we know these people were real. They actually existed because this was a trading port and so many people was coming in and out and buying goods, Egyptian stuff as well. And we can find this stuff. This stuff exists. This is how we know. This is how when you do research in history, if we ain't finding it pertaining to the Hebrews, it's not, they didn't exist. It's not real. So when we look, we know the history. We know that, again, the Persians came in, conquered that Egyptian land, which Tyre was a part of the Egyptian territory. They came and they took it. Then we know that the Greeks came and took it from the Persians. So now what I talked about in the video on YouTube about the Hebrew Israelites, when I talked about, the Bible, as far as the Bible using its stories, the Bible they're trying to basically justify the genocide and slavery of African people. This is what the Bible is talking about. We talked about that in those videos because the Bible is giving you all these stories about the conquest of these lands. And a lot of people don't realize, even though they hide them, with names, with different names, that these lands are pertaining to African people. The Hittites and the Perizzites and the Jebusites and all that stuff like that. It's talking about African land that they took and said that God, allowed them to take it. This is what it's pertaining to. So you got to understand the story. We know, again, Greeks came in there, took it from the Persians. So you got to understand Tyre was a huge city. You had Tyre and you had Tyre, the mainland. And you had Tyre, you see that part that sticks out in the water. It was an island, unto itself for a while, for a long time. But you had, when the Greeks came in there, Alexander and his troops basically slaughtered everybody on the mainland and they basically killed a bunch of people and they enslaved whoever they could enslave. A lot of people bought their way out of the whole situation. Some people couldn't, but they basically, was recorded as them slaughtering so many people and completely destroying the city. I mean, decimating it. They came in with all kinds of, battering rams and stuff and just basically laid the city to rubble. Then the people who, fled to the island. So you had the Phoenician people and the people who was there basically jump in their ships and go out to the island. A lot of people kept going, but the people who couldn't go anywhere else went to their home on the island. As you can see, it was, as I said, it was an island. So, for the next 7 months, Alexander and his troops went on killing and destroying, killing people, enslaving people and destroying the city. But what they did was they used the rubble from the city to basically build a causeway from the mainland of Tyre to the island of Tyre. And in 7 months, they had that causeway built. And in 7 months, they went to that island and completely massacred about 30,000 people there. And the same situation occurred where some people bought their way out, some people couldn't, the rest got enslaved or got killed. So he finally did end up taking that island and killing a bunch of people. So you can see now how it looks. The causeway is there, but it wasn't there before. And it is attributed to Alexander. This is something that everybody knows. The Romans have a monument there to this day, pertaining to Alexander. This is history, people. This is recorded history. And it doesn't fit with the Bible. So it's funny how, when we look at their book, this is how they try to hide, away from it and say that, oh, well, of course they're not going to say they wrote the book. But this is how we can look at actual recorded history and see it doesn't fit with what the Bible's saying. But we can read the Bible and get the clues and see that this is where they stole their stories from and put them in the Bible. But real history says something different. So again, when we go to Ezekiel, and understand, take note that this stuff is all in Ezekiel. When we talked about before, about Satan and all that stuff in Ezekiel as well. So we read in Ezekiel 26, 3 through 6, it says, Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, which Tyrus is Tyre, and will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. And they shall destroy the walls of Tyrus and break down her towers. I will also scrape her dust from her and make her like the top of a rock. It should be a place for the spreading of nets in the midst of the sea, for I have spoken it, saith the Lord God. And it shall become a spoil of the nations, and her daughters which are in the field shall be slain by the sword, and they shall know that I am the Lord. So we know it's all bullshit. But this is how you prove that the Greeks are the ones who created the Bible. This is how you prove it. One, who else would know about this history? Now, I just told you about the story about how Tyre was laid siege by Alexander. But then you read in the Bible, in Ezekiel, them talking about, God, the Lord, basically sending nations against Tyre. And we know there was nations that basically came up against Tyre. I won't say many nations, it was basically two, the Persians and the Greeks. So, we know they came in, but who sent them? Was this God, from the Bible destroying Tyre, or is it what we just read? And we know, you could basically say, yeah, it's God, because they are God, plain and simple. All they done is talking about what they did. So we know that these people basically proclaim themselves as God. That's what's hidden in the book. They are the people who they are talking about when it's talking about the Lord and God. Like I said, it's no coincidence that we have the Lord in the Bible, and that's what English people call each other, lords. So no coincidence. These people know who they are, and they put themselves in the position as God in the Bible, and it's easy to break through that. So, it's crazy. The Greeks and the Romans been calling each other gods, proclaiming themselves to be gods for hundreds of years. So when a black man say he God, he tripping. Oh, that nigga tripping, talk about something, he God. The Greeks and freaking Romans been saying they're gods, big statues and monuments to themselves, to the Caesars or what have you. As soon as we say it, we tripping. And these people stole everything they know from us. So understand, again, the whole metaphor of God goes back to them. And what they're doing is them proclaiming, exactly what they did. It's all bullshit. It's all bogus. But this is how we can go in and see who wrote what. So on the one hand, you have the Bible giving us the story of Tyre, but then you have actual recorded history talk about something completely different. So it's going to get even more deeper. We're going to decipher this thing real quick using the Bible and actual history. And it's easy. Because the thing is, one, a lot of people read this stuff and get confused. But as I said, when you know the Bible and you know real recorded history, it's easy to break down as I'm doing right here. But again, let's go to Ezekiel again. Ezekiel 26:7 says, For thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will bring upon Tyrus Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, a king of kings from the north, with horses and with chariots and with horsemen and companies and much people. There is no proof of a Nebuchadnezzar coming into Tyre and basically laying siege to the place. There's no proof. We're going to bust it up in a second to prove the point. So understand, one, when I talked about before, when you hear about the Philistines and the Hebrew Israelites, what have you, in Tyre, it's all bullshit. They're trying to create this faulty timeline again to try to make it an inconsistency in the rulership of Kemet. Because if they can do that in the rulership of Kemet and the Egyptian territory, then they can interject, they people in history. Because remember, they got to fit themselves in history somehow, some way. They got to try to fit themselves in there. By them saying, well, the Egyptians didn't always rule this land, but they did. Because we know we can prove it. But they'll admit that the Egyptians did rule Phoenicia. But they say, well, it was off and on, off and on. But the Egyptians, being the cool people that they is, basically said, all right, we own this territory. We basically teaching y'all anyway. Let's just use this land, because the Egyptians was basically neutral because they work with everybody. Let's use this land so nobody won't feel cheated, and let these people come in and use this land as a port. Again, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark and them talked about how much good the Egyptians did for everybody. Even when people go and look at the artifacts and the history of that land, they see it pertain to many people, but everybody know it goes back to the Egyptians. So when they find a lot of the artifacts from, the Phoenician times, it goes back to many different countries, different people, because the Egyptians let so many people in there. So, all the Greeks had to do was take real history and distort it. Stuff that you can go back and kind of say, maybe it's possible, cast out, conceal it, distort it, so they can kind of interject, history in there. And this is exactly what they did. So it's saying that Nebuchadnezzar, God sent Nebuchadnezzar there to basically destroy the city. Now, bullshit. Prove it. Prove that Nebuchadnezzar came there and destroyed it. Can't prove that, especially when we have already recorded history, proven history of Alexander destroying the place. So again, Bible says one thing, proven history says something else. Nobody can prove that he came in there. It's not possible. So the thing is this, and again, this is how you bust open history bust open the Bible by understanding history. Again, one, the only Nebuchadnezzar, because there's a bunch of them, the only Nebuchadnezzar that could have been close to the time that this happened with the destruction of Tyrus, either one, the only Nebuchadnezzar that could have been there during that time was Nebuchadnezzar II. But he died in the 6th century BCE, which is long before the destruction of Tyre. So that's the only Nebuchadnezzar that can be even close to that time in actual history. So we know, no, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar. So again, this is how you touch the Bible. Now, this is important. And the way that we prove this is, one, you go back to the Bible, to Ezekiel. Ezekiel 26:14. Remember, it says, "And I will make thee like the top of a rock. Thou shalt be a place to spread nets upon. Thou shalt be built no more." This is the so-called prophecy of Ezekiel. "Thou shalt be built no more. For I, the Lord, have spoken it, saith the Lord God." Now, the only time that Tyre was destroyed to where it was built no more began with Alexander. And we're talking about the 4th century BCE. Long after that Nebuchadnezzar that's close to this time frame, had died already. So we're talking the 4th century BCE. So that's important because ever since Alexander destroyed the place, you had the Romans coming later and basically take it from the Greeks, and they built on it, and then that got torn down by the Arabs. So this ruin that I showed you with the basically the temple of the obelisk or what have you is ruins. That whole area is a tourist attraction to this day. It's still in ruins. It's nothing built on there. You can see the remnants of Rome there, the remnants of Greece there, the remnants of the ancient Egyptians, but it has never been rebuilt, the city that was destroyed. So this is the so-called prophecy, which again, it's one of those prophecies where it's bullshit. What's to stop anybody from going there, the government from going there right now and rebuilding the place? Now, one, is a landmark, so they can't do it. So this is how you fulfill the prophecy. Oh, we're making a landmark, nobody can build there. But nothing ain't really stopping people from building, except for humans, men. This ain't God or no angels stopping people from building. It's permits, laws, legal shit that can be fixed by humans. So it's not no real prophecy. So understand, again, this is how you fix that whole thing. This is how you figure that whole thing out. We know, one, it's not Nebuchadnezzar because he wasn't alive during that time. Two, the prophecy, its own prophecy in the Bible, only fits around the time when Alexander in real history actually destroyed the place. So again, all the Greeks had to do, because remember, the King James Version was written between 1604 and 1611. So all they had to do was basically, they know the history, they know what happened, was put this in the book. They understand recorded history is already documented by many people. All they had to do was put it in the book, distort it, and make it as if, it fits with biblical history. Because when you go back during that time, you can say, well, such a thing happened. I guess it's talking about them. No, this is actual history. So we know it's bullshit when it's talking about Nebuchadnezzar. Now, another one of the daggers that basically gives it away we can find in the Bible. Again, talking about Alexander. The only person this fits is Alexander. So when you read again in Ezekiel 26:12 says, "And they shall make a spoil of thy riches, and make a prey of thy merchandise, and they shall break down thy walls and destroy thy pleasant houses." As I said, Alexander destroyed the houses, and they shall lay thy stones and thy timber and thy dust in the midst of the water. Okay, so who did that? We know it's talking clearly about Alexander and about how he tore down the cities. He took the rubble, he took the trees, took everything and built that causeway.
What the fuck, man? Sorry to hear that melanated goddess, man. Damn. Did they get away with it?
To get to the island. It's right there in the Bible. But does it talk about Alexander? No. It's trying to divert you away from actual history, because if you follow actual history, it'll lead you to the truth, of course. But we can see what it's pertaining to. So again, you have them taking real history, distorting it, changing it, but leaving enough in there for you to figure out exactly who it's talking to. And that's for the Masons. That's for the Masons. The Masons understand. They can go in the book and understand, what it's talking to, who it's pertaining to. That's for the historian as well. Because if you're a historian, but wait a minute, damn. This can't be. This is Alexander's story. It's clear as day. But you heard people before say, Alexander is in, the Bible or what have you. Yeah, he's in there. But it's not talking about him in name specifically. But we can understand it's alluding to him to get people to break it down and understand what it's really talking about. So now remember in the Saturn and Satan series, we talked about Alexander. We talked about their whole story. And, we're going to get into that in a second. But remember, Tyre was basically being destroyed because the man proclaimed to be a god. So when you go to Ezekiel 28, as we talked about before, it is talking about the story of Satan. Remember, it's basically trying to couple Satan with this man. It's trying to give you this comparison. So he's addressing the king of Tyre, but he's talking about Satan. It's giving you this comparison in Ezekiel as well as in Isaiah. Remember, it said a man specifically. So
all right, that's what's up.
Go back to the story of Alexander. We talked about how, he is the only person, who fits this story. He's the only person you can look to that actually proclaims to be.
Said take a picture of the like it plate. All right, y'all wait on the pub. Well, that's all insurance need. That's what's up, man. Glad they ain't run away and all that goofy shit.
A God who was a man that we know existed. So remember in the story with Alexander, you had his mom. Alexander was proclaiming to be a god because his mom was basically seduced by Jupiter, which Jupiter would be the Roman equivalent of the Greek Zeus. So remember the depiction when you had Olympias in the bed and Zeus on top of her with like the serpent lower half. And this is basically where, he basically seduced Olympias and Alexander was born. And remember, Olympias tells Alexander on his way out to battle that, he basically is the son of a god. And he was walking around proclaiming to be the son of a god. So it's giving you that story so we can match that, what a man proclaiming to be the son of a god, with the story of Tyre, and understand all of this is talking about the same thing in this passage. It's talking about Alexander. It's trying to give you the coupling. Not just that, you have the serpent aspect. You have the reptilian aspect of it. You have Zeus being coupled with the serpent, the reptilian, and this whole union going on. It's trying to tell you something. So when you put the story together, when you look at the entire story, it's not only giving you Alexander, it's trying to tell you who is responsible for basically beginning the rise of the European powers. It's pointing you straight to Alexander. So when you go back and look at the story, it's telling you, who Satan is. Because this is when people tell you, hey, these Europeans are described as Satan in the Bible. This is what it's talking about. You have Tyre giving us Europa, giving us Europe, giving us the Europeans, giving us all these things right here in this area, which this area just so happens to be where, they basically laid claim, started the rise of the power, of the European powers right here. This is where Europe derives from. This is where the people begin, or they attest to the rise of their power right here. So at the same time, as again I said, Satan has many aspects. This is one of his aspects. One of his aspects is black, is white as well. It all goes into the whole duality thing. It don't just go to white people, but to black people as well. But these people represent the negative part of Satan. So they put in all this stuff here to make you note something. So again, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, they talked about Alexander the Greek all the time. Alexander the Greek, Alexander the Greek. And that's something that always stuck with me. Remember, I said before, when I first went to Kemet when I was in the military, when I came back, I was lost. Now, the woman did tell me in the Cairo Museum, first time I went there, that I should know about Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben, he get his books, whatever, And luckily, I was able to get his books, and I started reading about Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben always talked about the Greeks, and he didn't really get into it, this way, as deep as this. But it was so much history that he gave about the Greeks. That's true history. Now, Dr. Ben will tell you, you're supposed to be reading your Bible. So I guess he figured, one, if you're reading your book, it's no way you're going to miss this. A lot of times we just expect people to know the Bible when people don't know it. I be seriously, the way these Christians be coming at me, I'll be seriously expecting them to be experts. So when I'm saying stuff and pertaining to book, chapter, and verses, they be clueless, huh? And then I just get out the conversation. I'm like, no, you just emotional. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. But Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark stayed on Alexander the Greek for a long time to try to get people to trace him, because there's so much history that pursues this man. When you start following him, you get the whole breakdown, as I just pointed out, and it gets a lot more deeper. You start to, peel away a lot of the layers, and we can see the rise of this European power and see that proceeding all of this, we get Judaism, we get the Torah or the Septuagint, what have you, and we get the beginning of the religion being established. And as I talked about before, these people who they basically forced Judaism on was the slaves, was the leftover black people in those lands. So you got to ask yourself, one, how did Judaism start? Remember, I just talked about how Alexander and them basically enslaved all these people while they was there. They killed a lot of them, but enslaved a lot of the Africans, the Egyptians that was there. Again, the Egyptians was the first Jews. It's just that simple. These are the people they indoctrinated into the whole ideology, because they tried to force Hellenization and the Greek customs on them. But you can't do that to no damn Egyptians, because they know. Remember, it was the double cross. So when the Bible's talking about sending Nebuchadnezzar in there to basically, kill off Tyre, it's kind of the same thing that happened. Remember I said before that Alexander and them, I believe, sent the Persians in there, because they couldn't just go in there themselves. There was a double cross on the Persians as well. Remember, the Egyptians and the Greeks was living hand in hand. Romans as well, for a time. They was living together. Peace, harmony. The Egyptians helped them build so many of the things that's in Greece. The Egyptians didn't deal with other people, gods, or what have you, and stuff like that, but they was respectful of other people things and understood that, Greek mythology is basically Egyptian mythology, and they had their own little spin on it. They understood because they taught them how to do the shit. So they lived together peacefully. Everything was cool. So you can't have the Greek government basically say we're going to turn on these people, because the people wouldn't be for it. The people was cool with the Egyptians, probably likely intermarry in some cases with some of the people. Everything was fine. So what do? You give the Persians the key to the back door and say go in there and take that shit, knowing that you can beat the Persians later on, knowing the weakness, knowing if they get into certain points, you know how to get in there. But if the Persians take over, then you can say, oh, well, we're going in there and basically helping out our brothers, the Egyptians. Remember, they only came to help the Egyptians one time. And I forget that story on one part of the land, but they was defeated. Some of the Greeks came to help the Egyptians out in some part of, I believe it was near Ionia somewhere, but they was defeated and they fled. But the Greeks didn't come in full force to the aid of the Egyptians. Nobody did, because people wanted to see them fail. It's like being cool with somebody with somebody who owned a mansion on the block, the biggest, best house on the block. They're still looking out for y'all, but it's so much more in their house. And eventually people get together and say, I can't wait till that house falls, because as soon as it falls, I'm going to run in there and get what I can get. People not being grateful, people who have a material mindset, not thinking about, the spiritual aspect of what the Egyptians was trying to do for them. But you had the Greeks basically fall to the Romans. eventually. But before all that, you had the Greeks basically, enslaved these black people. They created Judaism and they pushed it on the people and got them to basically indoctrinate their own people with Judaism. And they eventually spread it over. After time, went by and they got people on board, they spread the religion. Because again, the whole thing with LXX, the letters of Orestes, goes against the actual history of the Greeks. There's no way that Ptolemy II Philadelphus actually, paid the Jews all this money to come and do this translation and freed a bunch of the Jewish slaves. It don't fit. It don't make sense. Why? Because of Hellenization. We understand that Hellenization was going on for a long time. That Hellenization was them afflicting the Serapis, which I showed you in the video when I went to the Cairo Museum. Serapis, the actual statue. Them, forcing Serapis and forcing these Greek gods on the people. This is what it was. They was forcing the Greek ideology or what have you, trying to force it on the people. So one of the things we have to understand, one, is if the Jews was just this separate people, separate, away from the Greeks, why would the Greeks be trying to push Hellenization on them, knowing that once you set these people free, they got their own religion or what have you, and you trying to push Hellenization? Because they did push it in Israel, but again, the people weren't going for that shit. They wasn't going for no Hellenization. They knew what it was. So they came up with Judaism. They came up with it. They trying to make it like, oh, well, this happened between us and the Jews, so they can establish a faulty timeline by saying that Judaism was already established before this. Bullshit. It didn't happen until after that. So when y'all was trying to push, which is recorded, when y'all was trying to push Hellenization in that area, there was no Judaism yet. Y'all was still developing it, working on it. And then since the people didn't fall for the shit and fall for Serapis and fall for all their bullshit, they came out with Judaism, pushed it. You have generational knowledge is what happened. So that generation passed. And remember, these people don't care about time. So they can be working towards one agenda and die trying to fulfill that agenda. But once the time passed and the kids now got indoctrinated into it and they just grew up with Judaism and grew up with it and it stuck. Because all the people who knew the truth was dead and gone. And then you had people with no knowledge, wasn't passed down, and they got born into this whole Judaism and it just spread. And this is how they basically spread Judaism. So you have Ezekiel giving us this story, coupling, Satan with this man, with the so-called King of Tyre or what have you. So again, you look at this story again, and as I started out with, and you would ask yourself, well, why isn't the story about Satan in the beginning of the book? Why is it not in Genesis? That gets you thinking about Genesis. So you go to Genesis and you think about, one, the story is talking about a person pretending to be a god or acting like a god. Remember, it's not 100% definitively clear on what's going on here. Is the dude possessed by Satan? It's one of the most debated books in the Bible. Again, we're going to get into that, all this stuff and more when we get into the whole series on the Bible, which is going to be coming up soon. But it's debated because you got to really think about it. One, okay, well, give me the story. Give me the story. What's going on? What happened? Because if this was actual history and stuff that happened, you can give us a biblical account of what really happened up in heaven. Why did Satan rebel? What was going on? We know it talks about what it talks about, but go into detail the way you do with the building of Noah's Ark, as far as what the hell happened up there. What happened? But it doesn't really give us that. Instead, we get this. We get what's in Ezekiel. We get what's in Isaiah. We get distorted stuff in Revelations. It's not definitively clear, and they coupling Satan with a man and kind of confusing you as to what's going on here. So when you go back to Genesis, and it's talking about, Adam and Eve and the serpent story, what have you, and you have to look at it and say, well, damn, it's almost the same as in Ezekiel. Because understand, whatever created us, whatever it was, it's not God. That's what we would think of God. whatever created us is not the same being that created the universe, all the other planets, the stars, or what have you. Plain and simple, it is not. So when you read in Genesis 1:26, when it says, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, what is it talking about? Again, this goes back to consciousness. It goes back to consciousness. It goes back to consciousness and existence itself. So making man in our likeness, there is no visible image of consciousness. There is no visible image of existence except for existence, something that exists. So the fact that we exist and have a consciousness, we would be in the likeness of the Creator, which would be consciousness, existence. So basically, as I said before, you had consciousness and existence create a physical form, which would be not just us, everything that we see out in the universe. So let us make man in our image, after our likeness. The image and likeness of the Creator would be what? What we are. We are that. We are the result of consciousness creating energy, creating the elements, creating matter. That's what we are. So when you go to the creation of Adam, talking about the atoms, those are the elements. Creating man from the dust of the ground, the earth, stardust. That's all it is. That's what we are. We are stardust. We are made up of stardust. It's just that simple. Everything started with stardust. Big chunks, from dust to clumps to big boulders to what have you. You go from planets, you go from grass and everything, what have you, to us. These are all elements and energy and all this stuff coming from one conscious source. It's not no being that created this body. Again, this body was created. And then when you go back to the story in Genesis, it's telling you that. Remember, let us form man. Make man. I'm going to mold this man. Like Canoe, molding man on a potter's wheel. God didn't create this spirit, this energy, this soul. Didn't create that. So when Satan goes to the garden and he says to Eve, hey, bullshit, you ain't going to die if you eat off this tree. He know you ain't going to die. Because he understood that they were gods lacking knowledge. You a God. You just like this dude. You just don't have the knowledge. You don't have the understanding of knowing what you are. Know thyself, going back to the Egyptian parable. You just don't know who you is. Why does Satan know? Because he went through the same shit. When you get into the whole parable of the story, God created him. Why don't you just kill Satan off him? Get rid of him. You can't, because he's just like you. He is you. So understand what it's trying to say here is the Creator, whoever it is just like us. Made from what? Stardust. It's not the real, supreme consciousness of the universe. It's just whatever these beings are that created us. They are made from the same thing as we are. They have more knowledge than we do. They have a different composition than we do. They have more knowledge. They can do more things. They are, more experienced in this universe than us. But they are not the creator of the entire universe. So when you're tracing all this back to the powers that be, when you're tracing all this back to Ezekiel, when you're tracing this back to, what we talked about as far as these people proclaiming themselves to be God, is basically telling you exactly the same thing. That these people are proclaiming to be God, claiming to have all this power. They may know more than you do, but in essence, for real, they just like you. They are not all powerful beings. They are not the gods, the creators. It may seem that way because they trick you to believe they are. So now remember, we talked about the purple dye. We talked about the purple dye of the Morax. And the purple dye that basically gives Phoenician its names. It's named from the Greeks who called it Phoenician, from the Greek word phonicus, and that purple dye. Now, purple dye, again, everything that we've been seeing so far, you can go in the Bible and you can find purple dye as well. So when you look in Ezekiel 27:7 says, fine linen with broidered work from Egypt was that which thou spreadest forth to be thy sail. Blue and purple from the eyes of Elisha was that which covered thee. So this is Elisha. Elisha is basically in ancient Ionia. Now Elisha is a man. Elisha is the son of Jovan. Jovan goes back to Japheth. Japheth, remember, goes back to Greek mythology, to Iapetus, who was a titan. Remember, Iapetus is one of the moons of Saturn. It's the moon that looks like the Death Star. So you have all of this Greek mythology, everything pointing you into the direction of the Greeks, one, but also in the direction of Satan. Saturn, Satan. They're giving you everything right here, all in Ezekiel. Ezekiel is really important to understand when you start going through the verses and seeing what all this stuff pertains to. We only scrape the surface. We only going to be able to scrape the surface in this video. It's so much more, but we will eventually get into all of it as we go along. But it's giving you so much, you know. So we understand, one, what is the purple dye about? We understand this goes back to the colors of royalty. The purple and scarlet. We know about that. So the purple goes back to royalty. There was never a king of Tyre. The Egyptians didn't do that whole king thing. The only person who would even be crowned king in Tyre would be Alexander. He's the only one that will be crowned king. So they're giving you the clues here. What did they do? We're talking about, one, this is the birthplace of Europe. The Europeans are the one who started this whole king shit. Kings. They talk about kings, one, you know, everybody was kings, this and that. And the thing is, the timeline is out of whack. Because you would think all these territories that existed during the time of Kemet, around the time a lot of these people was king, they had no concept of it. It was just about conquest. The whole king things was them understanding how a structure, a governmental structure was set up. We had that in Africa, not just in Kemet. So they got it from us. But this is how they began their kingship. The European powers. Purple was their color. We understand about purple and scarlet. You know, in the Bible, we know the Vatican. That's their colors. They wear purple and scarlet. So they're trying to basically mark, as I said before, the beginning of their reign. So you had the siege of Tyre and the siege of Israel, which is one of the reasons why Israel is the Holy Land, because you have the religions come together there, which are the religions that's leading everything right now. But you got to understand, look it up. 332 BC, 332 BC, they actually conquered Israel and Tyre at the same time. These are the holy lands to them. This is the places they still rule to this day, that they cloak. It's all still ruled by Rome. Rome never lost power. Whatever they tell you is bullshit. They are still in power and have been still in power. Again, the papacy. I mean, they pointing you right into their direction. Again, we know purple and scarlet. We know Revelation is talking about the woman dressed in purple and scarlet. You know, when she had jewels and everything on her body, just comparing her to the same thing they said to Satan. This is why the Geneva Bible called the Pope the Antichrist. Adorned in jewels and, you know, pearls and everything, just like they describe Satan. They describe the whore of Babylon, or the so-called, you know, Scarlet Witch and everything you want to call her. Same shit. Pointing you right in that direction, giving you everything right in Ezekiel. You just got to look. When you start reading, there's no way you can get around it. Everything we've been talking about is going back to Europe. It's pertaining to the powers that be, pertaining to the European powers, and they rise. They lay siege to Israel. They laid siege to Tyre. They had to get into these lands first in order to, you know, really begin their conquest. And this was what really started it for them. And it's pointing you right in this direction and giving you everything. So now remember, Nebuchadnezzar, in the book of Daniel chapter 2, remember, it's giving you his dream. Remember, Daniel was supposed to interpret his dream. He had these dreams and he tried to get the magicians and everybody to come and interpret it. They couldn't do it, so he was like killing them off or what have you. And then, you know, he was like, Daniel, you're supposed to have favor with God or what have you. You come in and interpret these dreams for me. And he came and he basically, you know, told him about the dreams. Remember the dreams. Think about it. Somebody's head just exploded right now. What were the dreams about? The four nations. The four nations. Remember, gold, and iron, the brass and iron or what have you, dirt. What were those four nations? Here they go. Here they go. Now, Babylon, we can skip Babylon. Babylon, what should be there, should be Egypt. But this is how they try to hide and distort it, putting Babylon there. But you have Babylon, which should be Egypt. You have Persia. You have the Greeks. You have the Romans. You have the Romans again. What is we talking about here? Remember, we go back to Ezekiel 26:7, I believe it was, when he basically said, I'm going to send Nebuchadnezzar to lay siege to where? Tyre. Didn't he send Nebuchadnezzar? Look at what Nebuchadnezzar is. You understand what I'm saying? You get it now. So those, when you look at the bust, notice how it's in the shape of a man, but that man is supposed to be Nebuchadnezzar. And you have the colors, the stones, whatever, the gold or what have you. But you have this man representing the nations that actually went in there and basically laid siege to Tyre. So when he said in Ezekiel that I'm going to send Nebuchadnezzar, he really did send Nebuchadnezzar. This is the hint it's giving. Again, it's one of those daggers, to the Bible. When not only do they hide, see how they hit it really well? They hit it really good. Not only do they give you the story, but you have to look deeper. And this is what we're going to go through as we go, into the Bible more and more so. When you look deeper, the answer is right there. They give it to you. This is why I say to people, it's in codes, it's hidden, it's in riddles. You got to know where to look. If you read the book and you know history, you're going to be able to figure this stuff out. There it is right there for you people. He said, I'm going to send Nebuchadnezzar. All right. Just so happened that Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar had a dream. And his dream was the real nations that actually laid siege to Tyre. That's what he's talking about when you break it down. So he gave it to us. So it was kind of sort of Nebuchadnezzar. But again, we know it wasn't no actual Nebuchadnezzar because he definitely, according to the date they give for his life and death, he wasn't even alive around that time. They could have distorted the date. Why didn't they? They could have changed it. These people control stuff. They didn't. They have to leave this stuff out here. There's rules, as I told you. This stuff is right here in front of our face, but people choose not to see it. Now, the important part about that prophecy in Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar's prophecy, is the end. We know what it's talking about. Remember, what's supposed to happen? God is supposed to basically come and basically scatter all the nations and basically consume them, into one that's supposed to be ruled by God. But who is God? They are. So when I try to tell people, it ain't no damn Bible prophecy coming true. It's men fulfilling what they wrote. And at the end, when all this stuff supposed to come to pass, and Jesus, everybody look for Jesus to come back or God to come down. Hey, he was here the whole time. You ain't get the Bible? You ain't understand what he was talking about? Oh, that's your fault. It's us. It's we. Now we in control. We have everything. And when they do this, people, this is what I'm trying to tell people. This is why I try to prepare y'all for the next step. Fifth dimension, whatever you want to call it, the afterlife, whatever you want to say. Because looking at this world and the way these people is, the way that people are just so consumed with greed and materialism and just so lost, they're going to win. They're going to win. And I really believe that. Some of you watching is not going to be stuck here when they do. You're going to make it. You spend time. You sit here, you made it to this point in the video, you've been watching. You are serious about what you're doing. Not everybody is. Everybody thinks it's a joke. They don't care. They're worried about the next party. They're worried about the next episode or something. They're not serious because they think all this stuff is bullshit. Unfortunately, I can't put all this, just put it out on YouTube. One, they'll take it down. Two, it's just going to get subject to scrutiny. This is work right here, people. This is work. This is knowledge. And it's tough. One, I got to go back into my old notes and research because I wrote all this stuff out years ago. I got to put this stuff together and try to put together a reasonable presentation for you guys to understand and give to you. It's not easy as it looks. So I write notes, so I can remember, so I can try to, I don't have to be, have a really good memory. Because when something is so serious, it sticks with you. But also when you're excited about something, you get a little bit out of focus because you're so excited to speak about it. So sometimes, I jump on my words or, I'm not as clear as I should be because I'm sitting in front of a camera. There is no cameraman here. Maybe a couple times there was people here, when I recorded, a couple times, but rarely it's just me in front of the camera. This is my heart that I'm giving you. This is what I want you to understand. This is my life's work. And it took me a long time to accumulate this knowledge. And unfortunately, some people are not going to appreciate it. They're not going to get it. When you can connect something so serious as the Bible to actual, history in so many different ways, it's over. It's game. You can see what happened. Now, for me, it was a eureka moment. It was, okay, I know. This was one of the moments when it was like, game. When it was like, damn, I ain't got to be like, thinking like, damn, am I tripping? Is it really a Jesus? When you get all that knowledge, all that shit goes out the door. And definitively, 100% without a doubt, the man didn't exist. As I said before, it's possible there was a Jesus. I don't think his name was Jesus, or somebody who they talking about who fit that description, but he wasn't the Son of God and all that extra shit and walk on water and all that bullshit. That stuff ain't true. It might have been some dude who had this knowledge and was walking around trying to preach it, and they crucified his ass and they just made a story about it because it's the type of shit they do. But it wasn't no Lord and Savior died for your sins and all. It wasn't happening. And we'll get to this down the line. There are stories, but it's not about nobody named Jesus. It's about a couple people. But you do hear stories about, remember I talked about how these people was Africans, about how some of these people had this knowledge and tried to teach it in secret to the Africans. And, they was caught and crucified. This is what they was doing back then. When you got caught with that real knowledge, they crucified your ass. This is what they was doing. And it's probably what happened. But when you come into this knowledge and you get it and you understand what's going on, it changes everything. It changes your outlook on everything else. Hopefully it does. You still got to live life. You still got to go to work. You still got to do what you got to do, pay bills. You still got to survive. Do what you got to do. But don't deprive yourself of knowledge. Seriously, it's everything. It's everything. It's what's going to allow you to go and not be stuck here, because these motherfuckers is going to win because people are stupid. They don't give a shit. They don't care about nothing but themselves. They lost, and they delight in them being lost. They love it. So unfortunately, because a lot of people are ignorant and don't care about other people, good people going to have to suffer. Don't be one of those fucking people. Get this stuff. Get it on your own. Get it from me. Get it from somebody else. I don't care how you do it. Get it. Get it. Know it. Get it in you. Because it's everything. Meditation too. This stuff going to come in. It's going to start changing your dreams, changing your outlook on a lot of stuff. Because you bring it in this knowledge. You need to get this stuff. Okay, so boom. Nebuchadnezzar is basically telling you exactly who really laid siege to Tyre. Same people that laid siege to Kemet. Same people, Persians, Greeks, eventually the Romans. And it's telling you everything right there. And the crazy part is, it's saying that, the last prophecy about how everything is going to be destroyed or what have you. And it's funny how Islam is left out. This is why a lot of people say, because we know Islam came in. But, when they came out with this, he could have changed it in the King James Version and put it there so it pertains to Islam in some way. But this destruction that's supposed to happen, a lot of people will tell you that it's going to be because, of Islam. So something to look out for and just think about. But think about it. Once these people got control of this land, now they have control of Israel, they have control of Phoenician land, they can do whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. They can write stuff into existence, but we know it's bullshit. But this is how they can come up with the whole, Ptolemy II Philadelphia's and Septuagint and everything by saying, came from these people. Everything is going back to the Greeks because then the Greeks can control the story. Goes to Israel because then they can control the story. But we know it's all bullshit. So one of the things is you have the language. You have the writing. Because when you find something that's Hebrew, they always say, oh, well, no, this is Paleo-Hebrew, because they'll tell you that, Hebrew comes from Phoenician. So you have Phoenician, you have, Proto-Hebrew or Paleo-Hebrew, and you have, Hebrew. But they can use it because they know, well, we got control of the Phoenician land. When you look up the Greek language, guess what? They say, oh, we got it from the Phoenicians. We got it from the Phoenicians. So, when you read here, the history of the Greek alphabet starts with the adoption of Phoenician letter forms and continues to the present day. Enough said. But let's go to the Phoenician alphabet. It says down here, skip all that, the Phoenician alphabet is derived from Egyptian hieroglyphics. Plain and simple, because that's where it all came from. So when people tell you the Egyptians had the first writing, all this stuff came from there. These people didn't know squat. Plain and simple. They got taught. Comes from Kemet. So you have to think, as I said, this was a land where so many different people came into. So you can't learn all those languages, but you got to deal with these people. So the Egyptians developed this language, which, you can say is the Phoenician language. They developed a language for everybody to learn one language. If we all learn this one language, then this is what we can use to basically conduct business or what have you. This is what a lot of people believe the Phoenician language was, because we know this was Egyptian territory, but we know the language was kind of separate from the ancient Egyptian language, but we know these people was Egyptians. But you can see, they telling you clear as day, that's where it came from. No way you can hide it. But when these people find these artifacts or what have you, they can say, oh, well, proto or Phoenician or what have you. Notice they always say that for every artifact they find that supposed to pertain to the Hebrews or Israel. It's bullshit. They can't prove it. So they got to piggyback. This is just a drumming of history in this video. If you understand what I'm saying, you might have to watch this twice. But if you dig in this information, it kills everything. It just crushes the Bible, crushes the whole Hebrew bullshit, everything. Everything is right here. All this stuff can be researched and fact-checked. You can go look at the books I put up and see what's going on. But this is it. This is it. This is a big smash right here. It's a big piece of the puzzle right here when you start to understand what exactly we're talking about in this video. So a lot of the artifacts they do find, one, because as I said before, if you're reading anything that's talking about these Hebrews or the Israelites existing before the 4th century BCE, you know it's bullshit. Because they didn't exist before the Greeks took that land, before they took Egypt, before they took Tyre, before they took Israel. Didn't exist. So we know that happened in the 4th century, 300s BCE. So before that, they didn't exist. There's nothing you can find. That's why we can't find no bodies. We can't find no artifacts. You don't start getting their history until after that, when you start actually finding stuff. So you got these Hebrews talking about 1000 AD and 200 AD. I know that's long ago. It doesn't fit still. It's still not before 4th century BC. Find me something before 4th century BCE, which they do have. But it's not proven 100% to be real, because we know it's not real. They could put a date on all this stuff and give you these little shards and little pieces of stuff and say it's Hebrew or it's the Israelites. It's always a little shard. It's always a piece. They never can prove it. When you read the whole story, you have a bunch of other scholars and researchers that doubt the dates. It's all bogus. It's all bogus based upon proven history. So it's when you know history and you know this book, there's no debating it. We got them. So now, ain't it good to know the truth, people? It feels good to know. We got another piece. It's good to know the truth, to know what's going on, to know where some of the stuff starts to fit. So understand where it fits. And then again, when you start getting into this stuff again, you can see what is truth, what is fiction. Now you have a more broader understanding of what to look for. As I said again, if they give you anything before the 4th century, it's bogus. You're just not going to find nothing. It's just not going to be real. It's not going to be real at all. So you understand they latch on to history. And you understand, one, when we're looking at all this stuff, it's all pertaining to the Greeks, the Romans. It's pertaining to these people, the whole Greco-Roman thing. Remember, you probably didn't see the clip if you don't follow me on Instagram, but we know that they followed us. And I showed you in the Cairo Museum, that they have all the artifacts there, all the proof to show exactly what they did. They put it in the Cairo Museum that they followed us. Take a quick look. Look at this wannabe pharaoh right here. It's hot. They got to keep it a certain temperature in here. But look at the face, clearly. This is the Greco-Roman era. You see how they try to decree themselves like us. Make stelas. See, it's all in Greek. Bullshit, all here. This is from the Greco-Roman era. Greco-Roman, when they came into Kemet and tried to basically, you know, be like us, steal our shit. You see they statues here, they're putting their own little section. They actually came into Kemet and carved themselves into a lot of the walls. Here is the actual statue of Serapis Christos right here. You can see him. Serapis. You can see when they had Zeus, Ammon. So you can see where the stuff came from. Zeus, Ammon. Everything that we tell you about this stuff, it's all here. It's no bullshit. It's here telling you the truth about how they stole from Kemet. So then there's a lot more history to all this. You look at the Etruscan Romans, supposed to be black people. We understand that even still, while this stuff was going on with in Greece, and you know, remember Black Athena and everything like that, the whole ancient Greeks was black. That land was full of black people. And remember what I talked about in Buddhism, the rise of the Aryan power. Remember the Aryans started coming down. They ain't just hit over in the Indus Valley in India, what have you. Yeah, they hit us in Europe as well, because we was there. And again, it's so much history that's covered up. So much that we're going to get into this stuff as much as we get. We're going to get into it as much as we can, as much as I can show you. But of course, you had these people in Europe, Italy as well, which you have so many things that's showing you ancient people in Italy were African people, were black people. Get into debates with people, and people want to just try to make up names and call people all kinds of different stuff. Black is black. They don't care. If you black, you black. So if they focused on all of us in this same way, you got to understand there's something about us. And as I said before, the difference between us in America and people that's in Africa is exactly that. The people that got put on those slave ships had knowledge. They had knowledge. They wanted to get them out of Africa, away from the rest of the population, because these were the people who can actually develop the continent. You got to get them out of there. If you leave any of these people there who are kings and Moors, and you don't get them on your side, you got to off them or enslave them. Because if they talk to the rest of these people and start to understand that it's a plan in place that's going to put all these European, these white people against these Africans, then they smart. They're going to devise a plan and bring the whole continent together, and that's going to be game. Imagine that. So to stop all that, we were enslaved. And that's just the people that had the knowledge in Africa, not to mention the rest of the Africans that was already in Americas, that was already in those lands. So, and they was intelligent as well. Whole different story. So we know, again, you had Africans in Rome, you had so many different civilizations of African people around the world with this knowledge. And they came in and slowly got in and slowly took over. It's just no way around all that. It's exactly what everything is showing us. So a lot of people, you know, just don't understand history. They don't want to look around and see what's going on. The Romans play a big part in the whole thing. And it's one of the things you got to look at it. And we'll get into this down the line, because you got to understand, one, you know, what is that difference? Why it seemed like at some point the Greeks and the Romans, who are, you know, both white people, why were they separated? Why it made more sense for them to be together from the start? And we got to understand that may be a distortion in history, which we'll get into down the line. Because you got to remember, once the Romans took over, they continued Hellenization. Why is it that the Romans had all these same deities that pertain to the Greeks? Oh, it's I just talked about before with Zeus and Jupiter. Jupiter supposed to be the Roman equivalent of Zeus. Why? Why we found all these Roman gods equivalent of Greek gods? What's up with that? So we're going to get into all that as we get into this series more and more. And, you know, you guys can understand what's actually taking place. But, you know, you start to see this stuff start to come over into Judaism, Christianity, and there still was a lot going on around this time when you understand how this stuff spread. So we got to remember, people, history is everything. If we don't learn history, we are not going to understand what's going on today. Now you got a big chunk of history, and you can understand where this stuff started, how these people got in and began their dynasties, begin their rule, their control. This is where it started at. It started with Alexander. It started with them first taking the Greek land and the Roman land. Is very scarce history about all that. A lot of stuff was destroyed and covered up. So we don't have much history. We only have bits and pieces. But we know for sure, based upon artifacts and accounts, those lands was full of Africans. Where you can begin to see what took place and how these people crept in and took control. And the thing about all this stuff is the Bible is decipherable. Just like how I was piecing it together to you now, you can sit down, piece this stuff together, and prove the validity of the planet belonging to African people or African people being here before anybody else. It's easy to prove. You can break it down and show the world what these people did, just like how I just did. You can break it down and show this is where this stuff come from, because there's no denying it. And they don't have any history to back it up, but we have the proof. We have the proof to prove who we are. We have the Egyptians, there's proof. Tyre, there's proof. They have the structure still there. The ruins still there. We have the proof. So this is why they distort the information. They don't want us to understand it, because if we got a platform, just imagine if Obama was the real deal black dude and knew what I know. How he could not even Obama, he could just have it done. If TV series or the news media began to explain this stuff and break it down, that's the end of everything. This is why I tell people knowledge can change the world. We can change the world. Knowledge is the key. Because we know what happened. This is why none of these racists, none of these white people can stand an argument with me. I kill them every time, because I know history and I can break it down and give them the facts and proof to destroy their ideology. It's ideology. It's crazy. So when you know it, it's easy when you can just start going and say, oh no, this is what happened. And you have the proof to back it up, and you can show people. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. And this is what people need to understand. Real, true history, right history, and what's going on. But again, a lot of these people are, they're religious and they don't care. They don't want the truth. But that doesn't mean that the truth is not the truth and that it's invalid somehow because somebody won't accept it. It's still the truth. Rational people will listen. And you get enough rational people on board, that's all you need. That's all you need. Stuff can get done. So the stuff is hitting because they don't want us to understand true history, and how they stole our shit, basically, because it's right there in the Bible. Anybody with any kind of brain can figure this stuff out if you want to. They're talking about us, plain and simple in the book, but it's not the truth. And that's the problem. As I said, the Israelites are right on top of it. They close. They right in a lot of aspects, but they think the shit is real. That's their problem. Damn, y'all got it. Y'all right. They're fake Jews. You're right about that. The book's talking about us. You're right about that. But the stories is not true. I understand how some of these people can be so smart, yet so stupid. They be knowing the Bible and they seem so intelligent, but they be so off because they don't want to look outside the book. And the book dooms them. It dooms them. And they never going to get it. They're going to die. So many people have died believing in this book. It's crazy. But the truth is out there. You got to want it. You got to want to do the research. You got to want to read. And that's the problem. A lot of people don't want to read. They hate to read. You got to read. I don't care how boring it is. Get into it. Psych yourself up. It's something you have to do if you want to know this stuff. I get excited learning new stuff. I get excited, getting back into some of this information, going back through my notes, and there's a lot of stuff that we got to get into. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for supporting. I put out a lot of DVDs because it's a lot of information. I put out a lot of videos. A lot of people say, damn, you got a lot of DVDs out. 20, this will make about 24, I think, by my count. And then more to come because it's a lot of information. It's just stuff that, it's good to have this stuff on DVD or have it saved on your computer or what have you. Because I honestly believe YouTube is going to be gone eventually. This knowledge is going to be gone. It's good to have the downloads. It's good to have the DVDs and have archive of this stuff. I have all my videos backed up and hidden in all kinds of places. and just in case. But it's good information to have. And eventually, as I get time, I'm gonna put as much as I can in books, of course, as much as I can. All this stuff is gonna come out. Everything is gonna, be definitely out soon. And I appreciate everybody's support and patience, and people believing in what I'm trying to do. So, the support is real. It's just awesome. Everybody on Instagram, the messages I be getting, Facebook, everybody who email me, So people just cool. People from all over the world, people just cool. Don't speak English, Google Translate. Don't write English, I should say. They understand it. But they Google Translate me a lot of stuff. And I'll be like, what the hell are you trying to say? Because the Google Translate be off. But cool people out there, man. Y'all know who y'all is, the people who I really talk to. But yeah, appreciate the support. And a lot more to come. A lot more to come on YouTube. I'm trying to, bombard YouTube with a lot of stuff. A lot of people ask for the previews. Can you do more previews of the videos? A lot of people was asking for that. That's why I started putting them up there. Because, I guess people, they don't trust that, I got this shit. I got skills. I know what I'm talking about. So they want to see, I guess, if the video is worth buying. So, put the previews up there so people would kind of see what we talk about. But, I appreciate everybody who sort of kind of keep the faith in what I put out. Not everything I put out, you might not understand at that moment is boom, spot on information. But when you go back and watch stuff, you'll understand what I'm saying, which is why I try to tell people to try to keep up with the videos, because a lot of this stuff is almost like continuations, and I kind of sort of go into old stuff a lot to prove my point. So if you have like all the videos or what have you, you understand this stuff is coming a lot more clearer. But I do this from time to time. But as I said, I'm actually late for dinner. I wanted to get this out because we're running around. It's the weekend. But thank you guys for taking the time to watch. Appreciate the support. See you guys next video. history. But once that I have a lot of people don't realize that there's no way you can be an historian or a researcher and go back in that time and look at the fact that before Kemet fell, you don't see the Greeks, really dressing like the Egyptians and all that stuff that we've seen that I showed you guys from the museum. You don't see all that stuff until after the conquest. So it's as if, they was watching and waiting, really being jealous and really waiting to go in there and to be like the Egyptians and have that knowledge. And it seems like, once they took it, they really embellished themselves within that information and really got a lot out of it. But history-wise, when you go into the Bible, again, there's no way you can have these stories about these ancient times and not mention Alexander. You will not see Alexander mentioned in the King James Version, which is the authorized version. This is the version that they gave us. This is important to understand about the King James Version, how you can't just be, crazy with it and just overlook it. You have to really accept this version and why it was given to us, because there's a lot behind it. So when you realize that it does not speak of Alexander in the King James Version, it speaks of Darius, but we don't see nothing about the Ptolemies or Alexander in the King James Version. And as I mentioned before, you have to really know about the Ptolemies if you're talking about biblical history, because they play a huge role. So, as I said, they took out the Apocrypha, or what they call the Deuterocanonical books. The Apocrypha, which is, about 15 books that basically was in between the Old Testament and the New Testament in the King James Version until about, the 1880s when they took it out. Just all of a sudden took out all of these books, and they said that they wasn't really, as close to the other books, meaning they wasn't as divinely inspired as the other books of the Bible. So they removed them. Now, what makes that suspect and why this is important is because you have Maccabees, which we're going to get into first, Maccabees, which is where it's talking about Alexander. It's talking about the Ptolemies. It's talking about that time. Now, when you read Daniel, as I was talking about before, it's also talking about the Ptolemies and Alexander, but it does not mention their names, which is really suspect. It's, what's going on. So you can see how, as I showed you in part 1, we found the history. We went back and looked at the fact that the Bible's history, talking about what was going on with the Phoenicians in Tyre, what was going on in those lands during that time, and what really happened when Alexander came in there and destroyed that city. We see the actual proven history differs from what it's talking about in biblical history. They don't even mention Alexander, but we know that whole story has to do with him, but it's not in your Bible. But we can see that they clearly is talking about the same thing. And I showed you in part 1 how they mixed it up. How when we go back and find that the hidden meaning is actually telling you who would come into those lands and conquer it. So you see how they switch it up. It's the same thing. So what a lot of religious people do is they go in, they read the Bible, and the ones who do know history understand about the Ptolemies. So a lot of people pick up on the stories and say, you know what, they're talking about the Ptolemies, even though they don't mention them by name. The issue with that is, if you don't go and look at actual history, a lot of people are believing that the story the Bible is putting out is actually real history, when that's not the case. The case is, if you do not look at actual history and what many historians have, agreed upon, then compare it to the Bible, you won't get the truth. So when people see that, the simple fact that, the story exists and that in real history, you have a story. Difference is when you compare the stories, they are different. One is made to fit the biblical version, and one is the actual history. So you have to believe the actual history over the biblical version that is put there to steal, to implant itself into history to give validity to the Bible. But when you look at the stories and see how they differ, then you find the parable. This is how you can see what it's talking about. So as we got in as we got into in part one, it's talking about, it's basically giving us the rise of the European powers, showing us that they are the bloodline of the so-called beast, Satan or what have you. These are the people who are controlling, and they're giving you these hints. As I talk about with the occult, they want this stuff to come out because it's our consciousness basically absorbing this stuff and getting ready to prepare the consciousness of the world for what's to come as far as biblical prophecy. As I said before, they are using our consciousness to create the reality that they want. So you need to get into these black folks' heads, the people who can control this reality, exactly what's going on and who the culprits are and what the story is, so we can have that in us. But it's wrong history when you start to compare it. So they're giving us exactly what they have done and what's going on. And when you compare it to actual history, you can see what's going on. And the simple fact that it's Greek history just gives you more proof that it was the Greeks, as I have been saying, that are the ones that have created these religions. Now, we had the King James Version, and for about 274 years, the Apocrypha was included within the King James Version. Even if you go and look at the original King James 1611 Bible, it has the Apocrypha in there. For them to take it out in 1885, it's like, for what? Why take it out? Now, if you have a King James Version from that time, from the 1800s, you can look in there and see the Apocrypha in there. And now you have to be like really a skeptic about why take it out. You know, what is the point? Now, for a lot of people, the information was growing in the 1800s. A lot of people understood history, and having those stories in there about Alexander is just outright explaining what happened, telling you who the boogeyman is, who the bad guy is. And since we was freed, 1865, black people started to get knowledge and started to understand stuff. It was smart for them to take out those books, to take out the Apocrypha. And this way we wouldn't be able to look at it and then go back and look at history and say, well, wait a minute, this is what really happened. Because now you see, people don't care. You know, it don't matter now. They won. It's all done. So they can put the books back in there, which they have done. And you can read about Alexander. They don't care about none of that stuff because the plan worked. Everything happened now. But now you can look at it and start reading about Alexander and Ptolemy and about the wars of the Diadochi, which we're going to get into. And it's like, so what? It's like a story. But when you're trying to get the truth about the validity of the book, of the Bible, and what actually took place, this is what you got to look at. And we're going to get into all of this because it's really important. And I'm going to tell the story about what happened and what took place during that time, during the wars, and why it's really important that we must look at this history. And the reason why I put out this series is because the history is the important part. Because without the history, we're not going to understand what really took place, and we're not going to know why things are the way that it is. It's a huge, gap in between the fall of Kemet and the rise of the European powers as far as biblical supremacy and with the religions and how they used it to basically, put themselves in positions of power. And when I say, it makes so much sense when you understand, and you're really going to get that understanding when I say the consciousness, our consciousness is what helped them do it. So as I said, if you do not possess the necessary tools, the power to create the reality that you want, you have to control the people who can. So once you instill these beliefs into the African people, and then you send them out there to spread the word, because when the Hebrews are talking about the African Hebrews, the African Jews, yeah, of course, as I said, it's true. And they used them to spread that word and to go out and spread this religious consciousness. And they did it, and it stuck and it spread as we can see it, because it's our consciousness that took it in. And since our consciousness is controlling everything and creating this reality, they used it to put themselves in positions of power and use our religious consciousness to infect the rest of the population with religion. So as I said, they could not leave out Alexander. It's just an insult to any real historian who knows about that time for you to go into the Bible and not see anything about Alexander. This is one of the things, like when I talk about, people who actually know history and who actually read the Bible, and them trying to basically put biblical history into actual real history, the fact that he's not in the King James Version should tell you something when you understand actual history. That how could you not put this man in there? How could you not have a definitive long story about him and Julius Caesar? It's like these two people have to be in there. The Ptolemies have to be in there. You have to speak about certain people to really give the validity to what you're speaking about on something of this magnitude. When you're talking about, the Son of God walking the earth and miracles or what have you, how do you leave this dude out? And the more you understand about how much, the Greeks conquered and what they did, it's an insult. And we don't realize it's an insult because we don't know history. We don't know what really took place. And we don't really get it. So we just go with the flow and what we have been brainwashed to believe as far as biblical history. But when you understand, it's how can you not put them in there? But in our Apocrypha, in First Maccabees, says clear as day. It's talking about Alexander. So it says here, this history begins when Alexander the Great, son of Philip of Macedonia, marched from Macedonia and attacked Darius, king of Persia and Media. Alexander enlarged the Greek Empire by defeating Darius and seizing his throne. He fought many battles, captured fortified cities, and put the kings of the region to death. As he advanced to the ends of the earth, he plundered many nations, and when he had conquered the world, he became proud and arrogant. By building up a strong army, he dominated whole nations and their rulers, and forced everyone to pay him taxes. When Alexander had been emperor for 12 years, he fell ill and realized that he was about to die. He called together his generals, noblemen, who had been brought up with him since his early childhood, and he divided his empire, giving a part to each of them. After his death, the generals took control and each had himself crowned king of his own territory. The descendants of these kings ruled for many generations and brought a great deal of misery on the world. So this is how we understand how Ptolemy I Soter became king of Egypt, who Ptolemy I Soter was one of his generals. And you start to really understand what was going on around that time. So the reason why, we mention Game of Thrones in this part is because when we go through this, you're going to understand where they got the whole entire concept from. I mean, when you start reading about this time and this history and what was going on between these generals, between these people who split up these kingdoms and had different lands, you see Game of Thrones. I mean, everything that you see, if you watch Game of Thrones, you're really going to understand this. Everything that you see and what's taking place in Game of Thrones is here. The only thing that is missing is dragons, but not really. Not really. Because when you start to understand that in Daniel, it's talking about dragons, as I pointed out, but also in the Apocrypha, one, we have Maccabees where it's talking about Alexander getting into the Ptolemies, but also part of the Apocrypha, you have the whole story about Bel and the dragons. And in Bel and the Dragons is talking about Daniel, which how fitting is talking about Daniel, and in the book of Daniel is talking about the Ptolemies. So you do have dragons, and as you get into the story, you're going to have female warriors, and you're going to have, the same terminology about king of the north, king of the south, the kingdoms, bending the knee. All of this terminology you hear, you read about when it's talking about ancient Greece and the Ptolemies and everything that happened in the wars of the Diadochi and what took place. It's nowhere around that. Game of Thrones is talking about the Ptolemaic Empire, the Diadochi War, and what was going on back then. Plain and simple. It's nowhere around that to me. The whole thing about Ptolemy being a bastard, same thing with Game of Thrones, all that kind of talk is in the stories when you start reading and getting into it. And as we get into it, you're going to see what I'm talking about, and you can start to point out things. If you're into Game of Thrones, you'll understand exactly what it's saying. So now understand, we're going to get into the story. Now, when Alexander died, of course, the best thing to do, even though he split up the whole territory, he started splitting up the kingdoms. And the best thing to do is to try to really take his spot. Everybody knew that when Alexander died, the person who took his spot would be looked at as the true ruler. So even if it was, something that came up with the kingdoms, that they would go to this ruler as being the final decision, the one who has the most power. Because you can't just split up kingdoms and then, have these kingdoms supposed to be full of just Greek people and equal. Somebody still has to rule. Somebody has to be the authority, even though they had kingdoms. So, of course, you're the ruler in your kingdom, but really, the person who would replace Alexander would be looked at as the true king. So, a lot of people tried to marry Cleopatra, his sister, when he died. And one of the things you'll understand, do not get caught up in the names. There are many Cleopatras. A lot of people they got this idea that it's one Cleopatra. It's many Cleopatras. There are many Alexanders. There are many Ptolemies. When you start getting into the stories, you'll understand that these names get passed down. Which is why you have Ptolemy the first, second, what have you. Alexander the first, second, fourth, or what have you. Same thing with Cleopatra. So don't get caught up in the names. There's more than one Cleopatra. So a lot of people tried to marry Cleopatra to, get that marriage going so they can kind of sort of be the one who was looked at as the main king on the throne. Now, it was rumored that Cleopatra was going to marry Perdiccas, who was one of Alexander's generals. Now, this was a rumor. Now, a lot of people really thought that they actually got married, but it wasn't true. But in any case, the rest of the Diadochi, which Diadochi means successor. So you have the wars of the Diadochi, the wars of the successors of Alexander the Great, basically what it translates as. So, of course, since people hearing this stuff, the other kings, seeing that Perdiccas would probably marry Cleopatra, they came together against Perdiccas. And, even though it wasn't so, but Cleopatra remained single for a while, of course. And the whole thing was, when Alexander died, if you remember the story, you understand, his brother, Aridaeus, who was his older half-brother, was supposed to take the throne. But he was mentally ill. He was slow. He basically was, mentally unfit to rule the kingdom. And, Alexander understood this. He kept Aridaeus with him and took him out to many battles. He kept him by his side. It was his brother. He actually loved his brother a lot. But he knew he was weak and that he was feeble-minded. He wasn't really there 100%. So Alexander wasn't really worried about him. So now Perdiccas was actually named the regent of the kingdom of Alexander the Great. So since they looked at it and said that, well, this dude is slow, we can't really put him as the ruler. We have to elect a regent, which a regent basically means somebody who's going to basically be ruling in place until the heir becomes of age. Because remember, Alexander's wife, Roxana, was pregnant. And the whole thing was, would she produce a man or a woman? So that was huge. Everybody would sit back and wait till she had the baby to see if it was going to be a male heir, which would be king eventually, or girl. So they basically named Aridaeus as ruler. And it was a boy that she had, Alexander IV. They named them two as basically the rulers of the land, basically in name only, like they would be like symbolic rulers, like monarchy, you might as well say. But the power would basically lie with Perdiccas. And he would be the one who basically rules and really has the say-so on what takes place until Alexander IV became of age. So, of course, everybody's looking at Perdiccas as the true ruler. What he says goes. Of course, the other Diadochi, which you have to understand, you really have four main ones, but it's more who would later come into power. So we can't really stick to the main four, one being Ptolemy the First Soter, and Perdiccas, of course. There's a lot more who will eventually come into power, and this whole war, this whole Game of Thrones, what take place. So understand again, you have now Perdiccas ruling, and now everybody's looking at Perdiccas, wanting that spot and paying attention to what he's doing and what's going on. The thing is, as I said, Game of Thrones type stuff has happened. You have to understand, you have now Aridaeus, who was the older half-brother of Alexander the Great. They are both sons of Philip of Macedonia, who was basically ruling before. Now, what you have to understand is that Philip of Macedonia, his brother was the king, and his brother had a son. Now, of course, when the king dies, the prince rules. The heir is supposed to take over. That's how they was doing it in Greece. But, when Philip's brother died, his son was basically an infant, a baby, a child, so could not rule. So Philip of Macedonia became the regent, just like Perdiccas just became the regent. So you have Philip of Macedonia being the regent now, and the heir, waiting for the heir to come of age, is what he's supposed to do, and then, turn over the kingdom to him. So basically, Philip of Macedonia was supposed to turn over the kingdom to his nephew, Amyntas. But instead of turning over the kingdom, what he did was declare himself king. Forget being regent. I'm going to declare myself king. And that's what he did. He declared himself king. Amyntas came of age, but Amyntas wasn't really, in a position to challenge the throne, even though he is rightfully his. He didn't really challenge it. He didn't really, care too much about it. He didn't really try to be a threat or a problem to Philip of Macedonia. He just basically conceded. And what Philip did was, when he had his daughter, he gave his daughter to his nephew. Remember, this is how they do in these royal families, their bloodline. So he gave his daughter, Kinene, which a lot of you know who she is. We'll get into that in a second. He gave Kinene to his nephew to basically marry her and basically go about their business. Now, the whole thing was, Alexander was born, of course. Now, Alexander is coming up, and Alexander knows that he has basically somebody who can challenge him for the throne once his father dies. And he didn't like that. So he did what any, person would do in that position. He went and he killed her husband, and he basically promised her that he would give her another husband, a powerful husband someday. So he didn't want nobody to challenge him for the throne, so he went and killed his cousin. So now you have, later after Alexander dies, what happens was, before he died, he promised his sister that, she would marry this powerful lieutenant, I forget his name, but he was a guy who really helped out Alexander throughout his whole rulership. And he was really loyal to Alexander, so he wanted to reward him with marrying his sister, but he got sick and he died before that could even happen. Now, again, we have fast forward to where now you have Perdiccas being the regent and running the kingdom in Alexander's place. So Kinene, who is a powerful warrior, she is very powerful, and she understands that, she would have been queen at some point and would have been ruling had her husband been alive, that would have been able to take his place. So now she doesn't have a husband to step into that place or anything like that. So she focused her time on her daughter. Now, Kinene, as I said, was a warrior. She commanded armies. She was no joke. She defeated the Illyrian army, and she killed the queen, with her own hands. Everybody knew about her. She was very well respected. Now, she had plans of her own. She had a daughter, Eurydice, who she wanted to marry to her uncle, who was the one who was slow, Aridaeus, who was her brother. So she wanted her daughter to marry her brother, which would be her uncle, her daughter's uncle. So her plan was to go ahead, take her daughter to Macedonia to marry her uncle, and basically she would have, some stake on the throne that was basically stolen away from her by her brother. So her proposal was she was going to go there, make it happen. And because she had respect and people liked her, it probably would have happened. So on her way there, of course, you had Perdiccas, who understood that if I let her, who is really a rightful heir to the throne, instill some kind of power in the kingdom, it would create problems for him. She would be watching his every move. So what he did was he went and sent his brother out to intercept her on her way there. And he ended up killing Kennenet, who was a great warrior. He ended up killing her. Don't know exactly how, but he got the job done and he killed her. So because she had so much respect and a lot of people really respected her and revered her, and she was a good warrior, it kind of backfired on her because the council basically ruled that Eurydice, her daughter, could still go ahead and marry her uncle, Aridaeus. Even though he was slow, he wasn't that slow. He can, sort of comprehend a little bit, but he wasn't really mentally fit enough to run an entire kingdom. But she went on ahead and married her uncle, and they got married. And now, of course, she was basically, trying to really pull his strings and control his little bit of power that he did have, which of course she wanted him to have more power. The more power he had, she had. So this was her game to really try to get his level up and to get the council and the people to recognize that he is a true heir. Even though he's slow, he deserves the respect of having more power than what he had. So Eurydice will eventually marry her uncle, Aridaeus, but Aridaeus would change his name to Philip III. So Aridaeus would become Philip III. He would marry his niece, Eurydice, and they would basically become a small power in the Macedonian Empire, which of course Perdiccas definitely feared and did not like. And he knew he had to eventually do something about that. So what happened was you had Perdiccas, who was sending out Alexander the Great's body. Now understand this whole marriage and everything that happened, all this stuff happened within the same year Alexander died, the marriage and everything. So you had a little bit later, you had Perdiccas sending out the body of Alexander the Great to basically go be buried where he was crowned king. So right where he was crowned king, his body was supposed to be buried. But remember, as I said, the other Diadochi was against him. One of them being Ptolemy I Soter. What Ptolemy I Soter did was go and steal the body from the men who was transporting Alexander's body. So now after he stole Alexander's body, it was buried in Alexandria, Egypt, which we know Ptolemy I Soter was the one who was crowned king or pharaoh of Egypt. So, of course, after he stole the body, Perdiccas wasn't having that. So he basically set up an army to basically go in and invade Egypt and start a war with Ptolemy I Soter. So here you have two of the Diadochi, two Greek warriors, soldiers in the army of Alexander who started the fight against each other, And you had this war start to break out. The problem was Perdiccas wasn't as sharp as Ptolemy, and he was arrogant and he was crazy. So his battle plans, his military strategy was whack. He couldn't even cross the Nile and get into the main areas where he needed to strike. And his battle plans and his strategy was horrible. And every time his men failed, he would, execute them. He would treat them like crap. And eventually they got tired of it. So what happened was a few of his lieutenants, his leaders, came together and basically ended up killing him. So here you have the regent, basically almost the king almost, who is in place of Alexander. And this dude invades Egypt which kind of pissed everybody else off. Then he wasn't even able to make a dent into Egypt, and he was basically killing off his own men because of his incompetence, and his generals and his commanders or what have you. They just didn't like it. It was disrespectful, and they basically came together and they ended up killing him. So basically, one of those commanders was Seleucus, and Seleucus would eventually get some land of his own and begin the Seleucid Empire. Anybody who does any research on ancient history know about the Seleucid Empire. You can't miss it. So understand that's where that comes into play. And again, so much history, as I said, that you start breaking down once you understand just this part in these stories. So the whole Seleucid Empire came about because Seleucus was one of the commanders that killed Perdiccas, one of the first, or considered the first Diadochi successor of Alexander the Great. And so the successor, the Diadochi War, began. And once Perdiccas was killed, of course, you had Eurydice pushing for her husband, to be in power, to get more powers. And a lot of people thought that might happen, but of course it didn't, because of course he was slow, and they didn't want to give him anything he really couldn't handle. So what happened was you had one of Philip of Macedonia, Alexander's father. You had one of his old lieutenants basically end up being voted in as being the new regent. So now Perdiccas is dead, and you have one of the lieutenants of Philip of Macedonia taking over as the regent. Now you would think, with Philip being, so old and died a long time ago, anybody who served with him would be old. So Antipater, who was the lieutenant who served with Philip of Macedonia, he became regent. Now, he wasn't regent for long because he died of natural causes, soon after. So everybody assumed that his son, Cassander, would take the place as regent. Because again, that's how things usually go. Your son succeeds you, becomes your successor. And Cassander thought that he would take the place if something happened to his father. And you had Eurydice, and you had her husband, who was her uncle. Going to keep pointing that out because it's crazy. You had Eurydice and her uncle, Philip III, basically push for Cassander to be the new regent of Macedonia. Cassander had already aligned himself with Ptolemy the First Soter and the other Diadochi, who was against Perdiccas. So, once he didn't get named ruler or regent, he was upset. Now, what happened was, instead of Cassander, son of Antipater, once he didn't get named, as I say, he was upset. A lot of people assumed he would get named, but what happened was you had Polypersian, who was a friend of Antipater, one of his friends. He got named as the regent because he was, closest to the king, and he knew how to rule. And Cassander wasn't really looked at as a person who was really, ready to rule. So you had Polypersian take over as regent, which pissed Cassander off, and a civil war began between Polypersian and Cassander. And basically, Polypersian was shocked that Cassander amassed the type of warriors that he did, because of course he was in with Ptolemy the First Soter and the other Diadochi to basically, have this allegiance for one of them being, on the main throne. So when you look at the whole thing, you got to look at the seat of Alexander being the seat of power. So when you look at the 7 kingdoms in Game of Thrones, and you look at the fact that the Targaryen kingdom was like the main kingdom, they had the dragons, and they was the main kingdom over the 7 kingdoms and over really basically everything else. So whoever ruled that kingdom was considered, the ruler of the rest of the kingdoms. It's basically the same thing here in Greece. Whoever ruled Macedonia, whoever ruled the place in place of Alexander will be considered, the king of everything else. So they wanted it to be one of them, of course. So when you had Polypersian take over, Cassander go to war with him, and Cassander basically get help and have Ptolemy I Soter and Antigonus, which Antigonus was the one who basically destroyed the fleet of Polypersian. You had them come together and basically help him defeat Polypersian, which he fled, and eventually Cassander would basically try to take the throne. So now Polypersian was smart. He basically fled to Olympias, whatever Alexander's mother's name, how do you pronounce it? Olympias. He fled to her, and he fled to Roxana and Alexander IV, who was Alexander the Great son, who was the heir in waiting, So he fled there and basically pled to Olympias and said, hey, Cassander's taking over. This isn't the way it's supposed to go. Basically help him out. And what Olympias did, because she was powerful as well, she could fight. She had an army, and he basically got together the men that he had left who was willing to fight for him, and they amassed the army. While Cassander was away, they basically went back into Macedonia and defeated the army there and basically took back the kingdom. So you had Olympias going there. And remember, now you have Olympias there, but who's also there is Eurydice and Philip III, named after her husband. So she understood that Philip III was being used, and as long as he was alive, he was a threat to the kingdom, so he had to go. So she killed him. She had him executed, and she forced Eurydice to commit suicide. So Philip III of Macedonia was executed 317 BCE, and his wife Eurydice was forced to commit suicide, and Olympus basically assumed control of the kingdom for a while. And she was basically, going on a rampage and killing everybody who she thought was a threat. She killed Cassander's brother, all of Cassander's commanders and his soldiers that was there. She executed a lot of them. And, she basically held on to the place for a while, I think over a year, until she was basically ambushed. She was basically caught in a blockade in Pydna. And Cassander caught her in a blockade and basically forced her to surrender. And he told her, if you surrender, then, you can keep your life. I'll let you live if you surrender. She surrendered. And of course, he didn't keep his word, but he ordered a bunch of soldiers to execute her, which they didn't do it. They didn't want to do it. Nobody wanted to be known as the person that killed Alexander's mother. So that was tough. So what he did was he got the family members of all the people that she executed, got her enemies, got everybody together, and they stoned her to death. Stoned her to death. And now Cassander understood the only people that was in the way of him taking the throne was Alexander's son, Alexander IV, and his mother Roxana. So what he did, I believe it was 309 BCE, when Alexander IV was 14 and getting ready to come into age of being crowned king, he had them both poisoned them both. And you can look at it just like in Game of Thrones when Joffrey, the boy king, was poisoned. It's the same thing. You had Alexander IV poisoned at like 14. I think Joffrey was like older, like 19, something like that in Game of Thrones. But this is where the story is coming from. It's the same thing. All this stuff is coming from the same place. And this is what they do. They know how to take stories and actual history and then manipulate them. Manipulate stories and plagiarize the stories to create something that they want to put out. But it's important that you know the story, which is why I'm telling it, because it's important you understand what happened and the kind of things that was taking place within those kingdoms. So you can see how unstable things was. So it's crazy. So eventually, Cassander would crown himself king and take the throne and would rule for a while. So now we go back and you look at the only person left, as I mentioned before, was Cleopatra. Cleopatra was left, and the only person left that somebody could marry, that could tie them to the throne and have some kind of stake in being, a true ruler or a person that had some kind of true claim to the throne. So you had Cleopatra eventually accept a proposal from Ptolemy I Soter to marry. But before she can get married, she was caught by Antigonus and she was killed. So again, this stuff kept happening. You had these wars. Nobody wanted anybody to really lay claim to the throne of Alexander unless it was them. So it was going to always be a war. Even people who allied, who they thought they was allies, they was going to fight. It was always going to be a battle for that throne, because that throne would be the throne to rule the rest of the thrones. And they all knew that. So you had, this time, what a lot of people don't realize about Hellenization. When you have these empires that's basically controlling, Egypt, the Middle East, Greece, so much land. This is the real Hellenization, because now you got all these Greeks in control of all of these kingdoms. And now they're spreading the language and the customs of the Greeks, which is why everybody spoke Greek around then. Everybody was speaking Greek because the Greeks ruled that whole area. Once you understand that, it's very easy for you to see how they could be the ones who created the Bible. It's not hard. See, the reason why the Hebrews are having trouble putting this together, as well as other Christians, is because they don't look at the history. They don't know what happened. When you understand that these people in the Seleucid Empire, the Egyptian Empire, the Roman Empire, which will later come, because during this time, while the Greeks are fighting each other, you have the Romans, building and basically breeding these cock diesel warriors getting ready for battle, because they see that while y'all fighting against each other, we're going to step in and take over. At the same time, you have the Persian Empire regaining strength, looking at the same thing. The Greeks keep fighting each other, killing each other. We need to just go in there and take this stuff from them because they can't get together and appreciate what they have. But with Hellenization, this is what you have. You have all these Greeks in these territories taking over, instilling Greek language, laws and rules, or what have you. And it's very easy to see how they was able to do what they did. So we can see this stuff in the Bible, as we're going to get into. When you start to understand the stories and what took place, you have Antiochus II. Antiochus II was married to Laodice, and they got into war, of course, with the Ptolemies. Now, Antiochus II ruled Syria, and Antiochus, the first, or Antiochus was the one who discovered Antioch in Syria, what have you, different story. But they got into it with Ptolemy, or Ptolemy II, Philadelphus. You can say Ptolemy, I say Ptolemy, it's just a thing, but it's pronounced Ptolemy. But they got into a war, and basically to settle the war, Ptolemy agreed to give his daughter to Antiochus II, who was already married. It's like, how are you going to give me a wife when I got a wife already? But to keep things, peaceful, he gave up his daughter, Berenice. He gave up his daughter to Antiochus II. He divorced his wife, Laodice, married Berenice with the understanding that whatever children that they had would eventually rule. So now Laodice and Antiochus II already had a child, Seleucus II. But now you can see that when you get into the story, when you understand that, and you start reading in Daniel, you can see where that story fits in Daniel. You can see what Daniel is talking about. So now when you read Daniel 11:6, it says, "And in the end of years, they shall join themselves together, for the king's daughter of the south shall come unto the king of the north to make an agreement," the agreement I just told you about. "But she shall not retain the power of the arm, neither shall he stand, nor his arm, but she shall be given up, and they that brought her, and he that begot her, and he that strengthened her in these times." So now it's talking about, as I said, the daughter of the king of the south, which would be Berenice. The king of the south would be Ptolemy II, Philadelphus. The king of the north would be Antiochus II. Now, when it's saying that she will not retain the power of the arm, Now, what happened was you had Berenice and Antiochus II actually end up having a child, which that child, according to the agreement that it's speaking about, will be the heir. So now, unfortunately for Berenice, once they had a child, it somehow made Laodice, who is his real wife, he and Laodice basically came back together. They got back together once that child was conceived, and once that child was born, it brought them two back together closer. And what Laodice ended up doing, she actually killed the child of Berenice and her husband, Antiochus II. She ended up killing the child and killing Berenice. So when it says, neither shall he stand, well, after that, he died. So now what's left is her and her son, Lucius II, that she had with Antiochus II. And it says, but she shall be given up, and they that brought her, and he that begot her, and he that strengthened her in these times. So not only did Laodice kill, their son and Berenice, but she killed the midwives, not the midwives, but basically like her caretakers that basically brought her into this world and took care of her and raised her. She killed them as well. And we know her Ptolemy II Philadelphus ended up dying. And of course, who strengthened her was Antiochus II, and he ended up dying. And what happened later, as I said, Lucius II will take the throne along with his mother, Laodice. So you have it right in the Bible, and when you understand the history and what it's talking about the Ptolemies. Without me even getting too much into it, all you got to do is read Daniel and listen to what Daniel was talking about, and it's telling the story. It's talking about Darius and the story, the whole thing in Daniel, starting into Daniel 11, is talking about the Ptolemies. It's talking about Alexander and everything that was going on during that time. Clear as day. But they just don't use the names. But when you know the story and you know the history, you can match it up and see exactly what they're talking about. Because you can't make this stuff up. You can't just put it in there. You have to somehow attach it to real history to where people can actually see it. People can actually, make a connection that will make the stuff seem legitimate. So even when you start seeing this stuff talking about the whole story and the agreement, and that, the king of the south and the king of the north, the king of the south's daughter will basically go up to the king of the north. I mean, not too many people will even understand that. What does that mean? What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? But when you understand that history and what we're talking about, then you know what they're talking about. So now you have Daniel 11:7 saying, but out of the branch of her roots shall one stand up in his estate, which shall come with an army, and shall enter into the fortress of the king of the north, and shall deal against them, and shall prevail. So when it's saying out of the branches of her roots, it's talking about her own son, who will rise up in the king of the north, which will be in the kingdom of Antiochus II, and he shall prevail. It's giving you the Ptolemies, it's giving you Antiochus II, it's giving you this story of what happened in Greek history and is in the Bible. And it's hard for you to really understand it because they don't really put names. If they actually put the names in there, in Daniel, we would have understood this stuff for a long time. But instead, by them taking out Maccabees and taking out the whole deuterocanonical books, the whole Apocrypha, and us not getting this understanding, we are left to piece it together. So now, you're looking at all this history, and you're seeing what's going on with the Ptolemies in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire with Antiochus II, and nothing about the Jews. Nothing about the Jews before the 4th century BCE. So when you start getting into this time where after Ptolemy had basically taken Alexander's body and began to basically the wars of the Diadochi, and you had this fighting going on, and during this whole time that we have Hellenization, that you hear nothing about any Jews or any Hebrews until after the 4th century BCE, when they began to establish this whole deception. And that's the thing, how you have this history being explained and this war that's going on. And during this time, the Hebrews or the Israelites supposed to have been doing their thing. But somehow in Israel, which Israel would be part of the Seleucid Empire during that time? Nothing. Nothing. So you would think that if they was God's chosen people and the Bible was true, what have you, they would not have been going through what they went through during that time. And definitely the Greeks wouldn't be ruling Israel during that time. So that's the whole thing. And that's one of the things they don't really get into, is explaining the Greeks ruling. This is the part they really want to cover up the most, because when you start to look at the real history, it's going to point straight to them. And you have to ask yourself that question: where's the Jews? Where's the Jews in all this thing? What's going on? That we're reading all these stories in this whole Game of Thrones, and the Jews don't come into play and no place. So you're going to read in First Maccabees about the persecution of the Jews and, all this stuff about the Jews. And it seems like, and this is like 2nd century BCE, around this time, when they started to put the stuff into place. And the only reason why they have this in Maccabees about the Jews is to, again, put themselves into history, to try to force themselves in there. So we know the only reason why it will be any problem with the Jews in that territory will be because any type of persecution will be because it's them trying to force Judaism on the Africans that was there. That's why they mention it, because it's well known that they didn't just, of course, lay down and take it. You had a war. You had these Africans go to war with the Greeks, of course, and they lost. And eventually, once, time set in and the people who was fighting the war is dead and gone or ran off, the people that's left, you indoctrinate them. And you do that by generation. So once you teach that first generation and they know it, they pass it down. It's the same thing they did to us later in slavery. Start passing down the information. It just became normal. So you have these Africans eventually accept being Jews, Hebrews, and begin to start passing this information down until eventually they will be completely, wiped out of Israel. Will only be a few left. And the ones that was really into the religion and had high places will go out and teach the religion to other Africans, and it was spread until the Arabs came and basically took over and forced everybody to scatter. And they would eventually take a lot of these Jews, a lot of these Africans, and convert them to Islam. It's the same type thing. So we had this Judaism push, and it fulfilled its agenda. Its purpose was fulfilled as far as getting the information out there and planting it and passing it down to not just African civilizations, but to the so-called the Arabs and the mixed Berber around that time, because there was a lot of mixing going on, and to create this whole fictitious, fake Judaism when the Arabs came in and began mixing with the Greeks. But, when you look at the war, we start to step back, we see that the Ptolemies would prevail and began to take over much of that territory. In fact, when you go to First Maccabees 11:13, it says, "Then Ptolemy entered Antioch and assumed the crown of Syria." So he wore both the crown of Egypt and the crown of Syria. Here you have it clearly mentioning Ptolemy's name. But remember, this is in First Maccabees, one of the Apocrypha books that is not in the King James Version that you probably have at church, unless you got an older version or you have a version where they specifically say that it has the Apocrypha put in. And a lot of people know that when you grew up, that common King James Version that we grew up with did not have the Apocrypha in it. And even if it did, we didn't know what the hell it was anyway. So when Ptolemy did rule both kingdoms, Egypt and Syria, we know what it says later. He was fighting against another Alexander, and he defeated him. Now Alexander fled into, the Arab territories, and Arabs basically caught him and cut his head off and sent it back to the Ptolemies. But Ptolemy died like a couple of days later, like 3 days after that. And you had Demetrius take the throne, and again, war all over again. And you had this type of stuff happen over and over. So what would eventually happen, we know that Rome got their stuff together, and basically went to war with Greece. I think it was about 49 BCE where Julius Caesar, began to rule. That happened in Rome, and Greece would join, had a whole Greco-Roman era. And so the stability, began to fall in place for the Romans and the Greeks. And to me, that was somebody with knowledge, understanding that they needed to focus more on the Africans and come together and stop fighting against each other, and understand how powerful we were and what we could do. So you had them come together. You had, during this whole time with the Diadochi War, you had Rome basically being ruled by Africans, being controlled by Africans, and eventually the Aryans would come in, and you had a dual system of Africans and Aryans, black and white people, ruling and living together fine, with no problem. And meanwhile, you had the leadership, whoever was there, plotting to take over and overthrow the African rulership in Rome, which is what they end up doing. Plain and simple. The barbarians took over, and as I said before, when Rome fell, and people say that's the reason why, we had the Dark Ages because Rome fell, but no, Rome fell, and Rome falling was the fall of the African leadership in Rome, as I said, and the rise of the European powers. And they amassed an army large enough, and we don't even know if they really fought or if they was on each other's side the whole time. We don't really know. We just know they came together, the Greco-Roman era. And remember, the Romans continued Hellenization and let the Greeks stay in the positions that they was, and even had the Greeks write the New Testament. Remember, it's written in Greek. So, who knows what really happened? The Roman Empire could have been the Greek Empire the whole time. We don't know. We just got to go by the little breadcrumbs of history that they leave us. But when you use common sense, it kind of doesn't work out, but that's what happened. So we had, as I said before, the Roman Empire would rise, but during that time, the Persian Empire was gaining, steam, and would eventually go head to head with the Roman Empire after they had laid claim to the lands that they took. And that battle would last up into the 7th century AD or CE. And remember, as I said, ended in the status quo ante bellum, with Islam being created after that. And we know that the Moors made a deal with them as well to basically take over these African territories. Because as I said, they had to turn their attention to the Africans, because after all this war and fighting that was going on, they turned and looked and saw kingdoms rise up in Africa. And Africans have wealth and knowledge. They fighting and killing each other for hundreds of years for this power, for these thrones, for this information. And here you have the Africans start popping up with kingdoms all over Africa with knowledge, making money, and doing amazing things. And they had to focus their self on us and come together to conquer and take what we had, so that we won't use the knowledge that was rightfully ours to establish a more powerful kingdom on the planet. Now understand, we had already outnumbered them like crazy. Our problem was we wasn't united, and they was. That's why we fell. Because they got their shit together and got united. We wasn't looking at it as a black-white thing. They was looking at it as a white thing, a power thing, and using that to their advantage as far as getting in positions, making themselves look weak and like they wanted to learn or what have you, and, being really good spies and moles. And it will eventually bring down many African kingdoms. So we're going to get into, of course, in part 3, we really got to get into the Roman Empire and their rise, and the Africans that ruled their territory, and how Christianity was instilled and brought up. So we'll get into that eventually. But it's important to understand the Ptolemaic era and what happened during that time. So again, you have to ask yourself, why would they leave this stuff out of the Bible? Why wasn't we taught this stuff, in history class? Why would they leave all these stories, this whole entire history that I just gave you? A lot of you don't know about, never heard of before. And the movies didn't tell it all and tell it like it was. Why would they leave it out? And of course, you got to look at the fact, as I showed you in Daniel, clearly talked about the Ptolemies and what happened. Don't use the names, but we know it's talking about the Ptolemies. But you got to think about it. Wasn't the Old Testament supposed to be written in Hebrew? Supposed to be written in Hebrew, right? Why is it Daniel is an Old Testament book? So it's supposed to be written by the Hebrews. Why would the Hebrews know that story? How would the Hebrews know that story to write it? Think about that. So they're supposed to have been there and witnessed all this stuff that I just talked about and put it in Daniel. The whole war against the king of the south, king of the north, the agreement. How would they know that? And of course, biblical people would say, well, the Lord told them that. So the Lord told them all that to write all that, but they somehow can't fit themselves in the story. So basically it was just some Hebrew or Jew around hiding, writing this stuff, or people going to believe that God gave them that story and told them to just write it out. And this is how biblical people think, or religious people think, I should say. I think that God just put this story in their head. But if that's so, it's incorrect. We know when you read the whole thing, it's not saying the exact same thing as what happened in history. So we can't use that as well. But it goes to show, since we know we got the Septuagint Greek, and that the Greeks wrote it because it's their history, it makes a lot more sense. Why would Hebrews even put that in their law? Because remember, the Torah is supposed to be their law, their story, their laws, the laws of Moses and what have you. Why is this Greek stuff in there? So this information is for you to help put together the pieces, for you to help put together these pieces. Because now when you start to listen to it, you can really see exactly what happened and how after Kemet fell, exactly what was going on and how they got into these positions. Now, I showed you before when I went to the Cairo Museum in Cairo, and now it makes a lot more sense when you go through that video and you see how, one, as I said, they tried to copy off of Kemet. You had Zeus
It's
Amon,
the big bro, go
Serapis,
easy.
and we can see exactly what was going on. You can see how they start changing their culture into Egyptian culture with the stelas and everything else, dressing like the Egyptians and decreeing themselves as pharaohs or what have you. Plain and simple. It's just it's like so much
culture
like a joke. It's embarrassing to me, if I was a Greek, to see them do that. Like, where is your own culture? And it's crazy how you have this Greek culture that's supposed to be so proud, and they got Zeus and what have you and everything like that. But as soon as they conquered Kemet, they took the Egyptian culture because they knew it was the truth. And they knew their culture was based off of Egyptian culture anyway, but they wanted to deal with the Egyptian knowledge and not their own. So they really tried to push their beliefs on the Egyptians in Israel to try to get those generations to take that information while they take the Egyptian information. They wanted to switch places. And this is basically what they have effectively done. When you pay attention to what's going on and how they do is, we have switched places. They took our knowledge and turned us into who they was, not having knowledge. They was looking up to us as being the knowledgeable ones, the people who had all the knowledge. Now we're looking up to them. We was sophisticated, refined with wealth. Now they are sophisticated, refined with wealth, and we are in a low state like they was. Plain and simple. So they have reversed the roles throughout history and been trying to put us in their place while they take ours. I mean, I see that happening today, even still, with people who don't even understand how they sound so much like white folks. As I talked about before, you go back in the 1970s and 80s, black people are not going to kill a 17-year-old black child over some stuff in the house, over some material possessions. They're going to catch him and beat his ass and take him to his mom. They're not going to say, well, I would have killed that nigga too. Why would you Why would you even say that? That tells you, as I said, they're reversing the roles. That's something a racist white man would say. Oh, kill that thieving nigger. Now you got black people saying that over some stuff in the house, that they would kill a young black man. They're reversing the roles. They have been doing it throughout history. And when you understand history, you can see exactly what they did and what they're doing and why they're doing it. So, as we know, they have to write themselves into history, and they have to justify all of the Stellas, all of the reliefs that's in Kemet. There's Philip III, Aridaeus, his relief in Karnak, because you're going to find them in Kemet a lot, in a lot of reliefs, a lot of carvings on the wall, because they wanted to beat us so bad when they got this information. And the Egyptians wouldn't have it. And it's basically what it was. It wasn't like the Egyptians was just going to basically, accept it. I mean, how could you accept it? If somebody just walked into your home, killed your parents and then tried to be your parents, you're going to fight every chance you get. It's like, how are you going to kill my parents and try to take their place? Start wearing their clothes, trying to sound like them, talk like them, boss you around. You're not my parents. Who are you? And this is what they was doing. And the Egyptian people wasn't accepting it. So they use, generations. It's like generational corruption. And again, if this generation pass away, the kids, whatever the kids know, all of us adults, when we gone, that's what's going to be at the forefront. So you don't really worry about the adults, you go after the kids, and they still have that whole thing in place today. They're not worried about us. They want the kids. Plain and simple. So we're going to be gone soon. The kids is going to have the information that they have, and they're going to go run with it. So if you're implanting in the kids' head when they go to school that, Serapis is God, and Ptolemy the First Soter was a God, and, you're a Jew or you're a Hebrew, and this is why this happened to you or what have you, the kids are going to grow up with this information, and they're going to pass it down, and it's just going to stick, and it's going to become, fact. It's going to become history. And everybody who know the truth going to be dead and gone, except for the people at the top who instilled it and who is enforcing this truth. And that even the people that's going to come and enforce it later are going to believe that it's actually true, not knowing, the real history. They're going to believe that it's true, and that the reason why that they have their job is to make sure that it's enforced. So they had to really, really, get this information pounded into the children's heads so they can pass it down. They allowed Egypt to be covered in sand, to cover their tracks. They made sure that the Arabs took over Kemet, so we don't take it over and understand who he is and everything like that. They made sure. You got to think about it. They could have defeated the Arabs and taken Kemet from them, but they got everything out of it. They let the Arabs take it, and that's who they wanted to be there. As long as we're not there, they can't be there. Think about Egypt. Think about how much they try to be like us so much. How much they try to claim Egypt. We see it all the time. We see it in the movies. They want to claim that Kemet was white and that the ancient Egyptians was white. Wouldn't it be better if you're actually there to do so? You don't see the Arabs coming out claiming that, all that stuff and the pyramids and everything that's there, they build. You have some ignorant Arabs that might say that, but when you go there, especially when you go to the pyramids, they'll tell you straight up, no, these are your ancestors, as I pointed out when I was there. They call you Nubian, they call you Pharaoh, they call the women's queens, Nubians or what have you, and say, welcome home. This is exactly what I experienced in my times in Kemet, and that's how they talk to you, as if Kemet is yours. But think about how the Europeans try to take it, and they want it so bad. Why not just take the land? And we know they can't take it because they can't survive there. You can't have a society in ancient Kemet that's full of white folks. They would die. There's no way they could survive there as a civilization, so they would rather it go into the hands of the Arabs than for the Africans to take it and understand their true history and who they are. This is a common sense thing that just shows you it's more to us, because it's no way in the world that anybody would believe that that land is theirs. And the Arabs themselves is telling you that it's ours. And unless you go there, or unless you really pay attention, you won't see that. So we know it's bullshit, but they own the mainstream media and everything like that, so they can say what they want. Because, when it comes to the news, people believe it. But common sense and facts, when you go there and pay attention, you see who the people is and who the country actually belong to. But the key thing you got to really pay attention to, as I said, is just to look at how they went to war with each other. The Diadochi War, and how they killed each other and what they was willing to do to assume the throne. I mean, one of the reasons why Game of Thrones is ending, because there's not much more to tell. It's not much more to tell. You can end it however you're going to end it, but that's basically how, it ends for real. Eventually they stay in power and they keep going. So just imagine the Lannisters winning in Game of Thrones, and then that's it. All the dragons are gone. People are, not happy, and the Lannisters win, and then life just go on. That's basically what happened. So it's interesting to see how Game of Thrones is going to end, but it shouldn't end the right way. But it probably will, because that's how they get us with the movies. But in real life, if you want to look at it that way, the Lannisters win, and it is what it is. But it's no reason for them to continue it, because they basically told the entire story, and they don't have any more history they can put into it to keep it going. Like, a lot of people don't understand when they put out a lot of these movies that seem to be good, or a lot of these TV shows that seem to be good. They're telling their story and getting out. And only the people who understand the esoteric meaning is going to get it. Look at V. Even with V, the whole thing with the reptilians and everything coming to Earth and all that, why did that end? Well, that was a good series. What happened? How could you take that off? One, it was revealing too much, but two, it's like, what more can you say? You can't give away too much. But it's like, again, you had that series. It was another series that came out that was good. It's a couple of these series that was coming out that was really good and had a lot of insight that was just, taken off the air. So the Ptolemaic Empire, you see it a lot. You hear about it a lot when you actually dig into this stuff. But it's something that they just don't put out there. I mean, for this kind of dynasty, you would expect them to have movies, TV specials. They talk about Hitler a lot. Hitler ain't got nothing on the Ptolemies. Everywhere you look, it's Hitler, Hitler, Hitler. Nothing on the Ptolemies. Nothing about that time. You get the little movies, 300 and all that type of stuff dealing with the Greeks or what have you, but you don't get nothing on the Ptolemies. You don't see nothing about the Diadochi War, the War of the Successors, and really a real true, story about Alexander and everything that really took place in history. And we don't even get movies on the establishment of, the Jewish power. They give us the biblical explanation of how it came about, and the fact that it doesn't fit right into actual history. And this is stuff it's important history for those of you who understand to piece this in and really get it, and really get where this stuff fits at, because it's that gap that a lot of people just don't understand this information. And a lot of people don't know where to look to find it, because when you start reading in the Bible, especially if you are smart enough to comprehend that Daniel was talking about Alexander the Ptolemies, then a lot of people look at that as actual history and don't go back and look at the real history to make that connection. But when you go back and look at the real history, you can see that it's different from the Bible, and why. It's important to backtrack that Ptolemaic era to Kemet, to make the connection of how they created the Torah and why, how they was able to do it, and the fact that nobody else could have done it. Ain't no Jews running around pushing, the Torah and doing all these wars and fighting the Amalekites and the Girgashites and the Perishites and the Jebusites and all that stuff. Where this stuff is at? When did this happen? Because it's supposed to have been all BC time. But how could it happen in territories that was run by the Greeks? Doesn't make sense. So as I talked about before, and I pointed out, when it's talking about the whole Jewish war that Josephus talks about, when you have the Jews basically go ahead and attack the Romans, again, as I said, these were African Jews that was attacking the Romans, attacking Rome, because Rome had basically executed Order 66. just like they did with the Jedi, and basically turn on the African power there. And that was a war. All that stuff is to cover up the fact that you had these African people fighting to take back Rome, which rightfully belonged to them. And they don't even try to hide it too much now when they start talking about the black Caesars and everything like that, and the rulers of Rome during that time. You can't hide the stuff. I mean, they're right there. And it's easy for you to piece this stuff together. I mean, we can't let these people get away with stealing our history. So you need to know it. And this is one of the reasons I'm putting out this series, so you can know the stories and know the actual history. So when it's time for you to talk about it, you done heard the truth, you know the story, you know what's up. This is a very important DVD, very important information and video that I really just saved you guys a lot of time and effort trying to piece together and figure out exactly what happened and where to go to get the truth. The books that popped up that you've seen is books you need to read and understand, but not really, because this is the story in a nutshell. It's a lot more history to go with it. It's a lot more Ptolemies, a lot more Alexanders, a lot more wars that happened with the Diadochi for a long time, and these people slaughtering each other for the throne. Now, if you follow me on Instagram and on my Facebook page, I talked about the Masonic Bible that I have here. This Hallman Masonic Bible that was given to me by a Mason friend of mine, and you have Masonic Bible, and it's a little bit different in some ways from the King James Version. It's a really good edition, and we're going to get into this. And there's actually another Masonic Bible on the way from a Masonic friend of mine that's older. That's a better version than this, but this is good to have to compare with actual King James versions for you to piece together this information. But we're going to get into this stuff because the history is really important. It's really important to know and to see what happened. And we're going to really get into these kingdoms in Africa that I always talk about that rose up, why they rose up, how they rose up, and exactly what they was doing when we start getting into this ancient history. This part is really important to know because you're going to see how it fits later on. And, these kingdoms, these Africans that fled the war and were smart enough to get out of there with this information. And I guess they sat back and watched the Greeks destroy each other, and they figured, well, they're going to wipe each other out. Let's just, do what we do, and they had no clue. A lot of them had no clue. A lot of people was wiped out, and a lot of people was killed during this time. A lot of people died, a lot of Africans. And you would think when they took over Kemet, because they were smart in how they did this, but you were thinking when they took over Kemet that the Africans that did escape would go into lower Africa and really warn everybody about the Europeans and what they was doing and how they was taking over. Again, the biggest thing is we had no unity back then. Unity would have saved us. And you would think that once that happened, no European could come into a African kingdom and take over. So they were smart in how they did it. And, it's tough to push unity now because so many people have opinions. And it's hard for us to come together because we got opinions. But I believe that if everybody take care of themselves, take care of you, take care of your family, try to put out information and help whoever you can, but really focus on you, then we'll be fine. If you're conscious and you can help somebody else become conscious, and if all of us become conscious as individuals, the rest will work itself out. Because us trying to say, let's come together and let's unite, it's not going to happen. We're going to keep butting heads. People are going to keep coming in with their ideologies and their religions and their opinions and their facts and what they believe to be right and true. But if you're conscious, if you take the time personally to get the information, then you'll be fine. And if you can encourage others to do the same, to get the information personally, they'll be fine. So on and so forth. Everybody in a rush to prove the next person wrong, the debates was good. It's a good thing for the debates to come out and for people to really debate biblical religion and to understand what's going on. But the debates became more like, hip hop rap battles to some people and not so much about the person who loses converting. I will be all for the debates. I would debate a lot if it meant that if I proved my point over you, that you would convert. Not even convert, just accept the information, accept the truth. And that's not what's happening. It just makes a person more angry, at, the person with the truth, with the facts. And that's what happens. So I try not to really debate people so much when I'm debating, when I'm actually doing it. My point I like to get across is that this is information that is the truth. I'm not trying to play you in no way. I want you to really accept this information and understand it and really just do your own research. When you got the truth and you got history on your side, you can say that. These people, these Hebrews and these Christians kicking this stuff, they're not saying to you, go do your own research. All they can say is, go read the Bible. It's in the Bible. Read the book. Because if you go do your own research, they know you ain't going to read that book the same anymore. Plain and simple. They understand that. So history is really important to understand and to know where this stuff fits at as far as the history of African people. So now, I'm not really endorsing the Apocrypha, the Deuterocanonical books. When you read Baal and the Dragon, even still, like these books being out of the King James Version conflict with the King James Version. It contradicts. Like even with Baal and the Dragon, with Daniel, it gives two different reasons why Daniel was thrown in the lion's den. It differs from the actual King James Version. Because remember with Baal and the Dragon, Daniel was basically saying that, there is no dragon, really. No dragon is actually coming in there. It's people that's faking this whole thing. And they come up with like a scheme to basically put food on the table. So basically, if the dragon eats the food and the food is gone in the morning, then Daniel, gets killed. So Daniel was smart and he put like coal on the floor. And then in the morning they go in there and, the food is gone. So he's ready to be like, you're dead. But then they look and see the coal marks leading to these people who basically was the ones who ate the food, who was perpetrating the whole lie. And, those people get killed and Daniel lived. But basically the people is like they were so beloving of the story of the dragon being real and everything like that they was mad at Daniel and they wanted to throw him into the lion's den. So that's one version. Then of course you have the other version where you have them basically saying that nobody go to anybody else for, prophecies or what have you, but to like the king or what have you. And of course you have Daniel praying to God and everything like that. So he was thrown into the lion's den. So you have two different stories. So you have magical things and a lot of different stuff that's in Apocrypha that really just kills the Bible. It's like, what is this stuff doing? What is this stuff about? It contradicts it in so many different ways. And again, they know and don't expect you to read it as a whole for you to figure this stuff out. So, what I'm saying for you to understand is it's like when I say, if you just read the book, there's no way you can read the book and accept this stuff as actual fact, history. So it's just crazy. The message just stands out to you when you read it and you understand what it's talking about. But if you don't know actual history, it's just no way. If you don't know about the occult, you don't know about any esoteric books or knowledge, you would never put this stuff together. As I said, you can only go as far as what you know. If I put a riddle, a puzzle in front of you, what the Greeks was doing and what these people they are talking about in the Middle East, in Egypt or what have you, what was going on with the so-called Jews, the Greeks and the Romans and everything that was happening with the wars of the Diadochi and everything like that. What took place? Because it's in this time that we can uncover the truth. It's in this time that we can see exactly what took place and how they was able to, push in this history. And that's exactly what they did. You have the truth and you have this history that they made up. And what they did was, as I showed you guys, they basically piggybacked off of real Greek history. and been able to basically show what the Greeks was doing in the wars of the Greeks, that, there's actual proof of these wars, and then basically put themselves in the Greek shoes, but as Jews. So all these so-called wars that the Jews was fighting is talking about in Genesis and everything like that, that supposedly the Jews was going out and conquering and fighting and everything. But when you go and look for that, you're going to see evidence of war, but not of the Jews. So as I showed you guys, it's really the Greeks talking about themselves and their wars and their battles that they had, along the way. This is what this is about. So when you get that aspect of it, it's still a lot of things that they have to explain and put in place. One of the major things will be, first of all, how is it that you had Hellenization going on, the Greeks going around instilling all these beliefs and conquering everything, and basically, as I showed you with the wars of the Diadochi, how they divided up the land. So how we have this going on in Hellenization in process, but for some reason, these Jews are allowed to practice Judaism. What is that? So this is how you really start to pay attention and reveal what really took place. Because you have in ancient Kemet, we know when they took over, I showed you guys at the museum, Serapis, Zeus Ammon, and all these so-called Greek guys, that everything that they instill in Egypt to try to get the Egyptians to believe. But when you get down to Israel, for some reason, they say, okay, you know what? We're going to take over, but we're going to let the Jews keep the religion and keep following it. What's up with that? And then we know later on they would follow it themselves. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense for all this to be going on. And then somehow, everybody is just Jews, Christians, everybody following this doctrine of a people that's conquered by a stronger people, supposedly. So when you start looking at it from this point, you can see what took place. But when you start to really know the history and everything behind it, it starts to basically show you the truth, and it makes a lot more sense. So now, as I said, I talked about how they had to go out and make these people. They had to go out and make sure that they can create Jews. They had to create these Hebrews to explain this history, as I talked about in the books of the Bible series. I talked about that in edited Exodus and Leviticus. So definitely you want to see those. But understand, you got to create these people. They had to explain a lot of this history because there is no proof. So if you're going to be trying to interject these people into history, you got to explain certain things that don't make sense. Now, when you're a person when you know about something and somebody comes and tries to talk about it, if you know everything about the situation, you can tell when they're lying. You can tell. It's like when somebody say they saw a movie and they can't really give you any parts of the movie. It's like, you ain't see that movie. Like, I can tell, I seen it. I don't know what you're talking about. So they have to try to cover for every single part, every single scholar that's poking holes in the story. It's always a comeback. You ever see those real bad liars? They always got something, an excuse. They're always saying something to try to basically make up for their story sounding like bullshit. This is exactly what's happening with the antiquities of the Jews and their history. So it's a lot they have to explain and answer for. One of the things they got to explain, they have to tell us how, one, they was in Egypt in the 6th century BCE and how they disappeared. So first of all, one, you got to put yourself there and explain how are you there. And as I said, these people that are there are actually Greeks. And we're going to get into that in a second. But when you understand, when you start going back in history, how are you going to talk about one people and not the other, especially if this one group is supposed to be as glorious and huge as the Jews when you read the Old Testament. So when you have pharaohs and you have documentation of the Egyptians speaking of the Greeks and showing the Greeks, but no Jews, it's telling you, everything is giving you those connections right there that they were the Jews. That's who they're placing themselves to be. So they have to explain, one, how, because this is their claim, that the Babylonians came into Israel and basically took them into captivity into Babylon. Now, what they know is, they understand, and proof a show, that there were Assyrians. The Assyrians was coming into Kemet, and there was always these little wars and skirmishes between the Egyptians and the Assyrians. and the Assyrians would basically take over part of Lower Kemet. So this is them again trying to interject themselves during a period where there's war and stuff happen, because then it's chaos and stuff get lost, and you can't explain everything during the war because it's not going to be so much peace. It's just going to be remnants of a war. But there's other stories to be told that's basically destroyed and covered up by war. They understand this, so they want to interject themselves into this period of time and say, well, I guess during this time the Babylonians came in and basically took them. Just for some reason, they ain't want no Egyptians. They wanted to, for some reason, just take the Hebrews and take them all the way back to Babylon, these grown-ass men and women, and just enslave them for whatever reason. So this is what they claim, because they have to basically answer for the fact that they're not there during this war. During this time, when you had Samtek I, who Herodotus talks about, know he exists. This is Egyptian pharaoh. During this time, when Samtek is basically fighting the Assyrians, where the Jews? If y'all was there, where are y'all? Greeks was there, but there's no mention of no Jews. And I understand this. So when you read here, it's saying, now this is the military campaign of Samtek. It says Samtek won Egypt's independence from the Assyrian Empire and restored Egypt's prosperity during his 54-year reign. The pharaoh proceeded to establish close relation with archaic Greece. Telling you right there, that connection, we know that was there. The hieroglyphics and everything I talk about with them showing the depictions of white men being there. So we know the Greeks was there. And also encouraged many Greek settlers to establish colonies in Egypt and serve in the Egyptian army. In particular, he settled some Greeks at Taphnis. So now don't let the whole thing fool you about the Assyrians. Understand the Assyrians, when they talk about the Assyrian Empire, it also includes the Babylonians and the Sumer and the Akkadians. You have the Egyptians successfully defeating the Assyrians, which we would assume would include Sumer, the Babylonians, and the Akkadians. Now, if they can defeat these people, why would they have a hard time or basically lose in the conquest from the Babylonians? Because see, they want you to believe that the Babylonians came into ancient Kemet, defeated the Egyptians, the Babylonians alone. We know there's supposed to have been skirmishes and wars, civil wars in Mesopotamia between the Babylonians and the Assyrians, and the Babylonians supposed to have won. And you got to understand that whole thing when you start seeing Babylonians. Of course, somebody's talking about something biblical. Assyrians, they're talking about historical stuff, because that's what, the name that they use, and they try to really differentiate between the two. But mostly when you see Babylon, it's dealing with something biblical. They always throw that in there to give that reference, because the Bible's talking about, Babylon, the Babylonians. So, it's tough to believe that they was able to defeat them when the Egyptians had already beaten the Assyrians in a larger army. So now, Necho II, Egyptian pharaoh, son of Samtek I, named after his father. He takes the throne 610 BCE. This is supposed to be around the time when the Babylonians come in and basically take the Egyptians out of Syria and out of Israel. So now it says here, Necho undertook a number of construction projects across his kingdom in his reign. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, Necho II sent out an expedition of Phoenicians, as I talked about before in part one of ancient history. I told you guys the Phoenicians was there in Kemet. Plain and simple. They basically was the Egyptians. The Phoenicians, as I said, the purple people, name given by the Greeks, they were Egyptians. And there's other people who was basically there in Phoenicia to basically run that territory, because it's basically trade grounds. But it's telling you right here that he took the Phoenicians. These are Egyptians. It's just the name they use, the Greeks use, but they were down there, and they were, in Tyre, and we know Israel's along the way. They ruled Israel as well. This whole stretch of lands I talked about, ruled by ancient Egyptians. This is during the ancient Egyptian empire. They had control of this land. So it's saying Necho II set out an expedition of Phoenicians, which in 3 years sailed from the Red Sea around Africa to the mouth of the Nile. Now, this is the important part down here. They say Nico played a significant role in the histories of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Neo-Babylonian Empire, and the Kingdom of Judah. Because, of course, they're going to throw that bullcrap in there. This is bullshit. I'm going to tell you why. Nico II is most likely the pharaoh mentioned in several books of the Bible. They can say that with no proof. Where's the proof of that? So, where's his name? They don't want to mention no more names because they already messed up with Ramses. That was a monumental mistake, put Ramses' name in there, knowing it's not going to add up. But it's real easy for them to just come out and say, well, he's the pharaoh probably mentioned in the Bible, to try to fit them in there. That's what it's about. Giving you enough to make it seem like they're telling the truth and that this stuff fits when it's all bogus. They could say anything. Where's the proof to back it up? He had nothing to do with this kingdom. But what they do is, since they understand it was turmoil around this time, it's not so much you can do to find proof. They interject people in these places. And this is one of the things that's weird when they try to interject Jews in servitude of the Egyptians, as if they work side by side. So to give us Jehoiakim, it says here, Jehoiakim was appointed by King Necho II, king of Egypt, in 608 BC. After Necho's return from the Battle of Haran, 3 months after he had killed King Josiah at Megiddo. Now, Jehoiakim was supposedly king of Judah, Judea, however you want to pronounce it. He was the king there. So it's highly unlikely that the Egyptians, Necho II, brought him in to basically rule while he was out at war. Why aren't y'all fighting alongside each other? What is he doing there? So again, this is they have to interject these people in to try to make it fit, to make it seem like, the Egyptians and the Greeks was just mingling in there together, but there's no proof of that. Plain and simple. They have to explain how they are in Israel during this time that the Egyptians are in power. And they're trying to make it like, well, they was in servitude to the Egyptians, basically working side by side. The Egyptians was appointing them to do stuff. But it's already giving you that hint when I was just explaining to you how you had, since they know, you had Samtech and you had Necho basically getting the Greeks to work with them. That's documented. That's something we can prove from Herodotus and the Egyptians themselves that says and attests to the fact the Greeks and the Egyptians was living alongside. Where's any mention of the Jews? So they had to put this in there. Well, it was the Egyptians, it was the Greeks and the Jews, but it's no mention of the Jews. But they got to explain for that. They have to explain that. They have to explain why and how they are there and in what capacity are they supposedly in Kemet during this time. There's no mention of them except for, bullshit like this. So now we're talking about the 6th century BCE. We know what's about to happen. We know eventually the Persians are going to come in there and take over Kemet from the Egyptians, right? So the whole question you have to ask yourself is, you have all these stories of the Jews in the Bible going out fighting these wars, conquering the whole nine. I just read to you how Necho II supposedly put a Jew in charge of basically running this area while he was out at war, giving you the hint that you had not only the Greeks working with the Egyptians, but the Jews as well in some capacity. So you would think there's a lot of them there. So the whole thing is, we know that the Persians came over. Now, according to the Jews, supposedly on their way to Kemet, to conquer Kemet, they stopped in Babylon, liberated the Jews. So they liberated the Jews, freed them, beat the Babylonians, came over to Israel, beat the Babylonians there. Now, maybe if it did really happen, which we know it didn't, maybe, you can say that the Persians told some of the Jews that, hey, we're going to Israel, whatever they called it back then, and go ahead and take that land from the Babylonians as well. Y'all should meet us up there, or what have you. But we don't know what the case was. But somehow, they made it up there. But the whole thing, again, is what you would have to explain. Well, there is no evidence or information that the Jews joined with the Persians to beat the Egyptians. They would like to have you believe that so they can try to make it fit. Like, okay, well, maybe the Jews joined with the Persians since they freed them from Babylon and came up there and helped defeat the Egyptians. But that wouldn't make sense because you would think they would have been strong enough to beat the Greeks, which they wasn't. So again, as I told you guys before, The whole thing with the Persians coming in was a whole setup by the Greeks in the first place. So we know we had this time. We're talking about the 6th century. The Greeks wouldn't come in and take over until around the 4th century. So around the 6th century, around 500 or something, you had this whole thing happen with the Persians coming in, taking over. You had the rebellion of the Egyptians fighting against the Persians for about 75 to 100 years. Then eventually, once they would regain power of Kemet, then the Greeks would take over. There is no mention of no Jews through none of this. And as I said, during this time, we know we had in Israel was black Egyptians, no Jews. There is absolutely no mention of them in history during this time in this period, because again, they got to explain, well, wait a minute, you had some king of Judea, basically ruling in Egyptian Pharaoh's place for a little bit till we came back. How wasn't y'all there to be documented in this war with the Persians in no way, shape, or form? And that's crazy. So they have to basically say, well, during this time, we was away. Just got free from Babylon and what have you, or they wasn't there and we came up later after it was over, whatever they want to use. But it doesn't fit with actual history and what we can prove to the fact that we know the Persians came in there and took over and was having these battles. So the Egyptians was able to hold them off and keep them from gaining full control for a long time. As soon as they got full control, what happened? Greeks took over. Okay, so 4th century BCE, we know what's going on. We know the Greeks come in, take over from the Persians, right? They took over. Now you have the Greeks ruling. We know what happened with Alexander dying and the whole wars of the successors, the Diadoches, them basically splitting up the territories. So now the area, Judea, was basically ruled by the Seleucid Empire. And you have Antiochus IV running this thing when you get down to the 2nd century BCE. And, after the wars is basically starting to die down and you understand what was going on around this time, it was Hellenization. And this is the part that, they can't explain this part. There's no way they can really explain it. And the way they do explain it, it don't fit. How, again, everybody is falling under Greek rule. Hellenization is rampant, but for some reason, they are allowing these Jews to exist and do what they're doing. Now, when you start reading through the little stories about all this, they say little stuff like, they would allow the Jews to do certain things, but not really be spiritual about their religion. But they didn't give the Egyptians the same courtesy or anybody else the same courtesy. But somehow, some way, these Jews who nobody's talking about was able to exist, and not only exist, practice their religion. It's bogus. It's bogus. So you had Antiochus IV running this whole thing. And you have the Jews, from their history, basically talking about how Antiochus IV was basically mean to them and had all these rules and laws and treating them bad, and eventually they rebelled, which there's absolutely no documentation or proof of Antiochus IV doing anything bad to any Jews. Just that simple. There's no mention of this. There's no proof of that he was even that type of person. So this is where the whole story of Hanukkah comes into place, when you understand what happened in Judea. So you have with the whole story, this is where you have Judah, the Maccabee, and the whole story of Maccabees, where you have the Greeks basically take over the Jewish temple, and they're in there and they got pagan idols and all this stuff going on in there. Supposedly, according to the Jews, a lot of the Jews, this is where you see the whole Hellenized Jews, Jewish Hellenization. They want to sprinkle that in there to try to. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense for them to be creating these guys, and the whole purpose is Hellenization and getting people to convert and switch over to the beliefs and everything that the Greeks talk about, but allow the Jews to exist with their religion. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Remember, around this time, it's the whole purpose of the Septuagint. Nobody's speaking Hebrew. They all speak in Greek. So if they would go as far as to have everybody speaking Greek, not really nobody speaking Hebrew, and if they would go that far, why would they allow them to practice this religion? Again, when I said the actions of the Greeks doesn't fit the letters of Orestes, and you're going to find out why later on. So, we know it's all bogus. So, what supposedly happened is you had Judah the Maccabee and his brothers and a few other people, small army, basically supposedly go up against about 20 to 40,000 Greeks. And they fighting at the Jewish temple. And this small army of the Maccabees defeated the Greeks. Thousands of men, they just somehow defeated them. And it says here, the Maccabees were a group of Jewish rebel warriors who took control of Judea, which at the time was part of the Seleucid Empire. They founded the Hasmonean dynasty, which ruled from 167 BCE to 37 BCE, being a fully independent kingdom from about 110 to 63 BCE. They reasserted the Jewish religion, partly by forced conversion, expanded the boundaries of Judea by conquest, and reduced the influence of Hellenism and Hellenistic Judaism. Now, I wanted to highlight that part, by forced conversion. Let me tell you why. Because as I said, we know these were Africans there, black people. And there's evidence, there's already proof that there was people were forced into this religion, forced into Judaism. So they know when people go back and they start looking at this history, when they start seeing that, why are Jews supposedly forcing Jews to be Jews? Doesn't make sense. But when you understand, and as I said, what Hellenization really was them instilling the Jewish faith, because the Greeks created it. Was no Jewish people. They created the whole thing, and it was forcing it upon the African people that was there, the remnants of the Egyptian empire. Plain and simple. Doesn't that fit? It makes sense. As I said, they was ruling. Israel was their kingdom, the Egyptians. When the Persians came over, of course there was Egyptians still there, because we know there was fighting. And then when the Greeks came, still black Egyptians, Africans, whatever you want to call them, was there. They wasn't gone. They were converted. They tried to give them Zeus Ammon, tried to give them Serapis. They wasn't having it. So Hellenization, the whole creation of this whole Jewish faith, was created and forced on them through generational indoctrination. That's basically how you do it. You start out with the kids. Plain and simple. When you teach the kids, they're going to grow up and teach their kids, and you make that system work like that. They had over 100 years to do it, people. They had plenty of time to get this thing going and get the people out spreading it. Plain and simple. So when you find proof that was forced, Jewish faith on people, this is how they try to hide that fact. So how the story goes with Hanukkah is after they somehow defeated this huge army, and this little group defeated this huge army. They came into the temple. They seen the temple was destroyed and a bunch of pagan idols and stuff everywhere. And they basically wanted to light the menorah, which is basically like, you see a Hanukkah, the candles or whatever. But they only had enough oil to basically last them a day. And it would take them 8 days to sanctify the oil, to make the oil up or what have you. But somehow, miraculously, somehow through some kind of miracle, that oil that was only supposed to burn for 1 day burned for 8 days and gave them enough time to make more. And there you have Hanukkah. And they didn't really celebrate Hanukkah until that's a new American thing. Jews wasn't really celebrating Hanukkah until probably like the 1920s, when a lot of Jews was coming into America. But that story sounds more like a myth and a fable, when you understand. Now, of course, you're going to have those religious people that say, well, God was with them. God was with them and helped the oil burn, and God was with them to help them fight, this war. Now, all of that gives, a little bit more validity for them to the Bible when you say, when it's talking about in the Old Testament, how God was helping them fight all these wars against the Amalekites and the Girgashites and the Perishites and all that stuff like that. But in real history, where's these people? These names are not mentioned, but it gets people to say, well, maybe they just got the name mixed up. But we do have proof that this war happened, stuff like that, which, it's not no proof of this war with the Maccabees, no proof. So a lot of people say that. So what happened? You had Demetrius I Soter, who was basically nephew to Antiochus IV. he basically escaped or, left Rome without the permission of the Romans, came into Judea and basically crowned, or Jerusalem or what have you, basically crowned himself king. Say, I'm the rightful king, I'm supposed to be on this throne, and I'm basically going to go kill them damn Maccabees. Now, while this is going on and they're getting their men together, what have you, the Jews were smart. They understood that eventually, Rome would take over. Rome was pulling the strings, and that, the Romans was basically, behind the Greeks, and the Greeks was messing up. They couldn't stop fighting each other, and the Romans would eventually take over. And they went, you had Judah, the Maccabee, and they basically went and signed a treaty with Rome to basically, smooth everything out. Say, I know y'all gonna take this shit over. We might as well be cool with y'all. But Demetrius the first didn't care about none of that. He basically got his men together. He went there and supposedly brought, a bunch of dudes. Now, remember, they just had fought and defeated like 20 to 40,000 men, beat them easily, according to their story. But somehow the men this time said, well, it's too many of them. Let's get out of here. This is their story. It's too many of them. We can't beat all these men. No, let's go. But you miraculously just did this. You just defeated them before, supposedly with God's help. And God gonna be with you. Where's the faith? No faith this time. They said, hey, this is how they try to make the story make sense. Hey, it's too many people. Let's get out of here. We can't beat these guys. So they told Judah, the Maccabee, to basically leave. We outnumbered. He stayed. Some men stayed. They got slaughtered. So I guess God wasn't with them that battle. They got beaten. And that was the end. Maccabees lost. Judah, the Maccabee, was killed. And basically, the Greeks took back power. And that's basically what happened. So it's cool that they put a little story together to get people hype about that time, to try to interject them into history. Yeah, we did take over, we won and we defeated this huge army, but, they took it back. It takes away the specialness of Hanukkah when you really pay attention to that. It makes it all bullshit, which I believe a lot of Jews believe it was bullshit, which is why they didn't really adopt the whole thing in the beginning. It's more of an American thing, which is why everybody comes together and talks about Hanukkah. But when you really get into the story, it don't fit. It doesn't make sense. And there's no proof of it, by the way. But, they put that in there. And the whole part about them having this special, making them seem like they had divine powers and was divinely willed or, skilled to basically fight off these Greeks who were huge. Plain and simple. Huge. We know the Greeks pride themselves on, being strong warriors. Sparta is basically an acronym, for sports, where we get sports from. Sparta was about sports. It was about big, strong dudes and the Olympics and all that stuff like that. So to have these Jews be able to defeat thousands of them with their, small numbers, it's crazy. Maccabees, well, it's an acronym for who is amongst the strong like God. Sounds like something, some Greeks would make up anyway. But we know, okay, Greeks got back power. Eventually, the Romans would take over, and the Romans would be in power. They would put Herod basically as king of Judea. And then you have the whole Josephus coming into play. And Josephus, when he's talking about the antiquities of the Jews and the wars of the Jews, he gets into the whole thing with Hanukkah and all that stuff like that. All bullshit. But this is where you have Josephus come in, start talking about, this period where the Jews rebel or revolt against the Romans, and they basically, the Romans burn down the Jewish temple, and the only thing that's left standing is, the Western Wall. And this is the wall I always talk about where all the celebrities go, the so-called Wailing Wall. They go to the wall. Everybody goes to the wall. What's supposed to be the last remnants of the Second Temple. Now, my whole thing is, still no proof of that any of these temples was built. And another thing is, if the entire temple went up in flames, whatever it was made of, it looked like it was made of the same stuff as the wall. So you would think, man, if this wall is still here, still standing, still strong, that the rest of the temple would have been standing as well. But they can go there and point to any wall that was built that's high, that looks, amazing, and say, well, this was the wall. Here's the proof that the temple was here, it was burnt down, and this is the Wailing Wall, and everybody comes here, and then, this is why they go to that wall. So now you understand what that's about. It has to do with the whole war of the Jews against the Romans. And it's weird because they did have that treaty, and supposedly the Romans wasn't treating them bad. Who knows what happened? Again, it's a whole nother question you still got to look at, is why would the Romans allow them to come and keep this religion? Remember, another thing, the Romans kept Hellenization going when they took over. So why is these Jews getting this courtesy? What's going on? And then we know eventually they would basically adopt, the laws, the religion. If you take in Christianity, you accept in Judaism as well. Plain and simple. So it's weird, but this is why they go to that wall. And this is where Josephus comes in and basically starts to give us, because we're getting into Christianity now around this time. The whole war happened or what have you. And eventually, the Jews will be, set free and loose or what have you. And we know for 300 years before that, they was following Greek manuscripts of the Hebrew law. No Hebrew. So, and this is where the Dead Sea Scrolls supposed to have come in and all that whole stuff. We'll get into that, but we know it's bogus. But Josephus will basically give us the whole Testimonium Flavianum, which basically is the golden paragraph, they call it, where he's basically backing up, Jesus Christ, saying, he was there around this time. He was born like 10 years or so after Jesus, and he's been around and got stories from the people and all this stuff, supposedly giving validity to Jesus Christ. A lot of people always talk about this, but we're going to bust that in a second. So anybody who really studies the whole thing already knows that it's already suspect for Josephus to be talking about Christians, since nobody else is talking about Christians around this time. You had the time when it was talking about the Messiah, Christ and all that. And you had supposedly the Hellenized Jews starting to, convert over. Not convert, but basically accept it. Because even the people who accepted Christ, they were still called Jews. And you had the Tanaim, which is basically the teachers, the Jewish teachers, that had basically created laws that forbid the Jews who stayed with regular Judaism to do business with the Jews who was accepting of the Messiah. So you had that going on. They even had their, morning prayers or what have you modified so they can basically say a curse to the people who thought differently, the Jews who basically switched. But it was nobody talking about Christians around this time. Wasn't no Christian groups. So to have documentation supposedly from Josephus, which Josephus himself is still a mystery if he really exists. A lot of people believe it's a writing name for somebody else, one of the Pisos. But to have that is crazy. So now it says here also the final assertion that Christians were not extinct at this day, because it's something that they said was no Christians, confirms that the so-called testimonium is a later interpolation. How much later we cannot say, but there is no tribe of Christians during Josephus' lifetime. Christianity under that moniker did not establish itself until the 2nd century. Outside of this single bogus paragraph, which is the golden paragraph I talked about, in all the extensive histories of Josephus, there is not a single reference to Christianity anywhere. So what you have happened is around this time, leading up to the whole council, what have you, had Eusebius. That's why they had that whole Eusebius canon or what have you, because it's basically stuff that he came up with. So the first person to basically mention this whole golden verse about, Josephus giving validity to Jesus is Eusebius. So Eusebius is the person who came out of nowhere. Hey, Josephus said this. And he's the only person to ever mention it and the first person to say anything about it. Whoever smelt it, dealt it. There it is. But also, it is Eusebius who gave us the letters of Orestes. He just so happened to have a copy of the 160 BCE letters of Orestes that he brought out and supposedly attributes to Josephus talking about it as well to try to give validity to the document, saying that, it was true. So you have the same person who's given us this whole story of the supposed validity of Jesus, giving us the letters of Orestes, which nobody believes is real. And it can't be backed up. None of it can be proven. And that's really what you get into with all this, is being able to prove what's being said. And this is what's going on. When you go back and you start looking through that history, you see what they're doing, what exactly is happening. It's them trying to give validity and establish themselves in antiquity, to put themselves in places of history where they know is actually real history. Now, if you have this history happening under the Greeks and the Romans, the same two people who was behind and running the whole show, it's easy for them to put their people in place, their archaeologists and their researchers and scientists in place, because it's their country, they're running it, to say this stuff is valid and put out the whole word and be the authority on the word and the history of biblical religion. So they can come out and say, this was true, this is real, this happened, and people just buy it hook, line, and sinker. And this is what has been happening, but it's no proof. So now, even with the letters of Orestes, it's saying it's a Hellenistic work of the 2nd century BCE assigned by biblical scholars to the pseudepigrapher Josephus, who paraphrases about 2/5 of the letter, ascribes it to Orestes, and to have been written to a certain Philocrates, which Philocrates is supposed to be the brother of Orestes. He is a politician, describing the Greek translation of the Hebrew law by 72 interpreters sent to Egypt from Jerusalem at the request of the librarian of Alexandria. And of course, we know this librarian in Alexandria was supposedly told by Ptolemy II Philadelphus. So we're saying resulting in the Septuagint translation. Understand that. Though some have argued that its story of the creation of the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible is fictitious. It is the earliest text to mention the Library of Alexandria. So understand this, people. And it's one of the reasons I had to put this in here. It's telling you that the letters of Orestes is the earliest text to mention the Library of Alexandria. Now, we talk about this all the time. Oh, the Library of Alexandria. There's no proof. There's no proof of it. And if this letter is bogus, then it's possible that the library was bogus. And it's possible that since they give us the story that they just somehow put all the ancient Egyptian manuscripts, all the paperwork, everything they stole from Kemet, all that paperwork in the Library of Alexandria, that somehow burnt to the ground. Burnt to the ground. This is the earliest mention ever. We're talking about the 2nd century BCE. So before the 2nd century BCE, we ain't got no mention of the Library of Alexandria, which should have been established between the 4th century and, when it was burned down. So it should have been built in the 4th century at least, or it could have been an existing building there. But either way, there is no mention until the 2nd century BCE. So did it exist or not? Did it exist or not? So if it's no mention, that means Herodotus never talked about it. He never talked about it. So we know that was before, he died before the conquest of Alexander, but he never spoke of no great library that the Egyptians had as well. To where they would have a bunch of, such documents. But we know that it was, named after Alexander. And supposedly when they conquered, they hid all this documentation in there of the Egyptians and the place burnt down. It's come on. There's no way in the world they would be that careless with that much, really important evidence, really important papers. So suffice it to say that they probably have it. Everybody talks about the Vatican vaults and, their libraries, what have you. Who knows what they have? Who knows? As I keep telling people, they would not have left Egypt to be buried in the sand if they could not read the metal netter. If they couldn't read the hieroglyphs. If they didn't get everything they was looking for, all of the information. They got it. They got it. And they still have it. Who knows where it is? But I know it exists. And I had this little debate with somebody about the library, and I was like, we don't even know. And I don't think they would be careless enough to let that stuff burn up. All of it just gone, everything gone, all of it. Nothing survived. It's tough to believe. So when you get into that, getting up to, Christianity coming into play and seeing where all this stuff is starting to fall into place. Goes right into Constantine, goes right into the pagans basically getting they stuff together and understanding how powerful this whole Christianity thing is going to be and setting up this plan. Asubius clearly on board and pushing all this, biblical stuff to be put in place. And, this is where they begin with, the whole Christianity thing. But there had to be that separation with Judaism. See, this is the history that they don't give you guys, that they don't talk about. You have a lot of history books getting to a lot of this information, but skipping key parts and key points. It's one of the things I see a lot, and a lot of people fall victim to, is when somebody's given a story that a lot of people really just let their common sense walk out the door and just believe what people say because they think somebody's smarter than them or because they sound smart. I always give you guys pictures and I always post things to, give you guys proof to what I'm saying, because in this day and age, I don't expect people to believe everything I say or believe everything someone says, especially when it's stuff like this, when it's ancient and it's far-fetched information. Sometimes you got to provide as much proof as possible. But when people give you this stuff and it's just completely out of whack, I mean, your common sense has to kick in and say, something is up, I got to look deeper into this. But this is the history that they really hide, really, stemming from the fall of Kemet, where when we pay attention, we go back in history, it just seems like everything starts from there. Because the people, remember, history is told by the conquerors, not the conquered. So why does it seem like history just stops at Kemet? Because we was in power before Kemet up to the fall of Kemet. Plain and simple, we was in power. They took over at the fall of Kemet and they began their conquest ever since then. That's all they know. That's all they can tell us. That's all they're going to tell us, because they don't want to tell us about what we did and what was really going on. So when you begin to follow the story, their story, and you can see how bogus it is. You can poke holes in it, just like their own people are, plain and simple. So not everybody is on board with what these scholars are saying, but these scholars are getting a check from an institution, from a school, or some kind of government facility to keep this narrative going, to suppress the real history of us, plain and simple. So this is important to know. And, I really appreciate a lot of people making the ancient history series popular. A lot of people have been buying the DVDs and really getting into it. But this is that gap that you got to get, that's stemming from the fall of Kemet up to Christianity and its power and its height, going through Rome and going through, Europe, until eventually coming to America, to here. But this is where all of the work came into play, right here between this time. So, we talked about in the first one with Alexander and everything that was happening, and how we can see clearly when it's talking about the whole wars down there and down in Tyre, that it's not talking about the biblical Tyre. It's talking about actual Tyre, which you got to really separate. And they basically going to use that name, of course, because they know it's a real place. But what it's saying in the Bible is not really what happened. We know it's talking about Alexander. And that whole story right there, how I broke that down in part 1, I mean, that's enough to see the type of stuff that they do. It's a parable. It's giving you a different story. And it's not a coincidence that the people that's involved with that war just so happen to be, what Nebuchadnezzar saw. It's giving you a hint and insight into the people you need to be paying attention to. Main people, of course, would be the Greeks, plain and simple. And the Romans, which, to us is white is white. Now, you can say that they're the same, or that, they came together and decided to join forces with the whole Greco-Roman thing and just be like, we all white, let's be in on this. Who knows? But we know it's all suspect, it's all bogus, the history behind their rise and what was really taking place. Hellenization was not Hellenization. Hellenization was the creation and the indoctrination of this.
Man, what's good, family? Shigamadig, man. I tell you, man. Some days are just harder than others, Shout out to Blue in the building, man. Shout out to everybody, man. MJ, I apologize for the torture, man. Doop 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 doop. But y'all know y'all didn't do nothing wrong, man. I just, sometimes this does help people get through their day, and I feel bad when I can't go live, and I'm just, you know, it's the tequila. It is. How many times people sing to you? Now you always singing to people, tequila. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm great, man. Thank you for the concern, butterflies. You already know, man. We good. We in the building. Hey, tequila. Just in case you need a face for the name. Just in case you want to ask your girl Emma or whatever he said her name was. Do you know this dude? This nigga keep coming through here in these high ass pants with these little ass socks. Talking about every time I come around the corner with the Yokohama tires. Yeah. That's what's up, man. So shout out to Pro Black, man. We did send each other them premises. My premise says, I am the affirmative in this debate, and the topic is, did the Egyptians make it to the Americas? I will bring archaeological evidence, correlation in cultures, and testimonies to prove that the Egyptians made it to the Americas. He said, Suave is full of shit. No, he said the ancient Egyptians never made it to the Americas. My stance is that Egyptians never traveled to the Americas. Premise. Excuse me, the ancient Egyptians were very advanced, and the key characteristic of this is in their record keeping. I will focus on that and other characteristics and lack of those in America in my premise. There is no evidence to support that the Egyptians landed, settled, or had direct trade with the Americas. Examine cocaine mummies and other claims. Bad. Shout out to Pro Black, man, sitting in that premise. Niggas need to learn how to do it. Okay, bet. Bet. That's what's up. Gotta protect yourself, man. Motherfuckers say, I know you. Nigga, how the fuck you know me and why I don't know you? And if I don't know you, why you feeling so comfortable telling me that you know me, nigga? We don't know each other. I don't give a fuck who you know. A lot of people know me. I mean, that's just that black don't crack. You know what I'm saying? Black don't crack, especially when you got that energy, that young energy. Yeah. But absolutely. Okay, where's my phone? I need a beer. Do I need a beer? Can I afford a beer? Is the question. They look rough and tough, and it's Afro Puffs right now. So remember that song the Gorillas sang? The Gorillas. Shout out to them, man. KOT, Afro Asiatic Blue. Where y'all at, man? Huh? Man, all that pseudo ass information nigga put out there, niggas ain't got that motherfucking clap back. Niggas ain't got. Shout out to the AOI, man. Shout out to Holly, man. Shout out to Holly. Gold, man. Brand the Bay. I'm Pooh Pro Black Wicked Radical. I'm Pooh Pro Black Wicked Radical. Ground Zero Hurricane Katrina, man. Amongst it's myself. But y'all already know that because I represent so motherfucking much. Peace. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, man. Let me take this out. Yeah, man. So people are funny, man. They make it difficult to coexist with them, but Once you get so old, you already know what it is, man. You already know what it is. Ooh. I should shave my beard. Look at that. Look how dusty that look, man. Huh? Who's gonna ever mate with a man whose beard look like this? Hmm? Oh man. So, KLT, you want to refute any of this information I've been playing on the past couple of days, man? No, we ain't got to, man. Y'all just want to talk about something else. We could talk about something else, man. You know, if that make you feel like a little safer and shit. You know, I just thought niggas wanted to get that information out there. You know, bang, bang. Bang to the boogie. Up jump the boogie. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's me, yeah, Magoo. What do it do? Miss C, Magoo. Oh, yeah. All right, man. Y'all want none of that smoke? I guess it ain't the arguing league no more. Niggas want the man's cave. Oh. She said just took a nap and everything. Oh, that couch did you good. Oh no, that wasn't you on the couch. Magoo. Y'all know y'all fucked with Magoo, man. So who was like the top weirdest rapper dudes? Magoo, Mace, uh, Dragon. Who else is some weird ass rapping ass niggas that you was like, I like him. That nigga really spit. Papoose won, but Papoose ain't. Mm-hmm. Okay, fuck it. Magoo, Mace, Dragon. Who else? Mm. Sneak. What's his name? Keek the Sneak. Keek the Sneak. Who's some weird ass singing niggas? Who was that one? Damn, what's that big cowboy, the black cowboy dude that sang with the mole on his face? He sing real weird. Yeah. Who else? Joe a weird singing nigga to me, man. Niggas fuck with Joe. Who else? Mm. Yeah, they out there. She said, who was that dude? Oh, Lil B. You talking about Lil B or the new dude that wore the dress, Young Thug? Which one? Because they both was on that bullshit. Lil B just got punched in the face, so once that video came out of him getting punched on in the face, motherfuckers was like, we ain't fucking with him. They ain't got Young Thug getting punched in the face yet, so he's still relevant. But you could wear a dress. Y'all niggas, hey, niggas gotta stop. We gotta protect ourselves. Stay over here. Cause they don't care. They don't care if you wear a dress, if you're violent, if you're a deviant. They don't give a fuck if you threaten rape, murder, theft, if you lie on people, if you openly admit you chasing clout. Over there, they don't give a fuck. There's no standard. None. Rest in peace to my Uncle U.D.L, man. Rest in peace to my Uncle U.D.L. Yeah, that's why I'm not popular, man. I give a fuck too much. I give a fuck too much, man. So I'm not popular on that side because what the fuck? Where is this you talking about? And they be sitting like, what? Hold on, did you get what you just said, nigga? Do you know we're live, nigga? That's recorded for your children and your grandchildren and your great grandchildren and your great great grandchildren. And when you're dead and gone and your sons and daughters are dead and gone and no one's here to represent you, they could just go back and look at you threatening rape and murder on YouTube. Sheesh. 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 All I gotta do is be me. Stay in my tree. Stay in my lane on my street. But I am a professional head bumper. You want to bump head? You want to bump heads? You want to bump heads, man? Subscribe to the Word Sport Battlegrounds. Let me see if I can pull that up, man. I know my nigga Yo-Yo ain't gonna strike me. That shit isn't like me. I'm the coldest nigga on earth. Ain't nobody like me. Ain't nobody else this tight, G. Yeah. It's the word. It's the sport. It's the battle. It's the league, nigga. It's the word. It's the sport. It's the battle. Is this it? It's the league, motherfucker. Please play with a nigga that got 3 kids so I can leave your ass cold stiff on the freeze, right? Cause you can't trust nobody these days. Let me see something. Hold on. No, ain't no debate today. H HNIC was supposed to debate with me, man, but once again, everybody on the other side where they allow that bullshit at. Let me share this right quick. You don't want to know. You safe over here, fam. Stay on the streets you been on. Stay on the streets you been on. You back on? You off? Okay. Huh? What you need? I need a beer. We can help each other. Look at you. So that's who I am. Y'all lucky, man. Man, my main channel got hit over some Fox News. Yeah, I gotta forget this is the second channel and shit. I was like, shit, I shouldn't even wrench motherfuckers up over here. I should make this channel where they gotta deal with shit at over here. But nah, I just can't see that y'all ain't got no wrenches from the stream yard. Let me get Azon. T Ducks, that definitely can't go in here. For real. This is where the real niggas be for real. So, huh? I don't know. Get your brownie. Get your money, black man. What you got to do? I don't know. Mm-mm. You got to just be live. Yeah, probably go on the road play together. I don't know. I'm about to be oh no. Now listen. All right, so let me say y'all can't hear that though, right? So let me set the stage, all right? Because I did this thing. So shout out to the Word Sport Better Girl. Shout out to Yo Yo. Y'all already know Rio and Cozy. This is his battle rap home. So this goofy ass nigga up at the top look like somebody pressed his goddamn side of his head together, right? I don't fuck with nobody who y'all can't hear it. Y'all can't hear it. Well, I ain't playing it now, but y'all can't hear that. Can y'all hear that right there? Can y'all hear that? Anybody? Oh, okay. Hold on. Maybe because I don't know why it's like that. And I tried to fucking download it. Is that? Oh, okay. I think I got the download right here. 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 Okay, bet it's downloading now. Let me get back because I be trying not to yell and shit. And Trina office right next to mine. And yeah. So yeah, goofy nigga tried and he died just like every time that I come outside and I ride. A goofy nigga tried and he died just like every time that I come outside and I ride. Every time I come outside, a nigga die. I ain't gonna hold you up, man. I ain't gonna hold you up. Every time I come outside, a nigga dying. Y'all gonna have me feeling like I'm invincible around this motherfucker. Man, y'all really playing with it. Really. They should have to do the knowledge radio when the knowledge is done. What? We just want to party just for you. We just want to party just for you. Oh, 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 oh. Hold on, man. Wait till this shit download. So yeah, man. I go over there to Yo page, right? Because I don't, I think this where my channel got flagged. So I went around. I went to Taz channel, with the Yo channel, went to a couple people channel. So this fool came infamous on the panel, man. Swerved in my lane. I was talking to Gullah, and it's like, see, my history with Yo can't explain it all, but Solar Vision Debate League. Okay. Lex had started a battle rap, YouTube battle rap channel. And they asked us to join, the people who rap from over here. I mean, it was created because niggas over here knew how to rap. So he was like, man, I'm a creator in y'all shit. So we went over there. We battled. And Yo had a virtual battle rap league on Instagram. And I think Rio had saw it and was like, yo, we should mess with each other. Shout out to Wheat Bread. So then, since it was Lex Battle Rap League, Lex and Rio plugged Yo with Lex. And then, of course, Yo got to see who Lex was. So he broke off. Rio stuck with him. And so, complicated relationship, okay? Like I was fucking with Yo on a battle rap shit, but the crowd he was fucking with, I didn't mix well with. And I guess he saw that side of me too many times that he didn't want to have his business connected with. Not personally, but just representing his business, because they like, it's a Christian circle, Rio, Yo, Battle Truth. It's a few motherfuckers over there. It was like some Christian shit. And so, I'm Black Power. I'm anti-Bible, so but like me and Battle Truth bumped heads, and I was, on his head. And then let me log off on my phone, man. Let me go get my bed, man, so we can talk about this. Let me go talk about this before I so All right. All right, but disconnect these motherfuckers from here and connect them here. I think y'all can hear me. Hear me. All right. So we went. So what was that? Oh yeah. So I was fucking with Yo and Rio on that battle rap shit, and they was fucking around with Jules Gaming Lounge. Make sure y'all subscribe, Jules Gaming Lounge. They was messing with Jules and Battle Truth and them niggas. So yeah, like shit just went wrong. Like really, I feel like Battle Truth was playing with Yo too much. And Yo would get to the point where he would get frustrated with me speaking on that shit. So I just left that shit alone. Like, you know what? Let y'all have y'all fun, cause I value our relationship more than I value, you know, getting into this motherfucking shit here. It was supposed to be a money, endeavor. Like, we're gonna get in, build the rattle rap league, shit, put some money behind it, and do an event down here in Indianapolis. So it would just get to the point where it was like, when Yo, would hit me, he would hit me. When he didn't, he didn't. So we got a history, you know what I'm saying? And I went over there the other day because the thing was, I was supposed to be battle rapping, and I believe I battle rapped over there. I don't even remember. It's so fucking funny. Did I battle rap over there? Oh fuck yeah, I battle rapped over there. Yeah, so I had a few battle raps over there. One, you know what I'm saying? Eight people. 8 people like a monster. And then the shit with Battle Truth, like the thing was Battle Truth and Jules, and it was a basketball player. I forgot his name, but he in the NBA. So they used to be on a panel, and they uh Battle Truth started this thing called the Kill Shot, and Yo was doing all the graphics and all of this stuff, and basically the rappers that was rapping in the Kill Shot wanted to rap on Word Sport, and Battle Truth would be like, nah, we ain't fucking with that shit. Hold on, sis in the back. Man, lady, what's up?
What's good, Swag? What's good?
Man, you already know. Hold on, let me get this on my earpod. I can't really hear you.
Hello? This shit ain't even
Can you hear me?
thingy majiggy linking up.
Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What's going on, sir?
Nothing. Nothing. Just finished the side hustle, so let me stop by and say what's good with you. I see you getting dressed, you getting fresh. Where you headed out to?
Finna go to the gas station right quick.
At nighttime? It's not cold where you at?
Yeah, nighttime.
That's such a girly thing to say. Like, I don't be trying to get gas at night.
Man, all over the world, man.
No, you
Yeah,
laughed
I
at
gotta
me
be like
like,
me. I
what?
gotta
Like this.
because, man, yeah. I guess that's a boy girl thing. But where I'm from, we go to gas station at night. Hey,
I'm like, it's
niggas
dangerous
go to the
at
gas.
nighttime.
That's crazy. I mean, where you is out there in New York, y'all grimy out there, fam. We let women go to the gas station out here, fam.
I'm
New
not
York
in
don't
New
give a
York.
fuck.
I'm in
Oh, my bad.
Maryland,
Yo,
but it's still
that's the
like
same shit to a nigga from Indiana.
you funny.
Oh, that shit the same shit. You on the East Coast? Oh, you New York niggas ain't shit.
That's dirty.
Oh, my life it is.
That's dirty. We listen. But I am from New York, so
Yeah, I know. I'm about to say your accent in New York. You may not be in New York, but your accent is. Your accent don't know shit about Maryland.
that's funny. I don't hear it. I don't hear myself. I definitely I don't really Butterfly said Maryland rough too. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I be driving through
We
Baltimore and I be clutching my pearls from inside my car.
damn.
Like
Look,
Baltimore just be looking rough. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Baltimore, certain parts of Philly, you just you just want to just clutch your pearls and double check the locks on your doors like it's locked. You like shit.
hey, nah, real shit though. Was you ever able to like leave your doors unlocked?
um, ever able to leave my doors unlocked?
You don't remember that? Like when I was young,
Ev- In your house?
yeah.
No, never ever, ever. Maybe when I lived on a military base at one point in my life.
Uh,
Let me see. I mean, there probably like when I lived in certain parts of the South, I probably could have, but because I'm in New Yorker, like that's like dumb as hell, and I would never do that shit. So, my significant other, I would be like, he would want to leave the car door open. I mean, not the car window, right? Talking about so it don't get too hot. I'm like, what the hell? So somebody could take the damn car,
damn.
and then who want to take the car? Criminal people. What the hell?
Niggas said they living in the goddamn dream world, huh?
Oh, Tequila says she from Baltimore. They don't say Baltimore. They don't pronounce. Ain't no T. It's like a D up in that joint. Baltimore.
Mm,
Tequila from
like
Baltimore. That's why
Baltimore.
Baltimore. Yeah, you gotta like you know. They have a very distinct
They speak that King's
accent.
the King's English. Like you could tell them motherfuckers just got transported
No,
over
that ain't
here.
no King's English. Listen.
What is that then?
So my ex husband, right? His last name is Murry.
Uh-huh.
From New York, we would say Murray. Your name is Murray.
Mm,
In Baltimore, they say Mar.
Bar.
Yeah, I
Mar.
came. I just came up here to just give y'all some Baltimore vernacular.
There
It's
you
it's
go.
it's Baltimore.
Baltimore. See, I told you.
Baltimore. I'm
Baltimore. I
from
told
Baltimore, and yeah, we say Murray.
you. Listen, so I didn't understand what the girl was saying because she was like, "Oh, you and Murray about to get married," and so they say Mari, you about to get married. You and Murray about to get married. I was like, "What the hell?
Man,
What are
you
you
could tell
saying?"
that's that English. That's that English shit, man. They like the last people to lose that accent from across the pond and shit.
I
Hey,
was like, "Is she
You
speaking
know what?
another?"
You know when I went to college the first time, like I was telling people that I needed to iron my clothes. I had to make sure I really pronounced iron. Okay. So I kept saying, I need to on my clothes. And they was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I need to on my clothes. And they was like, on your clothes? I was like, y'all don't know what an on is? They was like, what? What the hell are you saying, Tequila? I was like, I need to on my clothes. My clothes are wrinkled. They was like, you mean iron?
oh, iron.
No, at least you ain't say iron, because I've heard people say iron from I don't know. I don't know if they from the south, but they switch the O and the R or something like that, and they be like iron. So
Iron. It's iron. Iron.
no, it ain't
Iron.
iron. They be like iron. They put it's like iron. That's how they say it. I'm like, what the fuck, man? But I mean, you know what? When I joined the military, that's the first time I was exposed to real life Black American culture because the area that I grew up with, I wasn't around like Black Americans. I was around like immigrant Black people. So I learned about irons and finna, fixing to, fin
About
to,
to, about to, about to.
bout to. I mean, we say bout,
Y'all say about? Y'all say about to?
but we don't say it the way we don't say it like we don't say it how y'all say it. Like we don't be like I'm about to go over there.
Yeah,
Like
we be
oh, we
trying
like
to
I'm
get we
about
be trying
to.
to get that sentence over with. Niggas be trying to talk and shit. We be trying to get that sentence the fuck over with.
But that's why I confuse people because I was like immersed into like their world that my accent sometimes I could switch and speak like a Black American person. I'd be like, I turn to some girl. I know he ain't, like ain't
You
gonna be
like,
no
look at her cultural appropriating.
Listen, that's what happened when a Black American man put it on you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm bagging up out of this room. That's what's up, man. Shit, yeah, but I don't know, man. Yeah, my motherfucking window really ain't rolling down.
Yeah, it took a long time. Like I still have a pretty strong Baltimore accent, but
Mhm.
it took a long time for me to say, you know what? People that are not from where I'm from don't know what I'm saying. So let me try my best to pronounce it correctly.
Hell no. That's fucked up.
I
I
don't
mean,
I
because
can't tell you which one I don't like more.
I don't want to bring up
Baltimore or
that guy.
DC. You like Baltimore or you like DC tequila? Which
I mean, I like Baltimore because that's home.
okay, that makes sense.
But I mean, DC, I like DC too.
DC accent, I think I hear DC accent more and man, I can't with DC. They got a
DC is country. Like they sound real country. Like they sound like they in the South South.
like
Damn.
I met this one man from Baltimore, right? And he used to say his days of the week real different. He used to be like Monday, Tuesday, like Tuesday would be like an extra. Yo, that dude be like you, like it'll be like a whole different like two,
Tuesday.
yeah,
Tuesday.
it's like a Tuesday,
Yeah.
Jeez, that nigga talk like Bubba
Wednesday,
Gump.
yo. And at that
Wednesday.
time, I was
It's
like,
Wednesday.
I was probably like a year out of being in New York. So I was like, whoa, why are
Hmm,
you what are you talking
I
about?
can't
Like
do
why are
this.
you saying it?
I can't do this. Now you got to know I can't understand what the fuck you saying.
But you know what? Like I don't wanna bring up the guy I'ma just say the picture you showed me when I first came on this your
Oh yeah,
screen.
yeah, fact.
Yes, I don't even want to mention his name. Your stream, I mean. I don't even want to mention his name. But yeah, like that's all I grew up was around people that talk like that, that sound like that.
Hell no.
That's how we talk. If you were to come around where I grew up at, like that's how we talk.
That's it. Ain't nothing else to
I
talk
understood every word that that man was saying. I was just like, oh my God, sir,
about.
why are you on the internet talking like this? Embarrassing me.
Hell don't know better. Hell don't
You
know better.
know,
That just motherfucker just took off.
Suave,
Mhm.
you ever heard Uncle Cat talk?
Uncle Cat.
Unk from the Amaraj Squad?
Yeah, yeah. Smoking
That's
crack out his
yo,
cheese,
he's
man.
straight Baltimore.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That
That's a
dude be
fact.
like if they
That's a
say
fact.
tomorrow, like everything with that you boy, Murray, I'll be like, what? Hurry up. It's like some that you are words or it got a
Yeah,
whole
I
different
don't
sound.
know. It's something else. Yeah, it because we say hurry, like hurry
Hurry,
up.
hurry.
Yeah, hurry. Like I guess like if you would say that you're hairy, hurry,
Yes.
hurry, like
But
hurry
then
up.
when I met a guy from
They
Texas,
close.
I met a guy from Texas. He
Uh,
spoke the same way because he said your her, but he was trying to say my hair, but he said my her, and I was like,
oh yeah, that's that St. Louis shit.
motherfucker,
I didn't even know they
I
talk
don't.
like that.
But you know, St. Louis and Baltimore, our accents are very similar. So a lot of people be like, "You from St. Louis?" And I'm like, "No, I'm from Baltimore." And a
No, they
lot of
just
people,
can't get it. Y'all just got the most fucked up accents. Though. Motherfuckers don't know which one it is. Cause they'll
I,
cause y'all be like, they in St. Louis, they be pissing me. Y'all they her, der, word. Like, nigga, come on, fam. Stop playing with me, nigga.
yeah, I think we do got the two most strongest accents
Yeah.
in the whole country,
It's like
Baltimore
what is it? Baltimore, St. Louis,
and St. Louis,
fucking Alabama, and what, Texas? Texas shit be sounding like
Louisiana.
crack.
No,
Louisiana
no,
is strong.
listen. I met a young woman from Macon, Georgia, and this woman asked me, "Do I celebrate Chroma?" What the fuck
What's
is a
Mm,
that?
Chroma? That's
not
Christmas.
crumma.
That's
Not
Christmas.
crumma.
Oh,
I promise you. She was straight serious. Crema. I was what's a crema?
but you know
And
what? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you
no,
off.
no, go ahead. You good, you
No,
good.
I was going to say, like, you know, people like in the deep, deep South, like they don't pronounce all their words at all. Like they will say I guess crema. I ain't never heard that one, but like people from like Mississippi
That's how
or
DJ Black Charm talk. DJ Black Charm talk like that. Crumma.
or
DJ
people
Black
from
Charm,
like
he might say crema. He might say crema.
or Florida
Yeah.
or something. Because like my kids, their family, all of them are from like Florida on their father's side, and I swear for the longest I did not know what those people were saying, and I'm like, oh my god. And I used to be like, can you please repeat what y'all saying to me? And they used to get so frustrated, but I really just did not know what those folks were saying to me for the longest. And it was because they weren't completing the whole word. It was like they were cutting the word off or something.
Yeah. Like I say, we be trying to get through that motherfucker.
Like,
Trying to
what?
get through that sentence. Like, nah, I ain't finna say all these syllables. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Nah, I
No,
don't. I
I
have no
really
idea what you
don't.
saying right
But I have no room to talk
Ooh, say that word again. Say that word again. That was so Baltimore. You have no what?
because
now. No rim.
I don't have
Rum.
no room to talk because
Hey,
yeah, because my accent is so jacked up too.
I mean, you be on and off. You, you'll be in your Baltimore and switch over to some other shit so fast.
But you know what? I learned how to. I can like when I'm comfortable and stuff, and when I'm like around family or when I'm talking to like y'all and stuff, I don't mind talking like this. But let me say, like if I'm in a professional setting, yes, I do know how to switch off.
Yeah, yeah, I already know. That's what I say.
I
You
can
be
switch it
switching in between
completely
that.
off.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't really hear my own accent, so I guess I'm not as good at switching it off as as I
you ain't got
think.
no switch. You ain't got no switch. You ain't
Well,
switching
not on
shit.
Yeah,
YouTube.
I think because
Not on
people say
YouTube.
my switch
Melanated
sounds
got it
more.
sound. Melanated motherfucker got it.
Because I think people say my switch sound more like a what they say, like a white person, and I'm like, no, it don't. It's just because I have a really high pitched voice. So I guess when I really clean up my verbs and stuff,
Nah, it's because you pronounce your fucking words like what they say proper English. You know that shit is
Yeah, when I actually
correlated with
pronounce my
white.
words out, they be like, you trying to talk like a white woman?"
Yeah, motherfuckers ain't used to that shit. I mean, but that's because that ain't how we talk. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't talk like that. But your professional voice is so that the average motherfucker can understand you. So when you yes afternoon and okay, how may I like? Yeah, but that shit ain't white shit. But motherfuckers equated to that because
Yeah.
we don't talk like that when we amongst ourselves. When we amongst ourselves, we know we don't talk that. So it's the same way like a Mexican motherfucker. They may let
Hmm.
they Mexican accent control their sentence a little bit more, but when they get around another setting, they try to pronounce all the words so you understand what the fuck is coming out of their mouth. So, you know, motherfuckers like, look at you acting like a gringo.
Yeah, because my kids, they be like, "Ma, you got a strong switch off." Because, like, if they're around me,
Man,
and let's say, like, I pick up the phone and I'll be like, "Hello there, how are you today?" They're like,
hey,
"What is
I
going
used to
on?"
hate that voice. When my baby mama used to have to talk to motherfuckers, she use that. I'd be like, man, who the fuck is that? It's the aid office. What the fuck, man? What voice was that you just used?
Oh, you gotta have a switch up now.
You do?
Yeah, you do. I have a
You
total
do.
switch up.
That's a survival. That's a survival technique. That's just like when you. So like if you go in the hood, you're not gonna be like, "Excuse me, do you know which way the Wawa gas station is?"
Shit,
They,
No.
tequila will.
you know what? They would probably beat me up.
Tequila gonna get that authority. Do you hear how I'm pronouncing my
Like,
words? Do not
They would
yo,
try to
y'all know
beat me
what a Wawa, where the Wawa at, y'all? Where the Wawa at? I'm a switch up. Like, your environment.
Yeah, because let me go back into the hood. Because right now I'm in the outskirts. I'm in Baltimore County. So as soon as I hit Baltimore City, I be like, "Hey yo,"
You're not
I'm
gonna
like,
go
"What y'all
to.
doing? Like, where y'all at?"
You switch up.
Yeah, I definitely switch up.
And depending on like if your circle, that dog also affects it. If your
Yeah,
circle mostly speaks proper, then you'll just have more practice speaking proper than not. But if your
and you know
circle
what?
is
That
like,
did help me. That did help me. That helped me to learn how to talk because, like I said, I went to college talking crazy until I got around a bunch of people from like literally all over the world.
my experience, I didn't go to straight to college. I went into the military, and I was straight Caribbean up. I'd be like, Chairman, like, I mean, I'm just talking to the sergeant, like, yo, like, and he like, yo, I'm like, that's not even offensive. Like, that's how we talk. Like, calm down. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, um, just these little, like, I used to say panty,
Hmm.
and I didn't realize that I was saying it with an accent until one of my friends was like, "Oh, that's so cute the way that you say that." And I was like, "What?" She was like, "You say panty." I was like, "Well, how else you supposed to say it?" And she was like, "Panty." I was like, "Oh," like until I heard it a different way. And then even recently, my friend, she was like, "Oh, we make fun of how you talk to the dog all the time. You be like, Cookie, come, come, come." And I was like, "What's wrong with me saying?" I'm telling her to come. She was like, "You're supposed to say come here." I was like, "Oh." But like in the Caribbean, it's like come. Come is a whole sentence. It just means come. Come. You don't
Right.
have to say come here or
You know what?
child come.
Caribbeans and Africans do that. They just say the word come. They don't
Come.
say nothing else.
Nothing else. It's just come. And I didn't realize it because if everybody I'm around is saying come, 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 then I think that that's acceptable. I'm not even hearing the opposite. I don't. But she was like,
Hmm.
"Oh, that's so cute. You just be like, come." I'm like, "What you supposed to say?" So like literally exposure and changing your environment puts you to the point where like like I have a cousin, my cousin says like wild stuff that I would never say because she she just stays in her bubble of like Caribbean culture and like her parents and so forth. And I'm like, yeah, I don't. I don't say things like lock off the light. You know what I'm saying? I say turn the light off. She like lock off the light. I'd be like, yo, you sound. But that's how my grandmother would say, or my mother. They would like lock off the light. You lock it off. No, you don't lock off the light.
That's funny. I was about to say that. What does that mean? And then I thought, you know what, Tequila, use your brain. It probably means turn off the light.
Oh, my grandmother says close in the door. Close,
knock off the lights. Knock
lock
them
off,
off.
and turn and light a candle. I think imagine the song be like lock off the light. And
Lock off the light. And light the candle.
Exactly. Caribbean version. Wheel up and come again. Yo, my grandmother used to say, close in the door. Close in the door.
Close in the door.
You gotta close it in, not close it out, or not just close it. I don't know why she didn't say close the door, but close it in.
I can't even get started on the stuff my grandma say. My grandma's from South Carolina, so she say some crazy stuff like a titty sack, and you know a titty sack is a bra.
What?
Yes,
A titty sack.
yes, a titty sack.
I thought that was a boulder holder.
No, titty sack.
Over the shoulder boulder holder.
Ooh.
See, and then I grew up hearing it the correct word, brazier. My grandmother would never say bra; she would say brazier. And I was just like, you gotta be so explicit with that joint. Like, it's a bra, grandma. No, it's a brazier. I'm like, you are the only adult I know that uses that word.
That is so funny.
Cookie.
And when my grandma be like, I'm gonna get you a new frock. And people be like,
Jamaicans say frock now. That's a Caribbeans use that word too. Frock is a dress.
yep, dress.
Mm-hmm.
She used to always buy us a bunch of frocks.
Mm-hmm.
And she always get me a nice titty sack and a nice frock. And people be like, what?
My dog is a Debo and she's a bully. And my son's dog he's so sweet, but he could be a little bit of a punk and he just lets her bully him.
That's how life go.
You said what?
That's how life go.
All he want to do is play with her, and all she want him to do is get out her damn face. Yeah. You hear her?
Nah.
We can't hear her.
She's just she's grunt like making noise at him, like and he's like, "Don't you want to play?"
Say, all right, get him a new dog. When that new dog come in here, watch how you want all his attention.
Cookie, I'm on YouTube. You have to chill. You have to chill. Yeah, she got her brown Pampers on today. She chilling.
I wish you would talk to me and you wear diapers.
That's what I'm saying. She wearing diapers and he's still scared.
Talking shit.
He's still scared. She wearing diapers, right?
That's how my mama was, though. I ain't gonna lie. My mama, she kind of went crazy for a little while. She had a surgery and shit, and the doctor put metal staples in her, and she allergic to metal staples, so it like kind of shut her body. Well, it shut her body down. She couldn't walk and shit. She had to wear a diaper. So I was taking care of her. And her boyfriend, this motherfucker be laying in the bed 100% woke. She in the bedroom trying to go to sleep. And she have got her mind and everything. Like it was real bad. But that nigga would lay there in that bed in the dark. I was like, God damn, how you don't wanna? Nah, dog, trying to go to sleep. I said, oh shit.
Lord.
Wait,
My man.
he was late in the dark because she was trying to go to sleep and he ain't want to disturb her.
I
Cause
guess.
she was gonna go to hell off. Tell him to turn that motherfucking light off.
Yeah. I like, nigga, look. Hey, fam. It's light. I'm finna watch the TV or something. I said, hell
He said,
nah,
"I'm
I'm
gonna
only
watch the
fuck.
TV." She's like, "No, what you gonna do
She's
is you're
cussing
gonna go
like that.
sleep with me at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. That's what you're gonna do."
Man, I can't do it. It'll be like that too. Cause she really couldn't do nothing but lay in the bed. We'll get up, put in a wheelchair, wheel her to the TV, take her outside or something like that. But basically, that was the life. I'm ready to go to bed. She be like, come on. Come on. That nigga go in there and lay in the dark. I'm go in there and check all this shit. He still woke. He don't want to be nowhere near. My mama died. He died a year later after her birthday.
For real?
Yeah. My mama died. He died a day after her birthday, a year later. I said, damn, that nigga really missed her.
You know what? My cousin, well, not my cousin, but my aunt passed away,
Mm-hmm.
and then my cousin's dad passed away the year later, and they had been. So she's almost 50. They had been together like let's say 40 something years. Let's say 40 years even,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
Like you've been with somebody for 40 years and then they just die. He just was depressed after she passed away and he went shortly after the next
I can
year.
imagine.
I mean, she tried to check on him because they lived in Panama. So she went to
Mm-hmm.
Panama like when it was like the 1 year anniversary of her mom, and she stayed with him and everything, and was like, you know, but he didn't make it. Shortly after, he was like, "Yeah, I'm good, yo, I'm good on
I'm
life,
straight.
man."
Fuck the world. All right. Ain't nobody here I give a fuck about that much.
Yeah, like, yo, you good? You got your family. You gonna be all right without me.
Yeah, some
So
people be feeling like that. They more of a burden.
yeah, like like a year and a half, she lost both her parents.
That's crazy.
That's real crazy. But she used to tell me, she used to be like, she was like, my mom get more play than me. I'm like, what you talking about? She said, I go visit, talking to my parents. My mom sitting on my dad's lap and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's
Mm-hmm.
like they was like legit, like really still like teenagers, like in love, like, you know,
That's how I go.
yep.
That's what's supposed to happen when it's real. When it's real.
There's a lot of Caribbean people, butterflies. You might meet my auntie and them. They out there in Charlotte. She got a gold tooth and a big booty. That's my auntie.
Man, that's all of Charlotte. Fuck you talking about?
But she got an accent. She don't have an American accent. So then she would know, like, oh snap, yo, this melanated auntie right here.
Okay. I hear that, man. Ain't nothing like that wagon, man. I'll tell you that.
Yo, listen, when I
Shit.
took my son to Panama, right? And
Panama.
my sister picked me up from the airport with her husband. And my son was like, Ma, I know that's my auntie, but yo, she got a big booty. I was like, yeah,
That's
what
fucked
the hell?
up.
You cannot be looking at your
Right,
damn auntie booty. Like, what the hell? That dude was
that's
like,
fucked up.
what in the world? I was like, that's your aunt. Don't look at that. Don't study that.
Think that shit make y'all invincible like a nigga can't leave that shit.
That's the same thing that how guys with who's well endowed, let's just say that. They be acting the same way, so let's not. It is way after normal hours, so melanated can get melanated after dark. Let's not
So
do that.
you telling me it's niggas out here that acting like they ain't this shit because they not well endowed. Come on, man. What nigga
No,
don't
wait,
act like
no,
that?
I'm saying dudes who are well endowed act like you can't leave them because of like you're gonna be stigmatized. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't just walk away from the penis. Yes, you can. Like you a piece of shit. Like who keeps wanting to have sex with a dude that's a piece of shit?
Absolutely.
But some women can't though. They be like, I could change him.
So what? Yeah.
They be like, it's just this one thing about him. As long as he just need to stop looking at these other chicks, and then he'll be fine. No, boo. I need you to walk away. All I gotta do is fill out a job application for him, and then
Man, don't
pee.
be hating though. Don't be hating on them job applications, man. That paperwork look like the devil to us, man. We be
Oh,
looking at that
hell,
shit,
come
man. That
on,
shit look
man.
crazy as hell. Man, them words be dancing on that paper. You be like, am I what? Am I what? 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 Man, my school. All the way back to elementary? Man, I'm finna go get me some crack. That motherfucking application be looking weird as shit. And then you be going to them motherfuckers and don't let them have a kiosk. Like, yeah, just so that at the kiosk, that kiosk, boy, that motherfucker intimidate you. Just sitting down at that motherfucker. What you want? What information you want that I ain't got? That shit seem like it take forever. I have to think about moving down to Indianapolis, looking for a job. Like, yeah, you stay on that computer, application after application after application after application.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's definitely a shift in having to do, how to do things and how to navigate, you know. But I'm just saying, like,
We could try harder. I got through it.
yeah.
I got through it. Anybody could
And
get through it.
I
Trust
feel like if a man could like navigate how to clear out a virus on your computer for you,
me.
why the fuck he can't fill out this application? Because like I started looking at that antivirus shit, and I can't even tell what's the spam or what's fake and what's real. I'd be like overwhelmed. I'd be like, I think the computer broke. I'm gonna throw it away.
Damn.
Yeah, and the man be like, that ain't broke. You just gotta clear it out and you gotta do. I'd be like, how the fuck you learn all of that shit? I don't know how to do that.
Man.
It's weird. I mean, I don't know. I'm not good with
That's
technology. I'm good with like, I like to use like a sander, a power drill, a saw.
yeah, as I say, you need to be hands on in that motherfucker. Like, look, shit, what I gotta do? Fuck this. How can I take the virus out myself?
No, I don't like that stuff. I don't like anything electronic. I don't want to do my own surround sound. I don't want to do my own. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do nothing electronic. I want to do clear out the viruses. You know, like even when I bought the little what's that thing called? The Google stick. What is it? The
Fire stick.
Fire stick. My cousin came and programmed that thing for me, and every time it needs to be updated, I call him on video and I be like, what I'm supposed to
Get
do?
to it.
And then he'd be
Get
like,
to it.
you done put up backsplash in your kitchen. You done redid your floors. You did this, that, and the third, but you can't program a fire stick. No, I can't. Can't do it.
You got 18 blotches of paint on your wall. Talk about what you finna do.
Who you telling? And I'm over here thinking, okay, so in February, at the end of February, I got a break for my job for a whole week. So I'm like, okay, I could at least paint one room in a week.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm thinking to do, is to paint while I'm on break.
Get it in
But
there.
once I paint, who putting this TV back up on the wall? Not me. See what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
you gotta have your your feminine boundaries.
I hear that.
I mean, I do. I don't know. Like some
Nah,
women, they look at it like it's a sign of weakness. Like oh, feminine, and they want to be equal to men. I don't want to be equal to men.
man, that shit. That's a dead ass conversation, man. Like it's just certain shit a man can do, a woman can't, and the shit women can do that a man can't. But I don't know what they
Right.
mean by equal, but one don't outvalue the other. Shit,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I mean, and I don't want it to be like, well, if I could do it, you can't. No. What? Where do you get that? Like, if I
Yeah,
can have
man.
contractions, can you have contractions? No. Like, what the hell?
It's a
Like,
cheat code.
yeah, we're not
Nah.
equal, bro. Like, do we have the same amount of estrogen? No, we don't. Like, we're not equal. Like, I don't want to be equal.
Yeah, that shit dead.
But you want to know a good example of how our differences are not like one's better than the other. So when I was in the military, right, we have a PFT, which is your physical fitness
Uh,
test, right? So for the PFT, the men have to do um they have to do pull-ups, right? And I think the bear to pass the PFT, I think they have to do like 5 pull-ups, I think, which is the minimum or something like that.
mm,
And the women, they have to still on the pull-up bar, but you have to like cookie, mommy, I'm on the phone. Behave yourself. Stop. She's like bullying him. Like he's not even doing anything. She's just harassing him.
he,
I'm
he
sorry.
just not
So
pulling no
so for
back.
the I'm about to put him in his room because he's a good dog. She's just an ass. Like
She ain't
she's
never
just
felt that wrath. He nut up on him one time. She gonna leave him alone.
come on my Benji, come on. Come on. OMG. He's not the brightest bulb on a tree though. I ain't gonna lie to you. Come on. Come on. Or like he only listens to my son. He doesn't listen to me that well. That's the problem. So the women have to like if you can imagine like a pull-up bar, a woman pulling herself all the way up where her chin is over the bar and her
Mm-hmm.
arms are like basically like real held in really tight. And you have to hold yourself up there.
I was about to say that because one thing I noticed, I watch a lot of like challenge, survivor, shit like that. Men are stronger on the average than women, but women can hold their body weight way better than men can. So when I used to see like whenever it was time like they'll put them like on this obstacle where they just had to hang there, the women would
Hmm.
always win. Anytime they
So
had the obstacle when they like put them on something and spent it,
the women was able to hold their body weight more than the men.
So I used to encounter like guys who could do like 10, 15, 20 pull-ups straight. And I'd be like, okay, hang up there for 20, 30 seconds. Just hang up there for 30 seconds. And they like, oh, I could do if I could do 20 pull-ups, I could do 30 seconds. They get up there, they dropping at like 20. They dropping at like 15 because the way that they normally work their muscles is they're not accustomed to doing that. And I say, what would you say if I told you I could do it for 60 seconds? They like, get the fuck out of here. You can't do that for 60 seconds. And I'm telling you, once you lock your arms in, as a woman, it's so easy to just hold it. Now, mind you, when you get to like 40 seconds or whatever, you start to feel it like, ooh, this is a challenge. You squeeze it out to 50 something, but they stop once as long as your arm is at a 90-degree angle, the clock is still turning. And once it passes the 90-degree, then they stop the clock. So it's like we are just created differently. We're not equal. I can't do 20 pull-ups, but they couldn't hold it for 60 seconds either. So we're just compatible. We're just different. And this is why I'm not mounting a TV. You feel me? I'm good with that. I'm not mounting a TV. And I don't mind if I'm the person that washes the clothes because I make them smell good and be clean and nice and take extra care with the laundry. I don't know. I don't know if some women are insulted by being domesticated, you know. You know. Look, Butterfly said, if you have that luxury, butterflies, I'm gonna find that luxury. Because number one,
Yeah.
I got an adult child, so he might try to fuck up my walls though. So he might need my guidance with mounting that TV. That's the only
Mm-hmm.
with young people. They don't put attention to detail like the older people do.
I would say, but muscle weighs more than fat, so it's like with a dude, you know, having more muscle definition, they actually dealing with more weight per square inch, or versus their muscle. Motherfuckers don't get that shit. They don't ever think about that. That's it. You can move and push
Exactly.
shit, but the girls can hold their weight better because they got less muscle, and it take like this much fat and this much muscle to weigh the same shit. So yeah, that shit real.
Go ahead, Swab. Drop that science on them. Because they was not trying to understand it. Like,
I swear, I noticed that simply from watching fucking TV shows. I was like, damn, the girls always win that hold. Anytime it's time to hold on, the girls always win. I'd be like,
yep.
damn, they be having them hold on to the rope and they lean their ass back, lean them back some more. The dudes be like, boom, boom, boom. The girls be up there. I'd be like, damn, what? Motherfuckers don't know.
I'm trying to tell you, that joint, I can't do a pull up to save my life. Like, let me tell you, like, especially since COVID, I've been trying to be more creative with my home workouts. So I got like the little, the pull up bar thing that goes in the doorway. You know what
You
I'm talking
tearing your
about?
dough up.
No, but so what I did was, because I can't pull up on that. Like, I that's just decoration. If I just put it up there, I can't do nothing. So I have like these resistant bands, and I have light, medium, and heavy resistant band. So I put the medium and the heavy resistant band. I tied a knot on it, right? And I said, okay, I'm gonna put my knees inside the resistance bands to help me to get up, right? Kind of like the little assisted pull-up thing that they have at the gym, you know. Suave, I literally damn near broke my neck. First of all, getting up on the ottoman to put my knees into the thing and only to do like 1, 2, 3 assisted pull-ups before I was like, man, fuck this shit. Like, yo, I don't know how men are able to do that stuff. Listen, a man could pull up. I'm going to say, do you want a sandwich? I can give you a sandwich. You want something to drink? All right. Like, shit. Just don't ask me to do that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Back muscles. Back muscles. That shoulder. That big thing right here. Niggas always flex.
What is that called? That's called a trapezoid.
Trapezoid. Yeah.
See? Trapezoid. That's that when a woman look at you from the front, she be like, oh shit, he worked out. And then when she see you from the back, she like, oh, look at that back. Okay.
I got them back muscles. I got that gut. That back.
He said, I got that gut, but look at that back. Listen, the gut, that's all diet. I told you that, Suave. That's all diet.
Hey, I need the diet.
Listen, right now, I am the most horrible example of somebody on their weight loss journey. But because maybe someday in the future I'll become a vlogger, so everyone that's on here will be like, yo, Melanated has been true since day one. I'm gonna literally show y'all what type of life I'm living right now.
Let's see.
Let's see.
We're gonna see what's up.
Can you see 2 cups?
I see 2 cups.
This
see some lean and I see some cognac.
This is 2 scoops of protein powder, cherries, strawberries, berries with peanut butter for extra protein. This is my protein for the day. I have this is about 49 grams of protein. Okay. And this is rum on the rocks.
Exactly.
You know
feeding both sides.
Like, rum on the rocks. This is 0 calories. 0 calories, right?
Okay.
And this is my dinner. So I can't just have rum with no dinner. Feel me? Like, I gotta get the calories in, and I gotta.
So you telling me I need to start eating dinner like that?
No. So what happened?
I'm gonna have my gut then. I'm straight.
No. See, you ain't asked me what I had earlier today.
That's fair.
Right?
That's fair. I did.
Listen, Suave. I fucked around. Like, YouTube is dangerous. Like, all these damn, like, once you start like looking at recipes and shit, that should be coming up like recommended. They be all in your stream or whatever you call it. So
you'd be like, I can do that today.
I made Rasta pasta.
Rasta pasta. Damn.
So it is like penny pasta. It's like jerk penny pasta, like jerk chicken and penny pasta mixed together. Oh my God. It's so good.
I really like jerk food, but I am learning. I like Jamaican food. I like Nigerian food, but not everybody that's Jamaican and Nigerian can cook.
I believe you because I like soul food, but I don't like everybody's soul food. So I believe you, But I will say that I have never met a Jamaican person that I didn't like their food. You know what I'm saying? So like my best friend who she's Jamaican, she was literally born in Jamaica. She came to America before her like her first birthday or something like that. So
Mm.
she learned about Jamaica because she was freaking American. She ain't know nothing about no damn Jamaica. And I remember that she would like to eat Jamaican food, but she could never cook nothing, you know. And it took her many, many times of visiting Jamaica. What is this? What's fattening?
She said lemon loaf. She was looking at a lemon loaf.
What's
She
that?
said
Like
them loaf.
a cake? That's a cake?
Yeah, like a lemon pound cake.
Oh, I like those.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Sis, it's February, right? So from November to January 1st, you just say fuck it. You feel me? Like I told them about the rum cake that I made and Swab. I'm gonna have to try again next year
Yeah,
because I
get
fucked
in
it
there.
up. I
You
fucked it
got that
up.
on.
I fucked it up. Like my grandmother probably rolling her eyes at me right now. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, hell nah. You good, man.
She probably like that's a nice try. At least you tried. You know, knowing her, she probably was like, you should have. It was still good. It wasn't too bad. That's how they. Unless we talking about weight now, anybody in the chat who have Caribbean family or friends or whatever, or co-workers or whatever, they understand. When it comes to weight, Swab, the only word they understand is the word fat. It is
Mm.
horrible. These people would say like, Swab, that's you? Well, how you get so fat? How you get so fat? They're not telling you like, damn, yo, you put on, you look a little different, man. What happened, bro? Like, they don't say it gentle. They say, Swab, how you get so fat?
Man, man, you done got fat as shit.
Or no, they don't say
Yeah.
fat. And but they could turn it around and make it positive. So like, let's say Katrina is pregnant. They would say, Katrina, child, you look good, you look nice and fat, and yeah, they would say it like it's a good thing. So it's like, wait a minute, you just call me fat, low key, but try to say I'm nice and fat. Like, don't. What am I fat? Like, what you trying to say, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. But if they tell you how you get so fat, that is not positive. If they say why you make yourself so fat, that is not good. Like none of those things are positive, right?
Why you make yourself so fat?
Yes, yes, they use the word fat. It's so horrible. But they don't, the vocabulary isn't expansive, right? So like my grandmother would like she wouldn't allow you to say words like she only would say pass gas. Like fart was outside of her vocabulary. You know, passing wind, all of that stuff. She would just say pass gas. But then again, if they want to use the restroom or the bathroom, they say toilet. I'm like, it's not the toilet. Like, why are you saying you gotta go to the toilet? That sounds so backwards. Like, can you say restroom? They be like, it's a toilet, toilet. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, that toilet came before the restroom. Before you had a restroom, you had that toilet. You had that
Listen, I
toilet.
can't stand that damn toilet. Like, come on, mom. Like, please don't be in public saying, excuse me, where the toilet? Mom, are you seriously asking this man for the toilet? Can you ask him where's the restroom? It's called, in modern times, we use the term, but no, they're not trying to hear it. It's the toilet. So you either fat or using the toilet. Like, see? YouTube Street said, that's right. She said, I'll be his housewife all day. That's what. Yeah.
It's the housewives.
I can't
That's
front though. Like I was a lot younger then, so being a housewife was not the move when I was younger. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I think I would have wanted, like maybe if I had like a little part time something and being a housewife, but just being at home with a kid 24/7, 365, that's a little bit too much. That's a little bit too much mothering, wifing for me. Like, like I was like, somebody need to come get this kid for a couple hours out the day. Like, yo, he get to go to work. Like, I started resenting this mother. I was like, yo, you get to go to work. You get to like do you. I'm
I
over
couldn't
here.
understand that shit, man. I come home from work and this motherfucker tell me, at least you got a break from the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I said, a break from the kids? You know how much I would love to just be here putting motherfuckers to sleep all day?
No, you saying that, but I'm saying like you got a break. So when you come home, right? When you come home, you literally miss your family. You miss
Mm-hmm.
the kids. You like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, daddy home. But
Mm-hmm.
nah, you've been dealing with that joint
Yeah, and
like
I ain't gonna have no
all
sympathy for
day,
you.
all
You
night.
don't feel like dealing with your own kids versus I have to go to work and I'm picking up shit and piss and all type of other. My back hurt, my knees ain't gonna be no good, my shoulders ain't gonna be no good. I'm gonna die at 60. You gonna live to 100. Ain't nobody got
Yeah,
no
but when you
sympathy
but
for
when you go
y'all
to
ass.
work, so when you go to work, you get to like I recognize the difference just working from home virtually. When you go to work,
It's
you
the
get to what they
general.
call peace your share. You get to what they call adults. So you get to
Mm-hmm.
interact with adults, right? You go to
It
lunch.
ain't my fault you don't like nobody. That is not my fault that you can't get more than two girls in the room before y'all don't like each other. Like, nah.
No, but
Uh-uh.
it see, like at the time when I was doing that, living that life, all of my
Mm.
girlfriends was at work. So unless you got girlfriends that are also equally at home,
Your
which
friends is the
then
kids.
so then see then it's like a forced relationship. It's not a natural organic relationship because now you only friends with your kids' friends. Fuck them. I them new. I'm Team Drake with no new friends. Like my friends that I got now, they not new. Like I'm not with the new friends. Like type of lifestyle. I don't trust, especially new women. What they gonna do? They gonna be coming, come walk into my home?
With them hips? I think not.
I have not had a non-family member. Okay, in the last 3 years, I have had zero non-family members come into my home.
Mm.
Why is that, melanated guys?
Because
Thread.
why? I mean, where would I meet these non-family members that I'm giving my address to, and why would under what circumstances would they be coming into my home?
Your family members ain't got no friends?
I mean, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
it might
we
be.
all go out to we go to restaurants, we go out to eat, we go out, we go out. Like I've hung out with non-family members a lot. They just don't come to my house.
Got you, got you. I feel that. I feel that.
I'll get
I
I'll
mean,
get
I
it,
feel the
man.
same way. Like I just don't invite random ass niggas, people that I, socialize with at work. You know, they turn out to
Yeah.
be cool, and I'd be like, yeah, hey man, yeah, come on, hang out with the family, man. I'm like,
I love
hell
that
no.
shit, man.
I
I love
literally
that
got to
shit.
get to know you. I got to hang out with you a few times out and about, see how you get down, how you move around women. You know what I'm saying? Because I got women in my family, so if you ain't moving right around women, I'm not about to bring you around my family, because then you know what I'm
Man,
saying, I'm gonna have
listen,
to fuck
man.
you up if you disrespect my family.
I'm
So
gonna invite you in it, man. Listen, we gonna go play some pool or some shit. I might barbecue. Hey, come through. We barbecue it. You gonna stay in this yard with me. You might see Katrina come outside. You know, handle some business. Go in. You know, you might be in the office with me, and we kicking it. But
So then that's with friends or family or whomever.
I mean, friends. Like
Yeah.
I got more friends than I got family to tell the truth, but you know, it's a small circle. You know, I damn quit fucking with myself last year, but yeah,
Shut
it,
up.
it's just you know, not no random
But
goofy
like, so the friends
motherfuckers.
that come to your home that know where you rest at, know that your woman is there. Those are those like new acquaintances, or those like people that you really really trust, because
I
like
mean, I trust you enough to know that you know what I'm saying. We can handle whatever we need to handle, but I just don't get them vibes from you. I ain't seen you do no
nah,
shit.
swap.
I ain't
Whatever
seen you
we
do
got
no.
to handle, we gonna handle at Panera Bread, Chick-fil-A.
I ain't
We
never
gonna handle
seen you
Golden
do no hoe shit.
Corral,
I
Outback
don't,
Steakhouse. We gonna handle. Meet
I
me at
don't
the
like
Outback.
going out.
We gonna
I don't
have
like
some
going
them
out.
bomb ass wings.
I hate going
Out.
out. We gonna fire this grill up. We gonna got
Nah,
some
bro. To
projector on
handle
it.
no, that's personal. If I'm firing my grill up, then my son can call you uncle.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I feel that
Yeah,
that's. I'm just telling you, that's how I get like the people that come to my
yeah,
household, like
yeah.
in my like my child to walk outside and meet you. Then that means that in the event of my funeral, put one you there. Like my mom fucked with you, because for real, it's not yo, it's not like I'm telling you, like when I was like her and more single than I am now, you know what I'm saying? When
Mhm.
I was like more like just dating, I've had men say to me like, damn, so like when am I gonna meet your son? And I was like, are we in a relationship? How the fuck would you meet my son? Why you coming? Well, I've never been to your house. Why would you come to my house? Like I've had that conversation with dudes. Like, bruh, what is it we're doing right now? Because you talking weird right now. Like, has something changed that I didn't know of? Because I'm not the type of woman that has my son see his mom talk to a bunch of people. That's just it's just not that's not how I conduct myself. It's not happening. So I don't know what other dealing with.
Man, if we working with each other, I've been working with you for a while. We go to the same pool hall, you know, motorcycle club, studio. Like, I mean, at some point, I'm gonna throw something at the crib, and I mean, you know, yo,
I
you
will
know,
come to your crib, but you're just not coming to mine, bro. Like that's it. That's you just not coming to mine,
nah,
right? You just not gonna come to mine, and that's just
you
that's
don't
they.
trust nobody, man. You don't trust nobody.
That's
You know?
listen for all the men that are listening out there in the streets. This is how your daughters act when they fathers be drug dealers. You just don't. Nah, we don't fucking trust
You don't fuck
nobody, right?
around.
We don't fuck around. We don't fuck around. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? It be
My
baggage
daughter
and
got
shit.
a lot of friends. I don't know what's. My daughter be having a lot of friends. Who is this? Oh, she staying with me. This so and so. Like, what's up? Then she be like, man, I almost had to be her. What happened?
So I'm telling you, the females that I've connected with, like, have shown me that they are like real deal, holy meal type of chicks. Like, they not like
How they show you that? How they show you that if you don't never kick it with him?
okay. I'm gonna tell you how they showed me that. So I met this. when I moved to New York, I had moved back home. Right, I was living in Atlanta. I moved back home, and I was at this job, and I met this chick relationship, and I was just talking to her like, yeah, da da da. This weekend I'm moving, and she was like, oh, who's helping you move? And I was like, well, I told my cousin I'm moving, but I don't know if he's gonna help me. But if not, it's gonna be me and my man. And she was like, how you and your man is moving your whole apartment? And I was like, well, that's what's happening. Like, I don't. I
Same
was
way
like,
we
well,
moved in that motherfucker.
yeah, I was like, that's just the way. No, he wasn't living with me, but I was just like, that's just how I am. Like, I'm gonna get it done. Like, it might take longer because it's just him and I. Because my son was really little then, so he wouldn't have been able to do much. He wasn't like much help. He was a little kid. So I was like, it just might take longer. And she was like, oh, my boyfriend could help. And I was like, how you just gonna volunteer your man like that? Like, you don't even know what he got going on. She got on her phone. She was like, yo, Scott, my homegirl at my job, da 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 da, needs this. And I didn't have to send no reminders. She called me in the morning. She was like, oh, you ain't give me your address, da 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 da. They was at my house at like 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, something around there. I was like, fuck. So the dude had his like utility belt around his waist for his back and shit. He was like, what? I'm ready to lift up shit. I was like, damn. So him and my dude that I was with at the time moved me. I knew her for like 3 months. I was just new at the job. She moved me. I was like, damn. So after that, like, she just was cool. She was like cool people's. It's like, thank you, whatever. I mean, I think if at the end of the day, I think I probably gave them like some drinks and pizza or something like that. I didn't, she was like, I'm asking you for no money or like whatever. He was like, I don't want nothing from you. I'm just helping you out. So we became cool. Fast forward years later, she ended up saying, fuck New York, I'm moving out to Maryland, right? But because we was cool, I kept in contact with her. So she was like, oh, I want you to come check, see me, like come see me or whatever, whatever. So I came to see her. She showed me around the area and she was like, yo, they got mad jobs out here. You need to leave New York. Da, 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 da. She started sending me all these jobs. She told me, come move to Maryland. You can stay in my house. You got to pay me no rent. I got a room for your son. I want you telling me there's no room for him to live. Boom, 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 boom. I don't care. Come and stay. I was like, I felt mad awkward. I was like, but by then I knew her for a few years, but I was still like skeptical. I moved in with her. I stayed with her. I ended up leaving after 2 months. She helped me to get my first job, right? In Maryland. She helped me to get my first job. She took me into HR, told them, this is my homegirl. She's from New York. Boom. I got a job, hired on the spot, everything. Right? I got the job. 2 months later, I moved out. Her husband still in my life, everything good. It's been 11 years that I've been here. So fast, I knew her since I was in New York, but it's been 11 years since I've been here. And me and this chick is still mad cool. I spoke to her today. That's to me evidence that you are cool. She could come to my house unannounced right now. I'm not going to be like, oh, what you doing here? She's like family. My son's going to say, oh, that's Auntie Tasha. Or that's Miss Tasha. He's not going to be like, oh, who that lady? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's to me evidence. Like, some new person, they just can't do that to me. They can't be that way in my life. I don't give a fuck how cool you are. Like, I just met you 2 months ago. Like, get out of here. I'm just not like that. It gotta be trial evidence. I gotta see that you could be for real, for real. But that's my homie.
That's
That's what's up. Yeah. Solid motherfucker.
Sometimes people don't be solid, and you just gotta like,
I
you know.
mean, me, I'm a social being, man. I just know how to separate shit and keep shit. You know, it's just that. See, like the thing you said, oh, you come to my barbecue, like you my son's uncle. Like, to me, no, you not. You a nigga I kick it with. You know what I'm saying? And you hella fucking cool and shit. I know people need stress relievers. It's good to be around different environments. I really just want for other people what I want for myself. So when people invite me over their crib, shit, you know, with this COVID shit, stop that shit. But yeah, let's go. You want to go to the motorcycle club? You want to go shoot some pool? You want to go to basketball court? Whatever it is, yeah, man, let's go, man.
But
Let's
see,
go.
Swap, I'm with you with that. Like, cause I'm like, I mean, I don't know if all Sagittarius people are like that, but I'm a very social person. I just am protective of my home, but I'm very social. So like for my birthday, I celebrated my birthday for like 3 weekends in a row.
Mm.
I had a birthday, which was like that weekend after Thanksgiving. I celebrated that with my man. That went into my actual birthday itself. Then I had the next day, the next weekend, it was like a friend's birthday. And then the following day was a date that I celebrated with family for my birthday. Right. So like, but none of it was in my house. You see what I'm saying? Like none of it was in my house. You know what I'm saying? Like with my man, yeah, like obviously he can be in the house, he's in the crib. But people, like non inner circle people, they just non inner circle. They're not in the outer, but they're like in the inner outer. So they wouldn't come to the crib. But like cookouts, I'm gonna come to all of their cookouts and all of the like restaurants and painted sips and whatever
Yeah.
type of events they invite me to. I'm just not having them at cribs because I don't even know why. I don't know. Maybe that's part of my upbringing because I always had so much cousins that there really wasn't a need to have friends. I think that's a part of it. It's like just be with your family. You don't need friends. You got family. Which that ain't right.
And family will get into it with you quicker than anybody else, man.
That's true. Family
Family
will.
try to undermine you like a motherfucker, man. For real.
That's so true. Like I think I told my uncle on one of his kids, which is his eldest son, which is my cousin. I ain't mean to, but he was just kind of like checking to see like because you know we're at a place where a few of us live in the same state. So he was asking me like, checking to see that I'm talking to his kids. And I was like, oh, I don't talk to him. He don't be answering his phone. He don't, like, and I guess my uncle was like, check his son about it. Like, yo, you got female cousins out here. What you doing? I don't know. He must have said something because today I had to call my cousin, but I called him about business, like work type shit. And it rang like twice and he picked it up. He was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, blah blah blah. And he was like, okay, so we'll talk about that later. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you. Like, he was like real on like some. I was like, oh, he must have talked to his dad. Checked his ass on some. But I don't know. I guess I'm mostly like a family person. But family will do you wrong. So I agree with you, Swap, on that.
Man, that's just how my life was constructed. I was just I was exposed to disconnection from my family, and then it's like I got put out when I was like 14. So, I've been accumulating my family from outside of my family for a long time. You know, it was like um, my mom's wasn't around, my dad was at work, my stepmoms wasn't around, my brother got tired of me following his ass when I was like in the second, third grade and shit like that. So that was like it. So everybody that I knew was somebody I went to school with, that lived in the same neighborhood, somebody that we frequented the same spots. I know they was cool. Shit, we spoke like like every year. I'll meet somebody else. I'll be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You're a cool motherfucker. Like, and we stay in touch. Yeah, you know. I just think people be pressured to be best friends or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. Mm. But because we cool don't mean you can borrow money. Don't mean you can spend the night. Don't mean that shit just come at a
Mm.
different level of things. That comes at a whole other different level. Shit.
See, you wanna hold, cookie.
Cookie ain't in that shit.
She chilled just now, just talking to her. She over there. I don't even know what the hell she was doing, licking them dishwasher. Like, dude, she wilding. She was licking the outside of the dishwasher. So
That's
fuck,
fucked up.
right? I just caught her little nasty self.
Dogs don't give a fuck.
Yes. Um, but I think it's like I think the word friend, I'm really skeptical at. So if I met somebody through work, I would call them my coworker for like 3, 4 years before I call them my friend.
I don't even really know what friend mean.
But that's what I'm saying. When you got a real friend, when somebody shows you because of the shit you done been through with them, that you're no longer a coworker. You have evolved into, whether it's that you shared really personal things with them, they've shared it with you, you have had experiences where they've had to look out for you or help you, or you've helped them or whatever. That kind of moves your relationship on. To me, that's when it moves into like a friendship. But not just because I worked with you and I known you for 4 years.
Yeah, that's what I be telling my kids. Just cause you go to the same school with these motherfuckers don't mean they're your friend, fam.
That don't mean
But it ain't like friend is like a trick ass word. It's like I'm cool enough for you to trust me, but then I'm still only your friend, so I could do bullshit. Like motherfuckers be my partners. You know what I'm saying? I guess if you get to the point where you a friend with me, you like family. Like Bingo like family. That's my family. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, you got partners, you got homies, you got people you fuck with.
yep. I like all those different distinctions, those
Hell
different
out of
hierarchies. I'm with you with that, Suave. I'm with you with that 110%. I have different hierarchies. I say my home girl, my girlfriend. I might say I might say girlfriend, or I might say, like, if I say, oh, this sister I know from blah 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 blah. right? That's because I don't want to say she my friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, also, like, when you are a woman who is like a minority in your family, so like if all of your cousins, or because I don't have like a lot of brothers and stuff like that. I have a brother, but we're not very close. So if everyone's a guy and you're a woman, right, and you got your girl, your women that you know, let's just say it that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be like, oh, this is my friend, knowing that your guy cousin only wants to fuck her and not be with her. Why are you gonna say that's your friend? Because then you really look messed up. Like that's your friend. You
Mm-hmm.
put her in a position to be used. But if she just like, yo, this my coworker, like how she get down, she get down. I don't know. Like to me, your friends, you know how your friends get down. To me, your friends, you are of equal yoke. So if you a thought, your friends are thought, y'all all thought in together. Just be thought and happiness in your thought and happiness, right? But if you, let's say you celibate and you got a friend that's a thought, she's your bestie. When guys who know you to be celibate are not even going to want to talk to your friends because they're going to assume your friends are fucking, their coochies on lockdown too.
See, that's what
So
I'm saying, man. How can somebody celibate be friends with a thought, man?
that's what I'm trying to listen. I don't personally, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that those aren't very passionate, radical people such as myself, right? Like none of my closest friends in my life are very religious people because it at this point in my life it would be difficult for me to have a very religious person that is very close to me. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can't be on the phone with melanated guy that's talking about Jesus is your Lord and Savior all fucking day. Like the fuck?
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
I'm just
Nah, I
it's
don't
not
give
fucked up.
a
Why you
shit.
say that's fucked up?
Cause like, of course they not just gonna call you and be talking about God to you all day. You know what I'm saying? Like that's disrespectful. You
No,
know
no.
that's
So what I'm saying is that some of my peoples are Christians. Come on, we in Black America here. Black America, we full of the Holy Ghost, Father, Son, the Holy
yeah. I
Spirit.
don't mind if they be like Hallelujah. Man, you know
Hallelujah.
they say
Yeah.
something. Yeah,
Jesus
they gonna be
take
like,
the wheel, all of that kind of stuff. But you know what I'm saying? They Jesus take the wheel. Yeah, I get it. All I'm saying is that
thank you, Peter.
like none of my close people in my inner circle are expecting me when they say, "Oh, we got the house." I'm going to say, "Praise Jesus." None of them are expecting me to say that. None of them are
Okay.
expecting me to say, you know, "Glory be to God." You know, none of them. They're not expecting me to join with them in
Mm.
this Hallelujah, Jesus,
Then you
Father
good
God.
then.
You know, Yahweh
Long
Shai,
as they don't expect for you to add in, you good then.
Allah.
This is when they keep them, man. Like you couldn't be friends with Battle Axe.
Oh,
Battle Axe. He'll
Battle
forever be trying to tell you
Axe
some shit.
lost me that one string where he said that you had to wake up or you had to wash
Oh
up before
yeah, you
you
gotta
fell
wash
asleep
up before the
after
sun
sex.
come up.
Once he
Awesome.
said if you have sex at night, you have got to wash up before the sun come out. And then people in the chat was like, so what happens if you fall asleep? And he was like, you need to
Going
wake
to
up.
hell.
You need to wake up and wash up before the sun come out, or else you was a sinner.
Yeah, nah,
So
you jiggy.
yeah,
You just gotta train
from
yourself
that
for that
conversation,
shit.
he lost me.
Nobody fucking around like that. They gonna lay in that shit. Yeah, man. I remember I was on Psychopathia channel. It was a dude on that. What was that nigga name, man? I can't believe I can't remember his name, man. But this nigga was like, I can't even say old school. He was old fashioned. That's what it was. That nigga was like, I can't stand no motherfucking girl on top of me. Get up off me. I was like, what? Like,
Wait,
so
he
we
said,
asked. So we was like, what you mean, bro? He was like, yeah. He
"Swat,
said, you only
swat,
do a
wait,
missionary of my life?
wait,
Snap.
swat. Wait, say it again." He
What's
said,
his
"What?"
name? Now I'm gonna have to get in touch with Psychopathia, man.
He said he don't want a woman on top of him.
Yeah, man. That dude said, I only do a missionary. I said, what the fuck you just say, dog? Just looking at each other? And that motherfucker was like, yeah, no girl moving my body back and forth and all of this shit. We was like, well, what about doggy style? That nigga like, hell nah. Man, let
Wait,
me see if I can call Psychopath.
why
I
he
can't
said
remember
hell
that
no
nigga
with doggy
name.
style? Why
I
he
don't
say
know.
hell no with doggy style? What's wrong with
I don't
that?
know. I don't know. I forgot what the fuck he was talking about. I got my other phone in here, man. That nigga, old school nigga. The nigga always have his shirt with the one button unbuttoned and shit. He has little chest hair short and shit. His favorite
Wow.
group was the Temptations. All that nigga talk about is the fucking Temptations. That nigga was old fashioned in the motherfucker. That nigga said, "No girl gonna be on top of me, moving my
Jay,
body back and forth."
listen, you just made me laugh when you said, "Nah, ain't no woman controlling my
Yeah,
body movement."
hey, man. Somebody start with a G. I want to give him his props, man. I'm like, hell no. Yeah, some people do it. I don't know. Another episode of Mainstream came on. Okay. Black Chicago. Another episode of Black Chicago coming up. What else y'all be watching on YouTube, man? What else you be watching on YouTube, man? Other than like channels like this, what you watch for entertainment?
I be watching some Pan African channels. You know, I
Mm.
happen to be a Pan African minded woman.
So you
Um,
believe all black people came from Africa?
um, I mean, I kind of not when you say all black people or all people, like the outer Africa theory is
All
more
black people.
so was all, but the outer Africa theory is more that people in general and that
I'm
they
talking
came.
about Pan Africanism.
But no, Pan Africanism is not that. It's not just the mindset of all black people came from Africa, but that Africa is, yeah, it is a home, but it's not that black people should return to Africa, but that
You
to
don't even know what the
acknowledge and
fuck you
recognize,
is.
huh?
You don't even know what Pan African
No, no,
is.
I am. No, Pan Africanism doesn't say that we all should return to
No,
Africa.
I'm asking you, what is Pan Africanism?
So it's to recognize Africa as a home. Yes, the continent as a
That's what
home.
I'm saying. All black people came from Africa.
Yeah, I think that there's good amount of evidence of science to to support that part, right? Because I
What
think that
DNA
science.
science?
So I think I agree with DNA. Some people don't. I
You
mean,
agree
like
with?
that you have the
Okay.
right, and I'm not gonna get into trying to convince someone to do that, right? Just like
No, because what DNA says, right? Like I believe it can track migrations. I believe it can
so
show
so
you.
so with the migration. So what I was gonna say is that like science actually supports that life in itself, that human existence originates from there, and then there are lots of different patterns of outward migrations, migrations back into Africa, and then going back out into different places and so forth. Right? That evidence supports those different types of migrations. Right? Like
Yeah.
so, that's not like that's not me making it up. It's not the first time in 2022 someone's saying that.
No, I'm
That
not putting ENA on
right.
you.
What I'm saying is that there's evidence of this outward migration, and then there's evidence of back migration. So, like
Hmm.
the fact that people in North Africa have DNA that sets them from Central Africa, right? And then but they back in North Africa, so that they went up there, came back down, and went back up, right? That's documented as this evidence of that through their own records
That's
and
the
so
theory.
forth.
That's the theory. Yeah.
No, not when I say documented, it's not only documented and through their DNA, it's documented through like their different like conflict that they've had, and like their own like spiritual writings and like different things that they've documented. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
so when you say it's a theory, if people wrote like my group of people went here,
Migrated. We started
right?
in Africa, migrated out, and migrated back.
Well, what I would say, like when I say out of Africa, to me, like that whole like Levant area, it's actually
Yeah.
not like it's like all the way at the top of
Man, I just don't, and I get what DNA is doing, and like I said, until you come up with a better theory, I'm not contending it. I just think that DNA is limited because unless you act like they come to a theory of the first person, mitochondrial Eve, off of the evidence of the genome, the DNA. So,
But what if you combine that with what I'm saying is that like if the DNA is combined along with things that have been documented, for
mhm,
instance, like the people of Nubia going into Egypt, right? So you can
yeah,
say what was even before the Kemetic people? Well, his history says that before the Kemetic people were the Nubians, right? The people of Nubia, more central or central eastern Africa. That civilization, they might not have been as advanced as the Kemetic people, but
mhm,
those people existed, right? So that's outside of DNA. It's their own records, right? Whether
yeah.
it's
But
great,
how old is that? Like we
no,
our
I'm not getting in. I don't know I haven't memorized the dates
okay.
and stuff, but I know that
Well, you don't
whatever
got to.
dates
'Cause
we
I
have.
don't either. I don't
So
either.
listen, so whatever dates we have for Egypt, the dates
Mhm.
of Nubia supersede those, right? The
Proceed.
dates of
So yeah.
Nubia, right?
But
They
we are
precede those.
prehistoric people. You know that, right?
So what I'm saying is that if DNA confirms that, now that's two sources of evidence and not one, right? That's all I'm
Hmm.
saying. That
No, I
um,
get that. Yeah, I wrap
So
my head
so
around
when
that.
you have certain groups of people who migrated to other places,
Hmm.
and you have evidence of that as well as the DNA confirming that, then that again, that's two pieces of evidence supporting that. It's not just the
Yeah.
DNA, but it's the DNA in addition to, let's say, the culture, the religion, whatever, whatever. Oh, it was
The
here,
oral
and now
tradition.
it's here, right? It's like, huh?
The oral tradition.
Right. If those things exist, um, then at this time, right, like a oral, well, maybe not oral, but like maybe like if they inscriptions or whatever, something that's
Mm.
written or
Cave
whatever,
art and shit. Cave art.
their pottery or
Yeah.
like the pottery is something that I know, like of those times, right? Um, that they can be traced or whatever. um, let's say that existed then, and then it exists in another region, then you would say which one was first, and then if it's dated, then you would see the date of which came first. But I'm just saying that
We're prehistoric people. We descend from a prehistoric people. There's no writings of the people that we come from. There's like
yeah, and I
there's
mean, so like Suave, I don't want to, I'm not gonna like I believe that we are a great people, right? So when black
absolutely
people start talking about us being like, just like the bionic people and we did everything
no,
and we
not
were
bionic.
everywhere.
All I'm saying
No,
is
I'm not saying but I'm just saying that sometimes, as a person who doesn't use that type of language, if you could
mhm,
understand how it comes across, sometimes I hear black people
yeah,
saying things like, we
it's
were everywhere,
romanticism and it's
we did
extremism.
everything first, right?
Hmm.
We did everything first. We were everywhere. We were the first people on and
Yeah,
every
no,
place,
all
every
I'm
nook
saying
and
is that
cranny, every
man has
we were the
been
first
here
Asians,
before
we were the
his.
first Europeans, we were the first Africans, we were the first
Yeah, I'm not saying none of that.
everywhere,
I'm not
we were the
saying none of
first
that. I
Indians, we were
can't
the first
defend
in
none of that. I
America,
can't
North
defend none of that.
America, South America, Caribbeans, we were the first. We were the like this is what people we were the first
Yeah,
everywhere.
I'm not trying to talk about that. All I'm saying is
So
that
so we're
before the system
so
of
get
history was created, before history was created, we existed. That's all I'm saying.
can you so Swab, just so I understand, can you tell
Mhm.
me an example of a place that you think we were not first? How about that? Let me hear that. Where do
An
you think that
example of
was?
a place that we were not first,
Hmm.
and I mean, I say we are global people, so I don't say there's
I understand. We
yeah,
were global people,
yeah,
and we could be global, but not in every single nook and cranny of the globe at the
mhm,
same time, all at all times, right? So, like,
yeah.
what you think we were
We
the first Russians? We're the people in the
I mean,
area.
black people was in, yes, black people
No,
was
no,
in the
the first. No,
territory.
I didn't say yes. Black people were in Russia. Yes, there's
Okay.
evidence of that. My question to you was: do you think we were the first people in the area that is now called Russia? Were we the first people? Were we the original or indigenous
You kind
people
of
of
answer that. Were we
ah,
the
you
first?
see?
Are you saying were we the first Russians or we the first
We were
people
the
in the
first
land that's not?
people in the area that is now
Oh,
called
yes,
Russia,
yes,
right? Because Russia is a modern term.
yes.
So I'm saying to you, I'm asking you, is it plausible to say that there were white European people there in Russia and black people went there? Like, even if we went there 100 years later,
White
that was
people were the first to rediscover a lot of land. I put it to you like that. But white people, and I mean, this ain't got nothing to do with black power, nothing. Um, cannot find themselves past 7,000 years ago. That's their science saying that.
swap,
So
swap. Rediscover, do you mean that they rediscovered it because black African people, or I'm going to use the term black African. I'm not going to use
I
melanated
understand.
because melanated is not, even though my name is Melanated Goddess, I'm starting to like get severely irritated with this word melanated, right? Because
Don't let it do it to you. Don't let it do it to you.
Indians in India are melanated, right? And black people want us to be like, melanated people, dark, dark people, copper
Yeah.
color. What the fuck? I'm talking about black, goddamn it. You know what the fuck I mean when I say black. Stop
Yes.
playing around and be talking about some copper color and some brown and some melanated and dark complexion people. People in them, they got dark Chinese people. They are not black people. Like, let's not get this
But y'all
confused.
descend from the same people.
Huh?
Y'all descend from the same people. The first people in Asia were Africans.
Listen, I don't need no 1/16th of a black person to be telling me they are the same as me. I don't give a fuck. That's they
No,
not black.
black is different. Black is different. Black is a
I'm
new
talking
people.
so
Jake.
that's why I'm using the term black swab. I'm using the
Yes.
term black and not melanated because when you say I descend, we are not the same. Somebody who's great, 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 great grandmother was black. We are not the same when my
No,
parents
you are not, but you
are black.
do have the same great 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 grandmama. No, they're not. You're not the
Well,
same
then,
person.
motherfucker, then we need to be calling ourselves the same with the goddamn apes and the chimps and the
No,
and,
because
and, and
the apes and the
chimpanzees.
chimps
Goddamn it!
never had
You
the
know what I'm
same.
saying?
I don't believe in
Well,
evolution.
okay, but I'm just saying that science shows when it comes to the chimpanzees, we have a common ancestor. So if we want to
Like
use that
we,
language, we want to use the
that's a
language.
theory. That's a
I'm just
theory.
saying. I'm just saying if we want to use the language about common ancestry, right? Because I don't believe them motherfuckers got the same. Like it just they could tell me that, but what's that black ancestor name? They don't fucking know it. So guess what? Get the fuck out of my face. How about that?
But you wouldn't know it neither, even though you're related to the same
Don't. I
person.
mean, it's more plausible for me to find it out than for them to find it out.
How? When you're a black person in America, cut off from the world, and they're Asian studying globally, the Asian would find out this
They
ancestor.
know who they black ancestor is.
Yes, before
They don't
you
know
do,
who
they
they
will.
black ancestor is.
Yes,
They
they
ain't
do,
got
and they
no black
praise him.
ancestor, man. They ain't got
Yes,
no
they
black
do,
ancestor.
and they praise
Listen,
him. If you look at
somebody with
Asian,
4%, somebody with 4%, because
I'm not
you heard
speaking
how
about
many
my
races.
feelings. I'm talking about the truth. If you look
But
at
I'm
Asia,
trying to
they have
say, so
many of pitch
somebody
black
with
statues.
4% and 5% black ancestry, you think you
What
want
is
to you
black?
you
No, not black, not black, not black, not black.
yes, I'm talking about black because I'm black. I don't know all the other stuff. I'm
Black
black.
people,
I'm
black
talking about
people.
me, like black
Yes,
like me, black like me,
understand that. Black
black
people
like me.
are new people that come out of a
Black
destruction
like me,
of the
black
indigenous people of the
an
world.
ancestor of the West
There's
African
only there's only
transatlantic
one black
slave
person.
trade. No, listen, I'm defining blackness. Black as
We're
in
defining blackness together.
a descendant of the West African. I'm not East
Not just the
African.
what?
I'm
No, no,
not
no, no, no,
North
no, no. See,
African.
that's where
I'm
we
not
get
a
it wrong
Berber.
too.
Hold on, listen,
Because
but listen, suave, listen. I'm not a Berber. I'm not North African. I'm not East African. I'm not a Shemite. I'm not a but I no kind of right. I'm talking about most recent in the last 500 years. I'm not going back 1,000,
why
four
are you going back
thousand,
500 years?
because it's relevant. 500
Do you
years
know your
when
ancestor from 500 years ago?
listen, in 500 years in comparison to 7,000 years is very
It's the
recent.
same shit. You don't know those people. It's the
So
same shit.
500 years is recent ancestry, right? So what I'm
No,
saying is that
no.
I'm comfortable if someone in the last 500 years or last let's say 200
Okay,
years,
so you telling
because
me in
hold
the
on, hold
last
on, hold
500
on, listen,
years,
listen, in the last 200 years, because in the 1800s they were still transporting. So some people were brought here 200 years ago, not
uh,
500 years ago. Everybody ain't from 500 years or what. Some people is 200 years, right?
okay.
So someone in the last 200 years,
Mhm.
I am comfortable with saying if you are black or not, if you don't have ancestry, that's 200, 250 years
However you
of
cut it,
blackness.
you cannot run from it without changing the level of your logic. 200 years ago, slaves were coming into America. 200
Yep.
years ago,
From
people from
where were
that
they coming
people,
from?
hold on, people,
They were not coming
you
from
can't
Cambodia. They was not coming from Thailand. They was not coming from China. They was not so therefore I can
proving the
say I don't
negative
care.
is
So
not
therefore I
proving
can say I
anything.
don't care how brown they are right now,
So
they
that's what
are
I'm
not
saying.
of
Okay,
my
that's
ancestry.
unbalanced logic. The thing is, 200 years ago, a slave leaving the west coast of Africa coming to America could have very well been a slave being transported into Asia. 200 years ago.
Being transported into Asia. So they would have been in
Yes.
Asia.
No, they would have been a descendant of the
So so
same
where
same. They
where are
would
the
have been.
slaves?
Hold on,
So
hold
was
on.
the slave trade in Asia 200 years ago? I'm asking the question. I'm
No, I
asking you
know,
a
but
question.
I want to finish the point though,
Okay, go ahead.
because we're running from the logic.
No, I'm not
I don't
running.
want to
I just
move the
misunderstood
goalposts.
you. Go ahead.
Yeah, a African whose child was taken from him and brought to America very well could have had a child that was taken from him and taken into Asia.
So I have a
And you can
question.
see, uh-huh.
I have a question because if I'm asking you, was there a slave trade in Asia at 200
Yeah,
years ago?
yes,
What's the name of the
yes.
slave trade? Teach
The
me, brother.
transatlantic slave trade. The
Oh no,
transatlantic
no.
slave trade.
The transatlantic slave trade did not go into Asia. So what was the other slave trade that went into
The
Asia?
transatlantic slave trade started with the Arabia and East Asia. What are you talking about?
No, no.
I
The
mean West Asia.
transatlantic or the
Yes.
sub-Saharan? Which one you talking
The
about?
transatlantic. The transatlantic started with Europe, Asia, and
Where in
uh,
Asia? Where in Asia? I'm about to look
Arabia.
it up right now.
Arabia. The whole West. No, you can't Google the transatlantic slave trade and
How
expect
you
for
can't Google the transatlantic? What do you mean you can't Google it?
because you're Googling history.
No, of course. And history is available via Google. What
History
the
is
hell do you mean,
compiled. History is compiled and
bro?
controlled.
Tell me where, right? If you have the reference,
Mhm.
where is this reference of the transatlantic slave trade going
Mhm.
into Asia? I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm saying I want more
Slaves were taken.
information on the
Slaves from
transatlantic.
slaves from Africa was taken not only to the west coast of Africa and deported, but they were also taken into Asia and Europe and used as
Where
slaves.
in Asia, bro? Like I'm literally trying to ask you this
And,
question and you
and I'm
where?
telling you, Asia, East and
Where,
West Asia,
what
what you would
country?
call
Give me
West
tell me a place. When you say Europe,
Asia, Cambodia. Why you bringing up Cambodia? Cambodia.
okay, I'm gonna look
Africans
up
were taken into Cambodia and enslaved
in what year? In the what
from the
1800s,
from the
1700s?
from the 12 1300s into the I mean shit, it never stopped. They're still taking slaves in that Asia. What the fuck?
Slaves. They're taking slaves. They're enslaving people
Yeah.
and taking
Yes.
them into Cambodia.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They're enslaving people and taking them into Asia. Yes. And Europe. Yes. Yes. The slave trade destroyed indigenous
So
people on
was there ever um reparations in Cambodia? There was reparations paid in Europe.
they're still
So
fighting right now. They're still fighting right now.
who's fighting
The Cambodians trying to overthrow their government and all of that shit. And get these foreigners up
for
out of their land.
reparations? What are they fighting
No,
for?
they don't care about reparations. They're
So
fighting
what
to
are they
get the
fighting for
ruling class.
specifically?
They're fighting to get the ruling class of people out of their land and re-solidify themselves as the ruling class of people in that land. Because the mixed breed descendants of the fucking Arabs and Europeans have been placed above them. And they're saying, you're not from this land. You're trying to mix us out. Get the fuck out of here. And they are getting killed for that. You can ask Campo Jew to rest in peace. Black people came out of destruction of indigenous people all over the world, globally.
So Cambodians are black.
No, Cambodians descend from Africans that was
No, no,
that
no,
was killed.
I'm not asking you that, bro. I'm
I said
asking
no.
you.
That was my first answer. I said
Hold on.
no.
So okay. So can I ask but the people who are fighting to overthrow the government are black people in
No,
Cambodia
no,
who are oppressed by
no,
a non-black hold on, bro, by a
no,
non-black population of Cambodians.
no. The verbiage is wrong. But I mean, if once they comment with us, that becomes the language. Once they
Okay,
talk to us, that does become the language, though.
so here this is where it goes for me, right? And I get that I'm just one person in Black America that, I got my own way of thinking, right?
Uh-huh.
When you go to a country like Brazil, right, where there is a significant mulatto complex population. The mulatto population definitely acknowledges, recognizes, and understands, have not forgotten their African influence, their African origins. Um, right. You go to Cuba, same thing. You go to Costa Rica, you go to Colombia, you go to Nicaragua, you go to Honduras. You know the Garifuna. You look up Garifuna, it's gonna say African people brought to Honduras, right? It's not. There's no confusion on that, and that's something that you can Google. It's going to explicitly. Hello. Oh, I hear a funny sound. Oh, is that my phone? I mean, that might be. Hello.
Yeah,
What
you
is
can't hear
that?
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's like a feedback. I hear a feedback. You don't hear it?
Nope. It doesn't go away when I mute.
No, I don't hear it when you mute. No.
Oh, okay, yeah. It could be. Unless it's my speakers back there, but they've been right there for the whole
Is
time.
anybody else in the chat? Anybody in the chat put a 1 if you hear a feedback when Suave is not on mute.
And
It just got louder just now.
wow, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Okay, it's gone right now.
I don't know what you do.
Oh no, I hear. What is that? It's just like going away and coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Somebody trying to call you?
But nobody is saying. I guess am I the only one that hears it, or I don't know how many people is watching or people because I haven't seen too many comments besides butterflies. I can see that, but anyway,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all extremely interesting. The things
Absolutely.
you said, you know.
Yeah, no, that's why because I've progressed the conversation like you myself. I'm defining black, so I already know, you know.
Well, black is a so I've always said that black is a term that is specific to Americans
Yeah, the
or
descendants of the slave.
no
Yeah.
descendants of slavery, right? So but I do tend to say like so then I use the outdated term Negroid because there's no other way to describe a person of our particular phenotype outside of um either saying Negroid or black, right? So if I
Mm-hmm.
say a person who's from Cameroon who's black, I think everyone kind of has an idea of what that person looks like, right? Like, although you can be a white person born in Cameroon, but that is not the ideal or phenotype that comes to your mind when I say Cameroonian person, right? So
Mm.
outside of using the term Negroid, which is, I guess, it's outdated, right? Negroid, Caucasoid, and Mongoloid, and all that. People discredit those terms. So outside of using that term and outside of using a term that is specifically really towards people who are descendants of slavery, how else would you this is why I don't call these other groups of people black, even though other people they call everybody lump like black is like, yeah, people Somalis, they black, Ethiopians, they black, they black, like everybody's black. And I'm like, how they black? Because they melanated? Because they're dark? That means they're black? Like me personally, I would say we're black and they're Negroid.
Yeah, I mean, no, I would ask them what the fuck they call themselves. That's what I would do. I mean, I call myself black, and I appreciate that privilege to define me and tell others what I am. So I don't just go in and say,
But
you're a Negro, you're a color, you're African, you're black. It's like, what do you call yourself?
but I think
And they
that
tell me,
what you call
"Mhm,
yourself is subjective. And what I mean by that is I think that has changed based off of people's exposure to other people,
uh-huh,
right? So, like, I've never referred to my parents as immigrants until I came across Black Americans who wanted to understand who I was. Before that, I would just say I'm Panamanian, but they would be like, "Oh, so you an immigrant?" Like, that's the definition that they gave me, not the definition I gave myself.
yeah,
But in order to communicate with other people, I have begun to use that term to describe myself. Not that I see myself as an immigrant.
it's a cultural border. No, it's the
I have a
language of the
United
dominant
States
society.
passport, though. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
I didn't immigrate here. But in order to communicate effectively what my identity is, because I know what they're asking me, I have used that word. So when you say you ask someone who they are, they may not telling you the identity that they accept of who they are. They are trying to express it to you for you to understand who they are, which is two
That's
different.
fine with me. That's fine with me.
But that's not really who they are.
I mean, that's who they call themselves. So I mean,
No,
I
they don't
guess
call themselves that.
once
They only
we,
call themselves that to you because they think that's all you
but
know.
they called themselves that to me.
But
That's why I
that's
said
all
I
they
can
think that
imagine
you.
that.
But do you
But
understand? But you're
no, I
discounting
do.
the
I
fact.
completely do. I completely do. What I'm
Oh,
saying is
okay.
that upon a deeper conversation, of course, we get into, well, you know, I call myself this, but when I'm talking to you, I call son. I be like, you ain't gotta no, get me used to your culture. I'm
Okay.
not locked into this dumbass corner of the world. Like I really look at my people as a global people. We speak many languages. We write many languages. We travel many lands. Like I don't have to sit up here and be westernized and English and Americanized to the point where I'm like, you know, nah. Like I want to learn. I want to learn too. So tell me the language. Tell me, yeah, tell me the language. Teach me your culture. I just don't. I just don't.
But
I try
so
not to.
so it's like possible for them not to necessarily identify with that identity, but express them to others that identity. That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, it's just like anybody else. When you a lot of black people don't go out of America. If they did, they wouldn't call themselves black. They would be like, I'm an American because it would be irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? Like once you travel the world, you be like, what are you? Oh, I'm an American. But you ain't never said that because you ain't never been outside of fucking America. It's just that everybody else in the world is so traveled compared to us and more experienced, so they actually You know, like you and your family, y'all actually get to experience diversity in culture and seeing how language matches up or disagrees with each other. Black people spend their whole life on the same language, you know, never conflicting with nothing else. We might play with Spanish, but we don't use that shit. But you see this video of the slave trade through the Indian Ocean and how all these Africans was taken into Asia in different parts and became the people that we looking at now, like they didn't come from the same destruction we came from.
Mommy,
Yeah.